Jiang Fan, you little beast. You actually had the heart to push your younger brother off the overpass. The middle-aged man roared in uncontrollable fury, his eyes nearly splitting with rage as if he wished he could devour the frail stick-thin Jiang Fan alive right where he stood. Jiang Fan shook his head, dragging himself back from a hazy consciousness into clarity. He looked around at his surroundings, a few shades of bewilderment flickering across his features. Just then the middle-aged man suddenly snatched up an ashtray from the coffee table and hurled it viciously at Jiang Fan. With a dull thud, it struck squarely against Jiang Fan's forehead. In an instant his head split open and blood gushed forth. The impact sent Jiang Fan crashing to the floor with the force of inertia. The world spun wildly before his eyes. Only after a long moment did he manage to climb back to his feet. He reached up to touch his forehead. When he looked down, his palm was smeared with thick sticky blood. Suddenly he realized something was wrong with his hand. It had become smaller. Coupled with the familiar scenes unfolding before his eyes, he understood he had been reborn. Seeing Jiang Fan stand motionless, Jiang Qifeng's fury surged even higher. Are you dead inside? Still not kneeling to your brother? Jiang Fan slowly lifted his head. Blood from his forehead flowed down past his eyes, yet from beginning to end he did not frown even once. In his pair of jet-black pupils there was not even a trace of excess emotion. Ha! He let out a soft derisive laugh. Brother! There is not a single drop of Jiang blood in his veins, whereas I am the legitimate direct son of the Jiang family. He is worthy to be my brother. These words left Jiang Qifeng momentarily stunned. He looked at Jiang Fan with considerable surprise. On ordinary days Jiang Fan had never dared to disobey him even once. Yet the Jiang Fan before him now not only defied his words, but even those eyes that had never dared look straight at him had become incomparably sharp. After a brief pause, Jiang Qifeng suppressed his odd feelings and continued to shout. Although there is no Jiang blood flowing in Yotian's body, I, Jiang Qifeng, have raised him from childhood. He has been deeply influenced by the Jiang family's fine family traditions and has received the very best education. You on the other hand grew up in the slums, tainted with a body full of vile habits. A worthless thing that can never step onto the stage, and you still have the face to say Yotian is unworthy to be your brother. I say you are the one unworthy to be his elder brother. If these words had been spoken to the former Jiang Fan, who had still longed for familial affection in his previous life, they might have left him deeply hurt and in pain. But to the man he was now they stirred no feeling at all. He had already grown numb. His heart too had already died. To this Jiang family, Jiang Yotian, who shared no blood with them, was their true son. As for him, the biological son who had been switched at birth in the hospital and grew up in the slums, he was nothing more than an outsider. He was not even as good as an outsider. At that moment Jiang Fan's eldest sister Jiang Honyuan jabbed a finger at him as though she wished she could thrust it directly into his eyes. Father is absolutely right. You're a bastard raised outside with not a shred of upbringing, a useless good for nothing. And you dare call yourself Yotian's elder brother? Let me tell you this, the four of us sisters have never regarded you as our real younger brother. Yotian is our true younger brother. As if in response to Jiang Honyuan's words, the second sister Jiang Chengyuan, the third sister Jiang Huanyuan and the fourth sister Jiang Luyuan all stepped out in turn, scolding Jiang Fan in a chorus of accusations. Eldest sister is right. In our eyes Yotian is our real younger brother. Jiang Fan, I'm warning you, apologize to Yotian immediately or you'll pay a price you can't afford today. That's right. Apologize. Apologize right now, kneel and apologize. At this moment Jiang Fan's ears were filled with a cacophony of angry curses, and before his eyes were nothing but faces twisted with venom and rage. He rose from the floor and wiped away the blood that obstructed his vision, then looked at them all with neither humility nor arrogance. His voice was faint, devoid of warmth. I already said I did not push Jiang Yotian. Poof. Even now you're still trying to quibble. If you didn't push him, who else could it be? Don't tell me Yotian jumped himself. Jiang Fan nodded. You're right, it was he who jumped. These words nearly made Jiang Qifeng choke on his own rage. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage. With the Jiang family's influence, I'm sure it would only take a few minutes to pull the monitoring video from the overpass. As long as the video shows that I did push Jiang Yotian off the overpass, I'll kneel and apologize to him right now. Even if I have to kowtow 100 or 1,000 times, I will have no complaints. Jiang Fan spoke expressionlessly. Good, very good. You just refuse to admit it, is that it? Today I'll leave you speechless. With that Jiang Qifeng immediately called for the house steward. Steward Zhou, have someone pull the surveillance footage. Seeing this, Jiang Yotian's heart lurched and he hurriedly spoke up. Dad, forget it, don't trouble yourself. I can understand if brother doesn't want to apologize. After all, I've occupied the nest that belonged to him, usurping the identity of the Jiang family's young master for so many years. I owe him that much. Even if he pushed me off the overpass, even if he took my life, I would have no complaints. So please don't blame brother, I beg you all. And eldest sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, I beg you too. Jiang Fan has had a hard life. Growing up in a place like the slums, he must have suffered countless hardships while I enjoyed a life of silk and satin. It's only natural for him to feel upset. As Jiang Yutian spoke with tears in his eyes, he knelt on the floor pleading with Jiang Qifeng and the four sisters. Watching this, a cold smile curled at the corner of Jiang Fan's lips. No wonder he had been ruined so miserably by Jiang Yutian in his previous life, to the point where his corpse was gnawed by demonic beasts until not even bone fragments remained. With such methods, such acting, had he not been the victim himself, even he might have believed it. Looking at Jiang Yutian kneeling on the floor crying so hard he could barely catch his breath, the members of the Jiang family felt their hearts ache. Yotian, what are you doing? Hurry and get up. Dad, don't pull the surveillance anymore. Please forgive brother, all right? If you won't forgive him, then I'll stay on my knees and never rise. Jiang Yutian said stubbornly, his face set with determination. A crisp clapping sound suddenly rang out. Jiang Fan was applauding. Jiang Yotian, with acting skills like yours, it's a pity you're not on a stage somewhere. You don't want your father to pull the surveillance footage because you're afraid the truth will come out, aren't you? Jiang Qifeng suddenly snapped his head toward Jiang Fan, roaring in a burst of rage. Jiang Fan, I called you a little beast and you truly live up to the name. No, calling you a beast is praising you. You're worse than a beast. Yutian pleads for you like this and you feel nothing at all, yet you can still say such things. You truly deserve a beating. With that, Jiang Qifeng raised his hand and swung it toward Jiang Fan's face. That slap sliced through the air with a whistling wind, making it clear just how much strength he was using, with no regard at all for the fact that Jiang Fan had been frail and sickly since childhood. Jiang Fan neither dodged nor flinched. He raised his arm to block. The immense force caused his slender arm to tremble continuously. Yet he gritted his teeth and refused to take a single step back. Jiang Fan stared with defiant eyes, his gaze piercing straight at Jiang Qifeng. You keep calling me little beast over and over. If I am your offspring and I am a little beast, then what are you? You. Jiang Qifeng's teeth ground audibly. Just as he was about to strike again, Jiang Fan immediately stepped back, creating distance. I told you, as long as you retrieve the surveillance footage, I'll accept any punishment you give me. But I refuse to be slandered without evidence. Or perhaps, Jiang Fan deliberately shifted his tone, as a father you enjoy being so unjust. If that's the case, then I have nothing more to say. Jiang Qifeng seemed cornered by Jiang Fan. Fine. Fine. You insist on seeing the truth today, don't you? Butler Joe, bring the surveillance footage immediately. You have 5 minutes. Yes, master. The butler left swiftly. Now Jiang Yutian grew anxious. Dad, let's just forget it. Brother, before he could finish, Jiang Qifeng cut him off. Yotian, I know you are kind. Even though Jiang Fan has hurt you, you keep defending him. For 4 years you've always been like this. Every time you suffer at Jiang Fan's hands, you plead for him instead. But let me tell you, kindness is good, but excessive kindness only emboldens the wicked. But, no buts. Don't say anything today. I'll handle this. When Butler Joe brings the footage, I'll make him kneel and apologize to you properly. Hearing this, Jiang Yutian was burning with anxiety. Just as he wanted to say more, Jiang Hongyuan and the other 3 sisters all tried to dissuade him. Dad is right, Yutian. You are too kind, always defending Jiang Fan, which has led to his lawless nature. He even pushed you off the overpass. In 3 months the college entrance exams will be here. You are the top seed in the martial arts exam at school. If you get injured from the fall, all your years of hard work will be wasted. Your future would be ruined. Exactly, you are the hope of our Jiang family. None of us have ever passed the martial arts college entrance exam, let alone you, a prodigy who can enter Donglang Martial School. While everyone was dissuading Jiang Yotian, Jiang Fan glanced at him with a hidden smile in his eyes. Just then Jiang Yutian met that face, concealing a smirk, and his heart was filled with frustration. The frustration was not because Jiang Fan had the upper hand, but because of Jiang Fan's face, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, fair skin, so handsome that it inspired envy and jealousy. Jiang Fan's face was mainly inherited from his grandmother. In her youth she was the pinnacle of beauty. It was only because his grandfather had the fortune to save her that such a peerless beauty married him. Strangely, everyone in the Jiang family inherited the genes of Jiang Fan's grandfather except for Jiang Fan, who fully inherited his grandmother's ethereal divine-like appearance. After a short while Butler Joe returned. Master, I have obtained the surveillance video. Project it onto the big screen. Let this little brat open his eyes wide and see clearly. So he won't claim he couldn't see later. Jiang Qifeng said pointedly. Yes, sir. The butler immediately projected the surveillance video from his phone. On the big screen, Jiang Fan and Jiang Yutian stood on the overpass talking. The surveillance camera was a bit far away, and with vehicles passing by from time to time, the conversation was completely inaudible. Soon everyone saw Jiang Yutian climb onto the railing of the overpass and then jump off. Throughout the entire process Jiang Fan stood still, never moving. At this moment the Jiang family members who had been waiting to teach Jiang Fan a lesson fell silent like cicadas in winter, unable to react for a long time. Jiang Fan curled his lips and sneered. Now do you believe what I said? Jiang Yutian jumped off by himself. His purpose was to frame me. Jiang Qifeng opened his mouth, then turned his head to look at Jiang Yutian. The next second Jiang Yutian fell to his knees. Dad, that's not true. Eldest sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, listen to me. The truth is not like that. Do you have some kind of difficulty? Jiang Qifeng asked. Jiang Yutian first glanced at Jiang Fan, then put on an expression of hesitation. If Jiang Qifeng couldn't see such an obvious act, he would be blind. Speak. Don't be afraid of anything. Dad will make it right for you. Jiang Fan crossed his arms, waiting to see what trick Jiang Yutian would try next. Jiang Yutian hesitated for a long time before finally saying, I originally didn't want to say this, but I was afraid Dad and my sisters would misunderstand. So I have no choice but to tell the truth. It's Jiang Fan who told me that I shouldn't have taken his place. He said I'm not really a member of the Jiang family and have no right to stay here. If I wanted to stay, I had to jump off the overpass. As Jiang Yutian spoke with great emotion, he grabbed Jiang Kaifeng's pant leg and continued in a sobbing voice, Dad, it's not that I can't bear to give up the wealth and luxury. I just can't bear to leave you and my sisters. I don't want to leave, so I had no choice but to jump off the overpass. Woo-woo. Hearing this wailing, heart-wrenching cry, Jiang Fan once again marveled at Jiang Yushan's acting skills and masterful manipulation. This is infuriating. Who do you think you are, Jiang Fan? Yutian is my precious son. You an outsider, what right do you have to drive him away? And you even made him jump off the overpass. A creature worse than a pig or a dog like you, the one who should leave is you. Get out of here. Jiang Qifeng erupted in thunderous rage, pointing at Jiang Fan and ordering him to leave. Jiang Hongyuan chimed in, I said from the beginning that we shouldn't have brought Jiang Fan back from the slums. But Mom insisted, saying he was her own flesh and blood. I told you children raised in the slums are bound to pick up bad habits. Jiang Fan's mother Shueping, who was directly named, let out a long sigh. She looked at Jiang Fan with extreme disappointment. Jiang Fan, I really don't know what to say. How could you harm your brother like this? It seems I was wrong to bring you out of the slums in the first place. Jiang Fan smiled, but beneath the smile his eyes were covered with a thick layer of frost. Is that so? I also think you shouldn't have brought me out back then. Although my original home was poor, every person there had a warm heart. But your hearts are so cold, as if made of steel. You all want me gone. Now you don't need to kick me out, I'll leave on my own. With that, Jiang Fan turned and walked away without looking back. He really left just like that. Impossible. It must be a trick, pretending to leave to test them. That's what everyone in the Jiang family thought. They didn't call out to stop him, waiting to see how he would save face. Exactly, they waited for Jiang Fan to regret and come back to kneel and apologize. However, Jiang Fan stepped one foot out of the villa gate, then the other. Resolute and without a hint of hesitation. This scene stunned everyone. As he was about to step out of the iron gate, Jiang Qifeng roared. You can leave like this, but leave all your things behind. Jiang Fan stopped and raised his hand. I brought nothing with me. Your clothes. The clothes are also from the Jiang family. If you want to leave today, strip naked and go. Jiang Qifeng said with a stern face. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes, which were like a cold pool, and his hands at his sides continuously clenched. Jiang Kaifeng's action was clearly meant to humiliate him. The clothes on my body were bought with my own earnings and have nothing to do with your Jiang family. As for Jiang Fan's words, Jiang Qifeng didn't believe a single word. Ha! You say you bought them yourself, but isn't that just using my Jiang family's money? Jiang Fan glanced at Shueping and said, if you don't believe me, ask your good wife. Does she give me any allowance every month? Shueping's face showed guilt, but she refused to admit it. Jiang Fan, what are you talking about? Did I ever miss a month giving you allowance? Although Jiang Fan was Shueping's biological son, in her heart the one she had watched grow up and personally nurtured, Jiang Yotian, the school's prodigy, was her true son. Jiang Yutian had been preparing for the martial arts examination. The poor study literature, the rich practice martial arts. Their family was well off, but even they couldn't withstand the terrifying cost of martial training. So she thought since Jiang Fan was congenitally deficient and barely surviving, it was enough that he didn't starve. Giving him an allowance was too extravagant. Better to give that money to Jiang Yutian. Really? Then show me the transfer records. I gave you cash, there are no transfer records. Oh, then swear by Jiang Yutian. If you didn't give it, may Jiang Yutian fail to enter Donglang Martial Academy, and moreover may he be impotent for life and ultimately become a useless cripple. Jiang Fan said indifferently. Go ahead. I'm waiting. Shui Ping opened her mouth, then opened it again, but her throat simply couldn't produce a sound. At this moment Jiang Hongyuan stepped forward, glaring at Jiang Fan angrily. What a vicious Jiang Fan. How dare you curse Yutian like this? Someone like you, why don't you just die? Jiang Fan let out a laugh. He laughed, but then his laughter abruptly stopped. You are the ones who are guilty, yet you have the nerve to bite back. I've never seen such shameless people as you. Today I'm leaving just like this. If you have the guts, go ahead and strip my clothes. You think we wouldn't dare? Jiang Hongyuan said indignantly. Who said you wouldn't? You would, because you are bandits, you are demons. But if you dare, I also dare to report it. Over the years you've either beaten me or locked me in a dark room. Once you even broke several of my ribs. Don't forget the hospital has records. The crime of abusing a minor is no small matter. I just wonder if your Jiang family can afford the shame. These words left the Jiang family both angry and stifled. Because everything Jiang Fan said was true. Although the cause of these incidents was always Jiang Fan's fault, the fact that they had beaten him into the hospital was also true. If this got out, how could the Jiang family save face? Get out, get out, get out. Jiang Qifeng said several get out in a row, his tone like shooing away flies and maggots, and his look at Jiang Fan was full of disgust. Get lost right now. If you regret it later, don't even think about stepping into my house again. If you dare come back, you'll definitely break your legs. Jiang Fan's cold gaze swept across the Jiang family's villa, and he sneered, a home like this. Even if you beg me, I will never set foot in it again. This time Jiang Fan did not look back. With pride and aloofness he strode out of the Jiang family villa. Jiang Fan. He really left. Shui Ping frowned. Jiang Qifeng snorted twice. You're really naive. You think he's gone? He just saw that no one stopped him, so he had to save face and pretended to leave. Just wait. In a few days he'll definitely come crying and kneeling, begging us to let him back. Shui Ping found this very reasonable and nodded. Yes, after all, Jiang Fan is a high school senior with no money. At our home he can at least get a meal and live in such a luxurious villa. This time he's just throwing a tantrum. Once he suffers enough outside, he'll know how good this home is. Truly ungrateful for the blessings he has. Jiang Qifeng snorted again. Such a lawless brat. Let him suffer a bit outside. It'll temper his arrogant and domineering nature. But when he comes back I must teach him a lesson and make him restrain himself. If he dares to bully Yutian again, he'll not only break his legs but also cripple his hands. How dare he even think of reporting? He'll break all his limbs. Let's see how he reports. No. Jiang Qifeng suddenly thought of something and said angrily. I can't just wait idly for him to come back and kneel to apologize. Steward Zhou post a message online. If he doesn't return within 3 days, he'll be completely expelled from the family. I want him to spend these 3 days in agony and torment. Standing aside, Jiang Yutian heard these words and a sinister smug smile curled at the corner of his mouth. After walking some distance, Jiang Fan stood at a traffic light intersection, momentarily lost. The world was vast, yet he didn't know where to go. Just then a pure black stray dog came over, circled him twice and then rubbed against his leg. Jiang Fan crouched down and placed his hand on the dog's head, petting it. The stray dog squinted its eyes in enjoyment. Soon Jiang Fan noticed that the dog had wounds on its ears, nose and legs. Were you bitten by a dog? Jiang Fan guessed the stray dog had been in a fight with other dogs. The stray dog seemed to understand him and wagged its tail and then came closer to lick the wound on his forehead. Jiang Fan realized it was asking him what had happened to him. Me too. Bitten by dogs. The stray dog hopped around for a while, then collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Hungry? Jiang Fan asked. The stray dog wagged its tail. Got it. Wait for me. Jiang Fan went to the nearby convenience store, opened his phone balance, which was less than 100 yuan. After a bitter smile he bought a sausage and returned to the stray dog. Eat? The stray dog ate happily. Suddenly, a mechanical female voice suddenly rang in Jiang Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, master, for feeding a stray dog by the roadside, a good deed. Points 10. What is this? After a second of confusion, Jiang Fan noticed a strange panel appearing before him. Points 10. Vitality 19N. What is this? System. As a high school student in the 28th century, how could he not have read a couple of novels? So Jiang Fan immediately knew that he had unlocked the golden finger of Rebirth. Rebirth always comes with a golden finger, novels never lie. After calming his inner joy, Jiang Fan carefully examined the panel. He knew his vitality was 19N because his mother had suffered a threatened miscarriage when pregnant with him, leading to congenital deficiency. Later he grew up in a slum with inadequate nutrition, leaving him frail and sickly for years, hence the low value. A normal person's vitality is around 60N while a newborn baby is around 10N, so it's easy to imagine how low his vitality was. Wait. That after vitality. He had an idea. System, convert my points into vitality. Okay, master. Soon the system panel changed. Points 0 vitality 20 and psychic power 1000 P to be unlocked. It increased by 1, so 10 points can be exchanged for 1 N of vitality. After reorganizing his thoughts, Jiang Fan concluded that it seemed he could earn points by doing good deeds. How ironic. He died so miserably in his past life, and in this life just after rebirth he was thrown out of the house by his own parents. Was heaven still asking him to repay evil with kindness and do good deeds? Jiang Fan smiled bitterly. Suddenly, he belatedly noticed that the system panel had changed without warning. Psychic power. Martial artists have no such thing as psychic power. Moreover, his current condition was even worse than an ordinary person's, yet his psychic power was actually 1000 P. Could it be? Suddenly, Jiang Fan was startled by his own astonishing thought. He is a mentalist. The thought stirred up tumultuous waves within Jiang Fan's heart, leaving him unable to find peace. It is important to note that warriors are hard to come by. A school that can produce a dozen warriors is already considered quite remarkable. However, a mentalist might not emerge even from dozens of cities, making that probability exceedingly low. Let me put it this way, once news of a mentalist's emergence spreads, it will undoubtedly be fiercely sought after by elite martial schools and the most prestigious families in the Great Xia. The more he thought, the more turbulent Jiang Fan's heart became. However, he glanced at the system panel. What does not unlocked mean? After a moment's thought, Jiang Fan attempted to ask system, can this not be forcibly unlocked? As soon as he finished asking, the mechanical female voice sounded once more. It can be done, master, but it comes with a painful cost. What kind of cost? As long as he wasn't left crippled or missing parts, Jiang Fan felt he could accept it. Of course he wouldn't mind losing a hair either. The master has 1000 P of mental power, but due to low blood vitality it cannot be unlocked. If the master wishes to forcibly unlock it, he will have to endure pain beyond what the body can bear. Friendly reminder, it will feel like being run over by a wheel, experiencing pain akin to being torn apart by 5 horses, a fate worse than death. Hearing this, Jiang Fan's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes reflecting coldness. A fate worse than death. He recalled the scenes from his past life where he met a tragic end, the suffocating sensation of being bitten to death by a beast, the torment and breakdown of having his blood and marrow drained completely. He felt there could be no pain in this world worse than that. Bring it on, Jiang Fan said calmly. Alright, unlocking mental power is loading. The process will take a while since your body is too weak and your blood vitality is exceptionally low. So much nonsense. Now. As soon as Jiang Fan's impatient voice fell, the system seemed to retaliate and immediately began the process without any warning. In just a second, Jiang Fan felt a surge of pain, the veins on his forehead bulged, his face turned purple, and he was sweating profusely. He could even hear his bones creaking as if they were about to shatter into pieces. Not only that, but he also felt as if his brain was a balloon being inflated to the point of bursting, teetering on the edge of explosion. Jiang Fan screamed in pain as he rolled on the ground, clenching his teeth caused his gums to bleed profusely, spilling over from the corners of his mouth. It wasn't that he cared not for his image rolling on the ground, but rather that the pain as described by the system was indeed a fate worse than death. Having experienced inhuman torment in his previous life that led to his tragic end, he knew that if it were anyone else they might have been driven to find a pillar and crash into it just to end the suffering. A stray dog anxiously whined and circled around Jiang Fan, but no matter how eagerly it tried, it was helpless to assist him. At that moment, a middle-aged man riding an electric tricycle passed by, and upon seeing Jiang Fan in agony, he immediately stopped and limped over. Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan. What happened to you? Listening to the anxious voice, Jiang Fan struggled to open his eyes, vaguely seeing a familiar face. He opened his mouth wanting to call out, but in the end darkness overwhelmed him and he fainted from the pain. In a hazy state of consciousness, he didn't know how long he had been submerged before finally breaking free from the muddy mire. Jiang Fan suddenly exhaled a long breath, sitting up with a start. Huff. Huff, he gasped for air. It took a while for him to calm down. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he scanned his surroundings. Familiar mud walls mixed with the scent of straw. Due to the passage of time, many areas had become mottled with even cracks through which the outside world could be seen. The layout of the room was very simple. Apart from a nearly collapsing bed tied together with burlap ropes, there was only a pitiful old desk. This was his room from long ago. Thinking of the person who appeared before he fainted, it must have been his adoptive father who brought him back. Right. Suddenly Jiang Fan remembered something and hurriedly opened the system .0 blood vitality 20 and mental power 1000p not unlocked has disappeared. So he should now be a junior mentalist. According to Jiang Fan's knowledge, the ranks of mentalists are divided into junior, intermediate, advanced, and great mentalists. Above that, from low to high, there are saint-level mentalists, divine-level mentalists, and the peak legendary mentalists. It is said that since the world entered the era of spiritual energy revival, only one legendary mentalist has emerged, and of course it was from the Great Xia. In the era when that person appeared, the Great Xia was the strongest in the world, worshipped from all directions with no one daring to infringe upon its territory. Unfortunately, that person later vanished without a trace and never reappeared. Some say he is dead, while others say he merely retreated from the world, returning to the shadows. There is no conclusion. Back to the point, a junior mentalist requires at least 1000p, while an intermediate needs to reach 10000p and an advanced mentalist needs to reach 10000p. He currently has exactly 1000p, so without a doubt he is indeed a newly qualified junior mentalist. Jiang Fan pulled his thoughts back, looking around and finally landing on the excellent student certificate posted on the mud wall. His thoughts stirred as his gaze fixated on the certificate. Soon the certificate slowly detached from the wall, and following Jiang Fan's thoughts floated towards him, landing in his outstretched hand. Seeing this, Jiang Fan was overjoyed. He continued to manipulate the certificate with his mental power, gently moving his fingertips, and the certificate folded itself into the shape of a paper airplane. Go! With a command, the paper airplane shot out like an arrow. Whoosh, it flew through the gap in the mud wall, freely traversing the air. Jiang Fan discovered that with his current abilities he could manipulate a spatial dimension of around 100 meters. Beyond that range, his mental power became somewhat ineffective. Waving his finger, the paper airplane flew back in through the window. Jiang Fan continued to control the paper airplane using his mental power with greater proficiency. Just then footsteps approached from outside and the door was pushed open. Not good. Jiang Fan thought to himself, quickly withdrawing the mental power attached to the paper airplane. The middle-aged man who opened the door stared at the paper airplane suspended in front of him, momentarily stunned, and the next second he saw the paper airplane suddenly droop as if it had completed its task, falling limply to the ground. Dad! Jiang Fan called out, bringing the middle-aged man back to his senses. Tang Fugue picked up the paper airplane from the ground, recalling what had just happened. Was it just his illusion? Why did he feel that the paper airplane flying at him had the force of a bullet? With this thought, Tang Fugue glanced again at Jiang Fan, who lay on the bed looking pale and exhausted. He chuckled inwardly. Xiao Fan was born weak and had just suffered a serious illness, so much so that even a 3-year-old child could easily knock him down. How could he possibly have such strength? Casting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Tang Fugue hobbled over to Jiang Fan with the paper airplane in hand. You child at this age still playing with paper airplanes? Jiang Fan smiled awkwardly. He could have told Tang Fugue that he was a mental cultivator. However, flourishing like a tree in the forest attracts the wind, and he had not yet grown to the point where he could stand out. After all, his vitality was too low, so low that it made one question life itself. If someone targeted him, it would be easy to dodge a direct attack but difficult to guard against hidden dangers. He felt it was better to keep a low profile for now. Xiao Fan. Tang Fugue said solemnly, I ask you what exactly happened. Why were you expelled from the Jiang family? Jiang Fan was taken aback. How did you know? Tang Fugue took out his phone and handed it to Jiang Fan. You can see for yourself. Jiang Fan took the phone and saw the news displayed on the screen. Jiang family official website. Today the unfilial son is expelled from the family, given 3 days to kneel and apologize to Jiang Yotian, or he may never return for life. How ridiculous. Asking him to apologize. 3 days. Even if it were 300 years, Jiang Fan would never apologize to Jiang Yotian, nor would he bow to the Jiang family. Xiao Fan, did you and Yotian have some misunderstanding? I know your character, you would never bully Yotian. No, I need to go to the Jiang family to find Yotian, explain clearly to him and get him to help. Ask your dad to let you come back. Tang Fugue said, preparing to stand up, looking ready to take action. Jiang Fan grabbed Tang Fugue, his expression serious. Dad, don't go. I will not return to the Jiang family. He added, that man is not my father, my only biological father is you. Looking at Jiang Fan's stubborn persistence, Tang Fugue was deeply moved, then lowered his eyelids, concealing his thoughts. Xiao Fan, you must be hungry. Let's go out to eat. Your mom and sister are waiting for you outside. Okay. Jiang Fan got up from the bed and walked out of the room. In the next moment he was hugged tightly around the leg by a small girl. The little girl was not very old, only about 7, but her grip on Jiang Fan's leg was surprisingly strong. This scene reminded Jiang Fan of 4 years ago when he was taken away by the Jiang family. A tiny girl only 3 years old cried and chased after the departing car, falling several times before finally collapsing in a muddy puddle, unable to get back up, giving up the chase. The little girl cried loudly, heart-wrenchingly, making him want to get out of the car several times, but he was warned and threatened by Jiang Qifeng, so he gave up. Pulling his thoughts back, Jiang Fan raised his hand and ruffled the little girl's hair. It was soft and fluffy, exactly like he remembered. Guogua, let go first, it's time to eat. No. If I let go you'll leave. Tanggua pouted, her voice childish and sweet, gripping Jiang Fan's leg even tighter. Jiang Fan smiled, stroking Tanggua's hair with even more tenderness. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere, I won't leave again. You're lying. Tanggua didn't believe him. Jiang Fan found it amusing, and at that moment Tang Fugui spoke up. Guogua, don't hold on so tightly. Don't you remember? Xiao Fan is not well, he just had a serious illness. Hearing Tang Fugui's reminder, Tanggua quickly let go, her big round eyes wide as she stared at Jiang Fan's leg, fearing that it might shatter due to her grip. Jiang Fan guessed what was on her mind from her expression, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. How could he be that fragile? Besides, he was now a junior mental cultivator. His vitality was still alarmingly low, definitely lower than Tanggua's. Thinking of this made Jiang Fan feel a bit embarrassed. He squatted down, pinched Tanggua's chubby little face, looked her in the eyes and said firmly, only puppies tell lies, I would never lie to you, Guogua. Tanggua's little face instantly turned red, her heart pounding like a drum. Alright, let's hurry up and eat. If we don't eat soon the food will get cold. Guogua, quickly bring your brother Xiao Fan to eat. The middle-aged woman, Jiang Fan's adoptive mother Wang Shuqin, called out enthusiastically. Mom! Jiang Fan called out to Wang Shuqin. Hey, hey! Wang Shuqin responded twice, her eyes turning red. Clearly she hadn't expected that Jiang Fan, who had returned to a wealthy family, would come back again and call her mom. Jiang Fan noticed Wang Shuqin's red eyes, pursed his lips, feeling a bit bitter in his mouth. After sitting at the table, only the four of them were there. Jiang Fan asked, where's my sister? Duo is still studying in Shijiao City and won't be back until summer vacation. Wang Shuqin replied. Oh. Jiang Fan recalled that at this time Tang Duo was attending a liberal arts university in a neighboring city, the same school he had attended in his past life. But because the Jiang family forbade him from interacting with the Tang family, claiming it would tarnish their reputation, he hadn't dared to say a word to Tang Duo during his university years, fearing it would upset his father and mother and make them hate him. Looking back now, his attempts to please them seemed so ridiculous. And regarding Tang Duo, he felt he owed her too much. Woof woof. A dog barked. Jiang Fan's attention was drawn and he looked down to see the stray dog he had encountered earlier. Dad, this dog. Isn't this the one you adopted? Yesterday when you were unwell it kept circling around you, anxious to the point of desperation. So I brought it back with me. Hearing Jiang Kaifeng's explanation, Jiang Fan understood. He looked at the obedient stray dog, tongue out, and smiled. From now on we all have a home. Come drink some chicken soup, it will help you recover. Wang Shuqin served a bowl of chicken soup to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan stared at the chicken soup in front of him, slightly taken aback. Chicken soup. Given their level of poverty, they usually only ate pickled vegetables, rarely buying ingredients to stir-fry a vegetable dish. Even eggs were only eaten during holidays or when exams were approaching. Something like a hen, even during the new year, was not guaranteed to be eaten. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy in the 28th century, global capital forces have undergone a massive reshuffling, frantically harvesting from the ordinary populace like cutting chives, resulting in a widening gap between the rich and the poor. The divide between the wealthy and the impoverished is like an insurmountable chasm. Yes, this chicken soup is specially made for you from the old hen. Your health is too poor and you must take care of yourself. Wang Shuqin said. Tanggua added, brother Xiao Fan, hurry and drink up. This is the only old hen we have left at home. Once this meal is gone there won't be another. The only old hen. Jiang Fan felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. In a poor household an old hen is rarely slaughtered because it can still lay eggs. They usually sell the eggs at the market to supplement their household income. Yet now they had killed the only old hen in the house for him. Guogua, why are you talking so much? Just drink the soup. Wang Shuqin warned with her eyes and then smiled at Jiang Fan. You should drink too. All right. The Tang family treated him as well as ever, just like in his previous life. It was precisely for this reason that after awakening as a low-level mentalist, Jiang Fan did not rush to seek revenge on Jiang Yutian. Jiang Yutian is the biological son of Tang Fugui and Wang Shuqin. Despite being a scoundrel, he still shares their blood. If he were to kill Jiang Yutian, what would happen to Tang Fugui and the others? How would they face him? After all, in this lifetime Jiang Yutian had not yet attempted to kill him. Even if Jiang Yutian suddenly attacked and was countered, the Tang family could understand him, but how would they cope with him in the future? Just as Jiang Fan was pondering this, the door was suddenly kicked open with great force. A middle-aged man with a protruding belly strode in, adorned with a gleaming gold necklace around his neck and a ring embedded with red gemstones on his finger, exuding an air of opulence. Upon entering, he was immediately drawn to the radiant Jiang Fan and sighed inwardly, what a pity he's male. Isn't this Jiang Fan? I heard you were kicked out of the Jiang family. I didn't expect you to come back here. Jiang Fan remained silent. He remembered this landlord Zhubapi who was not a good man and often exploited his tenants. Tang Fugui chuckled awkwardly. Boss Chen, is there something you need? Hey. I said Tang Lauer, tomorrow is the rent due date. Let me tell you, if you don't pay the rent by tomorrow, I will kick your whole family out. Chen Wenhua said rudely. Tang Fugui looked troubled. This Boss Chen, you know our family situation. We just paid tuition for our daughter who is still in college and the youngest is only 7 years old. Xiao Fan has also returned. Please have some compassion and grant us a little more time. If you are willing to show mercy, our family would be very grateful. What you said has nothing to do with me. Chen Wenhua spat dismissively, then noticed the chicken soup on the table. Oh, there's chicken soup. That's for brother Xiao Fan. Yu Tanghua was about to speak up when Jiang Fan pulled her back. Tanghua stomped her feet in anger. Chen Wenhua picked up the bowl and drank a couple of spoonfuls, then spat it. I spit. This is really terrible. Is this for pigs? Jiang Fan's pupils constricted, cold as a frozen pond. Chen Wenhua disdainfully threw the bowl away and looked at Tang Fugui. Still crying poverty to me. Crying poverty while having chicken soup to drink. Boss Chen, this chicken soup is for Xiao Fan to regain his health. Xiao Fan is ill, Tang Fugui explained. Chen Wenhua glanced at the pale Jiang Fan, mocking not to be rude, but who knows how long this sickly child will live. Is it worth wasting an old hen on him? Perhaps after drinking the chicken soup today he might kick the bucket tomorrow and join the old hen in the afterlife. Chen Wenhua. Shut your mouth. You can say anything about us, but how dare you curse Xiao Fan? Tang Fugui raised his voice, his face turning purple with anger. Oh. Tang Lauer, you've got some guts. You dare to shout at me now. Fine, I was going to let you pay rent tomorrow, but it seems I was too kind and patient. You will pay me rent immediately or I'll have Scar come and smash your family's place. Upon hearing this, Tang Fugui immediately wilted. Scar is a notorious thug from the slums known for bullying the poor on behalf of the wealthy. As long as the payment is right, he shows no mercy even to pregnant women and children. Boss Chen, we've known each other for many years. Please do me a favor and grant us a few more days. Consider it a request from me. Facing the obsequious Tang Fugui, Chen Wenhua raised his chin high. If you want me to give you a few more days, it's not impossible. However, let your eldest daughter Tang Duo accompany me for one night. Not only can I give you more time, but I can also waive your rent for a month. As soon as these words were spoken, all the Tang family members including Jiang Fan turned pale. You really are a toad wishing to eat swan meat, Jiang Fan scoffed coldly. You should look in the mirror and see what you look like before trying to covet my sister. Chen Wenhua's expression changed drastically, his chest heaving with anger. Jiang Fan, you outsider, what right do you have to speak here? If you say one more word, I'll make sure to knock you down with one punch. At this moment Tang Fugui suddenly stood in front of Jiang Fan, firmly standing with his not so tall or wide frame. Seeing this, Jiang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Compared to that person from the Jiang family, this is a truly responsible and good father. Xiao Fan is not an outsider. Tang Fugui shouted angrily, and Xiao Fan is right. Chen Wenhua, have you even looked at your age and appearance? My daughter Duo is in the prime of her youth and beautiful. How can she be paired with you? It would be a complete waste. Fine, you're quite something, Tang Lauer, this is self-inflicted. Just wait, I'll call Scar right now. Chen Wenhua took out his phone to make a call. Tang Fugui also took out his phone. Go ahead and call. If you dare to call, I'll report you. The rental period doesn't end until midnight, so you have no grounds to complain until then. If you smash anything, that's illegal. Hearing this, Chen Wenhua thought for a moment and realized it was indeed true. Although this is the era of spiritual energy resurgence, legal rules still apply. Alright. It's now 8 in the morning and there isn't much time until midnight. I'll be kind and give you a few more hours. I will come here at this time tomorrow, and if you don't have the money, then I'll smash all your furniture. After saying this, Chen Wenhua abruptly shook his sleeves and turned to leave. Standing at the door, Jiang Fan's gaze fell on a small stone outside. His thoughts stirred and his pupils shrank as the stone shot towards Chen Wenhua's knee at lightning speed. Chen Wenhua let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig falling to the ground. Jiang Fan reached out, supporting Chen Wenhua's arm. Jiang Fan was taken aback. What was happening? He had shot someone, then helped them up, and the system deemed it a good deed. Jiang Fan raised his arm and rubbed his chin as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Just you wait. Tomorrow we'll smash your house to pieces. Chen Wenhua grumbled as he stomped out. Wang Shuken's face was full of worry as she looked at Tang Fugui and said, Darling, what do we do now? We just sent Duo her living expenses, we can't afford the rent. Should keep your voice down. Tang Fugui glanced at Jiang Fan, who was standing in a daze at the door, then whispered so only the two of them could hear. Xiao Fan just got back and had a serious illness. Don't mention this in front of him, let's not worry him. You're right. I'll go borrow money from my family later, see if I can get some. Your family? He stopped mid-sentence, unable to continue. Remember when Duo was about to start college and we couldn't afford the tuition? You went to your family to borrow money and they scolded you harshly. Hearing this, Wang Shuken's face turned pale. My sister has it better, she always brings expensive gifts when she visits while I bring cheap things. It's only natural that my parents don't favor me. Even so, they didn't have to say such hurtful things, especially in front of all the relatives. Forget it, let's not dwell on it. Well, figure something out. They'll try to borrow some money from my elder brother too. Well, I'll chip in. Their voices were barely a whisper, and under normal circumstances Jiang Fan wouldn't have been able to hear them from where he stood. But as a psychic, his eyesight and hearing had both sharpened. Jiang Fan watched the direction Chen Wenhua had left, and a sudden idea struck him. A sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth. In the dead of night, Jiang Fan, lying in bed, abruptly opened his eyes. After changing his clothes, he quietly slipped out of the house. Soon he arrived outside a relatively luxurious villa. In the slums, those who could afford a villa were few and far between, so Chen Wenhua was indeed a man of considerable standing. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes. Strands of invisible psychic energy released and controlled by him wove through the villa like silk, sensing every movement within. At this hour, unsurprisingly, everyone in the villa was asleep. Chen Wenhua in particular was snoring like a log, his wife in his arms. Shifting his focus, he sensed the gold necklace and rings on the bedside table, the valuables Chen Wenhua had worn during the day. His psychic energy gently lifted the gold jewelry, weighing it. He estimated it was about 200 grams. At the current market price of around 1100 DSA dollars per gram, 200 grams would be 220000 DSA dollars. That was a considerable haul. It was almost laughable. In both his past and present lives, this was the first time he had seen so much money. As Jiang Fan marveled, he noticed a safe in the wardrobe and saw the large amount of gold bars inside, roughly several kilograms. This Chen Wenhua was truly wealthy. Jiang Fan's eyes gleamed, tempted to take it all. But reason told him he absolutely could not. 200 grams of DSA dollars and several kilograms were not the same. The former was petty theft, but the latter would be a major crime. Moreover, he had no safe way to dispose of several kilograms of gold. He decided to leave the money here for now and take it when the right opportunity came. Yes, that was the plan. His psychic energy wrapped around the gold, gently opened the window and flew out, finally landing in Jiang Fan's hands. The heavy weight gave him a feeling of overnight wealth. It was exhilarating. Ding! Congratulations, master. For robbing the rich to aid the poor, punishing evil and promoting good, you have performed a good deed. Points 30. The system notification only heightened Jiang Fan's joy, which was already evident on his face. He especially liked the phrase robbing the rich to aid the poor, punishing evil and promoting good. Tonight was truly a double blessing. This was no place to linger. After returning home, Jiang Fan eagerly opened the system. Points 50. Vitality 20 N. Psychic power 1000 P. With 50 points, the sign had reappeared next to vitality, meaning he could convert again. System, convert all points to vitality. Yes, master. The next moment the system panel changed. Points 0. Vitality 25 N. Psychic power 1000 P. Well. An increase of 5 N in vitality. For a martial arts exam candidate, this would be exhilarating. But Jiang Fan's vitality was still too low. At this rate, even reaching the level of an ordinary person's 60 N would take ages, let alone that of a martial arts candidate. For context, 7-year-old Tang Guo already had over 30 N. He would have to think of ways to earn more points tomorrow. The next morning, the first thing Chen Wenhua did upon waking was reach for his gold chain. But when he touched the bedside table, there was nothing there. Ha! Did it fall on the floor? Chen Wenhua searched frantically, sweating profusely, but found nothing. A thought struck him and he suddenly looked toward the window. The window was open. He distinctly remembered closing it before bed because the weather forecast had predicted rain that night. Damn it! A thief must have climbed in through the window and stolen my gold chain. Damn thief! Ah! Chen Wenhua roared in hysterical fury. Within an hour, 2 uniformed officers arrived at the scene. Chen Wenhua kept muttering, "You have to catch that thief for me. 200 grams of gold. That's over 200,000 DSA dollars." He had repeated this at least 70 or 80 times, and the officers were tired of hearing it. "Mr. Chen, please calm down. If you keep talking, it will hinder our investigation." Hearing this, Chen Wenhua quickly moved aside. After a thorough investigation, the 2 officers looked puzzled. "Old Wu, isn't this strange? No clues at all, and the gold just vanished into thin air. How is that possible? The officer called Old Wu furrowed his brows. It is indeed very strange. Xiao Qian suddenly had a thought, his eyes widening. Maybe there's one possibility. Oh. What is it? Old Wu's interest was piqued. Xiao Qian analyzed a psychic. Only a psychic has the ability to move things unseen without a trace. Old Wu shot him a look of utter contempt. Your imagination runs wild. A psychic master. What kind of sacred being do you think that is? How many are there in all of Daxia? People like them are born to stand at the top of the food chain, possessing everything, status, fame, wealth, as they please. Would a figure of such caliber come all the way to the slum using his precious psychic power to steal 200 grams of gold? He. Xiao Qian laughed sheepishly. Right, even if that kind of big shot had nothing better to do, they wouldn't stoop to this. Alright, stop letting your mind run wild. Give it another thorough check, see if there's anything we missed. Achoo. Achoo. Jiang Fan had just finished dealing with the gold when on his way back he sneezed twice in a row. He sniffled, thinking to himself Chen Wenhua must have discovered his gold was gone and was cursing him. Woof woof woof. Barking came from his small yard, the sound clearly hostile. Jiang Fan used his psychic sense to see Chen Wenhua standing in the yard looking furious. Chen Wenhua's face was full of gloom. Those constables were utterly useless, they had investigated for ages and found not a single clue. His 200 grams of gold were just gone, and the more he thought about it the angrier he got. So early in the morning he had come to the Tang family to vent his anger. Tang Lauer. Tang Lauer. Get out here. Now. Get the hell out here. Scarface and the boys are waiting nearby. If you don't hand over the rent money today, I'll smash this place to pieces. Tang Fuguei sighed dejectedly as he came out of the room while Wang Shuqin wiped her tears and packed up their things. Yesterday the couple had each gone to borrow money, but not only did they not get a single cent, they were harshly scolded by their relatives. They were told they deserved it, how badly they had squandered their lives and so on. Mom, stop packing. The money problem is already solved. Jiang Fan walked over and said. Wang Shuqin's eyes widened, her voice stammering, what did you say? Jiang Fan gave Wang Shuqin a reassuring smile, then turned expressionlessly toward Chen Wenhua, handing him a bulging envelope. There's a total of $10,000 Daxia here. That covers this month's 2000 and 4 more months. Take the money and get lost. Don't come bothering my parents during this time. Chen Wenhua eyed the bulging envelope, then squinted at Jiang Fan. Kid, you're not trying to fool me with scrap paper, are you? $10,000 Daxia, you sure you have that? Just take a look and find out, Jiang Fan said calmly. Chen Wenhua snatched the envelope, pulled out the cash and stared wide-eyed, clearly unable to believe it. He licked his finger and counted the bills one by one, exactly 100, no more no less. Since you've finished counting, shouldn't you be on your way? Jiang Fan dismissively gave him the boot. Chen Wenhua choked with frustration, but since the money had been paid, and several months worth at that, he couldn't find any fault. Woof woof woof. The stray dog whom Chen Fan had named Dahe bared its fangs and growled fiercely at Chen Wenhua, looking ready to lunge and bite at any moment. Chen Wenhua shuddered with fear and quickly retreated toward the door. Even so, he couldn't resist throwing out a threat. I don't know how you got this money, but in 4 months' rent will be due again. Let's see how you act all high and mighty then. Jiang Fan looked at Dahe. Go bite him. Dahe obeyed, barking and pouncing. Chen Wenhua fled in terror, scrambling away. Good. Dahe, well done. Bite him, bite him. Tang Gui clapped happily. All right, Guogua, go back inside. Tang Fuguei said to her. Oh, okay. Tang Gui seemed a bit reluctant, sticking out her tongue in the direction Chen Wenhua had fled before turning and heading into the house. After watching Tang Gui go inside, Tang Fuguei turned to Jiang Fan. Xiao Fan, tell me honestly, where did you get this money? Jiang Fan had anticipated Tang Fuguei would ask, so he was already prepared. Dad, I assure you I earned this money through my own ability. Jiang Fan insisted he hadn't lied, the money was indeed earned by his own skill. Tang Fuguei studied him carefully and, seeing no trace of deceit on his face, finally relaxed. After a moment, Tang Fuguei thought of something very important. Xiao Fan, the time the Jiang family gave you is running out. Are you really not going back? Jiang Fan's eyes were resolute, his voice firm. No. But in just over 3 months you'll take the college entrance exam. Even though your body is weak, your liberal arts grades are excellent, you might even get into the same university as your sister. Your father. Useless. Not to mention tuition, I can't even afford nourishing food for your weak body. Tang Fuguei wasn't implying Jiang Fan was a burden, and Jiang Fan would never think that way. It was simply that the Tang family's circumstances were what they were, otherwise they wouldn't have ended up in such a mess over the rent. Dad, don't worry about money. Back when I was at the Jiang house I worked part-time and saved up quite a bit of pocket money, enough for us to get by for now. After the martial arts exam in 3 months we'll buy our own house. Jiang Fan wasn't just saying this for Tang Fugui's sake, it was his determination. He absolutely had to take the martial arts exam. Even though his blood chi value was pitifully low now with the system in his hands, why worry about a mere martial arts exam? Even if he didn't believe in himself, he had to believe in the system's choice of master. However, hearing this, Tang Fugui was utterly astonished. Xiao Fan, you. What did you say? You want to take the martial arts exam? His voice rose so loudly from shock that Wang Shuqin and Tang Gui inside the room heard it and both wore expressions of disbelief. Are you running a fever? Have you lost your mind? Tang Fugui reached out to touch Jiang Fan's forehead. Dad, Jiang Fan said, half laughing half crying. I'm not feverish. I'm perfectly clear-headed. I really do want to take the martial arts exam. And my target isn't just any ordinary martial arts university, it's the top 5 elite martial schools. Once I get into an elite martial school, the school and even the city will definitely award a lot of prize money. Then we can use that money to buy a house in the city, more than enough. The more firmly Jiang Fan spoke, the more Tang Fugui wanted to take him to a psychiatrist. Honestly, if it weren't for the lack of money, he would have taken him right then. This kid must have been traumatized by being kicked out of the Jiang family. No, he had to find a way to send Jiang Fan back to the Jiang family. Alright, Dad believes you. You're not feverish, you're clear-headed. He'll believe whatever you say. The tone was akin to coaxing a child, and Jiang Fan immediately recognized that Tang Fugui did not believe him. It was understandable, after all, to outsiders he was still that half-wreck with merely 19 N of vitality. Although he had now grown to 25 and it was still just as insignificant. Of course he could easily perform a demonstration of telekinesis in front of Tang Fugui and prove that he was indeed a mentalist, but considering previous thoughts he felt it best to maintain a low profile for now. By the way, Dad, here's 200,000 yuan for you to help with household expenses. Jiang Fan took out a bulging envelope which he had prepared in advance. In fact, he had intended to give Tang Fugui 100,000, but given his current circumstances, withdrawing that amount would undoubtedly raise suspicions. If Tang Fugui were to dig deeper into the matter, he wouldn't know how to conceal it. Even with just 200,000 yuan, Jiang Fan could see unparalleled astonishment on Tang Fugui's face. Without waiting for Tang Fugui to ask first, Jiang Fan decided to take control of the situation. Dad, this money is all earned by myself, some from odd jobs, some from scholarships. The sources are absolutely legitimate. Afterward, Jiang Fan added, it has nothing to do with the Jiang family. Regarding this, some Tang Fugui indeed wanted to ask more questions, but upon hearing Jiang Fan's final explanation he swallowed his words. The buzzing sound of a vibrating phone rang out. Jiang Fan pulled his phone from his pocket. The caller ID read, class teacher. It seemed he hadn't been to school for several days, mainly thanks to Jiang Yutian. As soon as the call connected, the voice of a middle-aged man came through. Jiang Fan, I've heard about your family situation and understand why you haven't been in school these past few days. But tomorrow's exam is important as it concerns the scholarship, so I hope you can come. Alright, Teacher Lu, I will definitely go to school tomorrow. That's good. Once the exam is over, come by my office, I have something I want to discuss with you. From the tone of his class teacher, Jiang Fan could tell there was genuine concern. To be honest, in this era that values martial prowess over academic achievement, it was rare for a teacher to care about someone like him whose physical condition was akin to that of a frail chicken. Yet his class teacher Louis had never looked down on him for this, rather he had always encouraged him to aim for a prestigious liberal arts university. So in the memories of his past life, teacher Louis was undoubtedly a beacon of light in his otherwise tragic existence. After hanging up, Jiang Fan noticed Tang Fugui holding the money, his expression complex and conflicted. Dad, just take it. If you don't, I can't expect a student to buy groceries and cook right. Besides, my cooking can't compare to Mom's. I just mentioned that I want to apply to the martial arts school, so let Mom buy some nutritious food. These days I need to replenish myself properly. This statement undeniably struck at Tang Fugui's soft spot. Yes, he could manage with less, but Xiao Fan was different. Setting aside the absurd idea of attending a martial arts school, one still needed to nourish their body. Then fine, I'll take this money for now and we'll give it to your mom later so she can go buy some good food first thing tomorrow morning. Jiang Fan revealed a knowing smile. The next day Jiang Fan went to Wanqing No. 9 middle school after finishing breakfast. As soon as he entered the classroom, Jiang Fan was met with a variety of complex gazes from his classmates. Some looked on with interest while others shook their heads in disapproval. To all this Jiang Fan remained oblivious. Finding his seat, he sat down only to have his book snatched away by an unexpected hand. Jiang Fan looked up to see a tall boy twisting his book with his finger. Wei Qi, a promising talent for the martial arts program in their school, was already at the mid-level of martial trainees. The martial trainee stage was a preparatory phase before becoming a martial artist, divided simply into 3 stages: initial, mid, and high levels. Once one reached the high level of martial trainees, they officially entered the ranks of martial artists. To reach the initial level, one needed a vitality threshold of 80 N. For the mid-level it was 100 N, and for the high level one needed to achieve 130 N. To officially become a martial artist, one must elevate their vitality to a full 200. Thus crossing from martial trainee to martial artist was an extremely challenging divide. Many martial trainees spend their lives unable to enter the ranks of martial artists, thus regretting it for life. Wei Qi looked down at Jiang Fan, a smirk of derision on his lips. Jiang Fan, I heard you were kicked out of the Jiang family. Tisk tisk tsk, how pitiful. Without the Jiang family's protection you're nothing. So I advise you to stay away from Xu Yao. Tong Xu Yao was one of the 2 school beauties at Anqing No. 9 middle school. When Jiang Fan's mother was pregnant with him, their elders had arranged a betrothal. Jiang Fan remembered in his past life because of Tong Xu Yao he was attacked by many suitors vying for her affection. Wei Qi was one of them. Seeing Jiang Fan not respond, Wei Qi felt a sensation akin to punching cotton and his anger flared. I'm talking to you, are you deaf or just ignoring me? Jiang Fan slowly raised his head, and in his calm eyes a fierce beast seemed to lurk. At that moment when Wei Qi met Jiang Fan's gaze, he inexplicably felt a bit intimidated. Having this thought, Wei Qi could hardly believe it himself. Jiang Fan was the weakest and most pathetic presence in their No. 9 middle school, while he was destined to be a prodigy in the path of martial arts. How could he be intimidated by a mere glance from Jiang Fan? What are you looking at? Keep staring. Before Wei Qi could finish, Jiang Fan interrupted him. What, don't you want to cheat during the exam later? This remark caught Wei Qi off guard, and it took several seconds before he could regain his voice. You dare not let me copy. You'll regret it after class. As soon as he finished speaking, the class bell rang. After delivering his threat, Wei Qi turned as if to head back to his seat. However, as soon as he took a step, he tripped over a chair that had appeared in front of him without warning. Out! Wei Qi stumbled and fell, landing in a comical position. Haha! Laughter erupted from the class. Ding! Congratulations, master, for punishing a classmate for bullying. Doing good deeds, 20 points. Hearing this notification, Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, marveling, is this really possible? Damn! Who the hell put the chair next to me? Facing down, Wei Qi felt like his head was about to explode, but with so many classmates around he couldn't rub his head or check immediately. In anger he kicked the chair that had tripped him, sending it crashing into the blackboard behind, shattering into pieces. Watching this unfold, Jiang Fan remained expressionless, while internally he thought, as expected of a mid-level martial trainee, this terrifying destructive power is not something an ordinary person can match. Wei Qi scanned the surrounding classmates, suspecting which one had dared to pull a prank. Among those he scrutinized, the only one not included was Jiang Fan. Since he had been facing Jiang Fan the entire time and Jiang Fan had remained seated without moving, it was impossible for Jiang Fan to be the culprit. The other classmates exchanged glances, curious about when the chair had been moved. At that moment the class teacher walked in with a stack of exam papers, and upon seeing Jiang Fan displayed a look of relief. Everyone sit down, we will begin the exam. This exam is very important. Those who perform well will have a chance at a scholarship. Jiang Fan quickly started on the math exam once he received the paper. Soon he discovered something astonishing. His humanities grades were decent, ranking among the top in his class, but he was not the type to be a super academic. However, upon receiving the exam paper he found the questions to be incredibly simple. Usually he would take time to work through complex calculations on draft paper, but now he could visualize all the steps in his mind as soon as he saw the questions, completing them as quickly as if he were playing a game. As for the application questions, he could determine how to answer them with just a glance. He speculated that perhaps it was related to his status as a mentalist now. He believed that must be the case. Mental abilities are linked to the brain, and as a novice mentalist he not only had keen observation but also clear logical thinking. In less than 5 minutes Jiang Fan had completed all the questions on the front of the exam paper. Wei Qi, who was waiting to copy answers, was closely observing Jiang Fan. He noted every detail of Jiang Fan's answering process. Could it be that Jiang Fan was just writing randomly? It had only been 5 minutes and he had already finished half. Wei Qi also noticed that Jiang Fan never spent more than 3 seconds on each question. If it weren't for the fact that he knew this exam had a scholarship involved, and that Jiang Fan, who never missed an opportunity for scholarships, would never write carelessly, he would have suspected Jiang Fan was deliberately writing nonsense to set him up. After another 5 minutes Jiang Fan completed the entire math exam paper. Wei Qi's mouth dropped open, unable to close it for a long time. What speed! Even though he hated Jiang Fan and Tong Shuyao's relationship, he had to give a mental thumbs up. After a moment suppressing his shock, he shot a glare at Jiang Fan, signaling hurry up. Let me copy. Jiang Fan generously pushed his exam paper aside to make it easier for Wei Qi to. However, even so, he would continue to dislike Jiang Fan and target him afterward. Jiang Fan turned his head to look out the window, keeping track of time. As soon as Wei Qi was about done copying, he raised his hand slowly. The class teacher noticed and asked curiously, "Jiang Fan, is there something you need?" Jiang Fan replied in a calm tone as if saying, "The weather is nice today, teacher. Wei Qi is copying my exam paper." As soon as he spoke, Wei Qi, who had been writing frantically, pressed too hard, causing his pen to puncture the exam paper. He then mechanically turned his neck to look at Jiang Fan. At that moment the classroom fell silent. Everyone paused their writing and in perfect unison turned their gazes to Jiang Fan and Wei Qi. Compared to the dead silence in the classroom, a notification chime echoed in Jiang Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, master, for reporting a classmate for cheating, making a significant contribution to their future doing good deeds. 30 points. Great, he earned 30 points from Wei Qi, bringing his total to 50 points. Without delay, Jiang Fan opened the system panel and converted the newly acquired points into vitality. Now he had 30 N of vitality. From 19 N to 30 N, Jiang Fan felt a noticeable improvement, no longer feeling weak. Though he still felt somewhat drained, he clearly sensed an unprecedented lightness in his body. Louis adjusted his glasses and looked at Wei Qi. Did you cheat? No, Jiang Fan is talking nonsense. How could I possibly copy his exam paper? Wei Qi adamantly denied it, glaring fiercely at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan. Just because we had a little disagreement before the exam, you have to frame me here. Jiang Fan handed his exam paper to Louis. Whether I copied or not, you'll know once you compare. Louis nodded and reached for Wei Qi's exam paper. Wei Qi pressed his hands down on it. Seeing this, Louis immediately understood. Wei Qi, come with me to the office. Also, we'll call your parents later. Wei Qi glared at Jiang Fan with venomous hatred. If looks could kill, Jiang Fan would have been hacked into pieces. Finally he mouthed, "Just you wait." After the morning exam, Wei Qi was about to lash out at Jiang Fan when a girl wearing the same school uniform and light makeup walked over from the neighboring classroom. The moment the girl appeared, she instantly captured the attention of every boy in the class. Meanwhile the girls were gnashing their teeth in jealousy. The same uniform made them look like extras, but on this girl it vividly embodied the phrase youthful exuberance. Poof. What's so great about her? If she didn't wear makeup, she'd be nothing, a jealous girl remarked. The boy next to her immediately retorted, but Tong Shuyo's makeup is very light, okay? Look at you with fake eyelashes and bright red lips. Hey! Who are you talking about? You asking for a beating? The girl raised her freshly manicured nails, ready to strike like the 9-in white bone claw. Tong Shuyao caught all of this in her peripheral vision, a slight smile curling at the corner of her lips. Then she casually brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, making several boys feel like their noses were about to bleed. Especially Wei Qi, Tong Shuyo's #1 simp. His eyes had practically turned into hearts. "Shuyao!" he called out infatuatedly. Tong Shuyao smiled at Wei Qi, her pink lips parting slightly as she spoke in a sweet voice. "Excuse me, could you step aside? I need to talk to Jiang Fan." Hearing Jiang Fan's name, Wei Qi once again felt a murderous urge rise in his heart. But since his goddess had spoken and in such a sweet voice, he couldn't refuse. "Oh sure. Go ahead, talk." Wei Qi moved aside, but only one step. He wanted to stand close to his goddess just in case Jiang Fan dared to lay a hand on her. Jiang Fan watched Tong Shuyao approach him, his expression remaining cold and indifferent. You need something. In his past life he had once liked Tong Shuyao, but he had been deceived. He thought she was pure and innocent, never imagining that she would sell her body time and again to climb into high society. He still remembered the time he happened to witness Tong Shuyao in the middle of a tryst with a martial artist. Furious, he confronted her only to enrage that martial artist. That time he was nearly beaten to death by that martial artist. And Tong Shuyao just stood by watching, completely indifferent. Recalling the past, the coldness in Jiang Fan's eyes deepened, turning into frost. When Tong Shuyao met his sharp, icy gaze, she felt a chill run down her spine, almost shivering. And his frigid tone earlier was completely devoid of the warmth he used to show her. This made Tong Shuyao inexplicably annoyed. Because although Jiang Fan was an utter waste, there was no denying that his incredibly handsome face still pleased her every time she saw. If it weren't for that, she would have kicked him to the curb a long time ago. "Jiang Fan, I heard about what happened between you and the Jiang family. It's never too late to mend your ways. If you've made a mistake, you should have the courage to admit it. You hurt Jiang Youtian, so you owe him an apology. Besides, how can you as a child be so defiant toward your parents? After school I'll go with you to the Jiang family and properly apologize to your family. Don't worry, with me by your side the Jiang family will give me some face given the close ties between our families. If it comes to it, you can kneel and kowtow to them, let them see your sincerity. I'm sure they'll forgive you." Jiang Fan could not leave the Jiang family, that was Tong Shuyo's bottom line. Because she wasn't entirely shallow, focused only on looks. This was also heavily tied to the fact that Jiang Fan was the sole heir of the Jiang family. Jiang Fan knew all of Tong Shuyo's thoughts. He lifted his eyelids slightly, his tone sarcastic. What if I leave the Jiang family? I can't bring you any value anymore, so you're panicking. Tong Shuyao never expected Jiang Fan to speak to her in such a mocking tone. You actually think I'm that kind of person? Aren't you? Jiang Fan stared at her with an aggressive gaze. At that moment Tong Shuyao felt completely exposed. Her heart skipped a beat and then her eyes reddened as she pretended to be horribly wronged by Jiang Fan. I really never thought. You would think of me like this. I just wanted to persuade you to go back. Jiang Fan looked weary, his handsome brows furrowed with impatience. Your act is exactly like that certain someone in the Jiang family. I think you two are a perfect match. Now that I'm gone, Jiang Yutian can inherit my engagement. Hearing this, Tong Shuyao's eyes widened. She couldn't believe Jiang Fan was pushing her toward another man, and she was even more unwilling to accept that such a handsome face could be so indifferent to her. Who was she? She was the school beauty of Anqing 9th High School, the goddess that all the boys chased after. And you, Jiang Fan, a worthless good for nothing, what gave you the right to speak to her like that? Who do you think you are? To be honest, if not for the presence of so many classmates and the need to maintain her image as the goddess and school beauty, Tong Shuyao would have blown up at Jiang Fan. Wei Qi, her number one simp standing nearby, couldn't stand it any longer. He slammed his palm heavily on Jiang Fan's desk. Jiang Fan, you're getting bolder. How dare you speak to my goddess like that? You looking for death? Jiang Fan looked at Wei Qi unhurriedly. Tong Shuyao and I are breaking up. Shouldn't you be happy? Instead, you're here getting angry. This left Wei Qi completely speechless. Indeed, he had always targeted Jiang Fan because Tong Shuyao was his fiancée. Now that Jiang Fan had left the Jiang family, he had nothing to do with Tong Shuyao anymore. Now that Jiang Fan had left the Jiang family, there was no longer any relationship between him and Tong Shuyao. Tong Shuyao looked at the bewildered Wei Qi, cursing him inwardly as a useless fool. She had hoped he would stand up for her, but Jiang Fan had defeated him with just a few words. After a moment, Tong Shuyao quickly came up with an idea. She raised her hand and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Jiang Fan, you've gone too far. Boo-hoo. You were born poor, grew up in the slums, and your qi and blood are pitifully low. Even so, I never looked down on you. And now you actually say something like this to me. Seeing his goddess in tears, Wei Qi could no longer care about anything else and roared at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan. Are you even a man? Making a woman cry. Apologize to Shuyao right now or I'll teach you a lesson. As he spoke, Wei Qi raised his fist the size of a boulder with bones cracking audibly. The next second, with a pop, his bulging muscles burst the school uniform sleeves, sending shreds of fabric flying. Jiang Fan glanced at Wei Qi's arm, thick as an elephant's leg, his dark eyes calm as a still lake. He shifted his gaze back to Tong Shuyao. Seeing Jiang Fan look at her, Tong Shuyao felt immense satisfaction, a hint of mockery hidden in her eyes. Just by shedding a few tears, I got someone to stand up for me. See how I make him apologize. Just as Tong Shuyao was gloating inwardly, Jiang Fan slowly opened his mouth. One word. Get lost. In an instant, Tong Shuyao's barely restrained smugness crumbled, replaced by sheer disbelief. She felt an unprecedented humiliation. Even Wei Qi was stunned. He had just shown Jiang Fan his strength as a mid-stage martial apprentice, which would have made any ordinary person tremble and obey. But Jiang Fan ignored his threats and intimidation, telling his goddess to get lost right in front of him. Was he so reckless and unafraid of death? Jiang Fan, it seems you really aren't afraid of death. But you asked for it. With that, Wei Qi swung his fist toward Jiang Fan's face. This detestable pretty face had long annoyed him. Today he would turn it into a pig's head. Facing Wei Qi's fist, Jiang Fan spoke calmly. There are surveillance cameras in the classroom. I guarantee that if you throw that punch, you won't be able to take the martial arts exam this year. At these words, Wei Qi's fist stopped abruptly just before Jiang Fan's nose. Wei Qi genuinely wanted to flatten Jiang Fan's face, but what Jiang Fan said was true. As a candidate for the martial arts exam, if he caused a disturbance in the classroom and assaulted an ordinary student, it would be reported. Not only would he be disqualified from this year's exam, but in severe cases he might be barred for 2 or 3 years. One of the criteria for severe cases was causing serious injury to the other party. Thinking of Jiang Fan's mere 19 in blood energy, worse than an elementary school student, Wei Qi decided it was better to pull back his fist. As a mid-stage martial apprentice, a single punch could easily kill Jiang Fan. If he actually killed someone, not only would he lose the martial arts exam, he would be sent to prison. This Jiang Fan is truly trash with such low blood energy that he doesn't even deserve my punch. Ha! Jiang Fan let out a sneer, his eyes full of contempt. Wei Qi was so frustrated his face turned purple, his bloodshot eyes seeming to want to devour Jiang Fan alive. Suddenly the male students in the classroom burst into exclamations. It's Lan Xingxue. Look, it's Lan Xingxue. Wow. School beauty Lan is so beautiful. She's like a fairy descending to earth, her skin glowing white and her figure is flawless. I can't take it, I'm about to faint. Someone pinch my philtrum. Not only that, she's also a high-stage martial apprentice. Although no one knows her blood energy yet, there are rumors that before the college entrance exam she will definitely break through to martial artist. At that time our 9th high school of Anshan will definitely become famous. My god. She's beautiful, has a great temperament, and her martial arts talent is astonishing. She's a goddess among goddesses. At that moment almost everyone, both male and female students, was looking at Lan Xingxue with admiration. This was quite different from when Tong Shuyao appeared. Tong Shuyao was pretty, the kind that almost all girls would envy. But Lan Xingxue's beauty was as noble as a snow lotus on an icy peak, leaving even female classmates without the courage to feel envy. Jiang Fan naturally followed the crowd's gaze and through the classroom window saw the girl walking down the corridor. The girl wore the uniform of 9th high school of Anqing, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. The only ornament was a simple barrette on her ear with a snowflake that caught the eye. Her face was fair to the point of glowing with delicate and three-dimensional features as if they were the beloved creation of the divine, meticulously carved and polished. Unlike ordinary people who were just casually shaped. Tong Shuyao and Lan Xingxue were both school beauties of 9th high school of Anqing, but anyone with eyes could see that Lan Xingxue surpassed her in both temperament and appearance. Moreover, Lan Xingxue's martial arts talent was top tier, far beyond ordinary geniuses like Zhang Yutian and Wei Qi. In fact, Lan Xingxue was an insurmountable chasm, a peak they could never climb. As for why Tong Shuyao was considered a school beauty on par with Lan Xingxue, of course it was because Tong Shuyao had pulled strings behind the scenes, spending a lot of money to bribe classmates into voting for her. Everyone in the school knew about it, but since she was still a beauty they didn't call her out publicly. Wow. She's truly beautiful. Wei Qi had a lecherous expression, almost drooling. Tong Shuyao stood nearby hearing every word. It filled her with envy and jealousy. Yes, Lan Xingxue is really beautiful. Wei Qi, since you like her, why not pursue her? You're a mid-stage martial apprentice genius. I believe with your outstanding talent Lan Xingxue might just accept your advances. Hearing this, Wei Qi quickly averted his gaze. Although Lan Xingxue was prettier and had better temperament than Tong Shuyao, her personality was that of an ice-cold beauty to be admired from afar but not approached. She gave off an otherworldly aura, making people feel unworthy to even get close, as if approaching would be a desecration. He preferred someone like Tong Shuyao who had a more earthly charm. Tong Shuyao's gentle and fragile demeanor, her soft voice easily stirred a man's protective instinct. Shuyao, don't misunderstand. I wasn't looking at Lan Xingxue just now, and I've never thought of pursuing her. You know I've always liked you. That's better. Tong Shuyao felt relieved. Although she didn't like Wei Qi, he came from a well-off family and was a martial arts genius. She could keep him on the hook for now. Ahem. Tong Shuyao pretended to be shy and cleared her throat. Wei Qi, what are you saying? We're both students, our main task now is to study. The college entrance exam is coming soon. I don't have the mind to think about that. And you're planning to take the martial arts exam. There are only 3 months left. You should work hard and try to get into a good martial arts school. Tong Shuyao's words were purely using Wei Qi as a backup. But to Wei Qi they sounded like she believed in his future and encouraged him to strive for a good martial arts university, building a foundation for their future together. Rest assured, Shuyao, I will definitely do well in the exam. For myself and even more for you. Inspired, Wei Qi gazed affectionately at Tong Shuyao as he spoke. Just then an untimely voice rang out. You're blocking my way. Move aside. Jiang Fan stood up from his seat. The atmosphere they had carefully crafted was disrupted by Jiang Fan once again igniting Wei Qi's pent-up anger. Jiang Fan, don't think I won't do anything to you. I may not be able to lay a hand on you in public, but I can certainly finish you off when no one's watching. Don't believe me? Oh. Faced with Wei Qi's provocation, Jiang Fan merely responded with a flat tone. Hey you! Before Wei Qi could finish his outburst, Jiang Fan interrupted him. Teacher Lu asked me to see him in the office. Are you sure you want to stop me? Having just been severely reprimanded by Louis, Wei Qi dared not risk another lecture over Jiang Fan. Ultimately he suppressed his rage and stepped aside. Watching Jiang Fan's retreating figure, Wei Qi narrowed his eyes, then turned to a few male classmates he was close with. Zhou Chang Wang Qi Li Qing, you, after school you'll come with me to teach Jiang Fan a lesson. Jiang Fan happens to be on duty today. There will be fewer people around, making it easier for us to deal with him. Wei Qi couldn't stomach the humiliation. He knew he wouldn't sleep a wink tonight unless he gave Jiang Fan a proper thrashing. Thus he devised this plan, having Zhou Qiang and the others do the dirty work so it wouldn't affect his martial arts exam. Alright, well, help you. The three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Wei Qi was not only their good brother but also a promising candidate for a martial arts school. Hitching their wagon to him would surely lead to a bright future. Tong Shuyo, who had overheard every word, a sinister smile crept across her face. Jiang Fan, you brought this upon yourself. Unaware of all this, Jiang Fan had already arrived at the office. Teacher Lu. You're here. Louis paused his work and adjusted the glasses on his nose. I called you here mainly for your future. Although you have no prospects in the martial path, you are diligent and excel in liberal arts. I still hope you can get into a good liberal arts university. After a brief hesitation, Louis continued, as for your family situation. As your class teacher, it's not my place to pry. Since you've been cast out of your home, you must study even harder, rise above and become your own pillar of support. Yes. Become your own pillar of support. Jiang Fan wholeheartedly agreed with those words, as it was exactly what he firmly believed. You've missed several days of class, so you're unfamiliar with the new material. I borrowed a notebook from a top student for you. Copy it down and remember to return it to her. Louis pulled out several notebooks from his drawer and handed them to Jiang Fan. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Jiang Fan felt deeply moved. In his past life, Louis had indeed been a beacon in his brief existence. When Jiang Fan received the notebooks, he was surprised to see the name Lan Xingxue. This was Lan Shengshu's notebook. He flipped through it. The handwriting was neat and elegant, almost like print. Moreover, every page was immaculate without a single smudge. It reminded him of the graceful figure he had glimpsed outside the window. Truly, the writing reflects the person. Just as he was lost in thought, Chi Hui, the class teacher of the neighboring class 7, walked over and glanced at the notebook in Jiang Fan's hand with a sneer. Louis, you really have too much time on your hands. Going to such lengths for a student who can't even step onto the martial path, borrowing Lan Shengshu's notebook. You've been teaching for over a decade and you still don't know where your priorities lie. In this era, martial arts are valued over liberal arts. Even if you produce a top scorer in the liberal arts college entrance exam, so what? No one will think any higher of you and your bonus won't increase by a single cent. So I advise you to stop wasting time on this waste with a vital energy of only 19 N and focus on the martial arts talents in your class. These words ignited Louis' fury. Chi Hui, how can you speak like that as a teacher? Calling a student a waste right in front of him, do you have any sense of professionalism? How ridiculous. You're accusing me of lacking professionalism. Don't you remember the assessment criteria? Every class teacher must cultivate at least 3 students who can enter a martial arts university within 5 years. This is the 5th year and you only have Wei Qi from your class who stands a chance. After the exams, if you fail the assessment, you'll lose your teaching license and be kicked out of the school. Chi Hui paused, casting a contemptuous glance at Jiang Fan before continuing in a sarcastic tone. A student kicked out of home and a teacher kicked out of school, the two of you will make quite the pair of brothers in misfortune. Haha, Louis' face grew increasingly dark. Chi Hui, you've gone too far. Oh, getting angry. We're colleagues, no need to take a difference of opinion so personally. You're too petty. I'm only saying this for your own good. I advised you years ago, but you wouldn't listen. I told you to focus on students preparing for the martial arts exam, but you insisted every student has their own path and teachers shouldn't show favoritism. Now look, 5 years have passed and you've only cultivated 1 martial arts talent. Meanwhile, I've already trained 3. This year, Tong Shuyao from my class just reached the initial stage of martial apprentice. Her talent is limited, but if I concentrate all resources on her, I believe she still has a chance to get into a martial arts university. It doesn't have to be a 1st-tier or 2nd-tier university, even a 3rd-tier one would make her a martial arts student. Then he'll not only complete my task but also earn a bonus. Chi Hui grew more smug with every word, his chin practically raised to the sky. Seeing Louis' face flushed with rage, Jiang Fan furrowed his brow slightly, then turned to Chi Hui. Who says Teacher Lu can't complete this year's assessment? Chi Hui was taken aback that Jiang Fan would speak, let alone utter such baffling words. What do you mean? Everyone in Ansheng know. 9 high school knows that Class 8 only has Wei Qi, a mid-stage martial apprentice. How is your teacher supposed to complete the task? In his dreams. Even if by some miracle one of his students suddenly became a dark horse, that would only make 2, still 1 short of the requirement. Jiang Fan remained silent. Indeed, even if he, the dark horse with outrageous luck, got into a martial arts university, it still wouldn't be enough for Louis to meet the assessment. But exceptions could happen. If he were admitted to one of the 5 elite martial arts schools, then he alone would be worth 10 spots. At that time, Louis would not only escape punishment and expulsion from the school, but would also receive commendation with the school and even the city issuing him a bonus. Chi Hui, seeing Jiang Fan silent, assumed he had nothing to say, and the mockery on his face deepened. Jiang Fan, let me tell you, Tong Shuyao is currently at the initial warrior apprentice level. With 3 months until the martial arts exam, if she puts in the effort, it's not impossible for her to get into a martial arts school. Even in the worst case scenario, if she doesn't make it this year, repeating a year and trying again next year gives her a very high chance. As for a poor student like you, stay far away from her. Jiang Fan unruffled looked at Qi Huai. I've already told Tong Shuyao that the engagement between us is off. If you truly care about your student, please tell her not to bother me anymore as it disturbs my studies. Qi Huai's eyes widened, nearly bulging out of their sockets. He had never imagined Jiang Fan would utter such words. Oof. I don't care if you're saying this out of spite or if you've truly cut ties with Tong Shuyao. Don't let me catch you clinging to her again, or I won't be polite. Louis, who had been standing by, could no longer contain his fury and roared, Qi Huai, watch your language. This is the office. You are a teacher and he is a student. How dare you threaten a student like this? What? Do you want to lay a hand on Jiang Fan? Beat him up. Qi Huai indeed harbored that thought. For a weakling like Jiang Fan, who only had 19N of strength, he didn't even need to find someone else, he could do it himself. However, since this was the school office, he naturally wouldn't admit it. You don't need to yell at me, and I don't need you to teach me how to do things. In 3 months you'll be expelled from school and then you'll be nothing. Put. Qi Huai spat at Louis, cast a look of utter disdain and turned to leave the office. Louis's face turned a mottled shade of purple with rage. Just then Jiang Fan spoke. Teacher Lu, don't worry. You won't be expelled. These words sounded to Louis like nothing more than consolation. In truth, as Qi Huai had said, the 5-year deadline was approaching and he knew he couldn't meet the assessment standards, so he had already prepared to resign. You go back first. There are still a few exams left. Don't let what just happened affect you. Jiang Fan replied, then left the office. After the exams concluded, Jiang Fan, as the student on duty, cleaned the classroom and then carried a trash bag toward the campus recycling station. As soon as he arrived, he saw Wei Qi leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, a faint ambiguous smile on his lips. Beside him stood 3 classmates. Jiang Fan, after offending me, did you think you'd walk away unscathed today? As Wei Qi's voice fell, the 3 male classmates cooperatively encircled Jiang Fan, blocking all his escape routes. Jiang Fan glanced around, completely unfazed by the ill-intentioned classmates who were cracking their knuckles. Are you going to make a move? I want. After all, I'm someone aiming for the martial arts track. But they don't have to. Besides, there's no one else here and no cameras. Even if I did hit you, you'd have no evidence to report me. Wei Qi said with impunity, his attitude as arrogant as could be. Zhou Qiang said, Wei Qi, don't bother getting your hands dirty. Dealing with a weakling like Jiang Fan, any one of us 3 can make him kneel and beg for mercy, kowtowing to admit his mistake. Li Chengyu added, Zhou Qiang is right. Though there are no cameras or witnesses here, it's best to avoid unnecessary trouble. You're destined for a top martial arts university, a future elite among the upper class. Don't jeopardize your future for someone like Jiang Fan. Wei Qi nodded in agreement with their words. I know what you're saying. I won't make a move. Let's not waste time. Get it done now to avoid any complications. All right. The 3 of them cracked their fists, forming an encirclement, their faces twisted with sinister, cruel smiles as they closed in on Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, don't blame us. Blame yourself for being foolish enough to offend Wei Qi of all people. Actually, you should consider yourself lucky that it's us making a move. If Wei Qi were free to act with his intermediate warrior apprentice level, 1 punch could smash your face to pieces. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glint flickering in their depths. At the same moment, several aluminum cans flew out from the trash bin. Just as Zhou Qiang and his companions lunged forward, the cans shot through the air with a sharp whoosh-whoosh-whoosh, striking all 3 squarely in the face. Their faces seemed to distort, to form and cave in as if struck by a heavy hammer before the immense impact sent them flying a considerable distance before they crashed to the ground. Ow, 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 the 3 paused, clutching their faces, and when they opened their mouths they spat out nothing but blood mixed with teeth. Even their molars came out. Wei Qi's jaw dropped, his chin nearly hitting the ground, and he couldn't close it for a long time. Thighs, no, this is bad. The principal must be nearby. In their minds it had to be the principal's doing, because the only martial artist in their entire 9th high school was the principal himself. This was also the standard for any regular high school. Even the worst schools had to have at least 1 martial artist on staff. Those cans must have been thrown with force by the principal, who was hiding nearby. Terrified, Zhou Qiang and the others forgot about their sunken cheeks, scrambled to their feet and stammered, the principal is nearby. Then why doesn't he show himself? Nonsense. It's obviously because of Wei Qi. After all, he's the martial arts prodigy of our 9th high school, a sure bet for a martial arts school. With a bit more effort he might even get into Donglang Martial Arts School. If this blows up, it would be a loss for the whole school. Makes sense. Listening to their exchange, a satisfied expression crept onto Jiang Fan's face. He had acted for this very reason. Striking unexpectedly had caught them off guard, making them believe a martial artist was intervening from the shadows. As for them linking it to him being a psychic, the probability of that was nearly 0. What a pain. Wei Qi spat on the ground then glared at Jiang Fan. You got lucky this time, but this isn't over. Unless you apologize properly and promise never to bother Tong Shuyao again the moment I get a chance, I'll teach you a harsh lesson. Jiang Fan stood completely motionless, his face betraying no sign of fear despite the threat. He casually called out in a direction, Principal, I think you should come out. They said they'll make a move again. You're ruthless. Wei Qi gnashed his teeth then waved his hand and fled with Zhou Qiang and the other two in a hurry. Hoof. Jiang Fan let out a cold sneer toward the direction Wei Qi had fled loud enough for them to hear. Burning with rage, Wei Qi upon hearing that contemptuous sneer wished he could turn back and ignore everything, smashing his hammer-like fists into Jiang Fan again and again. Jiang Fan withdrew his gaze, returned to the classroom, packed all of Lan Shengshu's notebooks into his bag and left. But before he reached the school gate he heard a familiar voice from the grove. Yao Tian, I beg you please help Xiao Fan. He is the biological son of the Jiang family. If we hadn't switched him at the hospital back then he wouldn't have grown up in the slums and suffered so many years. He finally returned to the Jiang family, but now he can't go back to the slums. Dad. Jiang Fan frowned and crept closer. Soon Jiang Yushan's furious voice came. What do you mean by saying Jiang Fan is the son of the Jiang family? Are you implying that I am lowborn and deserve to grow up in the slums? Don't misunderstand, Yu Tian. That's not what I meant. I just want you to plead with the Jiang family head to let Xiao Fan return. His health is poor and our family's conditions are too bad. I'm afraid he will suffer. My pleading won't help. Besides, my father has already made it clear if Jiang Fan kneels before me and apologizes publicly then he can come back to the Jiang family. Is there no other way? Tang Fugui grabbed Jiang Yushan's sleeve. Kneeling and apologizing is too humiliating. Yao Tian, I as his biological father beg you. Biological father. You're not worthy of that title. Tang Fugui, I warn you, I am the son of the Jiang family and I am an initial stage martial apprentice about to break through to intermediate stage. If you ever dare to mention in front of others that I am your son, I'll make you regret it. Tang Fugui knew his low status and didn't want to affect Jiang Yushan's future, so he immediately promised, don't worry, I will never speak of this in public. Hoof. At this moment Jiang Fan could no longer bear it and stepped out. Jiang Yotian, are you even human? He is your biological father, yet you speak to him like that. Jiang Qifeng calls me a little beast all day long, but I think you are the real little beast. Jiang Fan. Jiang Yutian roared through clenched teeth. You, a prisoner kicked out of the family, what right do you have to say that to me? I'll tell you, if you still want to crawl back to the Jiang family, kneel down and apologize to me right now. If I'm in a good mood I might put in a good word for you with Dad. Ha! Jiang Fan gave a forced smile at Jiang Yutian. Kneel and apologize to you. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror to see if you're worthy? Fine, Jiang Fan, you can still be stubborn now. Just wait, you'll never return to the Jiang family in your life. At these words Tang Fugui was like an ant on a hot pan. Yo Tian, don't be like this. Xiao Fan. I. Tang Fugui sighed sorrowfully. After a few seconds he pursed his lips and gritted his teeth as if making a decision. I'll kneel. Please beg the Jiang family head to let Xiao Fan return. With that Tang Fugui bent his knees and knelt before Jiang Yutian. Dad. Jiang Fan grabbed Tang Fugui, his heart filled with a mix of emotions. He glared at Jiang Yotian only to find him completely unmoved, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Jiang Fan clenched his fists, burning with fury. He raised his hand and slapped Jiang Yutian across the face. He is your biological father. And you show no reaction at all. Jiang Yutian touched his face. Though it wasn't very painful, he felt an unprecedented humiliation. Jiang Fan. How dare you hit me? Why wouldn't I dare to hit a beast like you? This slap is for Dad and for myself. To be honest, Jiang Fan's hand hurt a lot. After all, he only had a blood energy of 30 yen, while Jiang Yutian was about to become an intermediate stage martial apprentice, naturally having thicker skin than ordinary people. You hit me and insult me. I'll kill you. Jiang Yutian raised his fist and swung at Jiang Fan's face. Jiang Fan's pupils shifted slightly and a nearby pebble slowly rose. Just then Tang Fugui suddenly appeared between him and Jiang Yutian. Yutian. You can't do this. Old fool, stop nagging. Get out of my way or I'll hit you too. Jiang Yutian roared, fist raised. If you want to hit Xiao Fan, hit me first. Don't think I want. At this tense moment Jiang Fan continued to manipulate the pebble. Just as he was about to attack, two girls happened to pass through the path in the grove. Xingxue, look, it's Jiang Yotian, your admirer, one of the girls said with a giggle. Lan Xingxue didn't even glance that way. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go. Didn't you want to buy the newly released merchandise? Lan Xingxue. Jiang Yushan's face lit up with excitement upon seeing her. To preserve his image in front of his goddess, he quickly withdrew his fist. He looked at Jiang Fan. You're lucky today. I'll let you off for now. But let me remind you, tomorrow is the last day. If you don't come to me and kneel to apologize, you will never be allowed to return to the Jiang family. I hope you can stay stubborn like this so no one will compete with me for the position of the Jiang family's young master. With that, Jiang Yutian didn't waste time and immediately chased after Lan Xingxue. Lan Xingxue, what a coincidence. Where are you going? I'm free, let me go with you. It's dangerous outside, with me protecting you you'll be safer. Lan Xingxue frowned slightly, a hint of impatience in her beautiful eyes. What is your cultivation level? Ha! Jiang Yutian was taken aback by the question but answered honestly. I'm an initial stage martial apprentice, but my blood energy is already 99N. I'll soon reach 100N and officially become an intermediate stage martial apprentice. Oh. Lan Xingxue nodded lightly. Do you know what my cultivation level is? Yes, you're an advanced stage martial apprentice, and I've heard you'll soon become a martial artist. Congratulations in advance. Lan Xingxue looked at Jiang Yutian as if he were an idiot. So do I need an initial stage martial apprentice to protect me? Jiang Yutian stood rooted to the spot, deeply struck as he watched Lan Xingxue's receding figure. At this moment he didn't even have the courage to chase after her. Yi Hong, the girl beside Lan Xingxue, clicked her tongue. Xingxue, you were so heartless just now. Look at how devastated he is, it's so pitiful. I was just telling the truth, Lan Xingxue said expressionlessly. Yi Hong continued, actually he's quite handsome and he's considered a prominent figure in our 9th middle school. Though not as extraordinarily talented as you, he's still among the elite. Aren't you even a little tempted? Lan Xingxue replied without a second thought. I'm only focused on breaking through to the martial artist realm as soon as possible and then continuing to cultivate diligently. As a close friend, Yi Hong could tell that Lan Xingxue was serious. Ah well, if that's how you think you're destined to be alone forever. Isn't being alone forever a good thing? Yi Hong. Jiang Fan and Tang Fugue walked out of the school gate together. Along the way father and son remained silent. Only when they reached the roadside did Jiang Fan finally speak. Dad, please don't worry about the matter between me and the Jiang family anymore. I've told you I'm not going back to the Jiang family. Tang Fugue opened his mouth about to say something, but in the end it turned into a sigh. He thought to himself, Xiao Fan, you're still young. There are some things you can't be impulsive about. Dad only has this much ability in this life, I can't create a worry-free future for you. So? I'm sorry, forgive me. Dad can't bear to watch you continue living in the slums. After reorganizing his thoughts, Tang Fugue smiled and said, Xiao Fan, you go home first. Dad will sell this cartload of trash. I picked up a lot of drink bottles today. Selling this cart will earn at least 70 or 80 yuan. Jiang Fan looked at the electric tricycle parked by the roadside. The small compartment was piled with cardboard boxes and drink bottles. When he first started to remember, Tang Fugue, because of his lame leg, found no employer willing to take him, so he began picking up trash day and night. Xiao Fan, hurry home and do your homework. I'm leaving. Tang Fugue got on the tricycle and added another worried instruction. Okay, I'm going home now. After watching the electric tricycle disappear, Jiang Fan opened the system panel. Points 0. Qi blood 30N. Spiritual telekinesis 1000 P. His points had returned to 0. He urgently needed points to exchange for Qi blood and improve his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, in situations like today, he couldn't use spiritual telekinesis at every little thing. As the saying goes, if you always stand by the river, you'll eventually get your feet wet. Just as he was thinking this, a male student in a school uniform casually tossed a mineral water bottle, almost hitting his foot. Hey! Who told you to stand next to the trash can? You deserve it. Jiang Fan looked down at the mineral water bottle by his feet, then at the arrogant male student who had nearly hit him. He crouched down and picked it up. Just as he was about to throw it back, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, master. Picking up trash, beautifying the city, doing good deeds, points 1. Jiang Fan's action of throwing the bottle stopped. The male student who had spoken harshly, originally thinking Jiang Fan would throw the bottle at him, now seeing this let out a snort. Coward! Jiang Fan had no time to care about what the student said. At this moment he was pondering one thing. Although picking up bottles and trash gave very few points, every little bit counts. Moreover, picking up bottles could also earn him money. He thought it was killing two birds with one stone. That's what he'd do. Jiang Fan scanned around, saw a bottle across the street, and then glanced at the arrogant male student from earlier. With few people on the road now, he manipulated his spiritual telekinesis, swept up the bottle across the street and hurled it at the other's head. Damn. Who the hell threw that at me? The male student looked behind him but saw no one. What the hell? As he withdrew his gaze he saw Jiang Fan standing to the side. Was it that kid? As soon as this thought came it was dismissed. The direction the bottle had come from was not from the side but from directly behind, so it couldn't possibly be that kid. Who? If you have the guts to hit me then show yourself. Hitting someone and then hiding, do you have any balls? No matter how much the male student cursed, no one responded. At this moment Jiang Fan walked up to him, picked up the bottle and put it into his school bag. The male student stared wide-eyed at Jiang Fan. What are you doing? Picking up bottles, Jiang Fan replied calmly and composedly. The male student's mouth twitched and then he quickly stepped back to distance himself from Jiang Fan. A lowlife who lives by picking up trash, how unlucky. After tasting the sweetness, Jiang Fan continued picking up bottles. Ding. Congratulations, master. Picking up trash, beautifying the city, doing good deeds, points 1. Ding. Congratulations, master. Picking up trash, beautifying the city, doing good deeds, points 1. A series of system prompts sounded. In a short while Jiang Fan had accumulated 13 points. His school bag was already too full to hold more, but luckily he found a perfectly intact woven bag in a roadside trash can. He continued picking up trash. Before long a red Ferrari stopped by the roadside. A woman in her early 30s with big wavy hair wearing a spaghetti strap bodycon dress got out. The woman looked at Jiang Fan with interest. Hey little brother, you're so good looking, it's a waste to be picking up trash. Come on big sis, we'll let you save 20 years of struggle. This shout attracted the attention of passers-by including Lan Xingxue and Yi Hong, who had just finished buying merchandise from the book. Isn't that Jiang Fan the waste with the lowest chi and blood in our 9th middle school? Yi Hong spotted Jiang Fan in the crowd at a glance. Lan Xingxue glanced over and also saw Jiang Fan holding a woven bag picking up trash. Yi Hong, you'd better not say that in the future. No one wants to be born a waste. Being born with low chi and blood which prevents him from ever walking the path of martial arts, that's not something he wants either. At least he's supporting himself with his own hands. To be honest, this kind of behavior already surpasses too many people. Yi Hong shrugged, not commenting on Lan Xingxue's words. Let's go, Lan Xingxue said. No, look. That rich woman wants to keep Jiang Fan. Let's keep watching. Yi Hong tugged at Lan Xingxue, not letting her leave. Jiang Fan directly refused the rich woman. No thanks, I prefer to rely on myself. Yes, being kept could save 20 years of struggle, but it would also shorten his life by 20 years. The rich woman hadn't expected to be rejected, but in consideration of Jiang Fan's handsome face she didn't get angry. She took a card from her bag and handed it to Jiang Fan. Hey, race 100,000. Spend the night with me and this money is yours. Without even glancing at the card in the rich woman's hand, Jiang Fan turned around and walked to the trash can where he began rummaging through it. This scene irritated the wealthy woman. How ungrateful. No wonder you'll be a broke loser for life. Just then a man approached, his face plastered with a fawning expression as he looked at her. I'm willing to be kept. I have outstanding skills. How about I get in your car? The wealthy woman sized him up, disdain flickering in her eyes. I'm rich, but I'm not blind. With looks like yours, you're not even as good as a single strand of that young man's hair. Shoo shoo, go away. Don't pollute my sight. Hearing this, the man's mouth twitched. He then glared at Jiang Fan in annoyance. Glancing at Jiang Fan's handsome profile and then at his actions of rummaging through the trash, he snorted, what's the use of being handsome? Still just a trash picker. Yi Hong was taken aback. I thought Jiang Fan would have gotten into that rich woman's car. Like she said, if he went with her he could have saved 20 years of struggle. As she spoke she noticed Lan Xingxue was missing. Turning around she saw Lan Xingxue buying a bottle of Mizone from the vending machine and walking towards Jiang Fan. Lan Xingxue, what are you doing? Feeling sorry for him. We're classmates. Sorry is a hurtful word. I'm just offering him a bottle of water. Besides, you know my grandfather has been unwell. I'm doing this to accumulate good karma for him. Lan Xingxue quickly approached Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, if you don't mind, please take this. Jiang Fan looked at the trash bottle in his hand and at the Mizone Lan Xingxue offered. He understood, she was giving him more trash. Thanks. Jiang Fan took the Mizone. Ha! Why wasn't the system notifying him of any point gain? He checked the system panel, the points indeed hadn't changed. He looked at the unopened bottle and a look of realization dawned on his face. Wait a moment. Jiang Fan called out to Lan Xingxue, who had already turned and walked a few steps away. Yi Hong rolled her eyes and whispered to Lan Xingxue, you shouldn't have bought him water. Now he probably thinks you're interested in him and wants to get closer. Hearing this, Lan Xingxue frowned slightly but still turned back. Is there something, she asked expressionlessly, her voice devoid of emotion, her beautiful eyes calm. Jiang Fan held the Maizone out to Lan Xingxue. Please take a couple of sips. This was the conclusion he had just drawn. An unopened bottle wasn't good trash. Lan Xingxue was slightly stunned, staring at the bottle for a long time. After a few seconds, Zihong, reacting first, pulled Lan Xingxue behind her, hands on her hips, and said angrily, "Hey! Jiang Fan, can't you read the room? Xingxue gave you water out of kindness. Don't be ungrateful and pester her. You want her to take a sip. What's your game? After Xingxue drinks, you drink thinking it's an indirect kiss. How vile. And I thought you were admirable for resisting the rich woman. Turns out you're just shameless." After her tirade, Hong pulled Lan Xingxue away. "Let's go, Xingxue. Ignore him. Next time you meet someone like this, save your kindness. People like him don't deserve your mercy." Jiang Fan watched them leave, then looked at the bottle in his hand, frowning. He wondered if he could drink some, throw it away, and then pick it up. Would that count as trash? Action is better than hesitation. Jiang Fan decided to test it. He unscrewed the cap, gulped down a couple of mouthfuls, and tossed the bottle into the trash can. But the next second, just as he was about to retrieve it, he saw an old man in a worn-out camouflage jacket walk up to the bin, pick up the bottle, put it in his burlap sack, and walk past him. Jiang Fan stood there stunned for several seconds. When he came to, a helpless smile spread across his face. Let's check the results. Jiang Fan opened the system panel. Points 33. Vitality 30 N. Psychic power 1000 P. System convert points to vitality. Understood, master. Soon the system panel changed. Points 3. Vitality 33 N. Psychic power 1000 P. Jiang Fan glanced at his phone. After nearly an hour of trash picking, he had only gained 3 N of vitality. At this rate, when would he ever reach the initial stage of a martial apprentice? This was just Jiang Fan's private thought. If anyone else heard it, they'd drown him in spit. Gaining 3 N of vitality in an hour. That was an incredible speed. For reference, a single vitality origin stone used for cultivation cost around 50,000 in the market. Absorbing one would at most yield 5 N of vitality. For those with poor talent, it might not even reach 5 N. No, he couldn't rely solely on trash picking. Gaining 1 N at a time was too slow. He had to do something else. With that thought, Jiang Fan scanned the area, looking for an elderly person he could help cross the street, or someone who had fallen that he could assist. But after a long look, he found no opportunity for a heroic deed. Could he use his psychic power to knock an old person down? Then help them up? He had done that before with Chen Wenhua, and the system had given him plenty of points. But as soon as the idea surfaced, he dismissed it. Even if the system rewarded him with points, crossing the line of basic decency was a matter of principle. Just as Jiang Fan was thinking this, a drunken old man stumbled and bumped into him, then collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. Speak of the devil. Just as he was about to do a good deed and help the old man up, the man started cursing rudely. Ouch! You young punk! How do you walk? Swaying like a snake. Jiang Fan stopped, reaching out. Sir, I think you've got it backwards. You were drunk and bumped into me. The old man's eyes widened. Nonsense. I only drank 5 caddies of ergwotu. How could I be drunk? You're something else, hitting me and then claiming I'm drunk. You can falsely accuse me of hitting you, but I won't allow you to slander me as drunk. Burp, he let out a pungent burp. Jiang Fan couldn't be bothered to argue with a drunk. He withdrew his hand and turned to leave. But just a few steps away, he heard snoring. Ha! Jiang Fan looked back and saw the old man lying on the ground fast asleep. As he watched, Jiang Fan felt an inexplicable familiarity with the old man, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Approaching closer, he squatted down to observe him carefully. It quickly came to him that this old man was not the caretaker of the nearby cemetery, famously nicknamed the Mad Old Man. When he was very young, he had heard Tang Fugui and others mention that this mad old man had lost his entire family, his son, daughter-in-law, and even his grandson had all died, leaving him alone, which drove him to madness and alcohol. A rumble of thunder echoed overhead. Jiang Fan looked up to see dark clouds gathering, blocking out the sun, indicating that a storm was imminent. If left unattended, the old man would likely fall ill from the torrential rain. Forget it, let's consider this as earning points, I won't bicker with you. Jiang Fan reached out and pulled the mad old man up from the ground. Ding! Congratulations, master, for saving the elderly and doing a good deed, points 1000. What's going on? Jiang Fan seriously suspected there was something wrong with his ears. To confirm, he opened the system panel. Points 1003. Vitality 33 N. Mental power 1000p. He hadn't misheard. What on earth is happening? A rumbling snore escaped from the mad old man's mouth. Jiang Fan's gaze suddenly focused on him as if his dark pupils were shaking the ground. Who is this person? Filled with excitement and trepidation, Jiang Fan escorted the mad old man to the caretaker's residence. Looking at the mad old man who was sleeping like a pig, Jiang Fan still found it hard to calm his emotions. For now, let's forget about everything else and exchange those points first. System exchange vitality. Alright, master. In just a few seconds the system panel underwent tremendous changes. Points 533. Vitality 80N. Mental power 1000p. With 80N of vitality, this means he has definitely reached the initial stage of a martial apprentice. Such a rapid increase felt surreal, like being shot out of a rocket. Jiang Fan stood up, stretched his limbs, feeling a sense of lightness he had never experienced before, making him want to shout like he was on Mount Ai. Not only that, he felt an overwhelming strength coursing through his body. Jiang Fan's gaze shifted to the wooden table beside him and he extended his hand to lift it effortlessly with one hand. The solid wood table weighed around 70 to 80 pounds, yet he lifted it with ease. Is this the power of an initial stage martial apprentice? Suddenly an idea struck him and Jiang Fan decided to conduct an experiment. He concentrated, his pupils narrowing as he summoned his mental power, surging it slowly towards his arm that held up the table, attaching it to his limb. Then he released his fingers one by one until only his middle finger was supporting the table. Just like before, it was effortless without a hint of strain. Indeed. Just as he had guessed, the mental power attached to his body had optimized and enhanced his strength. He had wanted to perform this experiment before, but his vitality had been too low, preventing his mental power from attaching to his body. Now his mental power was at 1000p, just enough to reach the level of a novice mental practitioner, thus it was limited and could only be focused on a specific part of his body. Jiang Fan roughly estimated that the strength with mental power attached was about 5 times that of an ordinary person. This also meant he possessed the ability to fight beyond his level. Not only could he easily defeat initial stage martial apprentices, but he might even contend with advanced ones. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan was overjoyed. At this moment he truly felt the thrill of sudden wealth. No. It was the exhilaration of instant empowerment. After a long while, Jiang Fan slowly calmed down from his excitement. He set the table down and looked back at the system, frowning again. What's going on? There are still 533 points, why not exchange them all? The system immediately responded in a very cooperative manner. That's because the master's physical condition is too poor. You need to strengthen your training. Otherwise, having too much vitality could make you like an overinflated balloon bursting with a pop. Of course, if the master insists on forcibly exchanging, that is also possible, but the consequences will not concern the system. Jiang Fan understood this explanation well. It was just like when he had forcibly unlocked his mental power before his vitality had been too low, causing his mental power to remain in a locked state. Looks like when I return I need to train my body well. There's no need to take risks just to increase my vitality a bit more, especially since I've already gained so much vitality at once. Just as Jiang Fan was about to close the system panel, he suddenly noticed a change in the mental power section. Can my mental power increase now? Of course, now that the master has reached the initial stage of a martial apprentice, you can definitely withstand the increase in mental power. Hearing this, Jiang Fan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Exchange. Alright. Points 3. Vitality 80N. Mental power 1053p. This ratio is the same as exchanging for vitality 10.1N of vitality 1p of mental power. Increasing by 53p of mental power. Though the number seemed small, Jiang Fan felt a subtle change. Just as Jiang Fan was immersed in his joy, he suddenly heard the mad old man's voice behind him. Who are you? Why are you here? Are you trying to steal something? Jiang Fan snapped back to reality, looking at the mad old man who had woken up he knew not when, and glanced around the sparsely furnished room, saying, is there anything here worth stealing? Am I supposed to steal the dust off your table? Or the mice running around your house? Or the garbage scattered all over the floor? The mad old man was momentarily taken aback, looking at Jiang Fan's pale complexion, unable to help but retort, indeed, a pretty boy has no good intentions. His words are also unpleasant. Jiang Fan was speechless. What did his pale skin have to do with anything? He was naturally fair-skinned, not by choice. Even when standing under the sun for long hours he wouldn't tan at all. Since you're awake I should be going. After saying that, Jiang Fan turned to leave. The mad old man watched Jiang Fan's departing figure, then looked around his empty room, realizing there was indeed nothing worth stealing. Wait a minute. The mad old man called out to Jiang Fan. He had just taken a step when he withdrew his foot. Although the crazy old man had a thick skin, his ability to rack up points was considerable. Perhaps he could squeeze another round from him. In truth, Jiang Fan wasn't sure if the system would continue to grant him such high points. The previous time might have been a mere coincidence or perhaps a system glitch. Regardless, he absolutely could not give up trying. What if he managed to score again? After all, he was currently at the beginning level of a martial apprentice. The path of martial arts was still long. Without points, relying solely on day-to-day cultivation, and given his current conditions and background, he couldn't obtain more cultivation resources. His only reliance was the system's points. Especially his spiritual power. Currently he had barely reached the level of a primary spiritual master. To reach the intermediate level he needed 10000p. He was still nearly 9000p short. If he cultivated step by step, how long would it take? So everything was for points, everything was for strength. He endured it. Alright, I'll do it. After clearing his thoughts, Jiang Fan felt no reluctance at all, instead he was happy to do so. The crazy old man watched Jiang Fan cheerfully walk into the kitchen and reached up to rub his nearly bald forehead. Hey, this kid is interesting. In fact, after waking up, the crazy old man remembered the incident where he had bumped into Jiang Fan while drunk and then turned the tables on him. Jiang Fan, carrying him back, had already surprised him, and now he was obediently cooking for him. Could it be that this pale-faced fellow was actually a good person? No. The wily old crazy old man who had been around for years believed that his seasoned judgment could not be wrong. This kid was definitely not some honest, simple-minded fool. For no other reason, it was obvious from that pale face. But this kid had indeed obediently gone to cook, and there was no trace of reluctance on his expression. Instead, he looked happy. The crazy old man fell into deep self-doubt. Half an hour later, Jiang Fan simply stir-fried a few side dishes and brought them to the table. Crazy old ahem, respected sir, please try it. How does it taste? When Jiang Fan asked this, his face showed an extremely eager expression. Every second he was hoping for the system's prompt sound to ring immediately. However, this expression on his face, as seen by the crazy old man, made the old man even more doubtful about life. Seeing Jiang Fan staring at him with eager eyes, that look of anticipation seemed to hope that after tasting the dishes he would give him a thumbs up. Did this kid care about him so much? Respected sir, why aren't you using your chopsticks? Eat quickly, the food is getting cold. Jiang Fan urged anxiously. If the system only gave him very, very low points later, he guaranteed he would immediately change his expression and turn around to leave. Feeling Jiang Fan's enthusiasm, the crazy old man opened his mouth, suppressed the inexplicable emotions, then picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of stir-fried meat and put it in his mouth. Not bad. You've got some cooking skills, kid. Ding. Congratulations, master, for caring for an elderly loner, performing a good deed, points 1000 ha. Jiang Fan was overjoyed, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. This scene was clearly seen by the crazy old man, who looked up, making him even more confused. This kid is genuinely happy. He only praised him once and he's this happy. The crazy old man could tell that Jiang Fan's joy was from the heart, as if he might jump up at any moment. Could it be that he had misunderstood this child from the very beginning? At this moment a trace of guilt appeared in the crazy old man's heart. Jiang Fan didn't know what the crazy old man was thinking. He was now converting all the 1000 points he had just received into spiritual power. Jiang Fan, whose spiritual power had increased by another 100p, smiled even more brightly. Respected sir, you go ahead and eat. I see your house is too messy, littered with trash everywhere. Let me help you clean up. The crazy old man was about to stop him when he saw Jiang Fan scamper off to clean up the trash. Ding, congratulations, master, for helping an elderly loner clean the room, performing a good deed, points 1000 ha. The more Jiang Fan cleaned, the happier he became. Meanwhile, the crazy old man sitting at the table stared dumbfounded at this scene, and the guilt in his heart grew stronger. After Jiang Fan had finished cleaning up all the trash in the room, his shining bright eyes once again fell on the crazy old man. That look made the old man feel extremely uncomfortable. What does this kid want to do now? Jiang Fan came smiling over to the crazy old man. The old man narrowed his wrinkled eyes. After a moment of confrontation, Jiang Fan extended his hand. The crazy old man's eyes narrowed even more, almost into slits, hiding an unfathomably deep and dark gleam. Respected sir, have you finished eating? If so, shall I give you a massage? Ha! The crazy old man blinked again and finally reached up to dig in his ear, making sure he hadn't heard wrong. Jiang Fan went behind the crazy old man, ignoring the old man's objections, and began to massage him. Why hasn't the system prompted yet? Puzzled, Jiang Fan continued massaging. After a full minute, the system made no sound. System, what's going on? Where are my points? Master doesn't know yet. You can only earn points from the same person 3 times a day. Is that right? Then how come I could repeatedly earn points from picking up trash so many times? I just said from the same person, not the same piece of trash. He understood. So the rules were all made by you, whatever you say goes. After a few seconds of speechlessness, Jiang Fan stopped his actions and his warm expression suddenly vanished. The crazy old man had been enjoying Jiang Fan's massage but then it suddenly stopped. Why did you stop? Turning around he saw Jiang Fan's expression wasn't right. I have something to do, I'm going back now. Jiang Fan said expressionlessly. Seeing Jiang Fan's drastic change in behavior, the crazy old man's mind was a bit stuck. I'm leaving. After dropping these words, Jiang Fan left without looking back. This kid, what's gotten into him? Just now he was treating me like his grandfather and now this sour face as if I owe him money. The crazy old man couldn't help but complain repeatedly. In fact, in Jiang Fan's eyes, the crazy old man indeed owed him money. To be precise, he owed Jiang Fan points. Originally Jiang Fan had planned to rack up points from the crazy old man and jump straight to intermediate spiritual master in one day, but who knew he could only earn points 3 times a day. If not for the consideration that he could come back tomorrow to earn more points, he guaranteed his expression would be even worse. After returning home, Jiang Fan converted all the points he had just obtained into spiritual power. His current spiritual power was 1253p, and the spatial dimension he could control expanded accordingly, far exceeding a range of 100 meters. According to his judgment, once his spiritual power reached 10000p and he became an intermediate spiritual master, the spatial dimension he could control should reach around 1000 meters, covering several surrounding streets. At that time, for the nearby streets, as long as he wished, he could at any time perceive what was happening inside any household. Dong dong dong. The sound of knocking echoed. Following that came Tang Duo's soft sweet voice, Xiao Fan, time to eat. Alright, I'm coming. Jiang Fan pushed open the door and stepped out. Tang Gui immediately took his hand, swinging it happily as she led him toward the table. Seeing Tang Gui's joy, Jiang Fan's mood lifted as well. When Jiang Fan reached the table, he found an abundance of delicious food today: braised spare ribs, steamed sea bass, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a plate of edamame fried chicken. What a sumptuous dinner tonight! Wang Shuqin said with a smile as she arranged the bowls and chopsticks. It's all thanks to you, Xiao Fan. You gave the family 20,000, or else we wouldn't be eating such fine dishes. Jiang Fan chuckled. Our family's life will only get better from now on. Hearing this, everyone recalled what Jiang Fan had mentioned yesterday about taking the martial arts exam. Xiao Fan, are you really going to take the martial arts exam? Tang Gui, young and uninhibited, asked whatever came to mind. Jiang Fan nodded earnestly. But with your weak body and low qi and blood, how could you possibly pass? Guagua. Tang Fugui and Wang Shuqin both shot Tang Gui a glare. Tang Gui pouted, buried her head in her food, and fell silent. Observing the stifling atmosphere, Jiang Fan suddenly stood up. As he rose, everyone's gaze instantly fixed upon him. Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Tang Fugui looked at Jiang Fan, utterly bewildered. Jiang Fan silently walked into the courtyard and approached a stone mill. This stone mill had once been used to grind tofu but now lay abandoned. Since it was a family heirloom, the Tang family had kept it rather than discarding it. Dad, I recall this millstone weighs about 200 jin, right? Roughly, Tang Fugui replied, opening his mouth in confusion. Why do you ask? Jiang Fan took a deep breath, channeling the qi and blood within him. Then, gripping the millstone with both hands, he let out a low shout and with a surge of effort lifted it, hoisting it above his head. Astonishment! Tang Fugui, Wang Shuqin and Tang Gui all gaped wide enough to fit an egg, no, perhaps even a goose egg. With a loud thud, Jiang Fan set down the millstone and turned to face the three. Dad, Mom, my current qi and blood level is 80 yen. I've already reached the initial stage of a martial apprentice. I now qualify to apply for the martial arts track. With a bit more effort, I aim to get into an elite martial arts university, and then our family's life will keep improving. The three remained in deep shock, unable to snap out of it for a long while. As children adapt the fastest, Tang Gui cheerfully ran over and wrapped her arms around Jiang Fan's leg. Xiao Fan, you're amazing. I admire you so much. Jiang Fan habitually ruffled Tang Gui's fluffy hair, a gentle expression on his face. Tang Fugui finally came to his senses, stammering in disbelief. Xiao Fan, how is this possible? How could this be? Weren't you at just 19 N of qi and blood before? How did you suddenly reach the initial stage of a martial apprentice? Am I dreaming? I'm not sure either. Maybe it's a case of accumulated potential finally bursting forth, Jiang Fan said, half closing his eyes with a smile. A father knows his son. Tang Fugui could tell Jiang Fan was hiding something, but since Jiang Fan didn't want to talk about it, he refrained from asking. This also solidified his conviction. Xiao Fan absolutely must not remain in the slums. Even a 3-year-old knows that poverty fosters scholarship while wealth nurtures martial arts, and Tang Fugui understood this all too well. With Jiang Fan's talent, staying here would surely hinder his future. The more he thought about it, the tighter Tang Fugui clenched his fists at his sides. After dinner, Jiang Fan began his training: sit-ups, push-ups, running. He continued exercising until the early hours, drenched in sweat and with aching muscles, before finally stopping. He felt this efficiency was still too low. Suddenly Jiang Fan sat up in bed and through the window by moonlight spotted the distant mountains. This mountain, the highest in Ansheng, was called Li Mountain by the locals. He decided to start climbing it tomorrow. No more delays, action now. The next day at the break of dawn, Jiang Fan arrived at Li Mountain wearing a black hoodie. Since the sun hadn't risen yet, the fog hadn't lifted and the mountain air was heavy with moisture. Within minutes he felt the hair on his forehead dampen. Jiang Fan pulled up his hood and began his ascent. The Ansheng cemetery lay at the foot of Li Mountain. The mad old man, yawning with a wine flask in hand, emerged from the caretaker's quarters. Just as he stretched, he noticed something. The mad old man's pupils contracted as he instantly locked onto Jiang Fan climbing the mountain. Despite the distance of several hundred meters, the thick fog, the obstructing branches in Jiang Fan's hood, none of it could block the mad old man's gaze. It's that kid. The mad old man checked the time. 4:50. Climbing the mountain this early. What's gotten into him? The mad old man sat in his recliner sipping wine as he watched Jiang Fan climb to the summit, descend and then climb again, going back and forth countless times. It only ended close to 7 o'clock. This kid's got some perseverance. Not bad, not bad, reminds me of my younger days. Jiang Fan was unaware of all this. He was now drenched from head to toe, whether by sweat, mountain moisture, or both. Glancing at his watch, it was 7:00, he had to hurry to school or he'd be late. Jiang Fan returned home and changed into his uniform. Xiao Fan, where did you go so early? Wang Shuqin asked curiously. Exercising. Oh, I see. You're almost late for school, hurry up and have some breakfast. Jiang Fan noticed buns and soy milk on the table. No time, he'll take it on the road. Once at school, as soon as he hit the desk, Jiang Fan fell asleep. No help for it, after training until late last night and waking up so early, he wasn't made of iron. That said, if it weren't for his rapid recovery as a spiritual psychic, now an ordinary person would have been too exhausted to even get up, let alone come to school. Louis approached Jiang Fan's desk, frowned and tapped the desk with a book. Jiang Fan groggily awakened, looked up to see Louis. Pay attention in class. Louis had intended to scold Jiang Fan, but remembering that today was the last day of pressure from the Jiang family on him, she figured Jiang Fan was so exhausted from the ordeal that he'd fallen asleep in class. All right, Teacher Lu. Jiang Fan picked up his book with sleepy eyes. The characters on the page seemed to dance like tadpoles, swaying in every direction. Within seconds his eyes closed against his will. He fell asleep again. Louis pursed her lips but ultimately said nothing more. Jiang Fan slept deeply, not waking until lunchtime. In the cafeteria, halfway through his meal, he overheard classmates discussing yesterday's exam. I heard from someone in the next class that yesterday's exam results are out and posted on the bulletin board at the school gate. Really? Then I want to go take a look. What if I'm lucky enough to win a scholarship? Your grades are indeed quite good, and there are scholarships for those in the top 30 of the grade. Hurry up and eat, and after we're done, well, go check it out. Jiang Fan was also curious about how he performed after becoming a junior mentalist. After quickly eating 2 bites of food, Jiang Fan arrived at the bulletin board at the school entrance. When he arrived, many students had already gathered here. Xingxue, you stay here while I squeeze in to take a look. Otherwise I might fall victim to a pervert. Yi Hong said. Lan Xingxue nodded, standing still without approaching. At that moment she caught a glimpse of Jiang Fan standing at the back of the crowd. Recalling what happened yesterday, she furrowed her brows in displeasure, then withdrew her gaze. Yi Hong had already squeezed in, and she instinctively looked towards the first seat in the front row where the top grades were posted. Because every time grades were released, Lan Xingxue was always the first. Since freshman year, without exception, she had topped every exam. However, this time she did not see her name in the first row. Lan Shengshu's name had been pushed to the second position in the front row. Instead, the prominent name occupying Lan Shengshu's original spot was Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan. How could it be Jiang Fan? At this moment Jiang Fan squeezed in, and upon seeing his name a smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, mentalists are impressive. Yi Hong stared blankly at Jiang Fan beside her, her lips parting wider and wider. At this moment the crowd erupted with incredulous exclamations. Jiang Fan is in first place. This Jiang Fan can't be the useless one from class 8 with only 19 N of vitality, right? There's only one Jiang Fan in our senior class. If it's not him, then there's no one else. But his grades have always been around 20th in the grade. How did he suddenly jump to first place? These discussions naturally reached Lan Shengshu's ears. She glanced at Jiang Fan, her calm, beautiful eyes revealing a hint of ripples. TCH. This is the era of valuing martial prowess over academics. Wei Qi's disdainful voice rang out, his words directed at Jiang Fan and also meant for Tang Shuang beside him. Tang Shuang, who was feeling a bit unbalanced because Jiang Fan ranked first in academics, felt a sense of relief upon hearing Wei Qi's words. At this moment Jiang Fan slowly turned his head looking at Wei Qi with an expressionless face. Yes, ranking first in academics isn't extraordinary at all. So Wei Qi, is it impressive that you scored less than 50 points across all subjects? Upon hearing this, Wei Qi's face changed colors like a traffic light, shifting through red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple, a sight to behold. Wei Qi felt the gazes of those around him, some filled with disdain, others with mockery, wishing they could either punch Jiang Fan's mouth to pieces or dig a hole into the ground with their fists. Suddenly a voice came from above through the loudspeaker. The girl's voice over the loudspeaker was as melodious as a lark. Attention students. Attention. For those applying for martial arts, please report to the student council president around 2 p.m. tomorrow. Those who pass will enter the special training class. I will repeat, for those applying for martial arts, please report to the student council president around 2 p.m. tomorrow. Yi Hong poked Lan Xingxue beside her. You're going to be busy as the student council president tomorrow. Do you want me to help you? Lan Xingxue shook her head. You're not part of the student council and you're not a martial artist, so you can't help much. Upon hearing the announcement, Wei Qi regained his confidence and said to Jiang Fan, see. This is the real important matter in life. After tomorrow afternoon you'll be entering the special training class and while no longer be in the same world. Jiang Fan sneered. If I remember correctly, even if you enter the special training class you still have to take the academic exam. With your total score of 50, I fear that even if you pass the martial arts exam you won't pass the academic one, right? Wei Qi's face stiffened. Jiang Fan's words undoubtedly hit Wei Qi's soft spot. Just as Jiang Fan said, to enter the martial school one not only needs good martial arts scores but the academics cannot be too poor either. Unless in one case, that is to break through and become a martial artist before the college entrance examination. In that case academic performance wouldn't need to be considered at all. But he was only at the mid-stage of a martial artist with a vitality of only 113 and still 17 and away from the high stage, let alone becoming a martial artist. The minimum threshold for a first-grade martial artist is 200 and, which is simply impossible. Not to mention him, even among the annual graduates it is difficult to find a martial artist. If a martial artist candidate emerges before the college entrance examination it would undoubtedly cause a sensation and become a household name. Yi Hong watched Jiang Fan's departing figure, shaking her head and clicking her tongue, her tone regretful. He's so handsome, if he could cultivate I would definitely pursue him. Not to mention he can't cultivate. Even if his vitality reached the normal level, not just a sickly 19, and I would still pursue him. Lan Xingxue glanced at Yi Hong without speaking. At that moment she resolved in her heart that she would still be first in the next academic exam. After school, when Jiang Fan returned home, he saw Wang Shuqin standing at the door looking worried. Mom, what's wrong? Wang Shuqin wore a hesitant expression. Where's Dad? He usually comes back around this time, right? Wang Shuqin's brows furrowed deeper, her eyes evasive. Noticing this, Jiang Fan guessed that Wang Shuqin was hiding something from him. He began to recall some of Tang Fugui's unusual reactions from yesterday, and suddenly something clicked and his eyes widened. Did Dad go to the Jiang family? After a pause, Wang Shuqin hurriedly covered up. No, don't think too much. Your dad might be delayed on the way. You go inside first, you've had a long day, so rest a bit. Dinner will be ready soon. While saying this, Wang Shuqin grabbed Jiang Fan's arm, but in the next second Jiang Fan broke free. I'm going to find Dad. Xiao Fan. Wang Shuqin shouted from behind. Jiang Fan waved his hand. Mom, don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm going to bring Dad back from the Jiang family right now. As he looked at Jiang Fan's departing figure, Wang Shuqin's eyes turned red. At that moment Tang Gui grabbed Wang Shuqin's hand. Mom, believe in brother Xiao Fan, he will definitely bring Dad back. Don't forget, brother Xiao Fan is now at the initial stage of a martial artist. Perhaps hearing that Jiang Fan was at the initial stage of a martial artist, Wang Shuqin's furrowed brows finally began to relax. In front of the Jiang family's villa gate, Tang Fugui desperately pleaded with the security guard, please, I have something very important to discuss with the head of the Jiang family. The security guard looked at Tang Fugui, who was wearing a nearly faded camouflage uniform, with clear disdain. Go away, hurry up. Our master is a busy person and doesn't have time to see you. I beg you, this concerns the son of the Jiang family. The security guard knew Tang Fugui's identity and understood that the son he referred to was Jiang Fan. You mean Jiang Fan? He is no longer our master's son. Our master's only legitimate son is young Master Jiang Yutian. Just let me in, I need to tell the head of the Jiang family that Xiao Fan has already reached the initial stage of a martial apprentice. Tang Fugui's words immediately made the security guard laugh uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. You say Jiang Fan has become a martial apprentice at the initial stage? Ah, just in that waist. If he could become a martial apprentice at the initial stage, I would jump off the top of Lishan Mountain. At that moment Jiang Qifeng, flanked by 2 bodyguards, walked out of the villa and happened to see this scene. What happened here? Hearing Jiang Kaifeng's inquiry, the security guard forced himself to suppress his laughter and said, "This guy insisted on seeing you at all costs and claimed that Jiang Fan, he has become a martial apprentice at the initial stage." The security guard felt he was about to burst from holding in his laughter. Jiang Qifeng chuckled and looked at Tang Fugui. "You say Jiang Fan has become a martial apprentice at the initial stage?" "Yes, yes." Tang Fugui nodded repeatedly. "What I said is true. Xiao Fan has really reached the initial stage of a martial apprentice. Yesterday he directly lifted a 200-pound graphite plate. Head of the Jiang family, Xiao Fan is not a waste. He has embarked on the path of martial arts. Continuing to stay with us will hinder his future. So I hope you can show leniency and take him back." Jiang Qifeng sneered mockingly. "Tang Fugui, you really can spin tales. For Jiang Fan to return to our Jiang family, you even claim he has become a martial apprentice at the initial stage. Don't you know he only has 19 N of vitality? Even if he were to have vitality stones for free and absorb them desperately, it would be impossible for him to increase from 19 N to 80 N in such a short time. And does he have vitality stones? Vitality stones are expensive and not everyone can buy them just because they have money. One also needs background and status. Moreover, you might not know that even if Jiang Fan were supplied with an endless stream of vitality stones, he still wouldn't be able to continuously improve. Because everyone's talent and ability to absorb are different. If it were really possible to pile it up with vitality stones, those martial arts seedlings wouldn't need to train, they could just absorb the stones directly. In Jiang Kaifeng's view, Tang Fugui was just an ignorant country bumpkin. "Tang Fugui, considering Yotian, I won't throw you out today. You have 3 seconds to leave immediately. If you don't blame me for being rude." Hearing this, the two bodyguards stepped forward, showing menacing expressions toward Tang Fugui. Tang Fugui's face turned pale. Looking at the bodyguards, he swallowed his fear and continued, "Head of the Jiang family, I know my words are hard to believe, but I swear I saw Xiao Fan lift the graphite plate yesterday and I found it hard to believe myself. But I swear what I said is true. Xiao Fan really is at the initial stage of a martial apprentice. Please take him back. I beg you." "Enough." Jiang Qifeng impatiently said, then gestured to the two bodyguards, "Throw him out." "Yes." The two bodyguards complied, cracking their knuckles ominously. Jiang Fan had just arrived and saw this scene. But it was already too late. Tang Fugui was forcefully thrown out of the villa by the two bodyguards. "Dad!" Jiang Fan shouted quickly, running to Tang Fugui's side. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" As Jiang Fan asked, he used his spiritual sense to scan Tang Fugui up and down. Fortunately, aside from some abrasions, his bones were fine. Despite this, Jiang Fan was enraged. He slowly stood up, his gaze cold as he stared at the two bodyguards. "Your hands should be broken." With that, he sprang forward and in the blink of an eye he was in front of the two bodyguards, seizing their wrists and twisting forcefully. Crack, the crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Following that, the two let out screams like slaughtered pig. The two bodyguards looked at their hands, their palms hanging limply like willow branches swaying in the wind, completely broken. Jiang Kaifeng's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene that had just unfolded. Jiang Fan's entire process of attacking was smooth and fluid, and the force was so great that it was beyond what his bodyguards could match. Even so, Jiang Qifeng only believed that Jiang Fan's vitality had increased a bit and that he had caught the two bodyguards off guard, which was why he could break their arms with one move. As for what Tang Fugui had just said about Jiang Fan becoming a martial apprentice at the initial stage, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. "Jiang Fan, you have such audacity to strike at my Jiang family's people." Jiang Fan coldly glanced at the two bodyguards, who were howling a hint of defiance in his slightly raised brows. "Your Jiang family's people. I see them as dogs of the Jiang family. You are asking for a beating." Jiang Qifeng raised his palm and struck toward Jiang Fan's face. This scene looked very familiar to Jiang Fan. Wasn't it just like this 3 days ago? As Jiang Kaifeng's palm came down, if he hadn't used all his strength to endure the impact, he would have likely had his face swollen from the slap. Slap. With a sound, Jiang Fan forcefully slapped Jiang Kaifeng's hand away. Jiang Qifeng looked at his reddened hand, shocked and furious as he confronted Jiang Fan. "Unfilial son." Jiang Fan sneered, "Head of the Jiang family, please get it straight. I am the son of the Tang family and have nothing to do with you, the head of the Jiang family. The term unfilial son is inappropriate." Jiang Kaifeng's lips pressed tightly together, turning pale. At that moment, Jiang Hongyuan, Jiang Chengyuan, Jiang Huangyuan and Jiang Luyuan rushed over, unleashing a storm of attacks on Jiang Fan. "Jiang Fan, you dare treat Dad like this? You're truly looking for death. Eldest sister, why are you wasting your breath on him? Someone like this little beast deserves to be punished. The second sister is right, Jiang Fan is just asking for a lesson. Let's teach him a good lesson like we did before." After the four sisters finished speaking, they charged at him in perfect unison. Some used sharp nails to claw at Jiang Fan's hands, some pulled at his arms and others bit him. Yet Jiang Fan remained completely still, his originally pitch-black eyes becoming even deeper. Seeing this, Tang Fugui felt both heartbroken and anxious. Stop. Please stop. You can't treat Xiao Fan like this. As Tang Fugui was about to rush over, he was blocked by Jiang Yotian, who had appeared out of nowhere. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Tang Fugui's chest heaved with fury as he roared, he is my son. Jiang Yotian spoke in a tone of incomprehension. I just can't understand it. Jiang Fan has no blood relation to you, so why do you protect him so fiercely? I said it. He is my son. Tang Fugui's fists were clenched so tight that veins bulged, revealing the depth of his rage at that moment. Move. Tang Fugui shoved Jiang Yotian aside, only to have his wrist viciously seized by him the next second. As an ordinary man, he was no match for Jiang Yotian, who was at the early stage of martial apprentice. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Watching Jiang Fan being bullied by Jiang Hongyuan and her sisters, Tang Fugui was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. Let go. Jiang Yotian, let me go. Jiang Yotian lowered his voice. Old man, you'd better not move or he'll beat you. Upon hearing this, Tang Fugui's eyes widened in shock. It took him a while to find his voice. What did you say? You want to hit me? What if I do? Jiang Yotian admitted it bluntly and said in a threatening tone, let me tell you, if it weren't for my dad, mom and sister being here, and to avoid giving them the impression that I beat my biological father, I would have already hit you. You. I. Tang Fugui choked for a long time, unable to utter a complete sentence. His gaze at Jiang Yotian gradually shifted from disbelief to anger, then to profound disappointment, and finally to estrangement. The four Jiang sisters continued to tear at Jiang Fan relentlessly, their venomous expressions as if they wished to devour him alive and tear him to pieces. Jiang Fan clenched his fists, the chill in his eyes already frozen to the bone. Get lost. With a sudden burst of force, the four sisters were sent flying. One crashed into a utility pole, another into a trash can, one fell flat on her back, and another landed on the greenery. Ouch, it hurts. My face. My butt. For a moment groans filled the air. Xue Ping, who had been hiding in the villa, saw this and rushed out shouting. Jiang Fan, how can you be so cruel? They are your own sisters. How could you treat them like this? Facing the accusations of his biological mother, Xue Ping, Jiang Fan only coldly replied, sisters. Ha, just a pack of mad dogs. Upon hearing this, the four Jiang sisters gnashed their teeth in fury at Jiang Fan. Xue Ping's eyes were also filled with disbelief and disappointment. Jiang Qifeng said indignantly, to utter such rebellious words, calling you a little beast, is indeed fitting. Facing these angry or disappointed gazes and listening to these harsh words, Jiang Fan remained unmoved, his emotions utterly unruffled. Because he was used to it. Witnessing all this, Tang Fugui was deeply shaken and felt immense pain for Jiang Fan. At that moment he finally understood why Jiang Fan was determined never to return to this home. Xiao Fan, let's go home. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan felt a pang of warmth in his heart. He smiled, a warmth spreading within him, and his eyes gradually welled up with heat. Okay. The two turned to leave. Stop. Jiang Qifeng bellowed. Do you think the Jiang family is some kind of place where you can come and go as you please? I'm telling you, this is not a place for you to run wild. You think you can just hit someone and leave? Guards. With his command, 7 or 8 bodyguards rushed out and surrounded Jiang Fan and Tang Fugui. Tang Fugui looked around anxiously. His own life was worthless, he could take a beating, but not Jiang Fan. He still had to apply for the martial arts exam and couldn't afford any mishap. At that moment, Jiang Fan's calm voice rang out, Dad, don't worry. Everything will be fine. How could it be fine? Tang Fugui knew Jiang Fan was no longer the same, but he had only just reached the initial stage of martial apprentice with limited strength. Moreover, there were so many of them. Even with 2 fists he couldn't fight off 4 hands. If Xiao Fan got into a fight, he would surely suffer. If he got hurt or crippled, the martial arts exam would be completely ruined. Thinking this, Tang Fugui's face showed a look of determination. Xiao Fan'll try to hold them off. You run. Jiang Fan could see that Tang Fugui was prepared to die, desperate to buy him a sliver of hope. Run. Do you think it's that easy? Jiang Qifeng sneered coldly, then waved his hand, get him, all of you. Beat him hard. Especially Jiang Fan, break his legs. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the bodyguards, before they could act, heard the sound of a police car approaching from afar. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. Soon a police car pulled up and stopped at the gate of the Jiang residence. 2 bodyguards in uniform got out of the car. One looked about 40 and the other was quite young, at most in his late 20s. These 2 were none other than the constables who had previously investigated the theft at Chen Wenhua's household, Wu and Xiao Qian. Who called the police? At this, the Jiang family members exchanged bewildered glances. Jiang Fan silently raised his hand. I did. Upon hearing this, the Jiang family glared at Jiang Fan with surprise and hatred. Tang Fugui opened his mouth. Xiao Fan, you called the police? Jiang Fan nodded. I called them before I came. Now Tang Fugui belatedly understood Jiang Fan's earlier words. No wonder he said everything would be fine. He had already prepared in advance. Old Wu walked up to Jiang Fan, looking at the boy's face and body covered in injuries, scratches, bites and swollen bruises from pin. Against the boy's fair skin they were shockingly visible. He couldn't imagine the violence this young child had endured before his arrival. He had a child of his own, though his daughter was only 5, far younger than Jiang Fan. But as a parent, seeing another's child suffer so much still pained his heart. Who hit you? Jiang Fan looked at Zhang Hongyuan and the others. Old Wu followed his gaze and saw the gnashing Jiang Qifeng and his family. In fact, when they had arrived they had seen those sunglasses-wearing bodyguards about to attack Jiang Fan. Why did you do this? Facing the constable's question, Zhang Hongyuan stepped forward, first pointing at Jiang Fan and shrieking, it was that little beast Jiang Fan. First he disrespected my father, then he attacked us. He's the one. He's the heinous criminal. Arrest him. Throw him in jail forever. Jiang Changyuan and the others also pointed at Jiang Fan. That's right, it's him. Arrest him. Arrest him. Reform him thoroughly. Lao Wu frowned, his gaze sweeping between the Jiang family and Jiang Fan. He spoke again. I see that you have no injuries at all, but the wounds on this young man can only be described as appalling. You say he attacked you? That's hardly convincing. The Jiang family was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. Lao Wu asked again, what exactly caused the fight? And what is your relationship? We have no relationship with him. I, Jiang Qifeng, have no such unfilial son as this rebellious brat. Jiang Qifeng said indignantly. Hearing this, Lao Wu and Xiao Qian exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. This boy covered in injuries was actually the son of this family. What a joke. And those menacing bodyguards, when they arrived they had personally witnessed Jiang Qifeng ordering the guards to attack Jiang Fan, even saying he would break his legs. What kind of deep hatred was this? Jiang Fan's face was cold. He looked at Jiang Qifeng and said icily, I don't have a father like you either. You have eyes but are blind, treating a scheming hypocrite who only puts on a show of being good as your own son. Lao Wu and Xiao Qian grew more confused. These two were nothing like father and son, they were irreconcilable enemies. Ahem. Lao Wu cleared his throat, his gaze returning to Jiang Fan. Since you are the one who reported the incident, can you tell us the whole story? Yes, but wait a moment. Jiang Fan said, then walked back in the direction he came from. This action left Lao Wu and the others puzzled. Soon they saw Jiang Fan take out a phone from a nearby bush. Jiang Fan handed the video he had just recorded to Lao Wu. Lao Wu slightly opened his mouth, looking at Jiang Fan with a hint of surprise. Then without delay he opened the video. After watching it he roughly understood the whole incident. First, Jiang Qifeng and his people attacked Tang Fugui. When Jiang Fan arrived he stepped in to protect Tang Fugui. To his surprise, the seemingly frail young man could snap the wrists of 2 bodyguards in an instant. Then Jiang Qifeng tried to slap Jiang Fan, who defended himself by knocking the hand away. Then Zhang Hongyuan and the other 3 rushed at him, clawing, biting and tearing at Jiang Fan like rabid dogs, viciously attacking anyone they could latch onto. Lao Wu's expression was grim, his lips tightly pressed. He could hardly imagine how a teenager could endure all of this. These people who hurt him were his closest family. The more he thought about it, the more distressed Lao Wu became. After a moment he turned and coldly stared at Jiang Qifeng and the others. Yet these people showed no sign of guilt. In any case, Jiang Fan is in the wrong. Our actions were justified. Jiang Qifeng said confidently. Shui Ping chimed in, yes, you don't know, this son of mine has always been rebellious, often bullying his younger brother. Last time he even pushed him off an overpass. Is that so? Lao Wu looked surprised. Jiang Fan said calmly, Jiang Yuishan jumped off himself. The Jiang family has already retrieved the surveillance footage. In the video it is clearly Jiang Yuishan who jumped off the overpass himself. Seeing that Jiang Fan's words were reasonable and based on evidence, Lao Wu had no doubt. But you drove him to it. You told Yuishan that if he didn't jump off the overpass you would kick him out. He jumped off himself because he had no choice just to stay in this family. Jiang Qifeng grew angrier as he spoke. Jiang Fan continued, the audio in the surveillance was too low to hear clearly, but if you want to know the truth it's simple, just find a lip-reading expert. Hearing this, Jiang Yuishan's face suddenly changed. Dad, about this, he had just begun to speak when Jiang Kaifeng's voice cut him off. Fine. You keep saying we wronged you, that Yuishan framed you. Today I will make you completely give up hope. But Jiang Qifeng changed his tone when the lip-reading experts arrive and the truth comes out. If it turns out that you indeed used vicious words to force Yuishan to jump off the overpass, what will you do? Jiang Fan slightly raised his chin and said unyieldingly, then I will kneel and apologize to Jiang Yuishan in public. You can also start a live stream, let people curse me and make me a street rat. Good. Jiang Qifeng shouted. Jiang Yuishan grew anxious. Dad, listen to me. There's no need to make this so serious. After all, Jiang Fan is my brother. How could I as a younger brother bear to see his reputation ruined? Enough, Yuishan. Don't say any more. My mind is made up. No matter what, I will settle this matter today once and for all. Jiang Qifeng said sternly. I was about to say the same. Jiang Fan said, but I have a condition. Speak. If it turns out that Jiang Yuishan indeed wronged me, then the same, start a live stream and have him kneel and apologize to me. Fine, I agree on his behalf. Also after this I will have nothing to do with the Jiang family. Jiang Kaifeng's eyes narrowed into icy slits, his lips pressed white. Fine. I will announce in the live stream that you Jiang Fan are no longer my son and will never be a member of the Jiang family. And so it was decided. Xiao Qian whispered to Lao Wu, what should we do now? What else? Just keep watching. Lao Wu lit a cigarette, leaned against the wall and puffed away. Before long the lip-reading experts were brought to the Jiang residence. Jiang Qifeng said, please read it carefully and tell us what they said. Mr. Jiang, rest assured we are professionals in this field. The lip-reading experts said confidently. Jiang Qifeng nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Jiang Fan. I hired 3 lip-reading experts at once just to prevent you from making excuses later that the experts mistranslated. You could say one was wrong, but with 3 I'd like to see what you'll say then. Jiang Fan said nothing, quietly waiting for the result. Meanwhile Jiang Yuishan kept swallowing nervously. His mind was racing, trying to think of a way to handle the situation. A few minutes later the 3 lip-reading experts paused the surveillance video. Mr. Jiang, we have translated it. Then please tell us what you found. Okay. Let me speak first. One of the lip-reading experts who wore glasses began. He first looked at Jiang Fan and said, he spoke first. He said, Jiang Yotian, why did you ask me to come here? Mom and Dad are waiting for us to go home for dinner. Then Jiang Yotian said, Jiang Fan, you must hate me now, don't you? Hate me for occupying your place for so many years, for usurping your identity as the young master of the Jiang family. Jiang Fan, to be honest, I have never hated you. After all, we were just infants in swaddling clothes back then, unable to intervene in the fact that we were swapped. Even later, when you repeatedly framed me in front of Mom and Dad and kept hurting me, I never hated you. You're lying. Jiang Yotian roared. Jiang Fan, am not. Jiang Yotian, how could you not? I've treated you so badly, how could you possibly not hate me? If it weren't for me, you would be the eldest young master of the Jiang family, the child Mom and Dad love most. But now they all despise you and my sisters all protect me, treating you like an enemy. How could you not hate me? Stop lying. You hate me. Jiang Fan, I said I don't. Jiang Yotian, you don't. I do. Jiang Fan, why did you have to appear? If you hadn't appeared, I would be the only young master of this family, the only son of my parents, the only brother of my 4 sisters. How wonderful, how perfect, how happy everything was. But you just had to show up, trying to take my family away from me to steal my identity. A low-class person like you, raised in the slums, a despicable thing. What right do you have to take everything that belongs to me? Why? Tell me why. When the lip-reading expert reached this point, everyone in the living room except Jiang Fan had their expressions shifting unpredictably. Especially Tang Fugue. He couldn't believe that his own biological son had called people from the slums low-class, despicable things. Heartache, suffocating pain. Jiang Yotian swallowed hard. He felt the Jiang family's gaze on him change, becoming fearful and terrifying. The lip-reading expert continued. Jiang Fan, Jiang Yotian, your words are too much. Birth does not distinguish between noble and humble, and it is something no one can choose. You say I grew up in the slums, that I am low-class, a despicable thing. By saying that, aren't you also insulting Mom, Dad, our sisters in Guagua? Jiang Yotian, that's right, I am insulting them. And Tang Fugue and the others are your family, not mine. I don't have such low-class relatives. Every time they come to see me, I feel utterly disgusted. At that moment Tang Fugue's heartache ceased. For there is no greater sorrow than a heart turned to ashes. Jiang Yotian climbed onto the overpass. Jiang Fan, what are you doing? Jiang Yotian laughed. After much deliberation, I finally figured out a perfect plan, a way to drive you out of the Jiang family for good. I'm going to jump off this overpass and then tell Dad that you pushed me. Do you think they'll give you a good beating and then kick you out of the house? With that, Jiang Yotian jumped off the overpass without hesitation. Silence. The entire living room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared at the trembling Jiang Yutian with incredulous eyes, unable to speak for a long time. Jiang Hongyuan said, "Did the lip-reading expert make a mistake?" This remark reminded everyone. Indeed, Jiang Yutian was so kind. When Jiang Fan was still in the Jiang family, he always considered his welfare. Whenever Jiang Fan made a mistake, Jiang Yutian would always plead for him. How could such an innocent and kind person do something like this? Jiang Fan sneered, "Didn't you hire 3 lip-reading experts? If one made a mistake, you can ask the other 2. Jiang Hongyuan shot Jiang Fan a venomous glare. "Don't get cocky. The lip-reading expert must have made a mistake." "That's right, eldest sister is correct," Jiang Chengyuan and the others chimed in. Then the Jiang family turned to the other 2 lip-reading experts, who said in unison, "Our translation is identical to his. There is no mistake." Jiang Hongyuan was stunned. The Jiang family fell into deathly silence once more. A few minutes later, Jiang Qifeng finally found his voice struggling to speak as he looked at Jiang Yutian. "Jiang Yutian. You have disappointed us too much." Shui Ping shook her head repeatedly. "Yao Tian, how could you do such a thing?" Now even the 4 sisters, who were always protective of their brother, stopped defending Jiang Yutian. Jiang Yushan's face turned deathly pale and large beads of cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Finally he bent his knees and dropped to the ground with a thud, tears streaming down his face like a broken dam. "Dad, Mom, eldest sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I deceived you. I framed Jiang Fan. I admit it, I confess everything. But I had no choice. Ever since Jiang Fan returned to this family, I haven't had a single peaceful night's sleep. Every day I live in fear, afraid that once you take him back you'll kick me out. I'm scared, truly scared. That's why I was blinded by greed and did such a thing. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Jiang Yutian sobbed as he knocked his forehead against the floor with a dull thud. In just a few seconds his forehead became swollen and red, showing just how hard he was hitting. "Yo Tian, don't do this. You'll hurt yourself." Shui Ping hurried over, grabbing his arm to stop him. "Mom!" Jiang Yutian cried like a rain-soaked person. "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have done such a thing. The position of young master of the Jiang family rightfully belongs to Jiang Fan. I am just a low-class person. Even though I have broken through to the middle-stage martial apprentice, someone of my origin is destined to return to the slums." "Woo-woo. Middle-stage martial apprentice." Jiang Qifeng strode forward, came to Jiang Yotian and lifted him up from the ground. "What did you say? You've already broken through to the middle-stage martial apprentice. When did this happen? Why didn't you mention it before?" Jiang Yutian wiped his tears and replied, "Just today at school. I suddenly broke through. Dad, I let you down. I've shamed you. I'll go pack my things and leave immediately, so I won't be an eyesore to you, Mom, and my sisters." "Pack what? When did we ever say we wanted you to leave?" Jiang Qifeng grabbed Jiang Yushan's arm. "But I've done such terrible things. I deeply regret it. I shouldn't have treated Jiang Fan that way. But what's done is done. I have no excuses now. Dad, Mom, eldest sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, thank you. Thank you for your care and love over these 17 years. Now that I'm leaving, I won't be able to repay you. I hope we can meet again someday. I won't let you leave." Jiang Qifeng spoke again. "You are my son, Jiang Kaifeng's son, the pride of the Jiang family. I have painstakingly nurtured you for so many years. In my heart, though we share no blood, you are my true son." Shui Ping embraced Jiang Yotian. "Your father is right. You should be the child I carried for 10 months. The 4 sisters, fiercely protective of their brother, once again swarmed in, chattering away. "Yes, Yotian, don't blame yourself so much. To be honest, this is all Jiang Fan's fault. If he hadn't always done things to hurt you all these years, you wouldn't have become so extreme and done this. Really, it's not your fault. None of us have ever blamed you. If we must blame someone, blame Jiang Fan. Don't cry, your second sister's heart aches for you." Xiao Qian swallowed dryly, looking at old Wu beside him. "I feel like my worldview has been shattered." Old Wu exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze shifting to Jiang Fan, a clear trace of sympathy and reflection in his eyes. After all, Jiang Yutian is a mid-stage martial apprentice. Such talent is outstanding even among all senior high school examinees in Ansheng. And this Jiang Fan I just investigated, he's very weak, not even an ordinary person, with only 19 N of blood energy. 19 N. Xiao Qian's face was full of disbelief. So low. This is even less than an elementary school student. Old Wu continued, "That's why you see this scene." Xiao Qian understood now. No wonder the Jiang family treated their own son Jiang Fan so ruthlessly, yet showed endless tolerance to Jiang Yotian, who had no blood relation. But understanding it was one thing, Xiao Qian couldn't help but speak up for Jiang Fan. But no matter what, Jiang Fan is still their biological son. They can play favorites, but to go this far, aren't they treating Jiang Fan as less than human? Old Wu looked at the wounds on Jiang Fan's body and the apathetic coldness in the young man's eyes. He thought to himself, this child must be completely heartbroken by now, or else he wouldn't behave like this. Just as Old Wu was lost in thought, Jiang Fan stepped forward and approached Jiang Qifeng and the others. Before you continue your performance of father-son affection and mother-son love, the lip-reading expert has already translated. You should fulfill your promise now. With that, Jiang Fan's sharp gaze suddenly fell on Zhang Youtian, causing him to tremble inwardly. Zhang Youtian, it's time for you to kneel and apologize. Zhang Youtian's fingers curled, his back teeth grinding audibly. At this moment, Jiang Qifeng stepped forward. Jiang Fan, who do you think you are? What right do you have to make my Youtian kneel to you? He is a mid-stage martial apprentice genius, while you are just a waste with 19 in blood energy. Kneel to you? Do you deserve it? Jiang Fan's aura grew colder. So you intend to go back on your word? We are not going back on our word, you simply don't deserve Yushin's kneeling. Jiang Qifeng said with righteous indignation. Ha ha ha. Jiang Fan laughed coldly. Patriarch Jiang is the head of a family, your words are as worthless as flatulence. A grown man like you, aren't you ashamed? With outsiders present, Jiang Qifeng felt both his dignity and face were completely lost. Outrageous. You little BAS, enough. Jiang Fan ruthlessly cut him off. Don't forget, you just promised to publicly livestream your complete severance of ties with me. From now on, I have nothing to do with you. I am not your son and you are no longer my father. So Patriarch Jiang, please recognize your position. Don't go around calling me a little bastard anymore. Borrowing your own words, who do you think you are? What right do you have to call me a little bastard? These words caused Jiang Qifeng's face to turn as red and purple as a sewer that had been blocked for 10 days. Xue Ping tugged at Jiang Qifeng's sleeve. Husband, forget it. Let's just pretend we never gave birth to or raised this child. Don't argue with him anymore. He is a stubborn rock. Arguing with him will only harm your health. Start the live stream. Announce to the world that we have completely expelled Jiang Fan from the family. Hearing this, the anger on Jiang Qifeng's face gradually subsided. You're right. Let's just pretend we never had this son. With that, Jiang Qifeng wasted no more time. He took out his phone and started the live stream. He said, today I, Jiang Qifeng, am starting a live stream, taking up your time for just one thing, to announce to everyone that from now on the Jiang family and Jiang Fan have no connection whatsoever. The Jiang family is the Jiang family and Jiang Fan is Jiang Fan. Whether Jiang Fan ends up destitute in the future or makes something of himself, ha. At this point, Jiang Qifeng couldn't help but sneer. Make something of himself. With a waste like Jiang Fan, he would never have a chance to rise in this lifetime. Whether he makes something of himself or not, it has nothing to do with the Jiang family. After finishing the livestream, Jiang Qifeng looked at Jiang Fan. Are you satisfied now? Jiang Fan did not reply, but instead turned to Zhang Youtian. The kneeling apology you owe me, one day you will have to pay it back. Zhang Youtian completely ignored Jiang Fan's words. In his eyes, Jiang Fan's words held no threat, just a powerless display of bravado. Jiang Fan turned around and said to Tang Fugue, Dad, let's go home. Mom and Guogua are waiting for us to have dinner. Tang Fugue's eyes were red, his heart aching for Jiang Fan. Alright, let's go home. Old Wu walked over. This kid is badly injured. Well, give you a ride back. Tang Fugue was too embarrassed to accept, but thinking of Jiang Fan's wounds, he nodded. Then I'll trouble you. In the car. Old Wu handed Jiang Fan a tube of ointment. This trauma medicine is specially issued by the Bureau. It's very effective and hard for ordinary people to get. Apply it quickly. Thanks. Jiang Fan took the ointment. This medicine has excellent effects, but the drawback is that it's quite irritating. Old Wu reminded. Jiang Fan applied the ointment to his body. As Old Wu had said, the irritation was strong, feeling like a branding iron scorching his skin. But to avoid worrying Tang Fugue beside him, Jiang Fan didn't even furrow his brow. Old Wu noticed this and guessed the boy was doing it for his father's sake, which made him feel even more sympathetic toward the child. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the Jiang family's door. Thank you, I'm so grateful. Tang Fugue repeatedly expressed his thanks. You're welcome. Just take the kid home to rest. Try not to bathe for the next couple of days. Old Wu, like a neighborly uncle, gave his concerned instructions. Alright, thank you so much. Old Wu watched Tang Fugue escort Jiang Fan into the courtyard before withdrawing his gaze. Just then Xiao Qian received a text message on his phone. Old Wu. There's a lead on the Chun Wenhua family theft case. Old Wu perked up instantly at the news. What clue? Xiao Qian handed his phone to Old Wu. This is a photo just sent over from the bureau. The person in this picture appeared near Chen Wenhua's house that night. Let me see. Old Wu zoomed in on the photo. The figure wore a black hoodie, their face thoroughly concealed. Given it was nighttime and the street camera was far off, only a vague silhouette could be discerned. Old Wu, doesn't this person's back resemble the Jiang Fan we just saw? Xiao Qian muttered. Old Wu shot him an exasperated look. So you think Jiang Fan climbed into Chen Wenhua's house in the dead of night, evaded all the surveillance bodyguards and servants, silently made off with the gold and left no trace? Xiao Qian chuckled, scratching his head. Of course not. He only has 19 N of qi in blood. How could he manage that? Not even a first-rank martial artist could pull it off. Then why the wild guesses? Old Wu was utterly speechless. Enough, stop letting your imagination run wild. By the way, any progress on checking if anyone has exchanged gold at jewelry stores these past 2 days? Xiao Qian replied, we've checked most jewelry stores in Anqing. Only a dozen or so left, results should be in within 2 days. But the thief might not have disposed of the gold in Anqing. He could have hidden it and waits for the heat to die down before hitting a store. Old Wu nodded in agreement. Let's wait for the investigation results first. The moment Jiang Fan returned to the courtyard, Tang Guo rushed out. Seeing his battered body, her grape-like eyes welled up and she burst into loud sobs. Xiao Fan Gage, how did you get so badly hurt? Hearing her cries, Wang Shuqin hurried out. She also noticed the injuries on Jiang Fan's face, neck and arms. She covered her mouth, tears streaming down in heartache. Jiang Fan offered them a reassuring smile. It's nothing, just some superficial wounds. The constable gave me a special ointment on the way back. It should be mostly healed by tomorrow. Tang Guo and the others didn't believe him. What ointment could heal that much in one night? Clearly he was just trying to comfort them. Alright, you two, stop crying. Xiao Fan is injured and hasn't had dinner yet. Let him eat first, we can talk later, Tang Fugui said. Right, eat first. After dinner, Tang Fugui and Wang Shuqin went to their room where he recounted everything that had happened at the Jiang family's home in detail. After hearing the story, Wang Shuqin felt both sympathy for Jiang Fan and deep disappointment in her own son Jiang Yutian. Yutian? How could he become like this? Tang Fugui sighed, then said with resolve, from now on I, Tang Fugui, have only one son, Xiao Fan. Wang Shuqin nodded firmly. Yes, our only son is Xiao Fan. In his room, Jiang Fan clearly heard their conversation, his heart filled with gratitude. He silently resolved, Dad, Mom, I will make something of myself. I won't let you down. Composing himself, he got up and headed outside. He still had a very important task to do today. Before long he arrived at the cemetery caretaker's residence. Why are you here? The crazy old man looked at Jiang Fan, puzzled, also noting his injuries. Kid, did a woman scratch you? Jiang Fan was surprised. How can you tell? The old man grinned. At my age I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. I've seen all kinds of storms. Jiang Fan stroked his chin, drawing a conclusion. So you've been scratched by a woman before? The old man choked. What nonsense! How could I ever have been scratched by a woman? Jiang Fan kept staring at him with a skeptical look, making the old man deeply uncomfortable. Anyway, why are you here so late? If you have nothing to do, leave. Oh, I just wanted to ask, have you eaten? Jiang Fan inquired. The old man was taken aback. No, why? I'll cook for you then. Without waiting for a reply, Jiang Fan walked straight into the kitchen, opened the fridge, took out ingredients and began cooking. The crazy old man scratched his balding head. He prided himself on having weathered countless storms and seen the ugliest sides of human nature, remaining unflappable even as a mountain crumbled. But at this moment he was utterly baffled. What is this kid thinking? Ding! Congratulations, master, for caring for an elderly loner and performing a good deed. Points 1000. Jiang Fan watched the old man eating and drinking, the familiar chime echoing in his mind. He smiled in satisfaction, then silently began tidying up the garbage in the house. To his amazement, despite having cleaned just yesterday, the room was already a mess again. Ding! Congratulations, master, for helping an elderly loner clean his room and performing a good deed. Points 1000. Another deposit credited. The crazy old man, while drinking and eating, watched Jiang Fan with interest. Hey kid, what favor are you after? Jiang Fan thought to himself, your place is bare except for trash, what could you possibly offer? You're overthinking it. I'm just bored and looking for something to do. The old man pulled a toothpick from the holder and picked at the meat stuck in his teeth. Did Yan Tianyang send? Jiang Fan paused. Who? Playing dumb, huh? A few days ago Shayan called me saying he'd send someone over. And here you are. Who else could it be? Jiang Fan grew more confused. What was all this nonsense? But he couldn't be bothered to waste brain cells on it. After all, who cares about an NPC that just farms points for him? So he stopped pondering the old man's words and moved behind him. Let me give you a massage. The old man enjoyed the massage as he spoke. You've got patience, kid. I'm curious how long you can keep this up. Jiang Fan ignored him, waiting for the system to award points. A few minutes later the system prompt chimed as expected. Ding! Congratulations, master, for massaging the elderly, bringing joy to his heart and performing a good deed. Points 1000. After obtaining the points, Jiang Fan immediately stopped massaging the crazy old man. The old man was enjoying it, but then it suddenly stopped. He looked back in confusion, but before he could ask anything he saw Jiang Fan walking out without looking back, then leaving behind a sentence, "I'll come back tomorrow." What the hell? Jiang Fan checked his phone after leaving the cemetery. It was 2013. It was still early, so he decided to climb Poly Mountain. Over an hour later, the crazy old man holding a wine flask watched Jiang Fan climbing up and down Poly Mountain and couldn't help muttering to himself. The moonlight isn't great tonight. Can this kid see clearly while climbing the mountain? Jiang Fan was already a primary level psychic. Not to mention poor moonlight. Even in pitch darkness his surroundings were as clear as if captured by a high-definition digital camera, and even came with a microscope effect. After training until past 11 p.m., Jiang Fan sat on the stone steps panting heavily. He opened the system panel. Points 3003. Physical power 80N. Mental power 1253p. He wondered if he could increase his physical power given his current physical condition. After a moment of thought, Jiang Fan asked the system add physical power to the most suitable value. Okay, master. As the system's female voice faded, the panel changed accordingly. Points 2993. Physical power 81N. Mental power 1253p. Can I only exchange for 1N of physical power? Jiang Fan frowned slightly. This efficiency was too low. Accustomed to skyrocketing progress, Jiang Fan now felt deeply aggrieved. But he had no choice in the face of the current situation. He could only train step by step. First, exchange all the points for mental power. Okay. The next day after training as usual, Jiang Fan changed his clothes and went to school. As soon as he arrived on campus, he noticed the looks of the people around him. He didn't need to hear it to know why. The Jiang family, while not a top-tier noble force in city, was still a solid small noble family. Yesterday Jiang Qifeng publicly broadcasted driving him out of the family and completely severing ties. Such explosive news was undoubtedly going to be the headline of city's news. Tong Shuyao among the crowd stepped out when she saw Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, you've disappointed me so much. Yesterday I advised you to kneel and apologize to Jiang Yotian, but you refused. Now that you've been kicked out of the Jiang family, you must regret it, right? Jiang Fan said calmly, "You're blocking my way." Tong Shuyao's chest heaved with anger. After calming down, she continued, "In that case, you and I will no longer have an engagement. From now on, you and I, just like you and the Jiang family, will completely sever ties." Just what I wanted. Jiang Fan said expressionlessly. Seeing Jiang Fan completely indifferent, Tong Shuyao felt even more suffocated. Finally she just snorted and turned away. At 2 p.m. Jiang Fan was about to arrive at the student council office when he found over a dozen students already queuing there. He recognized all these students. They were the martial arts prospects of their grade in City No. 9 high school. Wei Qi also noticed Jiang Fan and said sarcastically, "Jiang Fan, what are you doing here? Watching the excitement? Or do you want to admire us martial arts geniuses?" Hearing this, Jiang Yotian, Tong Shuyao and the other students preparing to sign up almost all turned their eyes to Jiang Fan. Their gazes ranged from contempt to mockery, and some merely glanced at him before looking away, as if a nobody like Jiang Fan wasn't worth their attention or mental energy. None of your business. With that, Jiang Fan went to the back of the queue. Ha! Wei Qi was stunned. With this attitude, you're not here to sign up, are you? No way. Jiang Fan, a waste with only 19 and also wants to register for the martial arts exam. That's hilarious, ha ha ha. A nearby student said, "Let him sign up. It's boring anyway, we can treat it as entertainment. Yeah, the path of cultivation is too dull. It's nice to have some fun once in a while." As soon as the student finished speaking, they heard a cold voice from behind. "You're noisy." The student turned around and saw Mu Feng behind him with a crew cut and a deadpan face. Instantly he shrank his neck and didn't dare utter a word. Mu Feng was one of the only 2 high-level martial apprentices in City No. 9 high school second only to Lan Xingxue in strength. However, he looked older than his age, had a gloomy appearance and was usually taciturn, so no one in the school dared to approach him. "It's your turn. Get in," Mu Feng said impatiently. Oh. The student, frightened, hurriedly entered the student council office. Because of this incident, the queue fell unusually silent. When it was Jiang Fan's turn, 20 minutes had passed. Next, Lan Xingxue was sorting the registration materials in her hands. Jiang Fan walked in and sat opposite her. "Which class?" Lan Xingxue asked. "Class 8. Still without looking up, she continued registering. "Name?" "Jiang Fan." After Lan Xingxue wrote Jiang Fan on the form, a trace of surprise flickered in her calm eyes. She slowly raised her head and saw a handsome face sitting opposite her. It really was him. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Fan shrugged. "I'm here to sign up, of course." "I'm not here for duty, am I?" Lan Xingxue frowned suspiciously. "You're here to register for the martial arts exam." "Yeah. Are you kidding me?" Her brows showed annoyance and coldness. Jiang Fan replied, "Do I look like someone with that much free time?" Lan Xingxue thought that Jiang Fan only had 19 in physical power, yet he came here to register for the martial arts exam. It was clearly a joke and a waste of her time. But when she stared intently at Jiang Fan, she didn't detect any hint of joking on his face. Was he serious? But he only had 19 in physical power. "Don't you know that registration requires a minimum of 80 in? Jiang Fan nodded. "I know." Lan Xingxue was silent for a moment, then she pointed to the physical power tester beside her. "Do you know how to use it?" "Yeah, I've tested before." If he hadn't tested, he wouldn't have known he only had 19 in physical power. Jiang Fan walked to the device. The principle of the physical power tester was similar to that of a boxing strength tester. All he needed to do was muster his strength and hit the pad in front of the device with full force. Of course, the boxing strength testers on the market were far inferior to this physical power tester. The metal parts of the tester were made of special alloys, and even the pad used the highly resilient fur of demon beasts. Only such a device could withstand the physical power testing of martial apprentices and even martial artists. Jiang Fan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then suddenly opened them, his gaze sharp. The next second he threw a powerful punch. With a loud bang, the soft pad emitted a tremendous sound, stirring something deep within Lan Xingxue's heart. After a brief moment of shock, her gaze fell upon the display screen of the instrument. 81 N. Upon seeing this, Lan Xingxue's pupils dilated and she realized she had stood up without even knowing when. To be fair, an 81 N blood vitality isn't particularly impressive, it merely reaches the level of a novice warrior. Under normal circumstances she wouldn't even spare it a glance. Yet the person before her was Jiang Fan, known throughout Anqing 9 middle school as the useless one, with a blood vitality of only 19 N, inferior even to elementary school students. And now he had suddenly skyrocketed, his blood vitality soaring to 81 N. Such a thing was truly unfathomable. Lan Xingxue was engulfed in deep suspicion. The last time the school organized a blood vitality test for all students was a month ago, and Jiang Fan was still at 19 N, which had become a joke in Anqing 9 middle school for several days. Even if she didn't want to know, those voices were all around her. She couldn't understand how Jiang Fan could jump from 19 N to 81 N in just a month. Or perhaps Jiang Fan hadn't been using his full strength back then, casually throwing a weak punch at the blood vitality instrument. Lan Xingxue felt the latter was more likely. Jiang Fan was pretending to be weak to hide his true strength. Otherwise it was impossible for someone to suddenly increase their blood vitality by such a significant amount in just a month. But she couldn't understand why Jiang Fan would do such a thing. The fact that the Jiang family had expelled Jiang Fan was known to everyone in Anqing. If Jiang Fan were to confess his true strength to the Jiang family, unless they were out of their minds, there was no way they would have kicked out Jiang Fan, who was at the novice warrior level. The more she pondered, the less she understood. Lan Xingxue gazed at Jiang Fan with suspicion in her eyes. Jiang Fan withdrew his fist and looked at the display screen. 81 N, huh? I wonder how much power I would have if I focused all my mental energy into my arm and threw a punch. Of course this instrument wouldn't be able to measure that. After regaining his thoughts, Jiang Fan turned to Lan Xingxue. Can I register now? Lan Xingxue looked at Jiang Fan, whose expression was calm, and couldn't help but frown. She felt increasingly unable to see through this peer of hers. Yes, you can. Lan Xingxue took out a registration form. Please fill it out. All right. Jiang Fan took it, noticing that his class information and name were already filled in. There were also some basic details to fill out, such as age, gender, and ID number. The last section caught Jiang Fan's attention. What is your purpose in practicing martial arts? For what purpose? Jiang Fan's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes revealing warmth. He picked up the pen and began to write. "I've filled it out." Jiang Fan handed the registration form back to Lan Xingxue. Lan Xingxue saw Jiang Fan getting up to leave and hesitated for 2 seconds before finally speaking up. "Jiang Fan, I'm curious. I remember during the test a month ago you only had 19N. How did you manage to become a novice warrior in just a month?" Jiang Fan fixed his gaze on Lan Xingxue and replied, "That's my secret." Lan Xingxue could tell that Jiang Fan didn't want to divulge. "Is there anything else? If not, I'll be leaving," Jiang Fan said. Lan Xingxue pressed her lips together. Although she was eager to know the truth, she couldn't force someone to share. "Nothing else, you can go." "Okay." Just as Jiang Fan was about to reach the door, he suddenly remembered something and stopped. "By the way, I have something for you." Lan Xingxue watched as Jiang Fan rummaged through his backpack, her brows furrowing. She wondered if he was about to give her some silly love letter like those other boring boys. Just as she was thinking this, Jiang Fan found what he was looking for in his backpack and took out several notebooks, placing them on the table. "These are borrowed from Teacher Lu." "Thank you." Lan Xingxue stared at the notebooks on the table, somewhat dazed. Suddenly her gaze shifted, landing on the registration form Jiang Fan had just filled out. She saw the last section of the form. "What is your purpose in practicing martial arts?" Jiang Fan's answer was family. Gazing at this succinct word, Lan Xingxue fell into deep contemplation. After Jiang Fan left the student council office, he found Wei Qi and Tong Shuyao still there along with many other students waiting outside. "Jiang Fan, how did it go? Did you succeed in registering?" Wei Qi asked in a teasing tone. Tong Shuyao rolled her eyes dramatically at Jiang Fan, indicating that if he managed to register she would do a hula dance on the spot. Other onlookers laughed mockingly, especially Zhang Yutian. Zhang Yutian sneered, "Wei Qi, that's quite insulting. How could Jiang Fan possibly pass? Exactly, give him some face, after all he's your classmate." Wei Qi spat, "I don't want to be classmates with such a waste. Let me tell you, if you graduate and go out, don't mention Jiang Fan as my classmate. Having a classmate like him is just embarrassing." At that moment Lan Xingxue suddenly chased after them, calling out to Jiang Fan, "Jiang Fan, I forgot to mention this Friday your parents need to come to school to sign the form. This is a process every candidate must go through to enter the training class. Also have your family bring 100,000 yuan, which is the fee for registration and the subsequent training." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone looked at Jiang Fan with disbelief, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. "What's going on? No, did I just hear something? Am I imagining things?" "You shouldn't be imagining it because I heard it too. Everyone heard it. It can't be that we're all imagining things, right? But how could Jiang Fan possibly succeed in registering?" Jiang Fan raised his hand at Lan Xingxue, saying, "All right, I understand." Without looking back, he strode forward, completely disregarding the people behind him. Everyone watched Jiang Fan's retreating figure until it disappeared completely, and only then did they snap out of their shock. "Can someone explain what just happened?" This person asked the question everyone wanted to know. Tong Shuyao looked conflicted, her expression complex. She too wanted to understand what had transpired. Zhang Yushan's expression was also grim. Compared to everyone's shock, he felt more fear. If Jiang Fan truly became a novice warrior, would the Jiang family, upon learning this, perhaps allow Jiang Fan to return? He understood Jiang Fan. Although the current Jiang Fan had become rebellious and unruly, the old Jiang Fan was compliant and very eager for the affection of the Jiang family. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have been able to keep Jiang Fan under his thumb for these past few years. If the Jiang family learned about Jiang Fan becoming a novice warrior, they might lower their guard slightly and give Jiang Fan a way back, showing him some familial concern and care. Jiang Fan would surely return eagerly. If Jiang Fan were to return to the Jiang family, he would inevitably claim a share of their assets in the future. No. Zhang Yutian clenched his fist secretly. He had schemed for so long, finally managing to drive Jiang Fan out of the family. How could he stand by and watch Jiang Fan be brought back? I understand now. Wei Qi's words drew everyone's gaze. "What do you understand?" Zhang Yutian asked. Wei Qi said with certainty, "It must be that Lan Xingxue deceived us. Jiang Fan never passed." This answer seemed unconvincing to the crowd. How is that possible? Why would Lan Xingxue help Jiang Fan? Exactly, it's utterly impossible. We all know Lan Xingxue, she never bends the rules. Besides, what has Jiang Fan done to deserve her favoritism? Wei Qi continued, "Why not? Jiang Fan must have begged Lan Xingxue to lie, perhaps even knelt down, leaving her with no choice but to comply." Hearing this, the crowd imagined Jiang Fan kneeling and begging Lan Xingxue in the office. Isn't he utterly shameless? He knelt and kowtowed to Lan Xingxue just to show off for a moment. TSK. I've never seen anyone so devoid of dignity. How disgraceful. What a waste of such a handsome face. Listening to the murmurs, Jiang Yutian breathed a silent sigh of relief. Returning home, Jiang Yutian immediately informed his family about his enrollment in the martial arts program. Dad, am now a candidate for the special training class. You need to go to school to sign and pay the fee the day after tomorrow. Will you have time then? Jiang Yutian asked. Jiang Qifeng laughed heartily. This is a milestone in your life. No matter how busy I am, I'll make time. Steward Zhou, go and have a custom suit made for me. I'll wear it to bring honor to my son. Then he turned to Shui Ping and the 4 Jiang sisters. Notify all our relatives and friends to share this wonderful news. Jiang Fan returned to the slums and told Tang Fugui and the others about his successful enrollment. Dad, you need to come to school on Friday to sign. All right. I'll be there. I'll definitely be there. Tang Fugui was brimming with pride, his smile so wide it seemed his mouth would never close. Tang Gui got up from her seat and sat beside Jiang Fan. Brother Fan, you're amazing. Now that you're a candidate for the special training class, if my classmates find out, they won't dare bully me anymore. I can strut down the streets like a boss. He. Hearing this, Wang Shuqin shot her a disapproving glance. Child, don't cause trouble just because of your brother. You still need to keep a low profile. Remember the news about Dongling City being unsafe lately. Many kids your age have gone missing without a trace. Our city is in Dongling City. Although no children have disappeared here yet, the trend suggests it might spread to us. Tang Gui dreaded Wang Shuqin's lectures. She pouted reluctantly. I know. By the way, Dad, the registration fee is 100,000 yuan. The words plunged everyone into silence. Tang Fugui gritted his teeth and forced a smile at Jiang Fan. Don't worry. He'll find a way to get the money. Even if he had to sell his kidney or borrow from loan sharks, he would scrape the funds together. Nothing would hinder Jiang Fan's future. Jiang Fan saw through Tang Fugui's thoughts. He took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan. 2 seconds later, Tang Fugui's phone chimed with the notification. He opened his phone and shot up from his seat. Fan, this, Dad. Jiang Fan pressed Tang Fugui's arm, guiding him back down. I earned this money through my own abilities. Take it to pay the tuition first. Seeing Tang Fugui about to speak, Jiang Fan quickly added him, now a member of the special training class and a true martial apprentice at the initial stage. Earning money is much easier for me than for ordinary people. I can take on tasks from some studios later and make a decent amount easily. No way. Taking tasks from studios is too dangerous. Tang Fugui flatly refused. It's fine. I'll only go to very small studios and take simple tasks. After all, I'm just a martial apprentice at the initial stage and still young with a bright future ahead. Why would I risk my life for a bit of money? So Dad, rest assured. I know what I'm doing. Jiang Fan's persuasion wasn't just for Tang Fugui's sake. He had indeed considered joining a studio. Earning money was one thing, but more importantly it was to hone his combat skills. However, he wasn't ready yet. His current strength could at most match a martial apprentice at the advanced stage. If he encountered a martial artist even as a spiritual mind master, he would either die or be crippled. So he planned to wait until his strength improved before attempting to join a studio. After all, he still had Chen Wenhua as a source of money. He could visit them in a couple of days and casually extract some funds. Seeing Jiang Fan's persistence and reasoning, Tang Fugui gave up on further persuasion. Alright, you know your limits. This money, I'll take it for now. Tang Fugui was reluctant to take the child's money, but with the enrollment deadline looming he had no choice. After dinner, Jiang Fan went through his routine, first earning 3,000 points from the crazy old man, then training at Plow Mountain. Meanwhile, in a castle-like villa, Lan Xingxue was cultivating in her training room. Perhaps spurred by Jiang Fan's influence during the day, her practice tonight was far more intense than usual. Lan Xingxue took out a blood chi origin stone and absorbed its energy diligently. When the crimson stone faded to a dull ordinary rock, she opened her beautiful eyes, approached the blood chi meter and unleashed unprecedented force with a single punch. A thunderous boom erupted from Lan Shengxu's room, rattling the entire villa and waking everyone inside. An earthquake. Impossible. And city has never had one before. Amid the murmurs, Lan Shengxu's gaze fell on the meter's display. 200 N. Meanwhile, as Jiang Fan climbed the mountain, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You inspired a classmate to break through and advance. Good deed done. Points 100 huh. Jiang Fan halted in his tracks. What the hell? Inspiring a classmate to break through a realm. When did that happen? I have no idea. Also, who broke through? Was it Jiang Yutian or Wei Qi? Neither seems likely. Those two are still far from the high stage of martial disciple. How could they suddenly break through? Unless they were also chosen by the system. What caught Jiang Fan's attention the most was the 100 points. 100 points was no small amount, only the points Head earned from the crazy old man were higher. So who actually broke through? Early the next morning, news of Lan Shengxi's breakthrough to martial artist surged to the top of trending searches like a thunderbolt. Netizens fervently left comments below. Amazing. A genius. She became a martial artist without even taking the martial exam with 3 months still to go. That's unbelievably talented. 666. I offer my knees in awe. Ha ha. This is our proud daughter of Donglang City. As a fellow townsman, I feel immensely honored. Upstairs Donglang City is just a whole city. I'm from Anqing, same as Lan Xingxue, I should be the honored one. Stop arguing, you two. I'm Lan Shengxi's classmate, hee hee, I'm so proud. People around me are all asking me about her now. Being in the same school as her is the most prideful thing in my life. Jiang Fan, who was eating breakfast, also scrolled to this news. Suddenly it dawned on him, the points from last night had come from Lan Xingxue. Even though he had no idea what he did to inspire her, he never expected to earn so many points from this girl. She was a treasure just like the crazy old man. Should he try to farm points from her whenever he had nothing to do? As soon as the thought appeared, he suppressed it. Women only slow down my sword hand. No matter how many points, it's best to avoid trouble. When Jiang Fan arrived at school, he found the entrance flooded with reporters, some local and others from other cities, all coming to interview Lan Xingxue. As expected of Lan Xingxue, as so popular. I envy her, I really do. Wei Qi's words carried a hint of sourness while he fantasized what it would be like if he were the one who became a martial artist. Tang Shuyao had always been envious and jealous of Lan Xingxue, but now she hated her to the bone. The one who was once called a school beauty alongside Lan Xingxue had become a joke. Yes, Lan Xingxue is truly remarkable. Compared to her, I'm like mud and clouds, worlds apart. Tang Shuyao deliberately spoke in a self-deprecating tone. Hearing this, Wei Qi quickly comforted her. Shuyao, don't feel inferior. You are indeed far behind Lan Xingxue, but you're not alone. Everyone is inferior to her. Hearing that, Jiang Fan beside him secretly clicked his tongue. If you keep talking like that, you'll end up alone for life. Tang Shuyao was so stifled that her face turned purple and she wanted to punch Wei Qi twice. Wei Qi continued to console her. Anyway, you're now at the initial stage of martial disciple. Look at that waist. Jiang Fan, yesterday to attract attention, he begged Lan Xingxue to pretend he passed the registration and became a member of the special training class. Isn't that ridiculous? Wei Qi had already spotted Jiang Fan nearby. He said it deliberately. Jiang Fan's expression was calm, his voice cold. Who told you I begged Lan Xingxue to cooperate? Don't deny it. Everyone knows. Otherwise, how could you pass the registration with your pathetic 19 in blood chi? Jiang Fan, don't take everyone for fools. Jiang Fan was about to retort when a petite female reporter ran over, shoving the microphone into his face. Hey classmate, are you a senior? Do you know Lan Xingxue? What's your opinion on her breakthrough to martial artist? The female reporter had a baby face and her pink lips rattled off like a machine gun. Wei Qi was annoyed. Hey. Why aren't you interviewing me? The female reporter blinked her almond eyes and replied, because he's better looking than you. Wei Qi choked. He straightened his back and puffed out his chest. I'm a mid-stage martial disciple. Oh, not bad, but not as good as Lan Xingxue, said the reporter. Wei Qi choked again. Jiang Fan noticed the work badge on her chest. Guo, a local reporter from Anshun. Hey classmate, you haven't answered my question. What do you think about Lan Xingxue becoming a martial artist? Guo asked eagerly. Jiang Fan thought for a moment and replied, pretty impressive. This lukewarm answer stirred a strange feeling in Guo's heart. Shouldn't he have said something like, wow, I admire her so much. She's incredible, a role model for us all, with an air of extreme worship. But when she replayed his words, his tone was calm, his expression unruffled. As if she hadn't asked about Lan Shengxi's breakthrough but about the weather today. He replied, pretty impressive. Before Guo could recover from that strange feeling, another mature woman about 1.75 meters tall, dressed in a professional pencil skirt, walked over. Xiao Ro, how many times have I told you? Don't interview ordinary people. Interview members of the special training class to learn more about Lan Xingxue. The mature woman wore a gold-rimmed glasses, her hair piled high, looking very capable and neat. Xingjie, why are you here? I thought you said you'd let me practice interviewing alone. Guo asked. Zhang Hualing walked straight past Jiang Fan and shot him a displeased glance. If I didn't come with your crush-prone nature, you'd spend all day interviewing handsome guys. What would you get? As she said this, she glanced briefly at Jiang Fan. No wonder Guo had come to interview this male student, his appearance was indeed outstanding. But in this era being handsome was useless. Guo caught red-handed stuck out her tongue. Alright, that classmate just now said he was a mid-stage martial disciple, right? Go interview him. The classmate Zhang Hualing referred to was undoubtedly Wei Qi. Hearing this, Wei Qi straightened his clothes, puffed out his chest and prepared to be interviewed. Guo reluctantly thrust the microphone toward Wei Qi. Excuse me classmate, what's your opinion on Lan Shangshu's breakthrough to martial artist? Incredible. As expected of Lan Shangshu. To be honest, as a fellow member of the special training class, I'm not on her level at all. But my talent is also very high. My blood chi is currently 119N. Jiang Fan silently slipped through the crowd heading toward the classroom. No one noticed him, no one cared. Returning to the empty classroom, he ignored the noise outside, lay down on the desk and caught up on sleep. There were still important matters to attend to in the evening. After farming points from the mad old man and scaling Li Mountain, it was already the dead of night. Jiang Fan quietly arrived alone outside Chen Wenhua's residence. His pupils narrowed, shimmering with a flowing light as he manipulated his invisible psychic force into the bedroom, effortlessly locating the safe. Ignoring the safe's password, Jiang Fan directly used his psychic force to disrupt its internal mechanisms, opened it and extracted 2 gold bars. He weighed them in his hand, they were over 300 grams. The gold market price had fluctuated in recent days, rising a few yuan per gram. All told, it would exchange for over 300,000 xia currency. Early the next morning, Jiang Fan headed towards the gold recycling shop. Meanwhile, Old Wu and Xiao Qian appeared inside the shop. Old Wu pulled out his phone, the screen displaying an image of Jiang Fan, who had been near Chen Wenhua's home a few days prior. Boss, have you seen this man? Just yesterday Xiao Qian had discovered that the person in the photo had visited this shop, so they had come early to investigate. The boss recognized him immediately. You mean him? I remember him well. A few days ago, just as dawn was breaking, he came to exchange 200 grams of gold for cash. At this, the boss seemed to realize something and his face turned grim. Was that 200 grams of gold stolen loot? Officers, I truly didn't know. I'm just a gold buyer. When a customer brings gold to exchange for money, I have to do business. I already gave him the money and I've melted down the gold and sold it. This can't be blamed on me. Old Wu pressed on. Did you get a clear look at his face? His face was well covered, I couldn't see much, the boss recalled. He did deliberately lower his voice, but I'd been in this business a long time. I could tell his actual age was much younger than he appeared, the boss said, recalling. This was a useful clue. Old Wu pressed further. How old would you guess he is? The boss thought for a moment and replied, should be under 20. So young. Xiao Qian muttered. Jiang Fan is only 17. Hearing this, Old Wu shot him a look as if he were an idiot. Why do you keep suspecting him? He's just got a 19 in blood energy. As he spoke, Old Wu abruptly looked towards the door. Jiang Fan had just stepped 1 foot inside and saw the whole scene. He was wearing a black hoodie, sunglasses and a mask, the exact image of the thief on Old Wu's phone. It's him. The boss suddenly pointed at him. Trouble. Jiang Fan turned and bolted out. Stop right there. You brat, stop. Old Wu and Xiao Qian gave chase. Jiang Fan sprinted ahead, occasionally glancing back at his relentless pursuers. He suddenly ducked into a maze of narrow alleys, shed his hoodie and used his psychic force to send the black garment darting into another. Xiao Qian noticed a fleeting shadow and immediately pointed ahead. Old Wu over there. Old Wu also saw the shadow and, despite a nagging feeling of oddness, didn't overthink it and followed Xiao Qian in pursuit. After they left, Jiang Fan emerged from a side alley. A flowing light glimmered in his eyes as he continued to manipulate his hoodie, making it weave through the alleys. He had exchanged all the points had farmed from the mad old man over the past 2 days for psychic force. Now his psychic force was 2162p, allowing him to manipulate objects within a spatial range of just over 200 meters. This distance was more than enough to toy with ordinary humans like Old Wu and Xiao Qian. With a swoosh, the black hoodie cleared a dead end and flew back into Jiang Fan's hand. When Old Wu and Xiao Qian reached the dead end, they found nothing. What's going on? Did he climb the wall? Xiao Qian stared at the over 2-meter high deadened wall, his mouth agape. An ordinary person couldn't easily scale that height. Old Wu scanned the area, his brow furrowed. This old district bore the marks of time everywhere, peeling walls, piles of trash and debris, a far cry from the bustling new city with its ubiquitous surveillance cameras. He looked around, there were only a few cameras here. He wondered if these aging devices had captured what just happened. Let's go back. Get someone to pull the footage from the nearby cameras. After a long fruitless search, Old Wu and Xiao Qian stared at the monitors until their eyes stung, but they found no useful leads. Ah, my eyes. Xiao Qian rubbed his sore aching eyes until tears streamed down. That kid was lucky. Every place he passed was a blind spot for the cameras. Old Wu narrowed his deep-set eyes and said in a low voice, "Do you think it was luck?" Xiao Qian looked at him puzzled. "You mean he planned it in advance to avoid the cameras? How is that possible? He panicked when we spotted him and fled into that maze of alleys. How could he know which spots had cameras? And he was so precise, knowing exactly where the blind spots were." Old Wu pressed his lips tightly together. He knew Xiao Qian's reasoning was sound. The thief's shock upon entering the gold shop couldn't have been faked. He clearly hadn't expected investigators to be there. So it was even less likely he had scouted the area for an escape route. But his years of investigative instinct told Old Wu that the thief might indeed have known those blind spots and deliberately avoided them. Old Wu sank into deep thought. Jiang Fan arrived at Li Mountain, dug a hole and buried his hoodie, only then feeling completely relieved. Outside the cemetery's management office at the foot of the mountain, the mad old man watched with a puzzled look. This kid burying his own clothes so early in the morning. Is he imitating Lin Daiyu burying flowers but with clothes? The mad old man felt he understood Jiang Fan less and less. After finishing, Jiang Fan headed towards the school. On the way he kept his brows tightly knit. The patrol bureau had caught wind of this. It seemed he couldn't sell off the gold for now. It was Friday. Once Tang Fugue handed over the 100,000 yuan to the school, he would be almost completely broke. It looked like his plan to take a part-time job at the studio would have to be moved up. In the afternoon, Zhang Qifeng, dressed in a tailored suit, arrived at the school gate. As soon as he arrived, he was surrounded by a group of parents. "Mr. Jiang, congratulations. Raising such a son, am truly envious. Indeed, Patriarch Jiang. That boy Yutian is truly accomplished. Unlike my son, who barely meets the threshold of a martial disciple. It seems he won't get into a martial arts school this year. But repeating a year, he might still have a chance next year." Basking in the parents' flattery, Jiang Qifeng was quite pleased, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Just as he was about to exchange pleasantries, he caught sight of Tang Fugue out of the corner of his eye, riding an electric tricycle loaded with garbage. Why is he here? Tang Fugue also spotted Jiang Qifeng. Normally he would have greeted him, but after that incident he pretended not to see Jiang Qifeng, parked the car to the side and walked towards the school gate. "Tang Fugue, what are you doing here?" Jiang Qifeng called out to him. Without waiting for a reply, he continued, "Did Jiang Fan cause trouble at school and the teacher summoned you?" Jiang Qifeng turned around indignantly. "My Xiao Fan hasn't done anything wrong. He's a candidate for the special training class and I'm here to sign the papers." Hearing this, Jiang Qifeng was first stunned, then burst into laughter. "Tang Fugue, are you addicted to acting? Jiang Fan a candidate for the special training class? Ha ha ha, did you all hear that? Jiang Fan only had 19N in his last blood energy test and he says Jiang Fan is a candidate." The news of Jiang Fan being cast out of the Jiang family had spread throughout Ansheng. The parents at the gate naturally knew about it and were well aware that Jiang Fan was a useless waste with only 19 in blood energy. Their faces were mostly adorned with mocking smiles, and some lacking manners even pointed at Tang Fugue, uttering the most unpleasant words. "I won't bother explaining much. You'll all see if Xiao Fan is a martial apprentice in a bit." Tang Fugue suppressed his anger and walked into the school. "Let's go in too," Jiang Qifeng said to the parents beside him. He intended to follow Tang Fugue and watch him make a fool of himself. Meanwhile, the principal walked into the teacher's office. "There are a total of 19 students who have signed up for the special training class this time. I'll read out the names. Each of you find your corresponding student and go to the lecture hall to discuss the details of joining the class with their parents." Upon hearing this, the teachers exchanged puzzled glances. Shouldn't there be only 18 students? Why was there suddenly one more? Had a student from some class suddenly broken through to the martial apprentice level? Which teacher was so lucky? As everyone speculated, Ji Hui excitedly straightened his collar and smugly said to Louis, "It must be our Hu Jie. He had 75 N in the last test. To think he's gained 5 N in such a short time, he's truly a martial arts talent. This way not only have I completed my 5-year task, but I've exceeded it with 2 more. Louis, aren't you envious? Compared to me, you only have Wei Qi in your class who's likely to pass the martial arts exam, and you're still short 2 spots. If you beg me, I might transfer Hu Jie to your class." Louis could tell Qi Hui was deliberately mocking him and snorted, "Are you really willing to transfer Hu Jie to my class?" "Hee, how could that be? Even if you begged me, I wouldn't transfer Hu Jie to your class. He's a martial arts prodigy. If he gets into a martial arts school, he'll not only get a generous bonus but might even be promoted to grade head." With that, Qi Hui shifted his tone, "Though I can't lend you Hu Jie, that doesn't stop you from begging me. If I become grade head, I might help you out, at least keep you at the school." Louis didn't bother to engage further. Just then the principal began reading the list. Class 1 Lan Xingxue martial artist. The moment these words were spoken, Class 1's homeroom teacher beamed with immense pride, his face blooming like a flower. The other homeroom teachers were so envious they felt like lemons on a lemon tree, you and me beneath it. That Class 1 teacher had stumbled upon a stroke of incredible luck. No, it was dragon-dung luck. To have such a peerless genius. Chi Hui felt the same. Though he had met his assessment target, those students barely met the threshold for martial arts schools, and all were third-rate ones, not even second-rate. But Lan Xingxue from Class 1 was different. Having become a martial artist before the martial arts college entrance exam, she was certain to enter a top-tier elite martial arts university. As her homeroom teacher, having such a student was not only a lifelong pride but also a path to boundless prospects. He was so envious. He longed for a student like that too. But no matter what, he was still 100 times better off than Louis. With that thought, Chi Hui felt more balanced. The principal continued reading the names. Class 2 Li Ming Martial Apprentice Initial Stage. Class 3 Mufeng Martial Apprentice Advanced Stage. At the mention of Mufeng, the office buzzed with chatter again. Mufeng's last blood energy test was around 151N. Though he's still some distance from being a martial artist, there's a certain probability he could break through before the college entrance exam. Of course, the probability was quite low. Yeah, even if he can't break through, he still has a chance to enter one of the 5 elite martial arts schools. Class 3's teacher has struck gold too. Principal, Class 4 Jiang Yotian Martial Apprentice Midstage. Congratulations, congratulations, some teachers said to Class 4's homeroom teacher. Same to you. Class 4's teacher replied happily. Principal. Class 7 Tong Shuyao Martial Apprentice Initial Stage. Hearing this, Chi Hui stood up and clasped his hands in a salute. Congratulations to everyone as well. After speaking, Chi Hui remained standing waiting for the principal to call Hu Jie's name. However, Principal Class 8. Ha! Chi Hui was taken aback. Why had it skipped over? Hu Jie's name hadn't been called yet. The next second his eyes widened as he glared at Louis. The other teachers also realized and turned to look at Louis. There were only 8 classes in this senior year. Class 7 had only Tong Shuyao, making 17 people so far. Besides Wei Qi from Class 8, there was one more student who must also be in Class 8. They couldn't recall any student in Class 8 whose blood energy had reached the martial apprentice initial stage. Could there suddenly be a dark horse in Class 8? Louis was equally confused. As Class 8's homeroom teacher, he knew every student's blood energy value well. The last test was a month ago. Apart from Wei Qi, the highest blood energy among the students was only 68N. Had it grown to 80N in just a month? That was simply impossible. Or had the student who tested at 68N deliberately hidden their strength last time, not going all out aiming to surprise everyone with this registration and boost their reputation? Louis felt there was no other possibility. Thinking this, he couldn't help but shake his head, a wry smile spreading across his face. That student was Lin Qingyi, the class study monitor. He was usually quite honest, but it turned out he liked to play the pig to eat the tiger. Class 8 Wei Qi Intermediate Martial Disciple. Class 8. The principal paused at this point, his expression turning noticeably strange. Jiang Fan. Beginner Martial Disciple. What? The office fell so silent that the drop of a pin could be heard. No one could believe their ears, especially Jiang Fan's homeroom teacher Louis, who sat frozen like a statue in his seat. How is this possible? Chi Hui's shout jolted the stunned crowd back to their senses. They couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Jiang Fan. His blood energy was only 19N, wasn't it? How did he suddenly break through to beginner martial disciple? Am I dreaming? My God. What happened? I feel like I'm dreaming too. I think we're definitely dreaming. I just pinched my thigh really hard and it didn't hurt at all, so this must be a dream. Hey, you're pinching my thigh, so of course it doesn't hurt you. Chi Hui quickly rushed to the principal's side, snatched the list from his hands and stared at it wide-eyed. He seriously suspected the principal had misread it due to failing eyesight. Yet in the last column of the table a line of text stood out conspicuously: Class 8 Jiang Fan Beginner Martial Disciple. How could this be? How is it possible? Jiang Fan. How did he become a beginner martial disciple? Chi Hui muttered blankly as if struck by a blow. Now it was Louis's turn to be delighted. Ha ha. That kid Jiang Fan sure knows how to keep a secret. Last test he deliberately measured 19N to throw everyone off just to surprise me with this special training class registration. Hearing Louis's words, everyone gradually understood. So Jiang Fan had long since surpassed 19N blood energy. He had been hiding his talent all along, aiming to make a name for himself. Think about it, while beginner martial disciples were rare at their school, they weren't particularly extraordinary, especially with a martial artist like Lan Xingxue as a shining example. To stand out relying solely on the level of a beginner martial disciple wouldn't get you noticed. But by concealing his strength, pretending to have 19 in blood energy, and then revealing his true power at the special training class registration, he could stun everyone. Students these days sure know how to play mind games. Indeed, but Class 8's homeroom teacher is pretty lucky to have another beginner martial disciple. As long as Jiang Fan works hard and doesn't slack off in his training, he has a good chance of getting into a third-rate martial arts school. Hearing this, Qi Huai, whose nose was already crooked with anger, let out a cold snort. What's so lucky about it? It's just one more Jiang Fan. Louis, you're still one short of your assessment target, and Jiang Fan isn't guaranteed to get into a martial arts school. Louis couldn't hold back any longer. Qi, why are you that unwilling to see me succeed? Do you really want all my students to fail the martial arts university entrance exam? I don't recall there being any irreconcilable feud between us, do I? Even if we have personal grudges, we're still part of the same school. Wouldn't it be better for the school to produce more martial arts talents who get into university? Are you that determined to see Jiang Fan fail? These words instantly made Qi Huai the target of everyone's disapproval. The principal's gaze toward Qi Huai was especially unfriendly. The principal didn't care about the petty squabbles between homeroom teachers, but he would never tolerate anything that hindered martial arts talents from getting into school. Qi Huai shrank his neck and said sheepishly, how could that be? How could that be? In Class 8 inside the classroom, Wei Qi, sitting by the window, kept staring at the school gate. My dad's here. Everyone could tell Wei Qi was showing off. His three lackeys, Zhou Chan, Wang Qi and Li Qingyu, immediately chimed in. Wei Qi, after today you're officially a candidate for the special training class. After 3 months of training you'll definitely become even better, and getting into a martial arts school is a sure thing. Don't forget about us then, okay? Wei Qi felt his vanity satisfied and said cheerfully, of course, you're all my brothers. Once I get into martial arts school and make something of myself, if you ever run into trouble and need my help, I'll do whatever I can. With Wei Qi's promise, Zhou Qiang and the others were overjoyed. They might not have much skill themselves, but they knew how to latch onto a powerful figure. Wei Qi glanced at Jiang Fan while smiling, but seeing him sleeping on his desk as if nothing else mattered, he inexplicably felt a surge of irritation. Just then the school broadcast rang out. All students who have been approved for the special training class, please proceed to the lecture hall. I repeat, all students approved for the special training class, please proceed to the lecture hall. Wei Qi stood up immediately, deliberately slowing his steps to savor the envious and admiring gazes of his classmates. A scraping sound of chair legs against the floor echoed as Jiang Fan pulled back his chair and stood up. Under the astonished eyes of his classmates, he walked toward the classroom door. Wei Qi was taken aback. Jiang Fan, what are you doing? Going to the bathroom. To the lecture hall, Jiang Fan replied flatly. What did you say? Wei Qi reached out and grabbed Jiang Fan's arm. I suggest you stop pretending. It was fine the other day, but today the school leaders will all be at the lecture hall. Don't embarrass our class. Jiang Fan disdainfully pulled his arm free from Wei Qi's grip. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Hey! Wei Qi stepped in front of Jiang Fan, blocking his path. Do you think I want to bother with you? If you weren't in my class, I wouldn't care how much you embarrass yourself. As Wei Qi said, Jiang Fan was still his classmate. Even though Jiang Fan was himself, if he made a fool of himself outside, people might say that Jiang Fan in the same class as Wei Qi is so embarrassing. Move aside. Jiang Fan frowned in displeasure. I said. Before Wei Qi could finish, Louis appeared at the door and interrupted. Didn't you hear the broadcast? Hurry up and get to the lecture hall. Wei Qi turned to look at Louis. Teacher Lu, Jiang Fan wants to go too. Mentioning Jiang Fan, Louis couldn't help but take a closer look at this student. Jiang Fan, you really have impressed me. When did you break through to beginner martial disciple? One sentence plunged all the students in the classroom into silence. After a long pause, gasps of astonishment sounded one after another. What? Teacher Lu, what did you say? Jiang Fan, he's become a beginner martial disciple. You're not joking with us, are you? Jiang Fan. How is that possible? Wei Qi simply refused to believe that Jiang Fan had become a martial disciple at the initial stage. The broadcast sounded again. All students who have successfully registered for the special training class, please proceed to the lecture hall. Louis quickly said, stop wasting time here with nonsense. Wei Qi, Jiang Fan, hurry up and follow me to the lecture hall. These words undoubtedly proved to Wei Qi and everyone else that Jiang Fan had indeed passed the registration for the special training class. For a moment almost everyone found this news difficult to accept. Before long, Jiang Fan followed Louis to the lecture hall. Jiang Fan. Tong Shuyao parted her red lips, her eyes filled with confusion. Zhang Yutian and Jiang Qifeng also found Jiang Fan's arrival equally puzzling. Xiao Fan. Tang Fugue called out to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan looked at Louis, who nodded at him, and then he went over to Tang Fugue. The other students also took their seats next to their families. The principal stepped onto the podium and picked up the microphone. Now that everyone is here, let's get down to business. First, wait a moment. Jiang Qifeng interrupted the principal. The principal asked in confusion, Patriarch Jiang, is there something you need? Jiang Qifeng glanced at Jiang Fan, who was seated in front. Everyone here today are candidates who have passed the special training class and their families. And these two, Jiang Fan and Tang Fugue, why are people like this sitting here? Sitting with people like them is lowering our standards. Hearing Jiang Kaifeng's words, many parents also showed expressions of exclusion. Tang Fugue was about to explain when Jiang Fan stopped him. No hurry, we don't need to speak. Reassured by Jiang Fan, Tang Fugue calmed down. Faced with everyone's doubts, the principal explained a month ago Jiang Fan's blood energy test result was indeed 19N, but this time it was 81N, reaching the standard of a martial disciple at the initial stage. So he is now a member of the special training class. Astonished, Jiang Kaifeng's eyes widened in shock. If not for maintaining his dignity, he would have dug at his ears to confirm he hadn't misheard. Zhang Yutian wore a similar expression, but compared to Jiang Qifeng, his shock was mixed with greater fear. A couple of days ago, Lan Xingxue had told them that Jiang Fan had passed the registration. They had originally thought Jiang Fan had begged her to lie for him. Now that the principal himself had confirmed it, if he still thought that way, his brain would be utterly useless. So it was all true, Jiang Fan had indeed become a martial disciple at the initial stage. But how was this possible? Jiang Fan was previously a waste with only 19 in blood energy. How had he managed to leap like a carp over the dragon gate and transform into a martial disciple at the initial stage? For a moment, both students and parents in the classroom buzzed with whispers. Tang Fugue, sitting beside Jiang Fan, watched their shocked and incredulous expressions and felt so proud he could cry. Ahem. The principal cleared his throat. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. First, let's discuss the registration fee. As Student Council President Lan Xingxue has already informed you, it's 100,000. This money will primarily fund the training over the next 3 months. Don't think the fee is too high, because we will be hiring a second-grade mid-stage martial artist to train you. At these words, the entire room erupted. A second-grade martial artists were scarce in the entire city, let alone a second-grade mid-stage one. The school had actually hired a second-grade martial artist as the instructor for the special training class. Clearly they had spared no expense. And as the principal said, paying only 100,000 per month for 3 months of training from a second-grade martial artist was a bargain. For a second-grade martial artist, it was merely pocket change. Of course, they could also guess that the school's purpose in hiring a second-grade martial artist was clearly for Lan Xingxue, who had already become a first-grade martial artist, hoping she could achieve further improvement in the remaining 3 months. With this thought, everyone couldn't help but look in Lan Xingxue's direction, their eyes revealing expressions of envy or admiration. The principal continued, the reason I called all you parents here isn't just to collect the fee. More importantly, I want to make something clear. Special training is inherently a difficult path of self-breakthrough and self-challenge. On this unique journey of life, you will inevitably encounter setbacks. These could be mental collapse, injury or disability, or even life and death situations. So fellow students, here I ask you loudly, are you ready? Answer me loud and clear. As a first-grade martial artist, the principal didn't need to shout, yet his voice boomed like an amplifier, resounding powerfully in every corner, causing everyone present to shudder. Recovering, the students shouted in unison, their voices mighty. We're ready. The principal asked again, on this path there is no such word as regret. So, are you truly ready? No regrets. The principal was deeply gratified. Good. Since you are all prepared and have no regrets, then I wish you all great fortune in your martial arts journey. For a moment, the students infected by the atmosphere were boiling with fervor, their blood surging as if they were warriors about to charge into battle. Even Jiang Fan, who was usually calm and composed, felt his blood churn uncontrollably and an intangible radiance glimmered in his eyes. Indeed, it was a sign of overflowing spiritual willpower. The principal seemed to sense an unusual fluctuation and followed the sensation to look down at the audience. Jiang Fan immediately composed himself, preventing the principal from detecting anything. Could it be I was mistaken? The principal muttered to himself. Seeing that the principal had stopped searching, Jiang Fan breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seemed he was still not steady enough, letting a few words from the principal stir his blood to the point of nearly losing control over his spiritual willpower. It was truly laughable. Having lived 2 lifetimes and endured such a gruesome death, he should have been as calm as still water, his heart unmoved. Yet he had failed to maintain his composure. In truth, it wasn't Jiang Fan's fault. Although he had lived 2 lives in his previous life, he had just started college when Zhang Yutian killed him. He was only 18 then. In this life he was only 17. Regardless of which life, he was still young. After signing the documents, Tang Fugui said to Jiang Fan, "Today is a great day in your life, so I won't go scavenge for trash. Come on, let's head back early. Your old man will cook you a feast tonight." "Thanks, Dad," Jiang Fan said with a smile. Just then Jiang Qifeng caught up to them. "Jiang Fan, how did you become a martial apprentice initial stage?" Jiang Fan turned around, his expression indifferent, and said, "Patriarch Jiang, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it?" Witnessing Jiang Fan's dramatic shift in attitude, Jiang Qifeng's face darkened like an unmelting ink. "You've long since stopped having just 19N of vital energy, haven't you? You've been hiding your true strength all along, right?" Jiang Fan remained as cold as ever. "Believe whatever you wish." Jiang Qifeng choked, his fists clenched by his sides, knuckles cracking audibly. "Why the hell did you do this?" If he had known Jiang Fan was at the martial apprentice initial stage, he would never have expelled him from the family. That way they would have had 2 candidates for the special training class. Jiang Fan narrowed his icy eyes. "Even if I told you, would you believe me?" "Nonsense." Jiang Qifeng gritted his teeth. "Hoof." Jiang Fan let out a scornful laugh. "I think the one spouting nonsense is you. Ask yourself, when have you ever believed a single word I said? I told you Jiang Yutian jumped off the overpass himself, you didn't believe me. I told you he stole Big Sister's necklace, you didn't believe me. I told you he was the one who broke the family's antique, you still didn't believe me. Countless such incidents, and I explained every time, but you never once trusted me. So even if I told you about my martial apprentice initial stage, you wouldn't believe it." These words left Jiang Qifeng speechless for a long time. Finally suppressing his rage, he said, "Let bygones be bygones. Come back to the Jiang family with me." A sneer hung on Jiang Fan's lips. "Patriarch Jiang, didn't you go live earlier? You've already expelled me from the family. From now on you're you and me, our paths are forever separate. And now you want me to return. If word gets out, aren't you afraid of losing face?" Jiang Qifeng pondered and said, "I've thought it over. Come back first, this doesn't mean I've acknowledged you yet. It depends on whether you can get into a martial arts school. If you do, I'll go live again and publicly welcome you back. But if you fail, pack your things and leave immediately." Jiang Fan's sneer deepened. "I've never seen anyone so shameless." As he spoke, his expression turned cold and stern, his gaze at Jiang Qifeng like icy swords shooting forth. "Listen well, Jiang Qifeng. I, Jiang Fan, have nothing to do with you anymore. Don't bother me again. And Jiang Yutian still owes me a kowtow and an apology, that's what he owes me. I said I'd collect that debt sooner or later. You. Stop youing me. Hurry up and take your precious son home to celebrate, he's now a member of the special training class. As for me, I'm going home with my real father to celebrate with my family. Goodbye." With that, Jiang Fan turned and walked away without looking back, leaving only a lone cold and proud silhouette. Jiang Qifeng's face turned red and purple, and what infuriated him most were the murmurs drifting to his ears. This boss Jiang is really muddle-headed, how could he drive his own son out of the house? Indeed. Now that Jiang Fan is in the special training class and under the guidance of a second-rank martial artist, his chances of getting into a martial arts school this year are quite high. That's right. Even if he can't get into a second-tier martial arts university, a third-tier one is very promising. What a pity that Patriarch Jiang has already expelled Jiang Fan. And they seem irreconcilable, otherwise maybe the Jiang family could have sent 2 people to martial arts school this year. Jiang Qifeng couldn't take it anymore. He turned abruptly to Jiang Yutian. "Yotian, let's go." "Yes, Dad." Knowing his father was in a rage, Jiang Yutian dared not speak and silently followed, all the while cursing Jiang Fan in his heart. He prayed that Jiang Fan's strength would stagnate here, never to advance, so that Jiang Fan would be a mere flash in the pan, forever unable to contend with him. Tong Shuyao also stared at Jiang Fan's departing figure. Her hands clenched, her clothes, her red lips bitten white, her heart filled with nothing but resentment and hatred. Just then Wei Qi appeared behind her. "This Jiang Fan is really surprising, he hid it for so long just to shock everyone. But that's all there is to it. His vital energy is only 81 and barely at the martial apprentice initial stage. Forget catching up to me, even raising it to 100N in 3 months seems nearly impossible. Raising vital energy by 19N in 3 months meant an average of at least 6N per month, a probability so slim it was almost negligible. Even if he absorbed 1 vital energy stone per month, the first month might yield a 5N increase, but the second and third times would be far less effective, with each subsequent gain growing slower. Moreover, Jiang Fan now lived in the slums, where would he get enough vital energy stones to cultivate? Not to mention that breaking through from 99N to 100N, from martial apprentice initial stage to intermediate stage, wasn't just a 1N increase, there was a small bottleneck. Though this bottleneck wasn't insurmountable, it was far from easy to cross. Upon hearing Wei Qi's words, Tang Shuyo's resentment and hatred gradually dissipated. Indeed, Jiang Fan was only at the martial apprentice initial stage now, and that was it. She herself had 80 in of vital energy. What was there to be resentful about? Yet as she thought this, she caught a glimpse of his profile illuminated by the setting sun, so handsome it made her heart race. Still an unease lingered, as if she had lost something incredibly precious, something she could never retrieve. News of Jiang Fan also reached Shui Ping and the four sisters, fanatical protectors of their brother. Tonight's dinner, which should have been a joyous celebration of Jiang Yushan's success, was instead filled with long faces and a suffocating atmosphere. Finally, Jiang Hongyuan broke the silence. "Dad, Mom, let's not be like this. That Jiang Fan, though heaven knows how he became a martial apprentice initial stage, with his vile character, he'll never amount to much. There's no need to let this ruin our mood." Jiang Luyuan chimed in. "Yes, big sister is right. We've already kicked him out. Whether he lives or dies, falls into poverty or rises to riches, none of it has anything to do with our Jiang family anymore." Hearing them, Jiang Qifeng pursed his lips. "You're right. Who does Jiang Fan think he is to affect our mood? From now on, whether he lives or dies, he has nothing to do with me, Jiang Qifeng, or the Jiang family. Come, let's celebrate for Yu Tian." Compared to Jiang Fan, who just barely reached martial apprentice initial stage, our Yu Tian is a genuine martial apprentice intermediate stage, a sure bet to get into a martial arts school. These words were spoken by Jiang Qifeng both for the audience and for himself. Indeed, Jiang Fan's progress would end here. He could never compare to Jiang Yutian. Even if Jiang Fan were willing to return, it would likely plant a thorn in Jiang Yushan's heart. They couldn't let Jiang Yutian feel slighted for the sake of a mere martial apprentice like Jiang Fan. With this thought, Jiang Qifeng no longer felt aggrieved. He resolved never to mention Jiang Fan's return again, lest it displease Jiang Yutian. Jiang Fan remained unaware of the Jiang family's affairs. After the Tang family celebrated for him, he routinely visited the mad old man's home and successfully earned his 3,000 points. He opened the system. Points 3003. Blood Chi 81N. Psychic Power 2162p. Jiang Fan noticed that beside the psychic power column had vanished, indicating that his blood chi could no longer support its growth. But he had worked hard to strengthen his physique these past 2 days, so he should be able to add a bit more blood chi. System exchange for the blood chi value most suitable for me. Yes, master. As the system's voice faded, the numbers on the panel shifted accordingly. Points 2983. Blood chi 83N. Psychic Power 2162p. Only 2N could be added. Jiang Fan noticed the had reappeared beside Psychic Power, so he exchanged more points for it, but the increase was limited. Soon the beside Psychic Power vanished again. With 2,983 points left, there was nowhere to allocate them. Was he forced to rely on daily running? This thought didn't stem from a lack of practicality, it was because he was still too weak. At his current level, he couldn't protect his family. More importantly, the beast tide would strike in a year. In his past life, while attending university in the neighboring Shijiao city, their No. 31 stronghold was attacked. Though the assault wasn't massive, it was an unprecedented disaster for the weakly defended No. 31 stronghold. During the beast tide, the protective barrier atop the high wall shattered. As the wall collapsed, he, an ordinary person, fled in utter chaos and humiliation. Yet though he temporarily escaped the claws of the demonic beasts, he couldn't evade Jiang Yushan's schemes. To shake off the pursuing beasts, Jiang Yutian shattered his legs, leaving him unable to flee and destined to become the beast's prey, buying Jiang Yutian precious time to escape. Dongling City and Shijiao City were both part of the No. 31 stronghold, one east and one west, spanning the entire fortress. If he had fallen to such a fate, then Tang Fugue and Little Guodua, both ordinary people as well, likely fared no better. A year seemed like a long time, but it was imminent. He must enhance his strength as quickly as possible. He had to protect the Tang family, no matter what. Hey, you brat, what are you standing there like a fool for? I've been calling you for ages with no response. Gone dumb. The mad old man stared at Jiang Fan with confusion. Jiang Fan snapped back to reality. I've finished everything. I should head home. Wait. The mad old man called out. Jiang Fan assumed the old man wanted him to work again and kept walking, ignoring him. But as he took a step, the mad old man said, "You've been diligently serving me all this time. I don't care if you admit to being sent by Yen Tianyang or not. I don't like accepting favors for nothing, so I have something to give you." Jiang Fan turned and saw the mad old man crouched by the bed, rummaging through things underneath. Not this. The old man pulled out an empty erguotu bottle from under the bed and tossed it aside. Not this either. A horrid and smelly sock flew out. What the hell is this? He also flung out a moldy, black and sticky object. If Jiang Fan hadn't dodged quickly, it would have hit his face. Watching the sticky mess splat onto the floor, he nearly vomited his dinner. Glancing at the pile of trash the old man had thrown out, he twitched his mouth, regretting ever anticipating a gift from him. Well, I do good deeds without expecting anything in return. You should keep your treasures. I'm leaving. Found it. The mad old man pulled out a table-length wooden box from under the bed and placed it on the table. Open it yourself. Really, it's fine. Jiang Fan refused repeatedly. The old man grew impatient. No one has ever dared to refuse a gift from me. Today you'll take it whether you want to or not. Otherwise don't come back, I don't need anyone's service. Hearing this, Jiang Fan realized he couldn't afford to lose the chance to earn points here. With that, his gaze fell on the long wooden box. Thinking of the disgusting items scattered on the floor, Jiang Fan frowned deeply, his brow furrowed into knots. It's not trash inside, is it? He took a step back. The mad old man nodded. To me it's no different from trash. Jiang Fan stepped back again. The old man's impatient eyes bore into him. Stop dawdling like a woman. Are you a man or not? If you are, open it. Otherwise get lost and don't come back. For the points, Jiang Fan decided to endure it. He stepped forward and opened the box. In the next second, his dark pupils suddenly lit up. This is. Inside the box lay a row of alloy products. From left to right: great alloy, a great alloy, great alloy, great alloy, great alloy, and a great alloy. Heavens! These were all expensive alloys, pure gold. Even the lowest grade great alloy was something he couldn't afford. Not just him, even a wealthy family like the Jiangs wouldn't be willing to get one for Jiang Yutian yet. Jiang Fan's gaze darted from the great alloy to the grade one. He reached out a trembling hand, but the mad old man abruptly stopped him. You brat, don't you know your own limits? With your strength you think you can handle a great alloy? Hearing this, Jiang Fan immediately withdrew his hand. In his excitement, he had forgotten that the weight of a great alloy rivaled that of an armored vehicle. If he tried to lift it, he shuddered at the thought. Wait. A crucial thought struck Jiang Fan. The mad old man had just lifted the wooden box with one hand and casually placed it on the table. The more he pondered, the deeper the astonishment in Jiang Fan's heart grew. Once again he silently posed the question he had asked before. Who exactly was this crazy old man? It was a long while before Jiang Fan finally collected his thoughts and turned his gaze back to the items inside the wooden box. What exactly are these? Weight-bearing rings. The crazy old man replied. Without waiting for Jiang Fan to ask further, he continued explaining. I see you running up and down Li Mountain every day, probably to build up your physique. But running like that yields negligible results for your physical training. However, wearing these weight-bearing rings forged from a special alloy will make your efforts twice as effective with half the exertion. Jiang Fan was startled again, amazed that the crazy old man knew he trained on Li Mountain every day. With this thought, he cast his gaze out the window toward Li Mountain. Although the cemetery caretaker's lodge was at the foot of Li Mountain, the trees on the mountain were so dense that they practically blotted out the sky. From this angle it was impossible to see anything on the mountain clearly. Overcome with curiosity, Jiang Fan couldn't help asking, from here looking up at Li Mountain you shouldn't be able to see clearly. Even if your eyesight is sharp enough to make out a figure on the mountain, how could you possibly recognize my face? The crazy old man chuckled, sitting down on a bench and crossing one leg over the other. Let me tell you, I once refined myself in the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Lord Lajuan, and I came out with fiery golden eyes. As he spoke, the old man imitated the Monkey King, blinking rapidly as if golden light truly shone from within. The scene made Jiang Fan think of the Monkey King leaping out of the 8 trigrams furnace and blinding the gods with his 10,000-volt eye. Finally he twitched his mouth in speechless exasperation. Since you won't tell me, I won't ask. But I'm curious, what's the difference between these alloy weight-bearing rings and the ordinary ones on the market? If it's just about adding weight, I might as well get an ordinary weight-bearing ring. You just don't understand, do you? Don't doubt it, and don't think these alloy rings are the same as the ones on the market. Let me tell you, the reason these alloys are so expensive is that the ores used to make them are extremely special. The magnetic fields within the ores have a subtle and perfect resonance with the flow of blood and qi in the human body. So when you wear these rings made from special alloys, they not only increase your weight but also subtly strengthen your physique and promote the circulation of your blood and qi. Hearing the old man's explanation, Jiang Fan's face lit up with sudden understanding. Are you giving all of these to me? I intend to give them all to you, but given your current strength you can only wear great alloy rings. The rest stay here with me, you can come for them when your power increases. Before the crazy old man had finished speaking, Jiang Fan eagerly took out an great alloy weight-bearing ring from the box. He noticed traces of wear on it. Someone has used these. The old man opened his mouth, then walked to the window with a heavy heart, gazing at the cemetery under the night sky. These were custom made for my precious grandson. Unfortunately he only made it to the great rings before he passed away. Jiang Fan followed the old man's gaze, looking at the rows of cold tombstones, his brows furrowed. Such a meaningful item, are you really giving it to me? The crazy old man waved his hand dismissively. Things are dead, people are alive. Though your martial talent is far inferior to my grandson's, you've been acting like a grandson for a few days and taking good care of me, so we'll give these to you. In just a few words the sympathy Jiang Fan had felt for him dissolved completely. He seriously suspected that the old man's second use of grandson was an insult. Jiang Fan crouched down, rolled up his pant leg and put on the great alloy weight-bearing ring. He tried to walk, but it felt as if a tremendous force had clamped around his ankle, making it impossible to lift his foot. The crazy old man curled his lip, looking as if he had expected this. Don't rush, take it slow. Humans are born crawling before they walk. I said the same thing to my grandson back then. I suggest you start by crawling. Jiang Fan turned to look at him. Are you serious? What's there to be ashamed of? Did my grandson crawl? How could that be? My grandson was exceptionally gifted with a willpower far beyond ordinary people. He held his spine straight, refused to crawl, and within just a quarter of an hour he could walk normally. As for you, your blood key is so low I can barely sense it. I'd say it'll take at least 5 hours before you can walk normally. Before the old man could finish he saw Jiang Fan gritting his teeth and trying to walk. Tisk tisk tsk, keep on pretending. I'm going back inside to drink. But just as the crazy old man lifted one foot over the threshold he suddenly heard a sound. He spun around sharply, and the next moment his pupils dilated, his face flooding with disbelief. Because Jiang Fan was walking with clenched teeth, exerting immense effort. Veins bulged on his forehead, sweat beaded as large as soybeans, and his legs were chafed to bleeding by the weight-bearing ring. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. He walked faster and steadier. The old man's mouth gaped wider and wider. It took him a long time to find his voice, and when he spoke his tone was no longer as flippant as usual but laced with gravity. Kid, why are you pushing yourself so hard? Jiang Fan's lips were pale but his eyes were resolute. Because I don't want to see my family buried in this cold ground. That single sentence struck the crazy old man deeply. He stood frozen like a wooden post, his throat growing increasingly bitter. He turned his gaze toward a certain direction in the cemetery. 3 tombstones lined up together. They were the resting places of his son, his daughter-in-law, and his grandson buried in the cold earth. No one knew how long he stared before he finally withdrew his gaze. When he looked back at Jiang Fan he found the boy already walking normally, moving step by step forward, farther and farther away. This scene once again left him with an expression of astonishment. How many minutes had passed? It seemed like less than 2 minutes and the kid could already walk normally. Just as he was stunned he noticed Jiang Fan had already left the cemetery and was walking into the distance. Where are you going? Jiang Fan replied without turning his head. To climb the mountain. What? The crazy old man couldn't believe his ears. He had just adapted to the weight of the great ring and now he wanted to climb a mountain. Others called him crazy, but he thought this kid was the real madman. In the time that followed the old man sat in a reclining chair with a bottle of wine watching Jiang Fan run up and down the mountain. Suddenly he sat up straight, a rare excitement lighting up his face. More and more interesting. No wonder Yin Tianyan called him a few days ago, solemnly claiming that he had found a genius disciple to send to him for mentoring. He also mentioned that this genius disciple resembled his grandson and he would surely be satisfied. One must admit this temperament was quite to his liking. Although Yin Tianyang said that the genius disciple he sent over possessed mental strength and would soon break through to the initial level of a mental master, the vitality was simply too low. Upon returning home Jiang Fan found that points could again be exchanged for vitality. Just 1 night of training allowed him to redeem an increase of 1N. It seemed the mad old man was telling the truth. This special heavy ring made of alloy indeed had the effect of improving one's physique. Now Jiang Fan had become a member of the special training class, attending cultural lessons in the morning and specialized training classes in the afternoon. The broadcast continuously announced, students in the special training class please gather at Gymnasium No. 2. Gymnasium No. 2 of Zhouzhong was usually not open to the public, only accessible to members of the special training class each year. As Wei Qi passed by Jiang Fan he snorted disdainfully. Jiang Fan couldn't be bothered to respond and simply found a random place to sit down. Everyone was waiting for their instructor, a second-tier martial artist, to arrive, and the youthful faces of boys and girls were filled with excitement and anticipation. The instructor has arrived. Suddenly a student shouted towards the door. In the next moment everyone's gaze turned to the middle-aged man walking in. The middle-aged man stood about 1.9 meters tall, wearing a trench coat with unkempt facial hair and a somewhat disheveled appearance. However, no one would dare to look down on him because of his appearance, but rather because he was a second-tier mid-level martial artist, an unreachable goal for these students. The middle-aged man scanned the group of students and lingered his gaze on Lan Xingxue for a few extra seconds before retracting it. Hello students, my surname is Wei and I am called Wei Sanyue. You can refer to me as Instructor Wei. Oh, and by the way, I come from the Divine Wind Camp. Divine Wind Camp. He is a Divine Wind Guard. Jiang Fan, who was initially uninterested, couldn't help but brighten his eyes upon hearing this. The Divine Wind Camp is the most formidable battle unit in the Great Xia, the Iron Wall that protects their land. Almost all practitioners take pride in becoming a Divine Wind Guard. At this moment Jiang Fan could hear the enthusiastic discussions among the students. Oh my god. It's the Divine Wind Guard. I never expected to have the chance to be trained by the Divine Wind Guard in my lifetime. Is this a sign of good fortune from my ancestors? Me too, me too. If we were allowed to bring our phones during training, I would definitely take a photo. Wei Sanyue raised his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. In the next second the once lively gymnasium fell into complete silence, illustrating just how prestigious the identity of a Divine Wind Guard was. I have introduced myself and now it's your turn to introduce yourselves in order. Wei Qi, eager to showcase himself, stood up first. Instructor Wei, I am Wei Qi, a mid-level martial apprentice currently with a vitality of 119N. Wei Sanyue nodded and then looked at the next person. Wei Qi felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped the instructor would praise him a bit since he had already cultivated to 119N. I am He Wei, a beginner martial apprentice 86N. Su Ming, beginner martial apprentice 90N. Zhang Yutian then stood up. I am Zhang Yotian, mid-level martial apprentice 100N. Wei Qi didn't even glance at Zhang Yutian but instead looked towards Lan Xingxue. Lan Xingxue felt that Wei Qi's gaze was quite peculiar, yet she still stood up. Lan Xingxue, initial tier martial artist, vitality 202N. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue was shocked. It had only been a few days since Lan Xingxue broke through to become a martial artist and she had already increased by 2N. Did she even need to live anymore? No matter how talented or monstrous one is, there should be a limit, right? Who would have thought that after so much effort it would still be difficult for everyone to make progress? If they continued at their current training speed, getting into a martial arts school would still be quite uncertain, which is why every year the school organizes a special training class inviting experienced martial artists to provide training. Because relying solely on oneself and training aimlessly like a headless fly, one can imagine how slow the progress would be. They all hoped to make great strides in this brief time at the special training class. And Lan Xingxue hadn't even started her special training yet. Her significant progress was something to admire. Wei Sanyue finally smiled, looking at Lan Xingxue. Student, are you interested in joining the Divine Wind Camp? With that one sentence the entire gymnasium erupted. Classmates looked at Lan Xingxue with shocked and envious eyes. Without even thinking, Lan Xingxue replied, I only want to get into the 5 elite martial schools. Getting into a martial school and joining the Divine Wind Camp to become a Divine Wind Guard aren't mutually exclusive, student. Consider it some more. Becoming a Divine Wind Guard is a matter of great pride for one's family and the benefits are many. At this moment Wei Sanyue was using a tone akin to that of the big bad wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood, which only made the students present feel even more envious. Look at the treatment they received and then look at themselves. Did they not see Wei Kangyu's earlier attitude towards them? It was completely worlds apart. Not considering it for now. Lan Xingxue rejected again. Having been turned down twice, Wei Sanyue showed no sign of anger. Alright, it's fine not to consider it for now, you can think about it more later. After retracting his gaze from Lan Xingxue, the gentle smile on Wei Kangyu's face faded and he turned serious, looking at the other students. You can continue your introductions. The next one was Mu Feng. Mu Feng stood up. Mu Feng, high-level martial apprentice, vitality 151N. Hearing this, Wei Kangyu's eyes brightened slightly, but it was merely a brief moment. Mu Feng, who was about to sit down, spoke up again. I want to join the Divine Wind Camp. The crowd was in an uproar, whispering among themselves. Wei Sanyue smiled at Mu Feng. You're not bad, but you still lack some seasoning to join the Divine Wind Camp. Mu Feng's fists, which hung by his sides, clenched slightly. I will work hard to strive for it in these 3 months. Wei Sanyue said nothing, for the path of martial arts is often cruel. Hard work alone cannot compensate for talent. Is there anyone who hasn't introduced themselves? Only Jiang Fan remained. Jiang Fan stood up and calmly stated, I am Jiang Fan, initial tier martial apprentice, vitality 81N. Wei Sanyue didn't even glance at Jiang Fan, directly starting to speak. Our time is precious, so I won't waste words. Let's begin the first lesson now. Seeing that Wei Sanyue ignored him, Jiang Fan was completely unconcerned and quietly sat down. Today I will provide you with some common knowledge. In the next class we will begin training to improve. Wei Sanyue opened the projector and with a swoosh a massive blue screen appeared before everyone. It was a vast map depicting the territory of the Great Xia. Since the 28th century, spiritual energy has revived and ferocious beasts have run rampant, bringing about earth-shattering changes to the world. The Blue Star's volume has swelled more than tenfold, and the once connected cities have been separated by vast stretches of desolate wilderness. Thus fortresses have formed, each gathering several to dozens of cities. Fortress No. 1 is the heart of Daxia, the largest in area, most densely populated and economically prosperous. It gathers the strongest martial artists and enjoys social resources that many other fortresses can only dream of. At Wei Kangyu's introduction, nearly everyone's gaze fixed on Fortress No. 1, their faces revealing boundless longing. Fortress No. 1 was not only the most prosperous but more importantly the core of Daxia, its administrative hub and the safest place. Outside Daxia's territory lay the vast beast-infested wilderness. Especially the outermost fortresses, despite their towering walls and protective barriers, would be the first to suffer when a beast tide struck. Ancheng's Fortress No. 31 belonged to the outermost ring, the fifth circle. Of course that didn't mean there were no beasts between fortresses. Each fortress was separated by wilderness. These wilderness areas were called inner wilderness, while the lands beyond Daxia were outer wilderness. The beasts in the inner wilderness, subject to years of hunting, were far less dangerous than those in the outer wilderness. The closer to Fortress No. 1, the fewer beasts in the inner wilderness, making the inner concentric circles relatively safer. As for these matters, I'm sure your teachers have mentioned them in class. I won't dwell on them. I just arrived in Anqing today and need to settle in. You all go train on your own. I'll be off. With that, Wei Sanyue waved his hand and left without a moment's delay. The class had lasted only 20 minutes. Under other circumstances, the students might have complained that the instructor was being lazy and irresponsible. But against Wei Sanyue, a member of the Shinfeng Guard and a second-rank martial artist, these students dared not utter a single word of complaint. Oh right. Halfway out, Wei Sanyue stopped and pulled 21 Qi blood origin stones from his pocket. These stones were issued from above. Every martial arts candidate gets 1. Martial artists receive 3. These words excited the students, for many of them came from ordinary families and were not wealthy. While they could afford a few stones, cultivation resources were not always available even with money. After receiving his Qi blood origin stone, Jiang Fan thought it would be of little use to him, given his current physique could hardly be forced to improve his Qi and blood. Alright, today was Tangwa's birthday. He could give it to her as a gift. Hey Jiang Fan, with only 81 N of Qi and blood, you want breakthrough no matter how much you cultivate. Why not sell me the stone? I'll pay twice the market price, 100,000 for it. How about it? Wei Qi blocked Jiang Fan's path and said. Jiang Fan looked at Wei Qi as if he were an idiot. Do you think Qi blood origin stones are commodities you can buy at will? The price is indeed 50,000, but ordinary people can't just get one. 100,000. I'd rather sell it on the black market. I'll add another 50,000, 150,000. Wei Qi said with an air of wealth. Jiang Fan held up 5 fingers. 500,000. Give me the money and it's yours. Wei Qi was speechless at the figure. 500,000. 10 times the price. Are you out of your mind? Stop wasting words. Buy or not? If you're not buying, you'll just absorb it. I have 81 N now and it's my first time absorbing a Qi blood origin stone. I should gain at least 5 N, bringing me to 86 N. That's a huge boost. Jiang Fan said this deliberately to provoke Wei Qi. Wei Qi, upon hearing this, found 86 N still pitifully low, but he couldn't stand the thought of Jiang Fan making such a leap in Qi and blood. Because it wasn't his first time absorbing a Qi blood origin stone, not even his second but his 10th. So now absorbing this stone would at most increase his Qi and blood by 12 N. Of course, what truly made Wei Qi unable to tolerate Jiang Fan's rapid progress was Tong Shuyao. With that thought, Wei Qi gritted his teeth. Fine. 500,000. Give it to me. Jiang Fan was taken aback. He had named such an exorbitant price just to embarrass Wei Qi, never expecting a student could actually come up with 500,000. It seemed Wei Qi's family was far wealthier than he had shown at school. Are you sure? Jiang Fan asked again. Nonsense. Do you think him a poor bastard from the slums like you? Wei Qi said, arms crossed smugly. Smug as he was and wealthy as his family was, he was still just a student with limited allowance. 500,000 was a sum that would indeed sting. You're pretty cocky, huh? I have other Qi blood origin stones. Want to buy them all? Jiang Fan asked. Wei Qi blinked, looking at the lone stone in Jiang Fan's hand. Don't you only have one? Jiang Fan, don't worry about that. I'm asking, if I have more, will you buy them or not? Wei Qi was certain Jiang Fan had no other stones and was just trying to provoke him. If he said no, Jiang Fan would call him a poor bastard in return. Fine. If you have them, I'll buy them. No sooner had Wei Qi spoken than Jiang Fan stopped a classmate. I'll buy the Qi blood origin stone in your hand. The classmate was puzzled. Not for sale. 100,000, double the market price. The classmate frowned, about to speak. 200,000. Jiang Fan raised the offer. The classmate's brow slowly relaxed. But 300,000. That price convinced the classmate. You serious? The classmate stared at Jiang Fan with wide eyes. A man of his word. Jiang Fan said. All right, show me the money. Jiang Fan turned to Wei Qi. 2 stones, 1,700,000 to me, the remaining 300,000 to him. Wei Qi was stunned. Wei Qi was furious. Wei Qi roared Jiang Fan. The shout echoed repeatedly in the gymnasium, revealing just how much Wei Qi wanted to tear Jiang Fan apart. Jiang Yutian approached. Jiang Fan, you're short on cash, aren't you? Considering we once lived together, I'm willing to help. I'll give you 30,000. Sell me the Qi blood origin stone. This remark made Jiang Fan laugh. Wei Qi might be foolish and love-struck, but at least he's generous in business. But you're truly shameless trying to buy my blood Qi primordial stone for a mere 30,000. Jiang Yotian, I ask you, who gave you that audacity? Wei Qi snorted. Those words didn't sound like a compliment to him either. Jiang Yutian was momentarily choked, then continued, looking down his nose at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, don't be so harsh. As I said, you must be in dire need of money right now, and urgently at that. After all, you've just reached the initial stage of a martial apprentice and need nutritious food daily to sustain your body. I can offer 30,000 immediately to ease your urgent need. Instead of thanking me, you lash out. Jiang Fan turned to Wei Qi. Tell him, how much were you about to offer me? Wei Qi blurted out 500,000. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. Why did he answer when Jiang Fan asked? Oh, this mouth of mine, why does it always outrun my brain? Jiang Yutian was stunned, looking at Wei Qi as if he were an idiot. Wei Qi winced a particularly sharp pain. Then Jiang Fan spoke again. Fine, I'm not opposed to selling you this blood Qi primordial stone, but there's a condition. What condition? Jiang Yutian asked, puzzled. Simple. We go to the arena. If you defeat me, this blood Qi primordial stone is yours. At Jiang Fan's words, not only was Jiang Yutian stunned, but everyone who heard looked at Jiang Fan as if he were a fool or an imbecile. Are you serious? Jiang Yushan's voice trembled with barely concealed excitement. Jiang Fan's expression was indifferent, his tone calm. Of course. Good. It's a deal. Whoever backs out or fails to show up must strip naked and run 10 laps around the track. Jiang Yutian was so excited he nearly laughed. Agreed, Jiang Fan said nonchalantly. When? Tomorrow. Jiang Yutian looked at the crowd. You all bear witness. Jiang Fan said, hell, fight me tomorrow right here in this gymnasium. If he chickens out and doesn't show, hell, strip and run 10 laps around the track. Everyone wore expressions of eager anticipation, especially when looking at Jiang Fan, their gazes filled with schadenfreude. Having just reached the initial stage of a martial apprentice, he wanted to challenge Jiang Yotian, who was at the middle stage. What was he thinking? Regardless, at least there would be some excitement tomorrow. That evening was Tang Guo's birthday. Jiang Fan took out the blood Qi primordial stone and handed it to her. Guo, this is my birthday gift for you. Tang Guo looked at the red stone in confusion. What is this? Jiang Fan said, a blood Qi primordial stone. His words caused everyone at the table to hold their breath. Tang Fugue was the first to react, snatching the stone from Tang Guo's hand and thrusting it back into Jiang Fan's. Child, how can you give such a valuable gift to Guo? Guo is just a child. What use does she have for this? Besides, you're now a member of the special training class, you need this for cultivation. Yes, Xiao Fan, your father is right. We know you love Guo, but there must be limits, Wang Shuqin chimed in. Jiang Fan smiled. Dad, Mom, you don't need to make such a big deal out of this. The truth is, I still have several more of these blood Qi primordial stones. I can't use them all myself. And you might not know this, but the first absorption yields the best effect, subsequent uses become less effective. Besides, now that I'm in the special training class, obtaining more blood Qi primordial stones in the future will be quite simple. They aren't that precious to me. Give this one to Guo. Although she's young and absorbing it now isn't the most efficient, wealthy families have their children absorb these stones from a young age to strengthen their bodies. Our Guo shouldn't be worse than other children. If she slowly absorbs this stone over about a month, her physical condition will far surpass her peers. I don't expect her to start cultivating immediately, but at least she won't get sick easily in the future. These words genuinely convinced Tang Fugue and Wang Shuqin. Indeed, even if Tangwa didn't embark on the path of cultivation, just the thought of her not getting sick after absorbing the stone filled them with joy. Here, Gua, take it. Jiang Fan placed the blood-chi primordial stone back into Tangwa's hand. The little girl's face was flushed, her large eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Brother Xiao Fan. You're so kind. Gua likes Brother Xiao Fan the most. Her words were as sweet as honey, and Jiang Fan couldn't resist pinching her rosy cheeks. The little girl's face grew even redder. After the meal, Jiang Fan immediately went to the mad old man's house. As he was finishing cooking, he heard someone arrive outside. Master, I've come to see you. I brought your favorite wine. Eh? That voice sounded familiar. Jiang Fan strained his ears and then heard the mad old man's gruff response. Go away, who asked you to come? I told you years ago this old man doesn't want to see any old acquaintances for the rest of his life. Don't say that. Won't you at least taste the wine I brought? As he spoke, Wei Sanyue heard noises coming from the kitchen and asked in surprise, is someone cooking in there? Wei Sanyue was surprised because he knew the mad old man's temperament. While he truly lived in seclusion alone, and for over a decade he hadn't heard of him getting close to anyone. The mad old man responded indifferently, not pursuing the topic. Instead, he asked, why have you suddenly come here? Coming to a small place like Outpost 31. Don't tell me you came specifically to see me. This old man doesn't believe that. Ha ha. Wei Sanyue laughed and sat down. Partly I did come to see you, master. But also our squad hasn't had fresh blood in a long time, so I wanted to see if I could find some promising talent. Hearing this, the mad old man's expression was complex. After a long silence, he said, after Wang Feng passed away, has the Edge squad fallen so low? You're a 5th rank expert. Has it come to this that you, the captain, personally come to a backwater place like Outpost 31 to recruit? Wei Sanyue poured himself a drink and downed it in one gulp. He grinned. That's a bit humbling. Outpost 31 might be a tiny place, but didn't it produce a martial arts prodigy like Lan Xingxue? Before even taking the martial arts exam, she's already at the initial stage of a 1st-rank martial artist. Such a genius is well worth my effort to recruit. The mad old man said, Lan Xingxue. From the Lan family of Outpost 1. My foot. The crazy old man kicked the bench. Although I have no idea why that girl Lan Xingxue would come to a place like Fortress 31, she is Lan Xiong's precious granddaughter. Would that old fellow Lan Xiong ever hand her over to your team? Unless Lan Xingxue got her head kicked by a donkey and lost her mind joining your team, otherwise don't even dream about it. The bench under Wei Sanyue was kicked away by the crazy old man, but he remained seated as if nothing happened. Trying is better than not trying at all. What if it works right? Now I'm her instructor and I'll be with her day and night for 3 months. Maybe you'll win her over. The crazy old man gave Wei Sanyue a look to figure it out himself. So it was Wei Sanyue. But wasn't he a 2nd-grade martial artist? How did he become 5th grade? The entire In City didn't even have a single 5th-grade martial artist. Not to mention In City, even the governor of Dongling City had only just reached the 5th grade. Just which sub-rank of the 5th grade did this Wei Sanyue, who was hiding his true strength, belong to? Besides, I refuse to believe that in this vast Fortress 31 I can't find a single decent prospect. As soon as Wei Sanyue finished speaking, he saw Jiang Fan walking out with a dish, having been busy in the kitchen. Hey kid, you look familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Hearing this, Jiang Fan couldn't help but complain inwardly. A nobody like him couldn't possibly catch Wei Kangyu's eye. They had only met during the day and he was already forgotten. Instructor Wei, I'm a student from the special training class of In City No. 9 High School. Oh, I see. Wei Sanyue nodded casually, then asked just as casually, what's your name? Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan placed the dish on the table. Wei Sanyue, making himself right at home, grabbed a pair of chopsticks and started eating. Not bad, not bad. So, what did you say your name was? Jiang, forget it, I won't ask. I won't remember anyway. By the way, why are you here? Did my teacher hire you to cook? You could say that, Jiang Fan replied. With that, Jiang Fan turned around and started tidying up the room, then began giving the crazy old man a massage. This scene surprised Wei Sanyue. From his perspective, the way the crazy old man and Jiang Fan interacted seemed to be more than just a simple employer-employee relationship. Ding! Congratulations, master. By massaging the elderly and bringing joy to his heart, you have performed a good deed. Points 1000. The moment Jiang Fan heard the system notification, he immediately stopped massaging. Hey you brat. You only massage for 3 minutes each time. Can't you see him enjoying it? The crazy old man grumbled. Jiang Fan waved his hand. I have things to do. I'm busy. Watching Jiang Fan walk away without a backward glance, completely ignoring the crazy old man, Wei Sanyue was even more astonished. In all his years he had rarely seen anyone dare to treat the crazy old man like that. "Teacher, what is your relationship with him?" "No relationship," said the crazy old man. "Doesn't look like it. Less gossip, just eat your food." Over an hour later, Wei Sanyue walked out of the management office following the crazy old man's gaze towards the dimly lit Li Mountain. The moon that night remained hidden behind the dark clouds, refusing to emerge, making Li Mountain look like a misty, hazy ink wash painted. Wei Sanyue stared intently. With his fifth-grade eyesight he could vaguely make out something darting up and down the mountain. After watching for a while he discerned that the silhouette was a person. Who is that not sleeping in the dead of night, running around on this pitch-black mountain? Can he even see in this darkness? Isn't he afraid of tripping and rolling down the mountain? The crazy old man lifted his sagging eyelids. "You might roll down, but he definitely won't." The first time the crazy old man saw this he thought the same thing. Could anyone see the path in such darkness? Later, after guessing that Jiang Fan was a genius sent by Yen Tianyan, he understood. A psychic with extraordinary perception wouldn't be hindered by total darkness or even blindness from moving freely at night. Wei Sanyue was astonished. "So who is this person? I have to go up and see." "No, you must not go. Do not disturb him." The crazy old man gave the order. Seeing how protective the crazy old man was of the person on the mountain, Wei Kangyu's curiosity grew even stronger, like a cat's paw scratching incessantly. "I just don't get it. Why won't you let me go see?" The crazy old man replied, "I'm afraid you'll poach him for your team." Wei Kangyu's eyes lit up. "So this kid is really talented?" "Yes, but for your team." "A waste," the crazy old man said bluntly. Wei Sanyue was speechless. How did he end up being looked down upon? In the middle of the night, Wei Sanyue quietly got out of bed. He was determined to see what the person on the mountain looked like. But as soon as he opened the door he saw the crazy old man lying on the bench blocking the entrance. Seeing this he couldn't help but twitch his mouth in exasperation. "Really, teacher? Is this necessary?" The crazy old man glanced at him sideways. "Why not? I told you, don't you think about it. Your little broken team. Sending him there would be a waste." "How can you say that? Although we are a fifth-rate team now, we were once a second-rate team. We just haven't achieved much in recent years, so we got downgraded. But I believe that one day we will regain our former glory," Wei Sanyue declared with firm conviction. Faced with Wei Kangyu's passionate enthusiasm, the crazy old man simply waved him off. "Go on, go back to sleep. In your dreams you'll have everything." Wei Sanyue was left speechless again. The next day almost all the students from An City No. 9 High School went to the gymnasium. Wei Sanyue stroked his chin, mulling over the events of the previous day, when he overheard someone passing by mention something about a PK. He grabbed a male student. "What's going on? You all look like you're rushing to your deaths. What's the hurry?" Although the male student wasn't in the special training class, he recognized Wei Sanyue. Facing a second-grade martial artist, he dared not utter a single disrespectful word. "It's Jiang Fan and Jiang Yutian having a PK in the gymnasium. If Jiang Fan loses he has to give the blood chi primordial stone he got yesterday to Jiang Yutian." Jiang Fan. That name sounded familiar. Wei Sanyue couldn't quite place it, but his impression of this Jiang Fan was already very poor. For ordinary students, a blood chi primordial stone was a precious cultivation treasure, yet he was using it as a gambling stake. This showed he didn't take cultivation seriously at all. "What are their cultivation levels?" Wei Sanyue asked further. The student replied, "Jiang Yutian is a martial arts prodigy at our school. He's only 17 and has already reached the mid-stage of a martial apprentice. As for Jiang Fan, he has just barely reached the threshold of the initial stage of a martial apprentice." "What utter nonsense!" Wei Sanyue shook his head. His impression of this Jiang Fan worsened even more. The male student trembled in fear, stammering, Wei instructor, this has nothing to do with me. Could you let me go first?" Wei Sanyue reacted, chuckling heartily. "Sorry classmate, did I scare you?" After releasing him, Wei Sanyue strode towards the gymnasium. Inside it was already packed with people. Wei Sanyue glanced around before his gaze landed on Jiang Fan, who had just taken the stage. "Oh. It's that kid from last night. No wonder his name sounded so familiar just now. Wait, what was his name again? How could I forget?" On stage, Jiang Yotian crossed his arms, looking completely confident. "Jiang Fan, I advise you to admit defeat now, or else I'll beat you so badly that even your mother won't recognize you." Jiang Fan narrowed his slanted eyes, provocatively beckoning Jiang Yotian with his finger. "Stop barking, come at me." Jiang Yotian gritted his teeth and growled, and in the next moment he swung his fist towards Jiang Fan's face. Just when everyone thought Jiang Fan's face would explode under that punch, they saw him easily grasp Jiang Yushin's fist. It seemed effortless, yet it was like a vice. No matter how hard Jiang Yotian tried to pull his hand away, it was futile. Then they saw Jiang Fan raise his other hand, slicing through the air with a whoosh, and slap Jiang Yotian across the face. The sound smack echoed throughout the gymnasium. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Even Wei Sanyue, who was about to intervene, paused, watching with great interest. Jiang Yotian, stunned by the slap, took a long moment to recover, his expression twisted with rage as he kicked out. Die! 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 Jiang Fan kicked Jiang Yushin's knee as if bullying a child with perfect accuracy. Crack, that was the sound of bones shattering. Jiang Yotian let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. But it wasn't over. Jiang Fan kicked Jiang Yushin's other leg again. Another crack sounded and his knee Jiang Yotian knelt on the ground directly before Jiang Fan, continuously groaning in pain. Jiang Fan looked down at Jiang Yotian, saying, "I told you the day will come when I'll collect the debt of your kneeling before me." If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Yotian was the biological son of Tang Fugui and Wang Shuqin, coupled with all the wrongs he had done to Jiang Fan in his previous life, Jiang Fan would have made him wish he were dead. Ding! Congratulations, master, for helping others fulfill their bets and doing good deeds. Points 40. The buzzing sound reverberated from all directions. My heavens, what did I just see? Jiang Fan actually won, and he won so easily. Are you joking? Jiang Fan is only at the initial stage of a martial apprentice, while Jiang Yotian is a bona fide mid-stage martial apprentice. Could it be that Jiang Yotian was too complacent? But even if he was complacent, Jiang Fan just recently became a martial apprentice and he only has 81 N of chi and blood. Even if he had over 90 to defeat Jiang Yotian, I wouldn't be this shocked. In the audience, Wei Chi had stood up at some point, staring blankly at Jiang Fan on stage. This is too unbelievable, right? Sitting next to Wei Chi, Tong Shuya looked even more shocked, and there was also a hint of regret. Not bad, this kid has some skills. Wei Sanyue rubbed his chin with a smile. What was his name again? Jiang something. Wei Sanyue still couldn't remember others' names. He Hongxing gazed at Jiang Fan with sparkling eyes. Holy snow! He's so handsome. I've decided I want to pursue him. Lan Qingxue shot her a glance. Did you not say that his character is poor? It doesn't matter, my values will follow my eyes. Lan Qingxue was left speechless. Jiang Yotian knelt on the ground looking utterly miserable, especially when he saw the goddess Lan Qingxue in the audience. He was so furious he wanted to swallow Jiang Fan whole. Jiang Fan. You have some nerve. I'm a student preparing for the special training class and you actually broke my knee. Aren't you afraid the school will come after you? Jiang Fan replied fearlessly, I said your memory isn't just bad, did you forget the death contract I signed before going on stage? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushin's pupils dilated suddenly. Because the matter of the death contract had been brought up by Jiang Yotian himself. The purpose was to ensure he wouldn't bear any responsibility after severely injuring Jiang Fan. But who would have thought? Clap clap clap, alright, the farce ends here. Wei Sanyue stepped out from the crowd, glancing at Jiang Yotian. Get a few classmates to take him to the infirmary. No need for the infirmary, just take me home. I have a bone restoration pill at home. Jiang Yotian said through gritted teeth. The bone restoration pill, as its name suggests, has the effect of reconnecting broken bones. After taking it, he would recover completely in less than 3 days. Wei Sanyue approached Jiang Fan, examining him closely. You young man have quite a ruthless method. Jiang Fan replied, neither servile nor overbearing. If I weren't ruthless, it might have been me with the broken legs. Moreover, my family is in the slums and we don't have bone restoration pills, which are priceless. Slums. Hearing this place, Wei Sanyue's expression revealed surprise. In impoverished families, talents in martial arts are rare. Therefore, genuine martial arts geniuses and powerful figures mostly come from affluent families where they are the second or third generation of officials. For example, Lan Qingxue appears to be from the 31st fortress, but in reality she is a genuine resident of the 1st fortress and she belongs to the upper echelon. Without a privileged family background, even if Lan Qingxue were a genius, her current strength would likely be significantly diminished. At the very least, she wouldn't be able to become a martial artist right now. This point has long been proven by big data. Since the revival of spiritual energy, candidates who became martial artists before the college entrance examination can be counted on one hand, and almost none are from poor families. Jiang Fan lifted his gaze slightly. The scene shifted. At the foot of Li Mountain. The students of the special training class looked at the mountain hundreds of meters high, their faces turning pale. Do we really have to climb this? Wei Sanyue addressed the group. As the reward for the first place, I will personally offer a recovery pill. At these words, the reluctant crowd suddenly became energized as if injected with adrenaline. Jiang Fan was no exception. The recovery pill was a fine treasure, effective for healing both internal and external injuries when taken orally. Such an item was even more precious than a blood essence stone with a market price around 100,000. Jiang Fan desired it greatly, but His gaze shifted to Lan Xingxue. As a martial artist, even if he removed his great alloy weight ring, he would be no match for her. Just then Wei Sanyue received a phone call and called Lan Xingxue over. Lan Xingxue, your family needs you urgently. You must return. Lan Xingxue nodded and left. Seeing this, Jiang Fan rejoiced inwardly. Heaven was truly aiding him. Wei Sanyue, everyone prepare yourselves. The first to reach the summit and return to me will claim the recovery pill. 3, 2, 1. The next moment almost everyone charged up Li Mountain. Wei Qi led the pack, glancing back smugly. Keep it up, classmates. It's lonely at the front, solitude at the peak is a chilling thing. No sooner had he spoken than he saw Mu Feng dart past him. Then Mu Feng surged far ahead, leaving him in the dust. Ha ha. Wei Qi, still bragging, someone mocked. Wei Qi's face darkened. You're behind me, how dare you laugh at me? Yes, and behind you, but now you're behind Mu Feng. Hey. So what if I am? At least I've only got one ahead of me. How many are ahead of you? Just as Wei Qi finished, another figure flashed past him like lightning. How could this be? In the entire special training class, Lan Xingxue was the strongest, Mu Feng second, and he ranked third. How could anyone be faster than him? Who could it be? Wei Qi abruptly looked up, and upon seeing the slender silhouette of a youth, his jaw dropped as if witnessing something unbelievable. Jiang Fan. How could it be him? Others also recognized that the one overtaking Wei Qi was Jiang Fan, and their faces showed astonishment. If it had been anyone else, they might just be mildly surprised, but it was Jiang Fan, a mere novice martial apprentice who had just advanced, now effortlessly surpassing Wei Qi, who had a blood energy of 119N. This was no mere surprise, it was a cascade of disbelief. Wei Sanyue, who had been observing, also took note. This kid, what's his name? Fan. Quite impressive. Wei Kangyu's eyes fell on Jiang Fan's ankles, noticing a subtle resistance each time he lifted his foot, as if someone were pulling at his leg. At that moment Jiang Fan had already moved up to second place. The summit was near, and if things continued he would not obtain the recovery pill. But he was already pushing with all his might. Only by removing the great alloy weight ring on his ankle could he almost certainly surpass Mu Feng and claim first place. Yet the mad old man had warned him, once the weight ring was put on, it must not be removed unless his physical strength and blood energy reached the level to upgrade to a great alloy weight ring. With that thought, Jiang Fan immediately dismissed the idea of removing the ring. He lifted his head, gazing at Mu Feng running ahead, clenched his fists, and a sharp piercing light blazed in his eyes. Charge! Jiang Fan gritted his teeth, continuously unleashing his potential. Forward! Further still! As time ticked by, the gap between Jiang Fan and Mu Feng shrank steadily. Mu Feng noticed this too. He looked back but saw no one behind him. Suddenly realization struck, and he turned sharply to his side. There was Jiang Fan running neck and neck with him. How is this possible? He was a high-level martial apprentice, while Jiang Fan was merely a low-level one. Wei Qi, following closely behind, clearly saw Jiang Fan closing the distance to Mu Feng until they were on the same level. Throughout, his jaw hung wider and wider, as if it might drop at any moment. The students behind grew restless. Jiang Fan. It's Jiang Fan. He's actually caught up with Mu Feng. Heavens! How did he do it? Could he be cheating? Wei Sanyue found the situation increasingly intriguing. It seemed the truth he suspected was about to surface. Mu Feng occasionally glanced sideways at Jiang Fan, but Jiang Fan maintained his rhythm throughout, his breathing never faltering. Jiang Fan's achievement was due to his relentless nightly training over the past days. Minutes later, Jiang Fan and Mu Feng reached the summit almost simultaneously. Yet at the moment of descending, Mu Feng suddenly accelerated, trying to shake off Jiang Fan. But every time Mu Feng pulled ahead, Jiang Fan caught up, in no time running side by side again. No matter how many attempts Mu Feng made, Jiang Fan consistently appeared beside him. Mu Feng's constant changes in pace eventually disrupted his own rhythm, causing his breathing to become erratic. An opportunity. Sensing this, Jiang Fan, who had already adapted to the current speed, burst forth like an arrow released from a bow, darting forward with a whoosh. In an instant he brushed past Mu Feng. Under Mu Feng's incredulous gaze, Jiang Fan poured all his strength into sprinting to Wei Sanyue. He supported himself with his hands on his knees, struggling to stay upright. His hunched figure was a testament to the boy's extreme exhaustion. Yet even so, he did not collapse. Huff huff, he gulped down air, his chest feeling as if a gas tank were about to burst. Jiang Fan knew well that after intense exertion one should avoid heavy breathing. But at this moment, having pushed beyond his limits, the suffocating lack of oxygen forced him to gasp for a few breaths. After just a few breaths, he quickly regained control. It took a while before he gradually recovered and his body functions normalized. Pretty impressive, huh? But Wei Sanyue shifted his tone, his gaze settling on Jiang Fan's ankles. What's that on your feet? The question made Jiang Fan's breath catch slightly. The others suddenly looked enlightened. I knew it. Jiang Fan only just became a novice martial apprentice, how could he outrun us, let alone Wei Qi? And Mu Feng, a high-level martial apprentice. He was cheating. Such a despicable trick. Instructor Wei, you should expel him from the training class right now. You're right. You're right. Get him out. He must be thrown out. Wei Sangyue ignored the crowd's words and looked at Jiang Fan again, saying, roll up your pant leg, let me see. Jiang Fan assessed the situation and found himself unable to refuse, so he bent down and rolled up his pant leg. When Wei Sangyue finally saw what Jiang Fan was wearing around his ankle, astonishment clearly showed in his eyes. Great alloy. The students looked at each other in shock, all seeing the same disbelief in one another's eyes. What kind of joke is this? Jiang Fan was actually wearing an great alloy weight ring while running, and not only left us all behind but also defeated Mu Feng, who was at a high level as a martial apprentice. My god, is Jiang Fan's physical quality really this formidable? That's right. If anyone were to be his girlfriend, wouldn't they be blissfully happy? A girl remarked. After she spoke, everyone's gaze almost uniformly shifted to her. The girl blushed. Among the crowd, Jiang Fan's former fiancée Tong Shuang bit her red lip tightly, her eyes filled with deep unwillingness as she looked at Jiang Fan. Where did you get that weight ring from? As far as I know, you currently live in a slum. Wei Sangyue couldn't help but ask. Jiang Fan calmly replied, that's my secret. Hey! You brat! Wei Sangyue put his arm around Jiang Fan's neck and dragged him aside without hesitation. I want to ask you, was it you who climbed up and down Li Mountain last night? Jiang Fan slightly raised his eyebrows, recalling how the mad old man had specifically come to tell him after he finished running last night, saying that if anyone asked him whether he climbed Li Mountain every night, he must not admit it or he would get into big trouble. At that time, the mad old man held a wine jug exuding a strong smell of alcohol. Jiang Fan was uncertain whether what he said was true or just the ramblings of a drunken man. However, based on the question Wei Sangyue had just asked, his intuition told him that it was better not to admit it. It wasn't me. Jiang Fan demonstrated his skill in lying through his teeth, his heart steady and face unchanged. Wei Sangyue observed the youth before him closely, and no matter how he looked at it, it was hard to detect even the slightest trace of deceit on his face. Could it really not be him? But if it wasn't him, how could a martial apprentice in the initial stage wearing an great alloy weight ring defeat a martial apprentice at a high level? Honestly, if you admit it, I'll give you another recovery pill. Jiang Fan's eyes brightened. Are you serious? Of course. A man's word is his bond. Alright, it was me. Did he just admit it? Wei Sangyue was about to feel pleased only to see Jiang Fan extend his hand towards him. Recovery pill. Wei Sangyue suddenly felt something was amiss. Was it really you yesterday? Jiang Fan, you first give me the recovery pill. Wei Sangyue loosened his grip around Jiang Fan's neck, saying, you have some nerve trying to deceive me just for a recovery pill. Jiang Fan put on a look as if his lie had been exposed, showing a regretful expression. Seeing Jiang Fan's very natural expression, Wei Sangyue knew he had the wrong person. Jiang Fan reached out again towards Wei Kangyu's hand. My recovery pill. Not a chance. It wasn't you last night. Wei Sangyue said irritably. Jiang Fan replied, I just won the race, that's the reward for coming in first. To be honest, Wei Sangyue didn't want to give it, and he even wanted to beat Jiang Fan up. However, due to face, he ultimately still gave it to Jiang Fan. Everyone, Wei Sangyue was just about to speak when he was suddenly drowned out by a loud roar. Jiang Fan. Accompanied by this furious shout, all eyes including Jiang Fan's turned toward Jiang Qifeng, who was walking up from below. You're ruthless. You actually broke Yu Tian's leg. Jiang Qifeng stormed towards Jiang Fan, flanked by two bodyguards. Jiang Yu Tian brought this on himself, Jiang Fan said with a cold smile on his lips. Jiang Qifeng was so angry he couldn't even finish his sentence, looking at his bodyguards, who were both high-level martial apprentices he had specifically hired. You two go over there and break his legs for me. Understood, boss. The two bodyguards cracked their knuckles, making a sound like crumbling bones, looking extremely fierce. Jiang Fan stood his ground the entire time, remaining unperturbed in the face of the two's threats. Just as the two bodyguards were about to make their move against Jiang Fan, Wei Sangyue stepped in front of Jiang Qifeng. You must be Jiang Yu Tian's guardian. Jiang Yu Tian and Jiang Fan agreed to a voluntary PK, and they even signed a life-and-death contract before the match. Regardless of the injuries sustained afterward, neither party is responsible. Instructor Wei, I know you are a second-tier martial artist, and ordinarily I would definitely give you this courtesy. But Jiang Fan has gone too far in this matter, so I must seek revenge for my son. Therefore I hope you won't interfere. After finishing, Jiang Qifeng, blinded by rage, ignored Wei Sangyue and looked back at his two bodyguards. Don't just stand there, go ahead and take Jiang Fan's legs off. Before Jiang Kaifeng's voice could fully settle, he saw Wei Sanyue, who had just stood before him, suddenly turn into a blur and disappear. Before he could react, two agonizing screams rang out like that of pigs being slaughtered. In the next second, the two bodyguards flew out as if they had collided with a speeding train, crashing heavily to the ground before Jiang Qifeng shaking the ground and raising clouds of dust. Wei Kangyu's movements were so fast that no one could see how he made his move. They only saw the bodyguards flying out. Among these people, Jiang Fan, as a junior spiritual master, was able to see Wei Kangyu's movements clearly, frame by frame, as if watching a slow-motion film. Just now, when Jiang Qifeng ordered the two bodyguards to move against him, Wei Sanyue had returned to him in a flash, then kicked the two bodyguards one by one into the air. There were no fancy moves, just an overwhelming display of power. Jiang Qifeng was thoroughly intimidated. The fierce aura he had when he arrived had long faded, replaced by deep fear and dread. Is this the power of a second-tier martial artist? Far surpassing that of a martial apprentice. This is just too terrifying. The more he thought about it, the more Jiang Kaifeng's legs trembled uncontrollably. Wei Sanyue smiled as he approached Jiang Qifeng. Do you still want to let them continue? And no, Jiang Qifeng, terrified, continuously retreated, his pale face covered in fine beads of sweat. Wei Kangyu's smile faded. Go back and tell Zhang Yutian, in our circle it has always been like this. Cultivating martial skills starts with cultivating virtue. It's acceptable to concede but not to accept defeat. Losing is not disgraceful, but calling your parents to settle scores after losing, especially for a normal person's parent, is not worthy of being a martial artist. If it were my old temper, Zhang Yutian would definitely be kicked out of the special training class. But considering that he has worked hard to cultivate to the mid-level of martial apprentices, I will give him one chance. If it happens again, he will be directly expelled from the special training class. Jiang Qifeng was so terrified by these words that he swallowed hard. If Zhang Yutian were truly expelled from the special training class, his future would be completely ruined. Thinking of this, Jiang Qifeng was filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself twice. He knew he should never have troubled Jiang Fan in the first place, and even if he had to, he shouldn't have done it in front of Wei Sanyue. He had truly been blinded by anger. Wei Sanyue was a second-rank martial artist, a strength so rare in their city that it could be counted on one hand. Moreover, those at the second rank were either heads of the top noble families in city or local tyrants who dominated the area, far beyond what the middling Jiang family, a minor noble house, could afford to offend. It seemed he would have to lie low for a while. Even if he wanted to make trouble for Jiang Fan, he would have to wait until Wei Sanyue left. At dusk, Jiang Fan headed home. When he was still half a li from home, he saw Dahei dashing toward him. Woof woof woof, the barks were urgent. Jiang Fan's brows furrowed as a sudden ominous feeling arose in his heart. Dahei, what's happened? Woof 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 woof. Dahei circled Jiang Fan twice, then dashed toward home. Something must have happened. Jiang Fan also sprinted, wondering if Jiang Qifeng had suffered a loss at Wei Kangyu's hands and had come to the Tang family to cause trouble. As he approached the doorstep, Jiang Fan saw a police car parked outside. His heart tightened at the sight. He quickened his pace and rushed into the courtyard in one breath. Wu Wang Shuqin kept crying, saying to old Wu, please, you must find Guagua and catch the criminals. The officers handling the case were old Wu and Xiao Qian. Mom, what happened? Jiang Fan hurried over anxiously. Wang Shuqin's eyes were swollen from crying. Xiaofan, Guagua is missing. Wasn't there a news report recently about a group of vicious criminals who specifically abduct children? Guagua must have been taken by them. Jiang Fan clenched his fists, struggling to control his emotions. After all, Wang Shuqin was already emotionally shattered. If he didn't stay calm, his mother would only become more terrified. Mom, don't worry too much and don't jump to conclusions. Maybe Guagua is just being playful and lost track of time. Perhaps she's at a classmate's house watching cartoons right now. Wang Shuqin said, I've asked all the families Guagua usually visits, she's not at any of them. I also asked her teacher. Guagua never went to school this morning. It's my fault. I felt dizzy and unwell when I got up this morning, but Guagua insisted she was grown up and that the school wasn't far, so she wouldn't let me see her off. If I had sent her to school, this wouldn't have happened. As she spoke, Wang Shuqin cried even harder. Then old Wu spoke up, don't panic yet. We've already sent people out to search. Jiang Fan looked around and noticed that Tang Fugue was not at home. Where's Dad? Your dad. He went to look for Guagua. Wang Shuqin sobbed intermittently. Jiang Fan turned to leave. I'm going out to search too. Young man, you'd better not wander around. If it really is a criminal, you could be in danger if you encounter them. Old Wu called out. Guagua is my sister, I have to go. Old Wu saw Jiang Fan's determination and knew he couldn't stop him, so he took out his business card. This is my contact number. If you find any clues, call me immediately. Don't be reckless. Okay. Jiang Fan took the card and ran off. Buzz buzz buzz, the sound of a phone vibrating. Old Wu took out his phone and saw it was his wife calling. I'm at work handling a very tricky case. Whatever it is, wait until I get home. Before he could finish, he heard a voice choked with tears from the phone. Xiao Yuan is missing. What? Old Wu's voice suddenly rose. Xiao Qian looked at Old Wu's pale face and couldn't help asking what's happened. My daughter is missing. The sun had completely set and the city lights began to glow. Though the city was not large, it was still bustling at night. Jiang Fan weaved through the crowd continuously. He was not searching blindly, instead he manipulated his psychic power, extending it outward from himself to scan the area within its range for Tang Gui's figure. As he ran, Jiang Fan passed a fruit stall where the owner was using a knife to peel sugarcane. After finishing, he put the knife away. Jiang Fan's mind stirred. That extremely sharp knife, avoiding the sight of those around, appeared silently in his. He couldn't very well brandish a gleaming knife in public, so he discreetly picked up a piece of clothing, wrapped the knife in it, and continued expanding his psychic power to search. And city was neither too large nor too small, it spanned over 1,000 square kilometers. Even though Jiang Fan was a psychic, he was only a novice psychic who had just advanced not long ago, capable of controlling a spatial dimension of just over 200 meters. Thus for Jiang Fan, though it wasn't like looking for a needle in a haystack, it was still exhausting. Over an hour passed and Jiang Fan, who had been continuously using his psychic power, was starting to falter. At this moment his face was pale, his lips white, and he felt his psychic power nearly depleted. If he couldn't find Tang Gui, soon things would become dire. Just as Jiang Fan was burning with anxiety, he suddenly stopped. At last he had found her. Within the spatial dimension he controlled, Jiang Fan discovered Tang Gui in a villa within a villa district along with dozens of other children. Yujing Villa District was the most luxurious villa area in an city's wealthy quarter. Even a noble family like the Zhengs was not qualified to reside there. Jiang Fan quickly arrived at Yujing Villa District. He did not enter but hid among the vegetation outside. Even from a distance he could still observe the situation inside. Inside and outside Villa No. 13 there were 5 criminals. 2 guarded the main entrance while the other 3 sat together drinking. There were 33 captured children, all around the same age as Tang Gui. They huddled in the corner, some sobbing, some clinging to each other in 2s and 3s, trembling. Jiang Fan noticed that Tang Gui's expression was relatively calm. She comforted a girl who looked slightly younger than her, saying, Xiaoyan, don't be afraid. My brother is amazing. Let me tell you, Xiao Fan is a martial apprentice initial stage and also a student in the special training class. The girl named Xiaoyan wiped her tears. Can your brother Xiao Fan rescue all of us? Before Tang Gui could answer, another little girl with twin ponytails curled her lip and said, what's so great about a special training class student? My sister is also in the special training class and she's a martial artist. A martial artist. Jiang Fan pondered, then looked at the girl's features. They did resemble Lan Shengshu's somewhat. He also recalled that when he first arrived at Li Mountain during the day, Lan Shengshu's family had suddenly called her back, so it was most likely because of this. Tang Gui retorted stubbornly, what's so great about a martial artist? My brother Xiao Fan will become a martial artist in the future. Lan Xinyu pouted, do you think it's that easy to break through to a martial artist? Don't you know there's a huge, enormous threshold from martial apprentice to martial artist? Tang Gui retorted defiantly, for my brother Xiao Fan, thresholds simply don't exist. Ha! Lan Xinyu chuckled coldly and Tang Gui responded with the same disdain. Hearing this, Jiang Fan helplessly rubbed his forehead. Children are just children, even in such danger they could still bicker. Just then the 3 men drinking began to speak. Bing 78, don't you think in City No. 9 high school suddenly hiring a second-grade mid-level martial artist has ulterior motives? On the surface, the second-grade martial artist is here to train the special class exam candidates at City No. 9, but could it actually be to capture us? Bing 78 furrowed his nearly joined eyebrows. It's not impossible. After all, in City No. 9 has never hired a second-grade mid-level martial artist for student training before. And according to inside information, that martial artist is said to be from the Divine Wind Camp. Ding 123's face turned pale then. Then we should run quickly. Bing 78, even though you're strong, you're only at the first-grade mid-level. If that second-grade martial artist targets us, we're finished. A first-grade mid-level martial artist. Jiang Fan's gaze locked onto Bing 78, his heartbeat quickening. He had initially planned to find a way to eliminate all of them, but judging by the current situation, these people who addressed each other by code names seemed far from ordinary thugs. They appeared highly organized and disciplined. Especially since one of them was a first-grade mid-level martial artist. With his current strength, a direct confrontation would almost certainly mean certain death. Suddenly Jiang Fan remembered something. He took out the business card old Wu had given him, edited a text message and sent it. Jiang Fan found the criminals. Address: Royal Villa District, Villa 13. 5 criminals in total. 1 is a first-grade mid-level martial artist, the other's strength unknown. Old Wu was visibly startled upon receiving the message. So quickly he found the hideout. How did that young man manage it? Of course this wasn't the time to ponder. The young man was alone near the hideout in a very dangerous situation. Old Wu quickly replied, "Don't act rashly. Wait for me to bring reinforcements." After sending the message he immediately turned to Xiaoqian. "Quick! Notify the bureau to send more men. One of the criminals is a first-grade mid-level martial artist. Hurry!" Just as Jiang Fan was about to put away his phone, the criminals made a major move. Bing 78 Ding 123, you have a point. Though we can't be sure if that second-grade martial artist from Uncity no. 9 is targeting us, better safe than sorry. We need to move these kids to the headquarters immediately. The third criminal said, but there are only 33 kids here. Our mission was to capture 50. We're still short by 17. How can we report this? Our superiors will surely blame us for incompetence. Bing 78 Ding 145, your concerns are valid, but we have to prioritize urgency. If we're discovered we might not only lose all 33 kids but also our lives. Hearing this, Ding 145 fell silent. Your superior. Listen to me, Bing 78 commanded. Go take the children away. It should have been done long ago. Ding 145, you're too hesitant. If you keep being so indecisive you'll die before us. Learn from me, act decisively, be ruthless when needed. That's how you survive longer. Ding 123 glanced haughtily at Ding 145, then approached Wu Yun, who was nearest, and roughly grabbed the little girl by the hair. Ah! Boo-hoo, it hurts. Wu Yun sobbed profusely. Ding 145 immediately intervened, there's no need to be so rough, is there? Have you forgotten our teachings? Do good deeds create a bright future. Treating her like this goes against our creed. Ding 123 retorted defiantly, how is this not a good deed? In taking these kids away for their own future. When they become one of us and rise to prominence, bringing honor to their families, they'll thank me. They'll be too grateful to complain. As Ding 123 spoke, he reached for Tangwa, grabbing her hair as well. Let me go. You big villain. It hurts, don't pull my hair, boo-hoo. Guagua. Jiang Fan's heart raced as he clenched his fists. From the very beginning he hadn't intended to act. Weighing the pros and cons and analyzing the situation, he knew the enemy had a first-grade mid-level martial artist, the gap in strength was too vast. Plus the others were likely no ordinary men. A direct fight would likely fail to save anyone and might even cost him his life. Jiang Fan wasn't worried about himself but about failing to save Guagua. Let me go. Let go. Tangwa bit Ding 123's hand. Ah. Ding 123 yelped in pain and flung Tangwa away. She hit the ground hard, and with a thud the blood chi origin stone in her pocket rolled out. Instantly the three criminals' gazes locked onto the blood chi origin stone, their eyes gleaming with greed. A blood chi origin stone. This brat actually has a blood chi origin stone. That's mine. A gift from Brother Xiaofan. Tangwa quickly picked up the stone and hugged it tightly. Ding 123 moved closer to Tangwa. Brat, hand over that blood chi origin stone or you'll be forced to get rough. No, I want. It's a gift from Brother Xiaofan. Fine, if you refuse a toast you'll have to drink a forfeit. With that, Ding 123 reached out a demonic hand toward Tangwa. Tangwa's face was pale with terror and she closed her eyes in fear. The situation was critical. Jiang Fan could no longer hold back. He pulled out the fruit knife he had swiped from a fruit stall earlier, and as he threw it he infused it with his mental power, guiding it like a drawn arrow. With a sharp whoosh it pierced through the glass and embedded itself in Ding 123's carotid artery. Ding 123 opened his mouth as if to speak, but not a single word escaped his lips. His eyes closed, he collapsed to the ground, his legs twitching briefly before his neck went limp. He was dead. Ah! The children screamed in terror after a moment of shock, huddling together. Bing 78 and Ding 145, after a brief moment of disorientation, immediately went on high alert. The two criminals guarding the entrance heard the commotion, exchanged glances, and rushed inside. There they saw Ding 123 lying dead on the floor, his eyes wide open in death. What happened? Don't panic. Everyone stay calm. In the critical moment it was Bing 78 who took command. Bing 78 approached the deceased. Ding 123 examined the wound and a grave expression settled on his face. Such force suggests the work of a martial artist. Upon hearing this, panic crept across the faces of the others. Could it be the second-rank instructor from Anqing 9th High School? Bing 78 shook his head, speaking with unwavering certainty. That should not be the case. If my judgment serves me right, this person's strength falls short of mine. Move the children away first. I'll step out to investigate. With those words, Bing 78 wasted no time dashing out of the villa and scanning his surroundings. Jiang Fan slowed his breathing as much as possible, using the darkness to conceal his form. At the same time, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for slaying the villain and performing a good deed. Points 30. Jiang Fan had no time to savor the triumph. He continued to steady his breath. Suddenly, a phone rang. It was a call from Tang Fugue. How could this be? He had set it to silent. Had he accidentally bumped it just now? There. Bing 78 lunged toward the sound in a flash. With his position exposed, Jiang Fan abandoned concealment and fled with lightning speed. Yet the gap in their strength was too vast, and before long Bing 78 intercepted him. Gazing at the youthful face before him, Bing 78's expression flickered with astonishment. Was it you who struck? If I say no, will you spare me? Even in the face of peril, Jiang Fan remained eerily calm. He knew all too well that panic in such moments only hastened one's demise. Bing 78 narrowed his eyes, a chilling murderous intent gleaming within them. Right or wrong, you die all the same. The next instant Bing 78 charged with the speed of a tempest. His fist brimming with dense blood energy hurtled toward Jiang Fan's face like a meteor hammer. The opponent's speed was overwhelming. Jiang Fan could not react in time. He could only cross his arms to shield his vulnerable jaw. With a thunderous boom, Jiang Fan was blasted backward as if shoved by a bulldozer, skidding more than 10 meters before halting. His hands felt as if the bones had cracked, his internal organs quivered, and a cloying sweetness surged repeatedly in his throat. Had he not in that split second before the fist struck swiftly summoned his spiritual will to coat his body like an invisible shield, he, merely a novice martial apprentice, would have surely had his organs shattered and bled from every orifice under that single blow. Ignoring his own condition, Jiang Fan knew he was no match for this foe. He retreated several more steps to widen the distance. Analyzing the situation, he realized that fleeing from a first-rank mid-stage martial artist was impossible. His only chance to cheat death lay in concealing his identity as a spiritual will master and striking when his enemy least expected it. Still alive. Bing 78 stared at Jiang Fan in disbelief. From their brief exchange, he had gauged Jiang Fan's strength. A novice martial apprentice with meager blood energy. Logically, such a weakling should have had no chance of surviving his punch. Moreover, what struck him as odd was that in that instant of contact he had sensed a strange fluctuation. Just then a voice crackled through Bing 78's Bluetooth earpiece. Bing 78. Where are you? We're in trouble. Over a dozen patrol vehicles have surrounded us. Ding 3 has fled with the two young girls, but the rest of us are still in the villa. Before the words could finish, a piercing scream erupted. Damn it! Bad luck! Bing 78 ripped off the earpiece and dashed it to the ground, then fixed a cold stare on Jiang Fan. Did you tip off the patrol bureau? Hearing Bing 78's words, Jiang Fan breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seemed the patrol had arrived in Guagua and the others were safe. Bing 78 caught the shift in Jiang Fan's expression. So it was you who called the cops. Today you must die. The next second Bing 78 drew the broadsword strapped to his back. Moonlight glinted off the icy blade, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Jiang Fan's pupils contracted sharply. He recognized the sword as great alloy. Bing 78 held nothing back, unleashing his full power. As his figure advanced, so did the blade. Without a second thought, Jiang Fan removed the weighted ring from his ankle and raised it in defense. Only great alloy could counter great alloy. In that moment, Jiang Fan was profoundly grateful for the great alloy weighted ring that the mad old man had given him 2 days prior. Otherwise that strike would have cleaved him in two. Squeak! The grating screech of alloy clashing against alloy filled the air. Bing 78 too was taken aback that this youth possessed great alloy. Die! He kicked out, landing a blow squarely on Jiang Fan's stomach. Jiang Fan hurtled backward as if struck by a speeding train, crashing into a lamppost. Boom! The lamppost toppled with a resounding crash. Jiang Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face ashen, pupils unfocused and his mind buzzing. Still not dead. Bing 78 frowned, stepping closer. Through the haze of pain, Jiang Fan sensed the approach of danger once more. He quickly retrieved the body restoration pill he had obtained during the day and swallowed it. As the pill slid into his stomach, Jiang Fan distinctly felt his nearly shattered internal organs beginning to heal at an astonishing rate. A body restoration pill. You've got good stuff, kid. Pity you've already consumed it. Bing 78, suspecting Jiang Fan might have more, wasted no time and prepared to kill him and seize the pill. But at that moment, having recovered by 30 to 40%, Jiang Fan abruptly raised his head. A sharp cold glint flashed in his eyes as he hurled the great alloy weighted ring straight at Bing 78's face. Bing 78 merely tilted his head dismissively, letting the ring fly past his ear. His casual evasion underscored just how little he thought of Jiang Fan. Yet the great alloy weighted ring like a boomerang whirred back and hurtled toward the back of Bing 78's head. Startled, Bing 78 spun around, raising his blade to block just in time, the ring clashing against the sword. He turned to face Jiang Fan and said, "You've got some tricks, kid," but thud. It was the sound of the great alloy ring plunging into his left chest. Bing 78's unfinished words died in his throat. He watched as Jiang Fan slowly rose from the ground, a frigid, sinister light spilling from his eyes. At that moment the great alloy ring had not yet fully embedded itself into Bing 78's body, not enough to prove fatal. This was partly because the ring lacked a sharp edge and partly because Bing 78 as a first-rank mid-stage martial artist possessed a body as tough as iron. Jiang Fan's gaze hardened, his eyes deepening into abyssal voids as he continued to manipulate the great alloy ring, driving it deeper into Bing 78's body inch by inch. Bing 78's pupils dilated to their utmost, trembling uncontrollably. Spear. Spiritual. Will. Before he could finish speaking, the great alloy weight ring finally pierced through Bing 78's heart. Until the moment of his death, Bing 78 wore an expression of utter shock. Pant, pant, Jiang Fan gasped for breath, his lungs burning as he manipulated the two weight rings to circle incessantly around Bing 78's body, fearful that the man might not be fully dead and wanting to strike him a few more times just to be sure. After waiting for a while, Jiang Fan noticed that Bing 78 remained motionless and had stopped breathing for quite some time. Only then did he finally let down his guard entirely. Of course, the ultimate reason for his complete relaxation was the system notification that rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing a villain and performing a good deed. Points 35. He trudged over to Bing 78's corpse and retrieved the great alloy broadsword. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a tattoo beside the wound that had pierced through the man's chest. It seemed to be a balance scale and a sword. Jiang Fan wondered if this was the emblem of their organization. But he had no time to investigate further. He needed to hurry back and make sure Tangguo was safe. At the entrance of the Yujing Villa district, police lights were flashing everywhere. Wu Yun was sobbing in Lao Wu's arms. There, Xiao Yun, don't cry. It's all over now, be good. Just then a stretched luxury car pulled up. Lan Xingxue stepped out and immediately came before Lao Wu. Where is my sister? Why don't I see her? Lao Wu recognized Lan Xingxue at once. After all, she was the only celebrity in Ansheng who had become a martial artist before taking the martial arts exam, and the media had been covering her relentlessly lately. It was impossible for Lao Wu not to know who she was. Suddenly Lan Xingxue turned sharply to look in a certain direction. Lao Wu followed her gaze, puzzled. Then from the dark shadows a slender figure slowly emerged. The youth was drenched in blood, his face pale as death, his steps heavy, and he was dragging a broadsword that was completely out of proportion to his physique. Jiang Fan. Lao Wu was so shocked he could barely speak. How did you end up like this? By the way, didn't you say earlier there was a mid-grade first-rank martial artist? Where is he? He's dead, Jiang Fan replied. At these words, not only Lao Wu but even Lan Xingxue couldn't help but scrutinize Jiang Fan more closely. Dead. How did he die? Lao Wu wanted to ask, did you kill him, but swallowed the words back. Because he wasn't like Xiao Qian, whose mind was filled with fanciful ideas. Jiang Fan was just a 17-year-old boy. How could he possibly kill a first-rank martial artist, let alone a mid-grade one? He was killed by a passing expert, Jiang Fan replied calmly. Hearing this answer, Lao Wu thought to himself, just as I suspected. He knew Jiang Fan couldn't have killed a mid-grade first-rank martial artist. Meanwhile, Lan Shengchu's eyes fell on the broadsword Jiang Fan was dragging. Is this great alloy blade the first-rank martial artist's? Lao Wu also looked over. Jiang Fan nodded. After the expert killed the villain, I looted the body. Lao Wu was shocked again. Although Jiang Fan hadn't killed the man, looting a body was not something a teenager would normally do. Moreover, looking at Jiang Fan, he was as calm as if nothing had happened. His psychological fortitude was too strong, wasn't it? Lao Wu prided himself on having interrogated many heinous cases and having seen countless vicious murderers who, even after being caught, acted indifferent. But the problem was that Jiang Fan was just a student. Jiang Fan looked around for Tangguo but didn't see her. Where is my sister Tangguo? Lao Wu, hearing Lan Xingxue and Jiang Fan ask the same question, suddenly realized a very serious issue. Oh no. One of the villains escaped. According to my colleague, when he fled he grabbed two little girls. Now it seems those two girls are likely your sisters. Before Lao Wu could finish, Jiang Fan, shaking off his exhaustion, forced himself to run out. Seeing this, Lao Wu shouted, Jiang Fan, don't chase him. The one who ran away is a high-grade martial apprentice. By the time the words left his mouth, Jiang Fan had already disappeared from sight. Still, Lao Wu wasn't too worried because Lan Xingxue had also chased after him. Lan Xingxue was a low-grade first-rank martial artist and a genius among geniuses at that. Facing a high-grade martial apprentice shouldn't be a problem. Just as Lao Wu was thinking this, a deep middle-aged man's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Where is the mid-grade first-rank martial artist you mentioned? Lao Wu was startled and turned around to see Wei Sanyue dressed in a trench coat. You are. A constable who had come with Wei Sanyue said he is the special training instructor invited by Anqing No. 9 Middle School, a mid-grade second-rank martial artist. He's here to provide support. Lao Wu understood. Wei Sanyue asked, where is the man? The mid-grade first-rank martial artist. Lao Wu opened his mouth and replied, dead. What? Dead? How did he die? Didn't your people just say they couldn't find anyone suitable and called me for help? Wei Sanyue asked, puzzled. Lao Wu said, well, he was killed by a passing expert. Oh. An expert. Wei Sanyue stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then asked, where did he die? I don't know. You don't know? Then how do you know he's dead? And you're so sure, saying he was killed by a passing expert? Faced with Wei Kangyu's relentless questions, Lao Wu replied awkwardly, I really don't know. It was one of your special training students who said it. Whom? Special training. Wei Sanyue never expected this matter to involve him. Who? What's the name? Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan. Wei Sanyue was surprised again, then said, find the body. The scene shifted. Jiang Fan extended his spiritual telekinesis, searching for Tang Guo's presence. Not much time had passed since the incident began. He should be able to find her. No. Not should, but must. If he didn't find her today, he might never see Tang Guo again. Thinking this, Jiang Fan pressed his lips tightly together and the depths of his eyes grew even more unfathomable. Lan Xingxue caught up with Jiang Fan. Don't run around aimlessly. Searching without direction is futile. I'm not searching aimlessly, Jiang Fan replied. Lan Xingxue frowned, unsure if he was just saying that to save face or if he really had a direction. Found her. Within the range of his spiritual telekinesis, Jiang Fan finally located Tang Guo. Lan Xingxue was taken aback. Before she could speak, Jiang Fan suddenly changed direction and plunged into a dimly lit alley, disappearing from sight. Lan Xingxue halted momentarily, uncertain whether to follow Jiang Fan or pursue her own instincts. After a mere 2 seconds of silence, she made her decision and plunged into the dim alleyway in the direction where Jiang Fan had vanished. By the roadside, a burly thug was dragging Tang Guo and Lan Xinyu toward a vehicle. No. Let me go. Though young Tang Guo and Lan Xinyu understood they had to resist with all their might, for once taken by the criminals, the chance of being found would vanish. Damn it. You little brats. Keep it up and I'll slap you. Ding 3 snarled. Tang Guo bit down fiercely, just as she had with the earlier thugs. Bitch. Ding 3 slapped Tang Guo across the face. Her tender cheek swelled visibly at an alarming rate. Tang Guo and Lan Xinyu attempted to struggle further, but as mere young girls they were no match for a high-level martial apprentice adult. Soon Ding 3 dragged them into the car, slammed the door shut and started the engine. Jiang Fan arrived just in time to witness the scene. He knew his legs could never outpace a speeding vehicle. The next second his gaze fell upon a private car parked by the roadside ahead. Gritting his teeth and summoning all his strength, he unleashed his psychic power to envelop the car. With his psychic force fully unleashed, his eyes turned bloodshot, crisscrossed with spiderweb-like red veins, as if his eyeballs might burst at any moment. Ah! Finally the car lurched forward, hurtling toward the road to block the way. Holy shit! Ding 3 yanked the steering wheel, tires screeching against the asphalt. The car crashed into the green median strip with a thunderous bang. Such a commotion would surely alert the patrol officers who might arrive any moment. Realizing this, Ding 3 abandoned Tang Guo and Lan Xinyu, flung open the door and fled in panic. Jiang Fan rushed to the car and lifted the 2 girls out. Little Fan, big brother. Tang Guo threw herself into Jiang Fan's arms, eyes red. He patted her head. Don't be afraid, it's all over. Ma'am. With Jiang Fan's comfort, the little girl's fear melted away. Jiang Fan touched her swollen cheek, a frost settling in his eyes. Does it hurt? No, not at all. Tang Guo shook her head with a smile. Jiang Fan knew she was in pain, but she didn't want to worry him. Just then Lan Xingxue caught up. Jiang Fan turned to her. Take care of them. With that he set down his great alloy blade to lighten his load and sprinted after the fleeing Ding 3. As a mere low-level martial apprentice, his vitality was limited, and controlling the great alloy weight ring was already his limit. He couldn't yet wield the greatsword freely. Hey you! Before Lan Xingxue could finish, Jiang Fan had already dashed a great distance. She wondered what gave a low-level martial apprentice the audacity to chase a high-level one. Lan Xingxue wanted to help subdue the criminal, but if she left, any hidden thugs nearby might endanger her sister and Jiang Fan. This Jiang Fan was truly impulsive. As Lan Xingxue thought this, Jiang Fan closed the gap with Ding 3 glanced back and cursed. Coincidentally, a motorcyclist passed by. With a sweep of his arm, Ding 3 yanked the rider off the bike like trash and mounted it himself. In an instant he left Jiang Fan far behind. Turning, Ding 3 raised his middle finger and spat backward. Jiang Fan sprinted at full speed. As he passed a signpost, he grabbed it, roared, and tore the sturdy pole from the ground. Wrapping it in his psychic power, he hurled it at Ding 3. With a whoosh, the pole tore through the night, striking Ding 3 square in the left chest. Lan Xingxue froze, her beautiful eyes wide with shock even as she shielded Tangboy and Lan Sinyu's eyes. Ding 3 stiffly looked down at the signpost, piercing his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief and the terror of death. The motorcycle riderless careened into an oncoming truck. With a deafening crash, both bike and man were mangled. Ding! Congratulations, master, for killing a criminal and performing a good deed. Points 30. Jiang Fan hunched over, exhausted to the brink of collapse, watching the scene with a blank expression. Not far behind, Lan Xingxue took in everything. The young figure was slender, seemingly fragile as an autumn leaf teetering on the brink, yet it gave the impression of a pine rooted on a cliff, unyielding and indomitable. Jiang Fan turned back and staggered to Tangwa's side. I avenged you. Those words made Tangwa's eyes well up, tears streamed down her cheeks. Wah! Tangwa sobbed loudly, clinging to Jiang Fan's leg. Lan Xinyu and Lan Xingxue exchanged glances, both deeply moved. Suddenly Lan Xingxue recalled the martial arts exam registration a few days ago. She remembered Jiang Fan's answer to the final question. Question: why do you practice martial arts? Jiang Fan's answer: family. In that moment Lan Xingxue understood more deeply how crucial that single word, family, was to Jiang Fan. Come on, let's go home. Jiang Fan took Tangwa's hand. She nodded obediently. One big, one small, one tall, one short, the scene was harmonious and beautiful. It seemed nothing could shatter that tableau. Lan Xinyu tugged at Lan Xingxue's hand. Lan Xingxue looked down in confusion. What's wrong? Sis, I've decided. Lan Xinyu clenched her little fists. Lan Xingxue was perplexed. Decided what? Lan Xinyu gazed at Jiang Fan's retreating figure. That man, he's the one he'll marry. Lan Xingxue was speechless. Footsteps sounded behind her. She snapped out of her daze and turned to see Wei Sanyue in a trench coat. Instructor Wei. Lan Xingxue greeted politely. Wei Sanyue nodded, then focused on the gruesome scene. Did you do this? Lan Xingxue shook her head. Not me. Wei Sanyue was surprised. There's no one else here. Lan Xinyu interjected, her voice brimming with excitement and admiration. It was that big brother. He was so cool. Big brother. Wei Sanyue pondered, then said, surprised Jiang Fan. Lan Xingxue nodded. It was him. Wei Sanyue examined Ding 3's corpse. The fatal wound was a signpost rod piercing straight through the heart. The precision and force were beyond what an ordinary low-level martial apprentice could achieve. Old Wu, who had followed, received a message through his earpiece. He approached Wei Sanyue and said, the body of that first-grade mid-stage martial artist has been found. Oh. Take me there. Lan Xingxue initially wanted to go and see the situation, but considering Lan Xinyu's young age and the great fright she had endured, she had to take her back first. Before long, Wei Sanyue arrived before the corpse of Bing 78 and began a meticulous examination. That's odd, isn't it? Wei Sanyue stroked his chin, his brow furrowed. Old Wu asked in confusion, what's wrong? What's off? Wei Sanyue did not answer immediately, but instead conducted another thorough inspection of the scene, his frown deepening. There are no other wounds on this body. The only fatal wound is on the left chest. But look at the toppled lamppost and the friction marks on the ground. Clearly they were left because the other party was no match for the assailant. Didn't you tell me earlier that the person who killed this assailant was an expert? If they could kill with a single blow, how could they have been utterly overwhelmed by the assailant? Old Wu thought for a moment and replied, could it be that these marks were left when Jiang Fan was fighting the assailant? Earlier I saw Jiang Fan seemed injured, covered in blood. Then the expert arrived and killed the assailant with one blow. Wei Sanyue said, how is that possible? What level is Jiang Fan? What level is this assailant? One is an initial stage martial apprentice, the other a first-grade mid-stage martial artist. The disparity in their strength is so vast that it's impossible for Jiang Fan to have survived an exchange with the assailant. And look at the marks around here. It seems the assailant sent the opponent flying over 10 meters with a single strike. Do you think Jiang Fan could withstand that? And that lamppost, do you think Jiang Fan could survive being knocked into it after being sent flying? Although I don't know how Jiang Fan got injured, the one who fought this assailant just now could not possibly have been Jiang Fan. After hearing Wei Kanggu's analysis, Old Wu realized his own speculation was too far-fetched. Wei Sanyue noticed the blood near the lamppost, his eyes lighting up, and instructed Old Wu, collect a blood sample and run a DNA comparison. All right. And that Jiang Fan. That kid must be hiding something. Wait, Sun Yue muttered to himself. By the way, I noticed the other assailants all had weapons. As their leader, this one must have had one too, but I don't see it around here. Old Wu said, the assailant's weapon is still in Jiang Fan's hands. Oh. Perfect. Contact Jiang Fan and have him hand over the weapon. Wait, Sun Yue ordered. Old Wu hesitated, that might be a bit inappropriate since he captured it. After all, if Jiang Fan hadn't discovered the hideout and contacted them in time, his daughter Wu Yun would likely have been in grave danger. Wait, Sun Yue thought for a moment. Tell him this, let him hand it over temporarily, and once the case is closed, well, return the weapon to him. Also have Jiang Fan come tomorrow, I have questions for him. Alright, I'll contact him later. After returning home, Jiang Fan eagerly opened the system panel. For system notification sounds had rung in his mind. The first was from Killing Ding 123 rewarding 30 points. The second was from Killing Bing 78 rewarding 35 points. The third was from Killing Ding 3 rewarding 30 points. The fourth was from Rescuing the Children, 33 in total, awarding 990 points. Opening the system panel, points 10088. Vitality 86N. Psychic power 2183p. Lottery 100 points per draw. Seeing this, Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. Is the system upgraded? Yes, master, when points reach 10000 the system upgrades. I see. Jiang Fan's attention fell on the lottery option. He asked, is the win rate high? It all depends on one's own luck. Without further ado, Jiang Fan exchanged for one lottery chance. The next second a lottery wheel popped up on the panel. He clicked Start Lottery. Soon cheerful sound effects played, followed by the system's prompt. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have obtained a vitality fruit. Jiang Fan wondered, what's the difference between this vitality fruit and a vitality prime stone? The difference is huge. The Vitality Prime Stone is most effective on first absorption with diminishing returns afterward. But each Vitality Fruit consumed increases vitality by 5N and also improves your physical constitution. Hearing this, Jiang Fan was thrilled. Originally, when he exchanged points for vitality, he needed intense physical training to gain even a pitiful amount. But the Vitality Fruit bypassed the bonus strength requirement, granting the increase directly. And it also improved his physical constitution, essentially eliminating the need for training. Overjoyed, Jiang Fan immediately consumed the vitality fruit. Within a breath of consuming it, he felt an indescribable comfort and surge of power. He checked the panel, points 9988. Vitality 91N. Psychic power 2183p. Lottery 100 points per draw. Jiang Fan grinned at the vitality stat and continued drawing. As the lottery wheel stopped, cheerful sound effects played again. Ding! Congratulations, master. You've obtained another vitality fruit. Master is truly lucky. Jiang Fan's smile widened. He decisively consumed the vitality fruit, increasing his vitality by another 5N. Draw again. Ding! Congratulations, master. You've obtained yet another vitality fruit. Master's luck is extraordinary. Again. Ding! Congratulations, master. You've obtained yet another vitality fruit. Master's luck is off the charts. Once more. Ding! Ding! On the seventh draw, the system played a mournful Swana sound. Ding! No prize this time, master. Please accept my condolences. Jiang Fan's mouth twitched. What kind of talk was that? One more time. Ding! No prize again, master. Don't cry, hey, race a hug. Jiang Fan was speechless. He decided to stop believing that one's luck was finite, so it was wise to cut his losses. Otherwise he would be like a gambler who squandered everything, winning at first but greedily refusing to stop, only to lose it all in the end. He reopened the system panel. Points 9388. Vitality 116N. Psychic power 2183p. Lottery 100 points per draw. His vitality had surged to 116 and putting him at the mid-stage martial apprentice level, just 14 in shy of the high stage. With just 4 more draws he could reach the high stage of martial apprentice. Truth be told, Jiang Fan didn't intend to advance so quickly. He needed to let his body adapt to the sudden surge in vitality. Although the vitality fruit had no side effects, advancing too rapidly could lead to an unstable foundation. He planned to find a workshop to take on missions after this turmoil fully subsided, honing his combat experience so he wouldn't become a mere showpiece with high vitality. Shifting his thoughts, Jiang Fan turned his attention to the psychic power stat. Now that his vitality had risen to 116, and he should be able to exchange for psychic power as well. System, elevate my spiritual power to the extreme. OK, exchange successful. Points 8. Blood Chi 116N. Spiritual power 3121p. Lottery 100 points per draw. With 3121p of spiritual power, Jiang Fan's sensing range broke through once again. He calmed his mind and dispersed his spiritual power, roaming near the streets. Soon he heard a household where a child was crying and the husband was yelling at the woman irritably, "I've been working all day, I'm exhausted. Can't you take care of him?" The woman said aggrievedly, "He's not even a month old. How am I supposed to manage him? Tell him to shut up." Would he listen? Then the two started arguing loudly and the child wailed. Jiang Fan shifted his gaze and entered another household. Before he could see anything, the man turned off the light, and then he heard the wife say he was useless, finishing as soon as he turned off the light. Jiang Fan continuously controlled his spiritual power to roam around. It wasn't that he had a fetish for eavesdropping on others' privacy, he was simply practicing his familiarity with controlling spiritual power. He sat on the bed, withdrew his spiritual power, slowly opened his eyes, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, joy overflowing in his eyes. This feeling of being like Zhuge Wulong, who lived in seclusion in Longzhong yet knew the affairs of the world, was truly exhilarating. Thus he increasingly anticipated a breakthrough leap in his spiritual power. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly sensed two people with extraordinary skills approaching his home. Although these two were heavily covered, it didn't hinder Jiang Fan, who used his spiritual power to see their faces clearly. It was them. Jiang Fan recognized them at once. They were the high-level martial apprentice bodyguards that Zhang Qifeng had brought with him during the day. It seemed that Zhang Qifeng had suffered a setback with Wei Sangyue and didn't dare to act out, so he sent people to sneak in and teach him a lesson. With this thought, Jiang Fan walked out of the room, pushed open the courtyard gate and headed outside. The two masked bodyguards exchanged a glance. What is he going out so late for? Who knows? Maybe he's looking for ghosts. He's heading towards the woods. Isn't that the perfect opportunity? No matter how much noise we make, no one will find us. The two whispered as they stealthily followed behind Jiang Fan. When Jiang Fan had ventured deep into the woods, he stopped. "Come out." The two bodyguards were startled. Had he discovered them? How could that be? They were all professionally trained bodyguards and thugs who had committed countless murders and robberies in the shadows and had never capsized in a ditch before. This Jiang Fan only at the initial stage of martial apprentice, how could he possibly discover them? Just as the two were thinking this, Jiang Fan's voice sounded again. "The one hiding behind the plane tree and the one lying in the grass, both of you come out." Their expressions changed drastically. They really had been found. He even pinpointed their hiding spots precisely. How did he do it? After their shock, the two emerged from their respective hiding places. Before they could do anything, they heard Jiang Fan say, "You were sent by Zhang Qifeng, weren't you?" He knew that too. The two exchanged another glance, looking at each other's disguises. Only their eyes were exposed, everything else was tightly covered. And it was night with moonlight, but tonight's moonlight was very hazy. Moreover, there was a distance of over 10 meters between them and Jiang Fan. Could he still see their appearance clearly? Did Jiang Fan have X-ray vision or something? Jiang Fan faced the two, his expression calm. "Tell me, did Zhang Qifeng send you to kill me and silence me? Or to give me a severe beating?" Seeing that the cat was out of the bag, the bodyguard stopped hiding his identity and pulled down his mask. "Jiang Fan, don't blame us. Blame your own arrogance for going against the Jiang family and breaking the leg of the family head's most precious son. We're paid to do the job. If you obediently let us take off both your legs, we won't touch anywhere else." "I understand. I broke Jiang Yushin's leg, so Zhang Qifeng wants an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He wants me to pay with 2 legs. Exactly. So it's the same as before. Cooperate honestly and we'll make it less painful when we remove your leg. But if you insist on putting up a stubborn resistance, don't blame us for making it bloody and gory." Facing their threats, Jiang Fan's expression remained unchanged. "Seeing how experienced you are, I suppose you've done this sort of thing many times." "Ha ha. That's right, doing this kind of work is routine for us." So, before the bodyguard could finish his boastful words, Jiang Fan coldly interrupted him. "So you can go die." With these cold and ruthless words, Jiang Fan stomped his foot on the ground, and the next moment his explosive power brought him instantly to the side of the two bodyguards. The two bodyguards were terrified. They never expected Jiang Fan to unleash such terrifying power. Jiang Fan threw out both fists, striking their abdomens with lightning speed. "Ah ah!" screams rang out. The two flew backward, their backs crashing into tree trunks, writhing in agony. They looked at the youth standing still, the cold moonlight cascading over him like a mysterious veil, making him unfathomable. How could this be? Wasn't Jiang Fan only at the initial stage of martial apprentice? But the blood chi he had just erupted with was definitely not the strength of an initial stage martial apprentice. Intermediate stage of martial apprentice. And far surpassing Jiang Yotian, who had just been promoted to intermediate stage. Reaching this conclusion, the two were shocked again and again. But there was no end to their shock. Then they saw two great alloy weight rings slowly rising, hovering in midair. At that moment a tidal wave surged in their hearts. A spiritual power master. Jiang Fan was a spiritual power master. He pfft. The sound of the weight rings penetrating their foreheads stopped their thoughts. After digging a pit on the spot, Jiang Fan buried the two in the soil. Having done all this, he returned home as if nothing had happened, went to his room and fell asleep immediately. Jiang Fan slept soundly and deeply while at the Jiang residence everyone was waiting for the bodyguard's reply. Jiang Qifeng looked at the clock on the wall and frowned. What's going on? Why is there no news at all? Logically, with their strength, dealing with a mere initial stage martial apprentice should be as easy as a high schooler bullying a kindergartner. But now not only is there no news, we can't even contact those two. Zhang Hongyuan said, Dad, don't worry. This is definitely a done deal. As for not being able to reach them, it's probably because of poor signal in the slums. That makes sense. Jiang Qifeng nodded and then looked at Zhang Yushan's legs. How are your legs feeling now? Zhang Yutian replied, they're almost healed. Dad, is this really the right thing to do? After all, Jiang Fan is your biological son. Breaking his legs, enough. Zhang Qifeng unhappily interrupted Zhang Yushan's words and began to scold him sternly. You are flawless in every way except for one thing, your excessive indecisiveness. You must understand, as a cultivator on the verge of becoming a martial artist, how can you achieve greatness without a heart as steadfast as steel? Never let me hear you plead for Jiang Fan again. I understand. Zhang Yutian bowed his head, feigning humility and receptiveness while inwardly rejoicing. The Jiang family waited through the entire night until dawn, yet no news came from the bodyguards. Jiang Qifeng, with dark circles under his eyes, said, Steward Zhou, send someone to search for their whereabouts. Yes, boss. As the sky just began to lighten, Jiang Fan was awakened by Dahei barking in the courtyard. Approaching the window and looking outside, he saw Lao Wu and Xiao Qian in uniform. Why are they here? Through a gap in the drawn curtain, Lao Wu spotted Jiang Fan and smiled at him, gesturing for him to come out. After changing out of his pajamas, Jiang Fan stepped outside with a puzzled expression. Lao Wu looked somewhat awkward, clearing his throat. Are you feeling better? Jiang Fan nodded. I wasn't seriously injured anyway, a night's rest was enough. He spoke lightly, but yesterday's battle between Jiang Fan and Bing 78 had been brutal. The disparity in their strength left him gravely wounded, his internal organs nearly shattered. Fortunately, the Fudi Dan given to him by Wei Sangyue allowed him to recover most of his health in such a short time. That's good. That's good. Actually, I came for two reasons. First, to thank you. Thank me. Yes, you may not know, but my daughter was also kidnapped yesterday. If you hadn't discovered the hideout in time before those thugs could move them, I'm afraid I would never have seen my daughter again in this life. Hearing this, Jiang Fan finally understood and then remained silent, waiting for Lao Wu to bring up the second matter. Lao Wu sighed, looking embarrassed. That great alloy blade. It's mine. Jiang Fan said. Lao Wu opened his mouth, forcing a smile that was more pitiful than a cry. Well, that weapon needs to be temporarily handed over to the patrol bureau, it's the rule. Rest assured, once the case is closed, I will return it to you. Jiang Fan frowned. Do I really have to hand it over? Lao Wu nodded, then added, and there's another thing, as a witness you need to come with me to the patrol bureau for evidence collection. Jiang Fan knew he had no reason to refuse, so he followed Lao Wu to the patrol bureau. To his surprise, the person responsible for taking his statement was Wei Sangyue. After pouring Jiang Fan a glass of water, Wei Sangyue sat across from him and began observing him with a scrutinizing gaze. Jiang Fan calmly picked up the glass, intending to take a sip, but finding it too hot, he set it back down. His entire demeanor was remarkably relaxed, devoid of any tension. Wei Kangyu's gaze shifted from the glass Jiang Fan had set down back to his face. Lao Wu told me that you claimed the first-grade mid-level martial artist was killed by a passing expert. Did you see it with your own eyes? I did, but not very clearly. It was too dark that night and the distance was considerable. Besides, the expert moved so swiftly, killing the man and leaving immediately, so I didn't get a good look at his face. Wei Sangyue narrowed his sharp eagle-like eyes, staring intently at Jiang Fan. You say the expert moved so fast that you couldn't even see clearly, and the first-grade mid-level thug was killed just like that? Yes. You're lying. Wei Kangyu's voice suddenly turned icy. Jiang Fan's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained unchanged. Lao Wu, who was sitting nearby taking notes, abruptly looked up, his gaze darting between Wei Sangyue and Jiang Fan. How am I lying? Jiang Fan asked. Wei Sangyue, I carefully examined the scene. There were clear signs of a struggle. A lamppost had been violently knocked down. The person who broke that lamppost was definitely not the first-grade mid-level thug, because he had no injuries consistent with causing such damage. Moreover, there were other traces of combat, all indicating that the first-grade thug and his opponent exchanged several blows. Yet you claim that a passing expert killed the first-grade thug in an instant. Don't you find these two accounts contradictory? Jiang Fan, I merely stated the facts as I saw them. I know nothing about what you're describing. Before Wei Sanyue could respond, Jiang Fan continued, moreover I risked my life to find the hideout and report it. By all rights I should be commended, perhaps even given a monetary reward. Instead I'm sitting here being interrogated like a criminal. And remember, I am your student and you are my instructor. You should be on my side. So logically and emotionally shouldn't you as my instructor be defending me? His words left Wei Sanyue speechless. The man raised his thick eyebrows, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Jiang Fan picked up the glass of water. It had cooled enough to drink after a few blows. For a moment the interrogation room was silent, filled only with the sound of Jiang Fan sipping his water slowly. Lao Wu's gaze kept shifting between Jiang Fan and Wei Sanyue, his thoughts unsettled, his expression complicated. After a short while Xiao Qian knocked and entered, looking at Wei Sanyue. Instructor Wei, the results of the DNA comparison you requested are out. Hearing this, Wei Sanyue immediately stood up and walked out. Jiang Fan looked puzzled, wondering what DNA comparison could have excited Wei Sanyue so much. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Wei Sanyue suddenly stopped, turned back and grinned at him, flashing a set of white teeth. Do you want to know what DNA comparison I conducted? Jiang Fan said nothing. Ignoring whether Jiang Fan wanted to know or not, Wei Sanyue continued with a smile. Actually, I found a pool of blood at the scene near the broken lamppost. Based on my deductions, the blood definitely didn't belong to the thug. So, care to guess whose it is? Jiang Fan. Thump. Thump thump. Thump thump thump. His heart raced faster and faster and he felt his breathing become erratic. But in an instant Jiang Fan composed himself, maintaining an unshakable calm. Though he had concealed it well, Wei Sanyue still caught that fleeting moment of abnormality. Wei Kangyu's smile grew even brighter. He cast an intrigued glance at Jiang Fan before following Xiao Qian out. After everyone had left, Jiang Fan unconsciously furrowed his brow. Time ticked by, minute after minute. Alone in the interrogation room, Jiang Fan sat quietly on the chair awaiting the impending storm. Outside, Wei Sanyue held the DNA comparison report, the corners of his mouth twitching wildly. What the hell, it's chicken blood. After a string of profanities, Wei Sanyue abruptly turned to look at Xiao Qian. What exactly is going on? How could it be chicken blood? Xiao Qian looked utterly innocent. I don't know either. Wei Sanyue wanted to vent some of the rage burning in his chest, but for a long while he couldn't find an outlet. In truth, a suspicion had been gnawing at him all along. The matter wasn't as Jiang Fan had stated. The expert who killed the first-grade mid-stage martial artist didn't possess absolute overwhelming power. As expected, this so-called expert was actually inferior in strength to the first-grade mid-stage martial artist, yet he still managed to slay his opponent. This clearly indicated that this individual possessed extraordinary combat talent and unknown trump cards. In a place as small as Anqing, anyone capable of such a feat was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. This monstrous prodigy, aside from Lan Xingxue, reminded him of the person climbing up and down Mount Li that night. The crazy old man protected that mysterious figure so fiercely and even said their team wasn't worthy of him. So he boldly speculated that the actual perpetrator was this mysterious person. Last night he had discovered bloodstains beside a lamppost which, as expected, were left by that person. He had been so excited then, as long as they could test the DNA and run a comparison, they could finally expose that mysterious individual. But now he was being told the DNA matched chicken blood. This result was simply infuriating enough to make one spit blood. Suddenly Wei Sanyue sharply raised his hand and slapped his own forehead. The sound was loud, startling old Wu and Xiao Qian beside him. Ha ha ha. The teacher is still the teacher. Old Ginger is indeed the spiciest. After his exclamation, Wei Sanyue recalled the subtle change that had flashed across Jiang Fan's face earlier, so he turned and headed back toward the interrogation room. He decided to bluff the kid, perhaps he could pry the truth out of him. Jiang Fan heard the leather boots approaching from a distance and knew Wei Sanyue had returned. As expected, the DNA comparison results were out. Now that Wei Sanyue knew that pool of blood was his, how should he cover up this lie? Admit it directly. No. If he confessed, how would he explain killing a first-grade mid-stage martial artist with only the strength of a martial disciple initial stage? If they dug deeper, his identity as a spiritualist would be exposed. Once that became public, the impact would be several times more sensational than when Lan Xingxue broke through to become a martial artist. It wouldn't just shake Anqing, it would likely rock the entire 31st fortress and even spread across the whole of Daxia. At that point he would become the talk of the entire nation, standing at the forefront of the storm. Though glorious, it would also expose him to immense danger. As the saying goes, the tallest tree attracts the wind. If possible, he still preferred to keep a low profile, waiting until his strength was sufficient to protect himself and his family before openly revealing to the world that he was a spiritualist. Wei Sanyue entered and saw Jiang Fan with his head slightly bowed, seemingly lost in thought. Hey kid. The DNA comparison results are out. Are you going to confess and get leniency? Or resist and face the consequences? Jiang Fan still wanted to make a final struggle. As long as the other party didn't break first, he absolutely wouldn't speak up. Is that so? What are the results? Hey! Even at this point you still want to hide it. To be honest, through the DNA comparison we already know who the person you mentioned is. Jiang Fan vaguely sensed something was off. Since you know, why don't you just go to him directly? Why keep asking me to talk? Wei Sanyue was choked silent. Seeing this, Jiang Fan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, it seemed the DNA comparison results had definitely gone wrong. With this in mind, Jiang Fan said calmly, "My family is waiting for me. Can I go back now? After all, I'm not a criminal suspect and you have no reason to keep me here, right?" Looking at Jiang Fan's expressionless face, Wei Sanyue felt an inexplicable ache in his teeth. This youth possessed a composure and steadiness beyond his years. He felt that trying to pry anything out of Jiang Fan today was utterly impossible. Go, go, go. Wei Sanyue waved his hand impatiently, turning his back to Jiang Fan, unwilling to look at him again. This was purely out of anger caused by Jiang Fan. After watching Jiang Fan leave, Old Wu said to Wei Sanyue, "Instructor Wei, do you suspect Jiang Fan is deliberately hiding something?" "I don't think it's likely." Wei Sanyue turned to look at him, puzzled. "Why are you so sure?" Old Wu sighed a sigh meant for Jiang Fan. "You've just arrived in Anqing, so you might not know. That child Jiang Fan was born unlucky. He was switched at birth and grew up in the slums, only being taken back by his biological parents at the age of 14. He thought he could finally have a good life, but it turned out his biological parents were as fierce as tigers and wolves. They constantly beat and scolded him, locked him in a dark room on a whim, and even starved him. Once they beat him so badly he was hospitalized, and it took a long time for him to gradually recover." Wei Sanyue had learned a bit about Jiang Fan's situation from the day Jiang Qifeng came to Mount Li to cause trouble, but he hadn't expected the parents to be so inhuman. Old Wu continued, "Speaking of these parents, they are truly partial. They abuse their own biological son daily, yet dote on an adopted son who shares no blood relation with them. Even the four sisters at home don't treat Jiang Fan like a human being. That day when Jiang Fan was cornered and called the police, when we arrived we saw him covered in injuries, some scratches, some pinches and some bites. It was truly heartbreaking to see." After severing ties with his biological parents, the child returned to the slums to live with his adoptive parents. He is very sensible and determined. You don't know this, but at the beginning of this semester Jiang Fan only had 19 N of blood vitality. Yet in just 1 month he became a martial disciple initial stage. Hearing this, Wei Sanyue looked astonished. "What did you say? A month ago his tested blood vitality was only 19 N. You're not joking with me, are you? He became a martial disciple initial stage in just 1 month. Old Wu felt Wei Kangyu's reaction was within his expectations. Yes, Jiang Fan was born with a deficiency, so his blood vitality is far lower than ordinary people. That's why I was also quite shocked when I heard the news that he had become a martial disciple initial stage. To be honest, I truly feel for this child. Facing parents who don't love him, he hides his strength all to carve out his own path one day with his own abilities and become his own support." Wei Sanyue opened his mouth slightly. After a long silence, a bold guess suddenly sprouted in his mind. Could the mysterious genius the crazy old man was hiding be this Jiang Fan? This thought had barely taken root for a few seconds before Wei Sanyue dismissed it himself. Jiang Fan's youthful temperament indeed far surpassed his peers, his resilience astonishing even a divine wind guard like himself, yet due to his innate deficiencies and exceedingly low talent ceiling he could never catch the mad old man's eye. Moreover, with Jiang Fan's strength it was utterly impossible for him to slay a first-grade mid-rank martial artist. After leaving the patrol bureau, Jiang Fan pondered one thing. Logically, Wei Sanyue had collected the blood he spat beside the lamppost. After comparison, the DNA identification results should have revealed that the so-called expert was him. Yet from Wei Kangyu's reaction just now it seemed he was unaware. Jiang Fan simply could not fathom this. After dinner, Jiang Fan arrived at the cemetery management office. As soon as he reached the entrance he saw the mad old man watching the news which was reporting on this very case. Hearing the noise, the mad old man turned his head to glance at him. "Are your injuries healed?" Jiang Fan's pupils trembled, dilating as he stared fixedly at the mad old man. The mad old man ignored Jiang Fan's inner turmoil, took a sip of ergotu and said, "You're quite something, kid. To actually kill a first-grade mid-rank martial artist, truly impressive." The mad old man's tone was utterly ordinary, as if chatting casually. "Did you eat today?" "I already did." Yet these calm words fell on Jiang Fan's ears like ice dropped into a boiling cauldron of oil, instantly exploding. Seeing Jiang Fan standing motionless, the mad old man frowned in displeasure. "What are you standing there for? Don't you see I've got liquor but no dishes?" Hurry up, there's pork belly I bought today in the fridge, I want braised pork. Jiang Fan walked in dazedly, but when he reached the kitchen door he could no longer hold back. How did you know? The mad old man pointed to his own eyes. Nonsense, I saw it with my own eyes. Such a brazen reply left Jiang Fan speechless. The mad old man continued, but next time you need to be more careful. If I hadn't swapped your blood with chicken blood you'd be exposed by now. Hearing this, Jiang Fan suddenly understood. No wonder Wei Sanyue didn't realize he was the so-called expert after the DNA results came out. So you've always known him as psychic? When did you find out? Jiang Fan believed he had hidden it well, showing no signs, yet the mad old man still saw through him. He wanted to know where he slipped up so he could be more cautious in the future. The mad old man said Yan Tianyang sent you. When he called me he said the person coming was a psychic. Jiang Fan frowned. I'm curious, who exactly is Yan Tianyang? Hearing this, the mad old man rolled his eyes in exasperation. Keep pretending. How long can you keep it up? Jiang Fan was at a loss for words. He realized the mad old man was deeply mistaken and the person Yan Tianyang sent must have been another psychic. I'm telling you, you've got it wrong. I really wasn't sent by Yan Tianyang. The mad old man shot him a look that said, figure it out yourself. Jiang Fan fell silent. He decided to drop the subject. Not that he wasn't explaining, but knowing the mad old man, no matter how much he reasoned, the old man wouldn't believe him. Once Yan Tianyang's people arrived, the mad old man would realize his misunderstanding without any further words. After a moment's thought, Jiang Fan asked, why did you help me? The mad old man raised his erguotu bottle. You make me some dishes to go with the drink and I cover for you. Fair trade. Even though the mad old man framed it as a transaction, Jiang Fan was still deeply grateful. The TV reporter continued with the coverage. There were 5 gangsters in total. 3 were shot dead and the remaining 2 have been arrested. Jiang Fan averted his gaze from the TV and turned to the mad old man. I saw one of the gangsters had a tattoo of a scale and a sword on his chest, and their codenames were strange. That first-grade mid-rank martial artist was called Bing 78 and another was Ding 123. They seem to belong to the same organization. Do you know anything about them? Jiang Fan had always believed the mad old man was a mysterious and unfathomable expert, so he thought the old man might know something about this. The mad old man said that they're members of the Justice Sect, a group of people who call themselves Apostles of Justice. Justice. That name is quite the antonym. Jiang Fan remarked. The mad old man chuckled. Hey. Don't you know 100 years ago when the Justice Sect was first founded they did good deeds everywhere and had an excellent reputation. It truly lived up to the name Justice. This surprised Jiang Fan. Really? Then why are they now kidnapping other people's children? That goes back to 18 years ago when the Holy Master, the head of the Justice Sect, suddenly vanished and the Pope took over. Since then the Justice Sect has been committing evil under the guise of justice, claiming it's all for a beautiful future and a happy world. And then Jiang Fan wanted to ask more, but the mad old man stopped him. Your strength is pitifully low. You haven't even stepped onto the true path of martial arts. These matters are not for you to concern yourself with. If you ever run into these people again, don't get hot-headed and charge in. If you want to live long, stay as far away as possible. Got it. I understand, Jiang Fan replied. The mad old man didn't doubt his words. If Jiang Fan were a hot-blooded youth he wouldn't have hidden his psychic abilities. He waved his hand. Hurry up and cook. After finishing his chores at the mad old man's place, Jiang Fan immediately opened the system panel, ready to use his newly earned points for a lottery draw. Yesterday he had won 6 times in a row. If he could win 4 more times today he would advance to the high-level martial apprentice stage. The lottery will spun and Jiang Fan waited eagerly for the result. But the familiar sound of a Suona horn rang out. Ding, no win this time, master. Please accept my condolences. Starting off with a loss, a bad premonition arose in Jiang Fan's heart. He clicked the lottery again. Ding, still no win, master. Don't cry, hey, race a hug. Again. Ding. Master is so pitiful. Again. After 10 consecutive clicks, all ending in failure, Jiang Fan decided not to stubbornly fight the lottery wheel. He had already spent 1000 points. He felt his luck wasn't good today and decided to save the rest for tomorrow. Aren't you going mountain climbing today, kid? The mad old man tossed a peanut into his mouth. Jiang Fan withdrew his gaze from the system panel and stood up. I'm going. Although he could rely on the lottery to obtain blood chi fruits and enjoy a life of ease, he felt he shouldn't slack off on training. Watching Jiang Fan's retreating figure, the mad old man revealed a satisfied smile. After climbing for a full 3 hours, Jiang Fan opened his system panel. Points 2008. Chi and blood 116N. Spiritual telekinesis 3121p. Lottery 100 points per draw. He attempted to say max out my chi and blood in spiritual telekinesis. Yes, master. The next second the system panel underwent a transformation. Points 1978. Chi and blood 117n. Spiritual telekinesis 3123p. Lottery 100 points per draw. Both his chi and blood and spiritual telekinesis had only increased by a minuscule amount. Yet it brought Jiang Fan a sense of solid grounding. The next day in the classroom. By the window, Jiang Fan lay slumped over his desk, oblivious to the chatter of his classmates around him. Wei Qi excitedly stood up. Have you all seen the news? It's absolutely incredible. Who would have thought that the gang of thugs who had been kidnapping children were reported by a high school student? As soon as he said that, a classmate immediately chimed in. I saw it. I heard that after finding their hideout, that high school student called the police immediately. He saved 33 children in total, which is like saving 33 families. He's practically a hero. I have to say he was incredibly brave. I heard that among those thugs the weakest was at the mid-stage of martial apprentice and the strongest was even a mid-stage first-rank expert. What's most important is that the high school student even managed to lure away that mid-stage first-rank martial artist. How did he have the guts? TSK. A mid-stage first-rank martial artist. Anyone in our class would be instantly killed if they faced him. Exactly, it's terrifying, isn't it? Hey Wei Qi, if it were you, would you dare to lure away that mid-stage first-rank thug? Wei Qi rolled his eyes dramatically and pointed at his forehead. Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you think I'd say I dare just to save face? This isn't a question of daring but a question of whether you want to die, okay? Makes sense, makes sense. Just then the phone in Jiang Fan's desk drawer rang. He opened his sleepy eyes, fished out the phone and put it to his ear. Hello. Old Wu. Jiang Fan, have you seen the news? What news? The news about this case, how you reported it and lured away the mid-stage first-rank martial artist. Jiang Fan frowned. Did you guys expose my identity? No, we wouldn't do that. After all, they are the righteous. Old Wu stopped mid-sentence, coughed twice, cleared his throat and continued. In case they have backers, exposing your identity might lead to retaliation from those behind them. That would be disastrous. Hearing this, Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried about that too. After all, those thugs were from the righteous sect. From what the mad old man said yesterday, the righteous sect was a mysterious and massive organization. If they set their sights on him, he and his family would be in grave danger. Old Wu, we didn't report your real identity. We just told the public that a brave high school student who acted out of righteousness found the hideout and lured away the mid-stage first-rank martial artist. We did this to spread positive energy in society and also to better promote our city Ansheng. So I hope you don't mind. Jiang Fan, as long as my identity isn't exposed, it's fine. Then he asked, a busy man like you wouldn't call just for this. Is there something else? Old Wu laughed. Of course. There's something more important. In recognition of your excellent performance, the Bureau has decided to give you a reward. Upon hearing reward, Jiang Fan was no longer sleepy. How much money? Old Wu was both amused and exasperated. Jiang Fan's directness reminded him of Wu Yun asking for pocket money. Not much, 30,000. Jiang Fan frowned. Can't you make it a bit more? He was really strapped for cash. He could have converted Chun when it was gold into money, but that avenue was now mostly cut off. This is the highest bonus I could apply for on your behalf. Old Wu also knew Jiang Fan's situation. Living in the slums and needing to cultivate money was essential. Alright, transfer the money to me now. My bank card number is… Wait. Old Wu interrupted Jiang Fan, a wry smile on his face again. This has to go through the process and it needs approval. It'll take at least a month. Jiang Fan's head ached. A whole month. He checked the balance on his phone. He had just over 300 yuan left. If he didn't make some money soon, even eating would become a problem. It seemed he had to make money in the next couple of days. During the afternoon training session, Wei Sanyue once again took their special training class to climb Lishan Mountain. He said their physical fitness was too poor. In the future, when they went to the wilderness, whether the inner or outer zone, they needed to have legs that could outrun their teammates. Why didn't he say legs that could outrun the beasts? Because beasts have strong physiques and most martial artists can't outrun them. But as long as you outrun your teammates, you buy yourself a chance to survive. Alright. Everyone get ready. Climb the mountain. At the command, Wei Sanyue waved his hand and the students of the special training class immediately dashed up the mountain. This time Jiang Fan was no longer first. He was left behind by Lan Xingxue, and a considerable distance had opened up between them. Jiang Fan watched Lan Xingxue running ahead of him. Although he didn't know her current chi and blood level, his intuition told him she had made another phenomenal improvement. A genius is truly a genius. Jiang Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, he wasn't bad either. With that thought, Jiang Fan clenched his teeth, tapped into his potential and surged forward. In a few seconds he gradually closed the distance between them. Eh? Noticing this, a hint of surprise flickered in Lan Shengshu's clear eyes. But it lasted only a second before she accelerated again, pulling away from Jiang Fan. Yet seconds later she heard the sound of his breathing drawing closer again. The breathing was rhythmic, as if the acceleration hadn't disrupted its cadence. Sensing this, the surprise in Lan Shengshu's eyes deepened. She continued to accelerate, only to have Jiang Fan latch onto her again. No matter how many times she tried, the result was always the same. This time Lan Shengshu stopped speeding up. Instead she slowed down slightly and ran side by side with Jiang Fan. "Something on your mind?" Jiang Fan asked, puzzled. "Yes." Lan Shengshu nodded. "I haven't properly thanked you for what happened with my sister." "You don't need to thank me specially. I didn't go out of my way to save your sister," Jiang Fan said flatly. "I know, but thank you anyway." The classmates behind them all wore expressions of utter shock. What was happening? Lan Shengshu was running shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Fan, and the two even seemed to be chatting. Had the sun risen from the west today? Or were they all collectively hallucinating? Zhang Youtian, whose legs had fully recovered, was now glaring at Jiang Fan with eyes full of hatred. In the past, every time he greeted his goddess, she never paid him any attention, not even sparing him a single extra glance. But now his goddess was running alongside Jiang Fan and chatting with him. How could this not ignite his hatred and fury? Tong Shuyao was also seething with anger. Tong Shuyao's eyes blazed with intense jealousy and resentment. Ever since she broke up with Jiang Fan, she had been waiting for him to regret it and beg for her forgiveness. But things had not gone the way she wanted. Instead, the distance between them had only grown wider, and they seemed to have become the most familiar strangers. She had been comforting herself, believing that Jiang Fan was just playing hard to get, using coldness to manipulate her, and that he still cared deeply for her. But now, Jiang Fan had latched onto Lan Shengshu. Tong Shuyao gazed at Lan Shengshu's ethereal figure, as holy and noble as a snow lotus on a high mountain, and her envious heart grew darker. At that moment, Lan Shengshu pulled a pink envelope from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Fan. This scene left everyone stunned, their mouths agape. What is this? A love letter. Jiang Fan frowned. Lan Shengshu nodded, her tone calm. "It's from my friend Yi Hong. She asked me to give it to you." In truth, Lan Shengshu was reluctant to do this, but Yi Hong had pestered her relentlessly, insisting she deliver the letter. Jiang Fan did not reach out to take it. "I'm focused solely on cultivation now. I have no plans for romance." Lan Shengshu pushed the letter closer to him. "I promised my friend I would hand this to you personally." Faced with her persistence, Jiang Fan still made no move to accept it. The onlookers behind them felt they could no longer understand this world. The very fact that Lan Shengshu was giving Jiang Fan a love letter was utterly baffling, and yet Jiang Fan kept refusing it. This was too surreal. "What will it take for you to accept it?" Lan Shengshu asked, her brows furrowed. Jiang Fan replied coldly, "I won't take it." Lan Shengshu stared at the young man's icy, indifferent, handsome face. After a moment of silence, she pulled a blood chi origin stone from her pocket and offered it to him. "This is for you as thanks for saving my sister. And take this letter as well. I'll owe you a favor. Whenever you need my help, as long as it doesn't violate moral principles and is within my ability, I will assist you." Jiang Fan had initially wanted to resist the temptation, but his pockets were empty. Moreover, having overheard Wei Sanyue and Old Man Feng's conversation, he learned that Lan Shengshu came from a prominent family in Fortress No. 1. In the end, he chose to accept the blood chi origin stone and the love letter. Despicable Jiang Fan. Not only did he take Lan Shengshu's love letter, but he also accepted her blood chi origin stone. I've seen shameless people, but never one as thick-skinned as him. Zhang Youtian ground his teeth. Wei Qi immediately echoed exactly. Gazing at Lan Shengshu's face, which was incomparably more beautiful than Tong Shuyao's, Wei Qi howled inwardly. Jiang Fan was simply detestable. No sooner had he finished his silent roar than Jiang Fan abruptly halted, turned around and stared fixedly at him. That piercing gaze sent goosebumps all over Wei Qi's body, as if he were nothing but a fat lamb awaiting slaughter in Jiang Fan's eye. What do you want?" Jiang Fan held out the blood chi origin stone to Wei Qi. "Want to buy it?" 50,000. Wei Qi was first dumbfounded, then his mouth twitched, and finally he erupted into a roar. Jiang Fan. Wei Sanyue resting at the foot of the mountainside with emotion. This is youth. During the break, Tong Shuyao approached Jiang Fan. "Did you break up with me because of Lan Shengshu?" Jiang Fan took a sip of mineral water, looking at Tong Shuyao with an indifferent, cold expression, and his words were equally icy. That's none of your business. With that, Jiang Fan ignored Tong Shuyao and walked straight past her. Tong Shuyao was so stifled that if not for the many classmates watching she would have stomped her feet in utter disregard for her image. After composing herself, she fixed her gaze on Lan Xingxue and walked over to her. Lan Xingxue was also tilting her head back to drink some mineral water, the sunlight casting a halo around her entire figure. It had to be said, when one was beautiful, even the most mundane act of drinking water was so graceful that it was impossible to look away. Tong Shuyao had lost count of how many times she had felt envy and hatred toward Lan Xingxue. Suppressing her dark emotions, she asked in a soft, gentle voice, Lan Xingxue, can I ask you something? Do you like Jiang Fan? Lan Xingxue screwed the cap back on her water bottle, her face expressionless as she looked at Tong Shuyao. Her red lips parted. That's none of your business. The same words, the same expressionless face, the same aloofness. This made Tong Shuyao feel like she was going mad. On the way home from school, Jiang Fan didn't forget to pick up some trash along the way to earn points. Both male and female classmates pointed and whispered about him. Ignoring them, Jiang Fan continued with his own business. As he picked up trash, his attention was caught by a flyer. He walked over and picked it up. Xiaoqiang Studio is hiring an archer, base salary of 100,000 per month with bonuses separate. He had been thinking about finding a studio to earn money through missions while honing his combat experience. But an archer. He had never shot an arrow before, and as far as he knew, becoming an archer required not only diligent practice but also a great deal of talent. This was similar to sharpshooters and snipers before the 28th century. Such talents demanded absolute innate ability. However, in this era, sharpshooters and snipers no longer existed. This was because since the 28th century the world had undergone earth-shattering changes, triggering a series of chain reactions. For instance, all thermal weapons had turned into scrap metal, rendered unusable as if sealed away. Scientists had studied this phenomenon for a long time without figuring out the cause, making the deactivation of thermal weapons one of the great unsolved mysteries of the present day. This led to a surge of archers, though their skills varied widely with a mix of good and bad. Jiang Fan rubbed his chin as he calculated. Although he was not an archer and had never shot an arrow, he was a spiritual mind master. If he used his spiritual power to assist in archery, he wouldn't need to worry about his skill. His arrows could fly wherever he willed them. He found the idea very feasible. On Saturday, Jiang Fan followed the address on the flyer and arrived at the location of Xiaoqiang Studio. At this moment, Jiang Fan was clad in a black hoodie, its spacious hood pulled over his head, obscuring half his visage. He also wore a black mask to conceal his face. He entered the first-floor lobby, which was brightly lit and teeming with people. All of them carried bows and arrows on their backs, clearly here to apply for the position. The receptionist, lounging with one leg crossed over the other, asked expressionlessly, here to sign up. Ma'am. She then picked up a registration form from the counter. Fill in your details. Okay. Jiang Fan quickly completed the form and handed it back. The receptionist glanced over the information while speaking with a hint of disdain. Tang Fan, 22 years old, only a mid-stage martial apprentice. With such low strength, how do you have the nerve to come? Her tone carried no sarcasm, merely stating the fact. Her words drew the attention of the other applicants. Some sneered, some looked on with amusement, while others remained indifferent. Jiang Fan, as I see it, the flyer didn't specify that mid-stage martial apprentices couldn't participate in the interview. The receptionist raised a delicate eyebrow, twirling her pen. Fine, pay the 30,000 yuan registration fee. Jiang Fan frowned. There's a registration fee. Of course. Do you think just anyone can waltz into Xiaoqiang Studio for an interview? If everyone could come, we'd never get any work done, just busy receiving applicants like you all day, the receptionist said. Jiang Fan saw the logic in that, but 30,000 yuan was still exorbitant. As if reading his thoughts, the receptionist explained, 30,000 is indeed steep, but in this day and age a skilled archer wouldn't bat an eye at such a paltry sum. We set this threshold as the first screening criterion. If an archer can't even muster 30,000 in spare cash, it's clear they lack the caliber to join Xiaoqiang Studio. With her explanation, Jiang Fan understood the purpose of the fee. But understanding was one thing, he was strapped for cash. If only Old Wu's promised bonus could be delivered immediately, it would solve this pressing need. After a moment's silence, Jiang Fan, with nothing to lose, dialed Old Wu's number. Old Wu's puzzled voice came through the phone. Jiang Fan, what's up? Jiang Fan brazenly asked, can you give me the 30,000 bonus now? I made it clear on the phone earlier. It's not that I don't want to, but approval requires a process. There's nothing I can do. Hearing this, Jiang Fan's face fell with disappointment. A single coin could bring a hero to his knees. He had the heart to take on missions at the studio but lacked the funds. Just as Jiang Fan was about to hang up, Old Wu's voice came through again. Jiang Fan, be honest, are you short on cash? In urgent need. Jiang Fan nodded. Old Wu said, alright, I'll transfer the 30,000 to you now from my own pocket. Jiang Fan was both surprised and moved. How can I accept your money? Why not? If you hadn't discovered the hideout in time, Xiaoyun would have been in grave danger. Consider this 30,000 my thanks to you, Old Wu said. Jiang Fan initially wanted to refuse but then changed his mind. I'll take the 30,000 but consider it a loan from you. Rest assured, once I have money I'll repay you with interest. What loan? This sum is a lot for a student like you, but for me it's manageable. Jiang Fan knew that Old Wu was just an ordinary constable. Though his job was dangerous, his annual salary and bonuses were limited. 30,000 might be easily affordable for Old Wu, but for his family it was still a considerable sum. Uncle Wu, I'll take the liberty of calling you that. I still say consider it a loan. If you insist on giving it to me, then pretend I never made this request. Jiang Fan believed this was a matter of principle. He would never accept what wasn't his, but he wouldn't hesitate to take what was rightfully his, just like the gold at Chen Wenhua's house, which he took without a shred of guilt. Seeing Jiang Fan's insistence, Old Wu stopped persuading him. Alright, I'll transfer the money to you now. Don't rush to repay it. You're still a student. When you enter society and earn money, you can pay me back slowly. Despite his words, Old Wu had no intention of ever asking for the money back. Soon Jiang Fan received the transfer. He returned to the receptionist and scanned the QR code on the counter. What do I do now? The receptionist checked the payment confirmation and gestured toward the waiting area. Go wait over there. When registration closes I'll call you for the interview. Jiang Fan turned and walked to the waiting area. Because he had previously been unable to afford the fee, many cast him strange glances. A bald man approached. Hey kid, that 30,000 was borrowed, wasn't it? Why bother? For a penniless wretch like you, wouldn't it be better to keep that money for yourself? Just throwing it away. Jiang Fan said nothing, waiting quietly. The bald man continued, and do you even know this studio is only hiring one archer? There are nearly 80 people here just for registration. Do you think you have what it takes to stand out and be chosen? Jiang Fan looked up at him and retorted, and do you think you can defeat everyone here and be the one to stand out? Of course. The bald man's declaration was met with dozens of hostile glares. In an instant he became the target of everyone's animosity. Feeling the intense pressure, the bald man shrank back, then glared fiercely at Jiang Fan. You little punk, are you setting me up? Jiang Fan laughed. This infuriated the bald man. You bastard. You're asking for it. He swung his fist toward Jiang Fan. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes, clearly ready to fight. He intended to conceal his true strength, but he wouldn't tolerate being bullied. In that split second the receptionist's languid voice rang out. Anyone who fights will be disqualified immediately. Those words froze the bald man's action. After a few seconds he withdrew his fist in frustration and returned to his seat, glaring at Jiang Fan with eyes as wide as copper. The receptionist checked the time and walked over. Everyone follow me to the shooting range. The first round of interviews begins now. Soon the group arrived at the shooting range. As Jiang Fan entered he saw several people already waiting there. They were seated around a long table, presumably the interviewers for the session. There were 4 people in total, 3 men and 1 woman. The 3 men were all quite ordinary in appearance, the kind that would go completely unnoticed on the street. However, if that woman walked down the street she would certainly turn heads. She had a neat short bob, a clear and delicate face, and a strikingly voluptuous figure. Thus when the candidates entered almost all eyes immediately fell upon the short-haired woman. At that moment the man seated in the center stood up. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Yang Xiaoqiang. I'm the owner and captain of Xiaoqiang Studio. My cultivation is at the high stage of the first rank. A high stage first rank martial artist. The crowd murmured in astonishment. In a small place like in city, while a high stage first rank martial artist wasn't as rare as a second rank, they were still considered scarce. The others are my teammates, 1 middle stage first rank and 2 early stage first rank. The entire team was at the first rank. Such a lineup in a backwater place like in city was undoubtedly luxurious. Our previous archer, due to his own foolishness, not only got himself killed but nearly dragged us all down with him. So this time our conditions for recruiting an archer will be stricter. We need not only superb archery skills but also a sharp mind and of course courage. Alright, enough talk. I've checked the registration list, there are 78 people in total. Here are 10 targets. You'll proceed in order, 10 people per group, each shooting 10 arrows. Anyone who fails to hit the bullseye even once should leave directly. With that the crowd lined up in order. Jiang Fan was number 78, placed in the last group. He was currently observing the archery stances of the other candidates. Although he could control arrows with his psychic power, he couldn't afford to appear too conspicuous. If he used a messy amateurish stance yet still hit every shot, it would be tantamount to exposing his identity as a psychic master. Soon it was the last group's turn. Jiang Fan approached the interviewers and pointed at the bows and arrows placed against the wall. "May I borrow one?" he asked. Yang Xiaoqiang frowned. "Where's your own bow?" Every archer had a custom-made bow tailored to their own specifications. Different materials produced different resilience, and other factors also affected performance. An archer using their own familiar bow would be far more comfortable and accurate. Jiang Fan replied without batting an eye, "My previous bow happened to be broken." Yang Xiaoqiang didn't press the matter. According to the information, Jiang Fan's strength was quite poor, only a middle-stage martial apprentice, and he wasn't very old. Coming here for the interview, he was probably just trying his luck for fun. "Suit yourself." "Thank you." Jiang Fan casually picked up a bow and a quiver from the corner, then returned to the shooting position. He drew an arrow from the quiver, knocked it, and prepared to pull. The front desk girl sat down at the interview table. Seeing Jiang Fan's action, she curled her lips in disdain. "This kid doesn't even bring his own bow, fine. Then he picks a bow like he's playing around. And now, without even getting used to the bow he just grabbed, he shoots right away. Is he just fooling around? I'm worried he might accidentally shoot over here." With his attitude, it'd be a miracle if he hits. A sharp whoosh cut through the air as an arrow carrying a sonic wave streaked past the front desk girl like a shooting star. Thwack! The arrow struck the bullseye. Ha! The front desk girl's eyes widened in an instant. Even Yang Xiaoqiang and the other three all turned to look. But their surprise was fleeting. They thought Jiang Fan might just be lucky. Just as they were about to look away. Swish! Another arrow flew through the air. Thwack! It hit the bullseye again, and this time it pierced through the previous arrow. This time all five of them, including the front desk girl, turned their gazes sharply toward him. There was no limit to their astonishment. The following arrows came like a dense rain, whoosh whoosh whoosh, one after another, each arrow splitting the one before it. This scene not only stunned the members of Xiaoqiang's studio, but even the other candidates stopped one by one, all staring at Jiang Fan with eyes full of disbelief. They couldn't understand. Jiang Fan was only a middle-stage martial apprentice, hadn't brought his own bow, had grabbed a random one from the range, hadn't even studied it, yet he shot with perfect accuracy, every arrow hitting the bullseye, even splitting the previous arrows. What kind of godlike skill was this? He was clearly a prodigy archer. What baffled them even more was that the center of attention, Jiang Fan himself, remained completely calm, as if hitting every shot was just another routine for him. His entire demeanor exuded an air of mystery and unfathomable depth. Simply put, his aura was maxed out. Ha ha ha. Yang Xiaoqiang laughed heartily and walked over to Jiang Fan. "Young brother, I never expected that despite your low cultivation your archery skills are so extraordinary. To be honest, I'm quite impressed with you." "Thank you," Jiang Fan replied politely. Yang Xiaoqiang was eager to recruit Jiang Fan on the spot, but he thought about their previous archer teammate. Although his archery was far inferior to Jiang Fan's, he was a solid early-stage first-rank martial artist, and he had accompanied the team on numerous missions with experience that Jiang Fan couldn't match. In short, his overall qualifications were far superior to Jiang Fan's. Yet even someone with such excellent qualifications had ended up dead because of his own foolishness, nearly dragging the team down with him. So this time they had to consider other factors in the interview. Alright, those who passed well begin the next round of testing. Yang Xiaoqiang looked at the front desk girl. She nodded and pressed the controller in her hand. In the next second the stationary targets began to move. Not only that, but a strong wind also kicked up inside the range. Those of you remaining, proceed in order and start shooting. This time I'll lower the requirements, shoot 10 arrows in a row, and you just need to hit the target at least 3 times. Hearing this, many showed troubled expressions. Someone couldn't help but raise a hand. The targets are moving so fast and there's wind affecting the arrows, it's really hard to hit. Others chimed in, "Yeah, how are we supposed to shoot?" Yang Xiaoqiang looked at the crowd with an expressionless face. "Do you think enemies or beasts will stand still and wait for you to hit them? There are many factors affecting archery. Besides psychological factors, there's wind force, wind direction, air, humidity, light exposure, and so on. Right now I've only set the targets moving and added a bit of wind, and you can't even hit. With such a level, you're not worthy of joining my studio." With matters having reached this point, unless one chose to withdraw, there was no choice but to shoot arrows earnestly. Only 15 people remained, and according to the order, Jiang Fan was in the second wave. The front desk girl said to Yang Xiaoqiang, "Chief, what do you think that guy named Tang Fan will do this time?" Yang Xiaoqiang replied, "Why not wait and see?" After one round passed, it was Jiang Fan's turn. As before, he knocked an arrow, drew his bow, and took only 3 seconds to aim before releasing the arrow. In truth, as a spiritual mentalist, he didn't even need a second to aim. His spiritual power could envelop the entire shooting range. Thus, even with closed eyes, his arrow could fly wherever he wished. But he still had to put on a show. With a sharp thwack the arrow defied all conditions and struck the bullseye. Impressive. Another member who had remained silent suddenly stood up. This member was named Wang Zhengang. Although he was only a first-grade initial-stage martial artist, his enormous build and innate divine strength meant that even a first-grade mid-stage fighter from his team might not have a sure victory against him in a direct confrontation. It was possible to capsize in a ditch at the hands of this giant. Just one arrow doesn't mean anything, it could be just luck. This remark came from another studio member named Zhou Xiaoyan, a first-grade mid-stage martial artist. With another thwack, Jiang Fan's arrow once again struck the bullseye, piercing through the previous arrow and hitting the center. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyan's bean-sized eyes widened and he craned his neck forward like a white goose. Then Jiang Fan fired all his arrows, each piercing the previous one and striking the bullseye. This scene once again made him the center of everyone's attention. The bald man who had previously looked down on Jiang Fan now felt utterly miserable. Because under such windy conditions and with moving targets, hitting the target was extremely difficult, let alone shooting consecutive arrows, each hitting the bullseye while piercing the previous one. Was this even humanly possible? So now whenever the bald man thought about how he had offended Jiang Fan, his legs trembled involuntarily. Although he was a high-stage martial apprentice stronger than Jiang Fan, he feared that if Jiang Fan held a grudge and secretly shot an arrow at him, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. The more he thought, the more sweat beaded on his forehead. Finally he quietly slipped out of the crowd and slunk away from the shooting range while everyone's attention was on Jiang Fan. Good kid. Truly extraordinary. A sharpshooter, a natural-born sharpshooter. Yang Xiaoqiang shouted excitedly, thinking to himself, if this kid's strength grows in the future, he'll undoubtedly be sought after by all major powers. Why? Because strength is the foundation. Otherwise, even with perfect shooting, if he faced an opponent of a higher rank or a beast whose height he couldn't pierce, it would be useless. After this round of selection, only 4 people remained, including Jiang Fan. Everyone follow me to a place now, this will be the final test. Soon Jiang Fan and the 3 qualified candidates followed Yang Xiaoqiang and his team to the city gate of Fortress No. 31. One of the candidates couldn't help asking, "What are we doing here?" Yang Xiaoqiang smiled at them. The final assessment is outside this fortress in the inner wilderness. Don't worry, we won't go deep, well, just conduct the test on the outskirts. As I said earlier, archers must consider many factors when aiming and shooting, not just wind but also humidity, light and so on. The environment in the wilderness is quite different from inside the fortress. Our studio occasionally takes on missions in the inner wilderness, so we want to give you a preview of the survival conditions there. After he finished speaking, the qualified candidates' faces turned ashen with fear. No. Are you crazy? Completely mad. Your studio actually goes outside the fortress. I don't want to go to the inner wilderness. I refuse. One man stumbled backward in terror, even falling to the ground before scrambling up and running away. The other 2 were also terrified. I give up. With that, another ran off. Yang Xiaoqiang looked at the third person. Do you want to stay? No. I want. I have elderly and children at home, I can't go to my death. He too fled. In the end, only Jiang Fan remained. The 5 members of Xiaoqiang's studio all fixed their gazes on Jiang Fan. The next moment Jiang Fan spoke, "Let's go." Go. They were all momentarily stunned. Are you sure you want to leave the fortress? Yang Xiaoqiang asked. Jiang Fan nodded. Aren't you afraid? Yang Xiaoqiang asked again. Jiang Fan replied, if I said I wasn't afraid at all, you probably wouldn't believe me, right? This answer only deepened their confusion. Since you're afraid, why are you willing to follow me out of the fortress into the inner wilderness? Jiang Fan smiled, because you never actually planned to take me into the inner wilderness. Hearing such a confident statement and seeing Jiang Fan's calm demeanor, Yang Xiaoqiang and his team grew even more curious about it. Why do you say that? Because you're a very mature team, all above first grade. With such experience and maturity, how could you recklessly bring a rookie like me into the inner wilderness? Although I've never been to the inner wilderness, I know that a standard team needs at least 1 archer, a crucial safeguard for the team. You said you were taking us rookies to the inner wilderness. It couldn't be that you dislike us and want to kill us. Then without an archer you'd lose long-range fire support and put yourselves in danger. Jiang Fan's analysis greatly satisfied Yang Xiaoqiang and his team. Not bad. You're very clever. Our team needs smart people like you. Yang Xiaoqiang gave Jiang Fan high praise for his performance. You don't know, our last archer was killed by his own stupidity. Some time ago our team went into the inner wilderness and encountered 2 beasts hunting together. They were both 1-star beasts, not the strongest of their kind, but their perfect coordination gave us a lot of trouble. The archer saw we were gradually losing ground. Given the beast's natural toughness, if we kept fighting it was likely we would die. So he chose to flee alone. But as soon as he did, one of the beasts chased after him. In the end he was killed and carried off by a demonic beast, leaving no intact body. Jiang Fan made no comment, merely listening quietly. At that moment Wang Jiangang, a burly figure standing over 2 meters tall, approached Jiang Fan and patted him on the shoulder with a hand as large as a palm leaf. Good lad, I Wang Jiangang truly admire a man of your intelligence. When we eventually form a team to venture into the inner wilderness, you must devise plenty of strategies. I'll be responsible for protecting your safety. Jiang Fan felt his internal organs tremble from the pat and quickly stepped aside from Wang Jiangang's massive hand. Alright Gangzi, you big fellow, don't crush the precious archer we've worked so hard to recruit. Yang Xiaoqian remarked. He Wang Jiangang chuckled naively. No, I held back, just a gentle tap. Hearing this, Jiang Fan thought to himself that even a mid-level martial apprentice would be severely injured or at least spit blood from that blow. However, seeing the other's demeanor, it didn't seem intentional. Yang Xiaoqiang began introducing everyone to Jiang Fan. Tang Fan, let me introduce you. This is Gangzi, full name Wang Jiangang. According to your file, you're only 22. Gangzi is 28, quite a bit older than you. If you're comfortable, you can call him Brother Gang. Wang Jiangang scratched his head. Just call me Gangzi. Jiang Fan felt it was polite to do so, considering he was actually only 11 years younger than the other. Calling him brother seemed only natural. Brother Gang. Finally someone calls me brother. Let me tell you, I'm the youngest in the team. Once you join, I won't be the youngest anymore. Looking at the big fellow whose face crinkled with smiles, Jiang Fan's expression showed surprise as the man appeared to be the oldest in the team based on his looks. Then a lean team member approached. Zhou Xiaoyan, you can call me Brother Zhou. The big fellow locked his arm around Zhou Xiaoyan's neck and lifted him off the ground. Don't call him Brother Zhou, everyone calls him Zhou Xiaoyan. No, why? Because his eyes are as tiny as chicken eyes. Get lost. Your eyes are tiny. Your whole family has tiny eyes. Wang Jiangang widened his eyes at Zhou Xiaoyan. See this. One of my eyes is worth 10 of yours. I'll poke your eyes out. Zhou Xiaoyan extended 2 fingers to jab at Wang Jiangang's eyes, and the two broke into a scuffle. Yang Xiaoqian, long accustomed to this, said to Jiang Fan, ignore them. They fight 18 times a day, always over the eye issue. Oh, Jiang Fan responded softly, saying nothing. Let me introduce the others. Yang Xiaoqian glanced at the front desk girl. She's Yao Lingling, an ordinary person. An ordinary person. Jiang Fan was surprised. Everyone in Yang Xiaoqiang's studio was at least a first-rank martial artist. How could there be an ordinary person? Sensing Jiang Fan's confusion, Yang Xiaoqiang explained she mainly handles liaising with clients and managing the studio's operations. She's exceptionally skilled at this, and such work doesn't require being a martial artist. Hearing this, Jiang Fan understood. Then his gaze followed Yang Xiaoqiang to the last female member. Before Yang Xiaoqiang could introduce her, the short-haired female member approached and introduced herself in Miaoshi. You performed well today, but you've never been to the wilderness. You only know it through images and videos, which are far from the terror of first-hand experience, a fear beyond your imagination. So when you truly face those demonic beasts, I hope you won't wet your pants and drag us down. With that, Miaoshi turned and walked back the way she came. Yang Xiaoqiang patted Jiang Fan's shoulder. Don't take Miao's harsh words to heart. She doesn't mean to target you specifically. It's just, Miaoshi wasn't originally a resident of Fortress 31. She was born in Fortress 39. With that, you surely understand. Fortress 39. Jiang Fan's heart tightened. In elementary school textbooks there were accounts of this fortress past. Why past? Because 20 years ago a massive beast tide struck Fortress 39. The fortress had barely sent out a distress signal before it was utterly annihilated in history. According to records, when rescue forces arrived they saved fewer than 100 people. So Miaoshi was one of the survivors of that beast tide. Yes, her entire family perished in that one-sided slaughter. As a child, witnessing her parents and relatives become food for demonic beasts, the despair and terror would torment anyone, leaving lifelong scars. It's fine, I didn't take it to heart. In his past life, Jiang Fan had personally experienced a horrific bloody beast tide and tasted the despair and resentment of being devoured piece by demonic beasts. He imagined that if the Tang family had been present witnessing such a scene, they too would have been overwhelmed with agony, their personalities twisted beyond recognition. Just then Yao Lingling suddenly received a phone call. Alright, I understand. I'll inform the boss immediately. Boss, the Demonic Beast Research Institute has issued a mission to capture the 8-legged spiny hedgehog boar that just escaped. It fled into the nearby woods. Should we accept this mission? Hearing this, Miaoshi, who had already walked some distance, stopped. In unison with the other studio members, all eyes turned to Yang Xiaoqiang, awaiting his decision. What rank? Yang Xiaoqiang asked. Yao Lingling 1 star. How much is the commission? 2 million. We can accept it. Yang Xiaoqiang nodded. The group prepared to set out. Can I join you? Jiang Fan asked. Yao Lingling's eyes widened. Didn't you just hear? Our target is a 1-star demonic beast. You're a novice at the mid-level martial apprentice stage and you want to participate in a mission of this level. Aren't you afraid? Jiang Fan replied with a question. Am I now a member of the studio? Of course, Yang Xiaoqiang answered. Jiang Fan smiled. In that case, shouldn't I come along? The others exchanged glances, all seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Yang Xiaoqiang seemed to have an idea and asked, could it be that Miao Zai's words made you want to show off and prove you're not a coward? Jiang Fan shook his head. I want gamble with my life over others' words. I want to join you simply because I believe I can. This statement left everyone stunned once more. Even Miaoshi, who had maintained a cold and indifferent expression, couldn't help but glance at Jiang Fan a few more times. Are you really going? Yang Xiaoqiang asked again, emphasizing his words. Jiang Fan nodded without hesitation. Good. Yang Zioqiang's exclamation was loud, a clear testament to his delight. The other members also broke into smiles. Setting aside Jiang Fan's low vital energy for a moment, they felt they had found a fine teammate judging by his courage alone. Soon the group arrived at the location designated by the Beast Research Institute. Upon entering the woods, Yang Xiaoqiang instructed Jiang Fan, stay close to Gungzi, help protect you. Jiang Fan wanted to say that given his current overall strength he hardly needed Wang Jiangang's protection, but to avoid causing trouble for the team he held his tongue. Just then a rustling sound came swiftly through the forest. With a strange cry of Huru Jiji, a brownish-gray figure flew overhead. It was a pig with 8 legs, its body covered in a layer of sharp steel quills. It's an 8-legged hedgehog boar. Zhou Xiaoyan shouted. After it. Yang Xiaoqiang dashed off first, followed closely by the nimble Miaoshi. Tang Fan, stay close to me. Wang Jiangang turned back only to find that Jiang Fan, who had been standing behind him, had already vanished. The next second Jiang Fan's voice rang out ahead of him. Brother Gang, hurry up. Wang Jiangang was taken aback, thinking, didn't the leader just say to follow me? How did you get ahead of me? How did you run faster than him? That's a 1-star beast ahead. Aren't you afraid at all? When Jiang Fan caught up, Yang Xiaoqiang was crouching on the ground searching for the boar's tracks. What's wrong? Lost it. Zhou Xiaoyan panted heavily. Damn, it's cheating. That beast has 8 legs, we've only got 2 each. It's got no martial ethics. I'm exhausted. As he gasped for air, Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly noticed something astonishing. He stared at Jiang Fan, whose breathing was perfectly steady, and couldn't help asking, Tang Fan, aren't you tired after running so long? Hearing this, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Fan. They saw him standing upright, his face neither flushed nor breathless, as if he hadn't engaged in any strenuous activity at all. They had been chasing the 8-legged hedgehog boar at full sprint. Even the martial artists among them were gasping for air. Only Yang Xiaoqiang fared slightly better, and even Miaoshi, who always wore an icy expression, had her mouth slightly open to take in more oxygen. Yet Jiang Fan looked in even better shape than they did, a truly baffling sight. Jiang Fan explained, I climb mountains every day when I have nothing else to do for hours on end. I'm used to it. Hearing this explanation, the others understood, but they couldn't help feeling a new respect for Jiang Fan. Because mountain climbing is about as monotonous as exercise gets, anyone who's tried it knows. And it's far less effective for increasing strength than actual combat or other more efficient training methods. Most cultivators wouldn't choose mountain climbing to boost their power. Yet Jiang Fan said he did it every day and for hours at that. Awesome. I'm impressed. Zhou Xiaoyan gave Jiang Fan a thumbs up. Alright, this isn't the time for that. We need to find that 8-legged hedgehog boar before it escapes the woods and reaches the residential area. Yang Xiaoqiang then turned to Zhou Xiaoyan. You're good at tracking. Find us some clues. Got it. Zhou Xiaoyan's words were cut off by Jiang Fan. Found it. It's ahead. With that, Jiang Fan pointed in a certain direction. The others exchanged glances, and finally Yang Xiaoqiang asked, are you sure? Jiang Fan's tone was utterly certain. He had extended his spiritual sense and precisely located the 8-legged hedgehog boar. Yang Xiaoqiang stared at Jiang Fan for a few seconds before speaking. Lead us there. Jiang Fan nodded and took the lead. Moments later, the group concealed themselves behind a bush. Zhou Xiaoyan watched the 8-legged hedgehog boar gnawing on a rabbit ahead and gave Jiang Fan another thumbs up. I'm completely convinced. Then he asked, how did you find it? Jiang Fan thought for a moment and replied, what if I said it was intuition? Would you believe me? Honestly, if anyone else had said that, they might not have believed it. But Jiang Fan was an archer, and generally most archers are also excellent scouts with perception beyond the ordinary. From where Jiang Fan had first detected the boar to its current location was a considerable distance. The fact that he could sense it from so far away showed his exceptional ability in this regard. Thinking this, the group felt a surge of excitement. They had truly stumbled upon a rare gem. With Jiang Fan's ability, once his strength increased and they ventured into the wilderness, he could sense danger in advance, greatly improving their chances of survival. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Xiaoqian said quietly, "Shayan Gangzi, flank it from left and right. Move silently. We can't let this beast escape again." Zhou Shayan and Wang Jiangang nodded and prepared to split up. Just then Jiang Fan drew his bow and aimed at the boar. "Let me try first." Yang Xiaoqian immediately stopped him. "Don't be reckless. I know you're a good shot, but this beast is a genuine one-star monster. It's thick-skinned and covered in steel quills. Ordinary arrows can't pierce it. And don't take this the wrong way, but you're only a mid-level martial apprentice. The gap in strength is enormous. I can aim for its eye," Jiang Fan said. Yang Xiaoqian replied, "The beast is already near the edge of the woods. If we miss this chance, it might run out into the residential area. Not only would we fail the mission, but innocent people could get hurt. Tang Fan, we can't take the risk. Next time I promise you can try." With that, Yang Xiaoqian ignored Jiang Fan and signaled Zhou Shayan and Wang Jiangang to proceed with the plan. The two understood and moved in perfect coordination to surround the eight-legged hedgehog boar. Suddenly, the boar mid-meal seemed to hear something. It stopped abruptly, then bolted squealing "Horujiji" as it ran. "Holy crap! Are that beast's ears megaphones? I moved so quietly and it still heard me." Zhou Shayan grumbled as he chased his legs churning like windmill blades. Watching the eight-legged boar's legs blur into motion ahead, Zhou Shayan felt like he'd rather be slaughtering a pig for the new year than— "Captain, it's too unfair. My two legs can't keep up." Wang Jiangang joked as he ran. "A man can't say he can't do it. Besides, if your two legs fail, use three. Damn. Once we catch that beast, he'll kill you." At that moment Jiang Fan had drawn the bow to its full extent. Two arrows knocked simultaneously, his spiritual will infused into the arrowheads. Target the eyes of the eight-legged porcupine boar. Swish. The arrow imbued with spiritual will streaked past Zhou Shayan and Wang Jiangang like a meteor. To their astonishment, it struck both eyes of the eight-legged porcupine boar with unerring precision. The next second the boar let out a screech like a pig being slaughtered and collapsed in agony. Zhou Shayan and Wang Jiangang halted abruptly, staring in disbelief. One bow, twin arrows. And the accuracy remained flawless. If he said had hit the eyes, he did. Yang Xiaoqiang and Miao Shi exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. They knew Jiang Fan was a master archer, but they never expected his prowess to exceed their imagination. Moreover, they had never seen Jiang Fan show fear. Such composure and calm were beyond what a 22-year-old, especially a novice who had never left the fortress, should possess. Jiang Fan looked at Yang Xiaoqiang. "Shouldn't we capture it quickly?" "Oh right." Yang Xiaoqiang immediately took out a specialized beast-catching net and bagged the boar. Jiang Fan, seeing this for the first time, asked curiously, "What's this?" Yang Xiaoqiang replied, "It's a beast-catching net developed by the Beast Research Institute. Ours is made of the lowest grade flavel alloy. Don't underestimate it, it's hard to come by, and even if you find one, the price is steep." Jiang Fan nodded, indicating he understood. Just then a system notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, Master. Successfully hunted a one-star beast. Good deed done. 50 points. Ha!" Jiang Fan mused silently. Hunting beasts also earns points. Is this considered a good deed? Then it struck him, to humanity, beasts are natural enemies. Fighting them benefits all of mankind. In his past life he had witnessed the beast tide topple the high walls hunting humans for food in a scene of sheer brutality, a living hell. Countless people watched their parents, children, spouses and partners die horribly, their bodies torn apart, bones chewed and swallowed by the beasts. Thus for Jiang Fan it was not about good or evil, it was a battle for survival between species. He, Jiang Fan, would one day venture into the wild lands hunting beasts until the skies turned dark. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed something and quickly sidestepped, causing a large hand that had been reaching for him from behind to miss. No doubt about it, the one trying to slap him was Wang Jiangang. "Hey kid, pretty quick reflexes. That's because you're too strong and I'm too weak, I can't take it," Jiang Fan explained. This further convinced the team of his extraordinary perception. After all, Wang Jiangang had been sneaking up from behind and Jiang Fan had no eyes in the back of his head, yet he dodged effortlessly. Wang Jiangang continued, "But you're truly impressive, firing 2 arrows from one bow and hitting the beast's eyes dead while it was charging. Honestly, I've rarely admired anyone, but you're definitely one of them." Yang Xiaoqiang said to Jiang Fan, "You're the hero this time. When we turn in the mission, the 2 million reward is all yours, a welcome gift for the newcomer. Jiang Fan declined. We all took part in the mission. Besides, without Brother Gang and Brother Joe helping to block and distract the boar, I might not have landed that shot. So let's split the reward equally. The team was taken aback. After all, 2 million was a colossal sum. Few could resist such temptation. Especially a young man with no life experience. Furthermore, they had heard from Yao Lingling that Jiang Fan had borrowed money just to register. Clearly he was desperately in need. Yet faced with 2 million, he chose to share it. His character and integrity were extraordinary. Yang Xiaoqiang asked, "Are you sure you want to split it equally?" "Yes." Jiang Fan nodded without hesitation. "Ha ha." Wang Jiangang moved to grab Jiang Fan's neck, but Jiang Fan easily dodged. Unfazed, Wang Jiangang instead latched onto Zhou Xiaoyan beside him. "Tang Fan, you're such a loyal guy, you're really growing on me." Initially they had been slightly displeased with Yang Xiaoqiang's arrangement, as they had put in effort too, but only slightly. Because, as the leader said, Jiang Fan was a newcomer and they hadn't made any particularly significant contributions. First, Jiang Fan had found the boar and then he had single-handedly blinded it. He was the key to their successful capture. But now his offer to split the 2 million equally earned him their respect. Niaoshi nodded at Jiang Fan and said, "You're impressive." "Ooh. Niaoshi actually praised someone, that's rare." Zhou Xiaoyan teased, "I've never heard you compliment anyone." "You've certainly never praised me." Niaoshi glanced at him coolly. "Too ugly to compliment." "I take offense at that. My eyes are just a bit small. Besides, Tang Fan's face is covered, how do you know he's handsome?" Suddenly Zhou Xiaoyan's attention shifted to Jiang Fan. "We're all teammates now. Come on, take off your mask and let me see your face." Zhou Xiaoyan reached out to remove Jiang Fan's mask. Jiang Fan quickly dodged. "I look terrifying, I might scare you." "Better not look." "No worries, we've seen plenty of terrifying beasts. Our mental fortitude is strong." As Zhou Xiaoyan reached out again, Jiang Fan evaded once more. "Even if you're not afraid, I'm embarrassed." "Xiaoyan, stop bothering Tang Fan. Everyone has their insecurities, like you only your 2 legs work." Wang Jiangang mocked. That remark reminded Zhou Xiaoyan of what had just happened. Saying him useless. "I'll fight you." The two tussled again. Yang Xiaoqian rubbed his forehead, long accustomed to their antics. "Tang Fan, we won't split the reward equally. Take 1 million and well divide the rest." Jiang Fan initially wanted to refuse but ultimately nodded. "All right. You can report for duty tomorrow," Yang Xiaoqiang said. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. "Boss, can I just come when there's a mission?" Yang Xiaoqian looked puzzled. "What, do you have other work?" Jiang Fan paused for 2 seconds before replying, "Due to some special reasons it's not convenient for me to stay at the studio all the time. How about this, I want to take a base salary, just commission for the missions I join." Hearing this, Yang Xiaoqian cast a scrutinizing gaze over Jiang Fan. "Fine, but on one condition: you can't secretly take jobs from other studios. That's the rule in our line of work. I'm laying it out plain and clear now, if we find out you're playing both sides, not only will we come after you, but the other studio won't let you off easy either." Jiang Fan gave his assurance, "Don't worry about that. I would never do such a thing. I just have reasons I can't disclose." Yang Xiaoqiang said, "All right, I'll trust you for now." Zhou Xiaoyan chimed in, "Jiang Fan, let me tell you, the boss only agreed to this because he sees you as a talent. Anyone else wouldn't even get a discussion." Thanks, Jiang Fan expressed his gratitude. Over half an hour later, after handing over the mission, Xiaoqiang Studio received 2 million in commission and Jiang Fan smoothly obtained his share of 1 million. The moment the money hit his account, Jiang Fan immediately called Old Wu. Old Wu's puzzled voice came through the phone. "Jiang Fan? Is there something else?" "Not enough money." Jiang Fan said, "I just paid you back. You should have received it by now." "Ha! What happened? Did the job not go through?" "No, it went through. I made some money, so I'm returning what I borrowed." Old Wu showed a helpless expression. "You really didn't need to rush paying me back. I don't have an immediate use for that money anyway. Let me transfer it back to you. You're a student in the special training class now, and martial arts practice requires a lot of expenses. If you really want to repay me, wait until you've made something of yourself and have the ability to earn, then you can give it back." Jiang Fan could tell that Old Wu genuinely cared for him, just like his homeroom teacher, one of the few people in this world who extended kindness to him. "Uncle Wu, here's the thing, I found a part-time job with great pay, so I don't need to worry about future expenses." Old Wu frowned upon hearing this. "You're still a student, you should focus on the martial arts exam. Taking a part-time job will affect your future. I know it's not my place to say this as an outsider, but take my advice, there will be plenty of time to make money later. For now, focus on improving your strength. You're right. You'll keep your words in mind. Don't worry, the part-time job won't affect the martial arts exam. I know what I'm doing. Jiang Fan said. Old Wu saw that Jiang Fan was insistent in knowing the young man, mature, steady and quite clever. He figured he wasn't the type to sacrifice long-term goals for short-term gains. Alright then, as long as you know what you're doing. Old Wu opened the transfer notification and saw it was a total of 50,000. Jiang Fan, why did you send me so much? I said I'd pay you interest and I meant it. You kid, returning the principal is enough. I don't want any interest. With that, Old Wu transferred 20,000 back to Jiang Fan. That's it. If you send it again, he'll be upset. Hearing the feigned anger in the voice, Jiang Fan gave a helpless smile. Alright, fine. Old Wu said, that's more like it. I won't disturb your work anymore. Goodbye. After hanging up, Jiang Fan flipped his palm and 3 sharp steel needles appeared. He had secretly taken them from the 8-spine hedgehog boar earlier, and their hardness was no less than that of great alloy. Great alloy weapons were originally made from materials harvested from demon beasts mixed with other substances. Combined with his telekinetic power, Jiang Fan felt these 3 needles were the perfect companion for travel assassination and eliminating witnesses. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Fan checked the time. The sky was pitch black, time to cook for the crazy old man. He called Tang Fugue to say he wouldn't be back for dinner. Soon Jiang Fan arrived at the cemetery management office. As soon as he entered, he heard the crazy old man's extremely dissatisfied voice. Why are you so late? Are you trying to starve this old man to death? Something came up, Jiang Fan said, offering no further explanation. He went straight to the kitchen, opened the fridge with practiced ease and took out ingredients to cook. After finishing his NPC quest with the crazy old man, Jiang Fan immediately opened the system panel. Points 6036. Vitality 118N. Telekinetic power 3129p. Lottery 100 points per draw. Truth be told, he hadn't won anything for several days in a row. He refused to believe his luck was that bad. System, start the lottery. As he spoke, the lottery wheel spun rapidly, followed by the mournful wail of a swana. Ding. No prize this time, master. Please accept my condolences. Every time he heard this, Jiang Fan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Continue. Ding. Still no prize, master. Don't cry, hey, race a hug. Again. Ding. Master is so unlucky, no prize yet again. Ding. What do we do? You just can't win. Master, give up. Jiang Fan was speechless. After 20 consecutive draws consuming a full 2000 points, he got nothing. Master, do you want to keep drawing? Draw. But Jiang Fan changed his tone. First, max out my vitality and telekinetic power to the limit. Then use the rest to keep drawing. Today he was determined to see this through to the end. Impulsive as he was, he didn't want to end up losing everything with nothing to show for it. Alright, master. Everything has been maxed out for you. The numbers on the system panel flickered briefly and then stopped. Points 4006. Vitality 120N. Telekinetic power 3130p. Lottery 100 points per draw. After checking the data, Jiang Fan continued, draw. Keep going until I run out. Okay. For the next while, Jiang Fan's ears were filled with the wails of failure, the swana's mournful cry and the system's condolences. After an unknown period, Jiang Fan finally heard good news. Ding. Congratulations, master. You've drawn a spirit fruit. Ha. A spirit fruit. Is this for enhancing telekinetic power? Jiang Fan's brow furrowed. He recalled the vitality fruits had drawn before. Each one could increase vitality by 5n regardless of physical condition. He wondered if this spirit fruit would only boost telekinetic power by 5p. Wouldn't that be a terrible deal? The spirit fruit is no ordinary item. Master, you've hit the jackpot. Hearing this, Jiang Fan became intrigued. What kind of jackpot? He. The spirit fruit can ignore all conditions and directly double your existing telekinetic power. What did you say? Jiang Fan was overjoyed. If the crazy old man hadn't been there, he might have burst out laughing. The crazy old man had long noticed Jiang Fan's strange behavior. Sipping his wine, he observed the boy, secretly noticing his face shifting from a grimace to a grin he couldn't contain. What in the world was this kid up to? Jiang Fan eagerly took out the spirit fruit and swallowed it. The next moment he felt a surge of powerful spiritual force flooding his mind. Unlike the first time he forcibly elevated his spiritual power, this time he felt no sensation of swelling or pain. It was as if this abruptly amplified spiritual force had always been his own, requiring no deliberate adaptation. It felt utterly natural. The mad old man's spirit jolted abruptly and he sharply turned his gaze toward Jiang Fan. What is this kid up to? How has his spiritual power suddenly skyrocketed? Jiang Fan was still immersed in his elation and did not notice the mad old man observing him. He stared at the spiritual power column on his panel. After consuming the spirit fruit, his spiritual power had doubled, jumping from the original 3130p to 6260p. Based on this value, the spatial dimension he could manipulate should be around 626 meters, a distance sufficient to cover a short street. If he ventured into the wilderness zone in the future, he could detect all dangers within a radius of over 600 meters, allowing him to evade them in advance and greatly reduce risks. This ability would be incredibly formidable in the wilderness zone. No wonder spiritual psychics were so sought after. Whenever one emerged, all major forces scrambled to recruit them. Possessing such a skill was essentially like having a cheat device. Just then the mad old man's enlarged face suddenly appeared before him. In an instant Jiang Fan withdrew his thoughts. What are you doing? That's my line. What were you up to just now? How do I feel? Your spiritual power has suddenly surged. Hearing the mad old man's question, Jiang Fan's heart skipped a beat. For a moment he didn't know how to respond. The mad old man kept staring at Jiang Fan, then finally waved his hand. Forget it. If you want, say I won't force you. Everyone has their own fortune and opportunities. But I'll say this again, your strength is still low. You know the saying, the tallest tree is the first to be felled by the wind. If you can avoid revealing yourself as a spiritual psychic as much as possible. If you ever encounter a problem you can't solve, you can always come to me. Jiang Fan pondered and asked, why are you so good to me? You gave me the precious weight ring and made such a promise. All I've done is cook for you and clean up. By this calculation, it's too unfair to you. The mad old man grinned, showing his teeth. Fair? I never act based on fairness, because there's no absolute justice in this world. I only follow my whims. I do what pleases me, and when I don't want to, not even the heavenly king can make me. For a moment the mad old man's image soared in Jiang Fan's heart. Who wouldn't want to speak such carefree words? Yet in this era, achieving that required absolute capital and strength. He too hoped that one day, like the mad old man, he could possess absolute power, no longer needing to hide and live as freely as he wished. Monday. The morning was for academic classes, and in the afternoon Jiang Fan joined the special training class students at Gymnasium No. 2. Wait, son, I addressed the group. Today we won't be climbing Plow Mountain. Hearing this, the students felt like crying tears of joy. Finally, no more monotonous mountain climbing. Today's training has two parts. First, you'll pair up freely for sparring to gain practical combat experience. Don't cultivate your blood and chi only to not know how to throw a punch. This training topic excited everyone, and they quickly began forming pairs. Lan Xingxue. Wait, son, called out. You'll practice with me. All right. Lan Xingxue nodded. This scene instantly drew everyone's gaze, their eyes filled with envy. But there was no helping it, none of them could serve as a sparring partner for Lan Xingxue. Wei Qi approached Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, do you dare to spar with me? Jiang Fan glanced at Zhang Yutian nearby and said with a smile, aren't you afraid of ending up like Zhang Yutian, kneeling and calling me daddy? Jiang Fan. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever kneel and call you daddy? Zhang Yutian gritted his teeth and roared. Jiang Fan said flatly, a loser has no right to speak to me. Jiang Fan, don't go too far. You've before Zhang Yutian could finish, Jiang Fan cut him off. Sounds like you're not convinced. If you're not, then stop yapping. Come on, let's fight again. As he spoke, Jiang Fan beckoned Zhang Yutian with a curl of his finger. Though Zhang Yutian wished he could kill Jiang Fan, he knew he was no match for him. Acting on impulse would only lead to a beating. I already have a partner. Otherwise I'd definitely knock you down. Jiang Fan looked at the classmate beside Zhang Yutian. I want to fight, Zhang Yutian, do you mind? Of course, if you do I can fight you first. The classmate immediately stepped back, distancing himself from the trouble. After all, he was only at the initial stage of the martial disciple level, while Zhang Yutian was at the mid-stage and couldn't even withstand one move from Jiang Fan. Facing Jiang Fan himself would be pure self-torture. Jiang Fan looked at Zhang Yutian again. You have no partner now. Come on. Zhang Yutian was speechless. Watching Zhang Yutian stand rooted to the spot, a mocking smile curled at the corner of Jiang Fan's lips. Ha! Zhang Yutian was stifled. His face turned livid, his fists clenched until they cracked. Though he hated Jiang Fan fiercely, his feet were wisely nailed to the ground, refusing to move. Thus Jiang Fan's mocking smile grew even more pronounced. Jiang Yutian wished he could dig a hole and bury himself on the spot. Just then Wei Qi's voice sounded beside Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, what's so impressive about bullying Jiang Yutian? If you've got the guts, spar with me. Jiang Fan, you have a point. Bullying a mid-stage martial disciple like Jiang Yutian is indeed nothing impressive. Jiang Yutian felt like vomiting blood. Wei Qi's eyes darted around. You dare to bet with Jiang Yutian, so do you dare to bet with me? Alright, what's the bet? Jiang Fan asked. Wei Qi glanced at Tong Shuyo, who was drawn by the commotion, and raised his voice. The loser kneels and calls the winner daddy, then runs naked around the gym. I'm asking you, dare you or not? He thought that if Tong Shuyo witnessed Jiang Fan kneeling to him and running naked around the field, she would surely be disgusted and lose all interest in him. Fine. Jiang Fan agreed without hesitation. Then he added, when you lose you want back out like Jiang Yutian, will you? Wei Qi shot a contemptuous glance at Jiang Yutian and said, a real man keeps his word. Rest assured I won't be faithless like Jiang Yutian. Then let's begin. Jiang Fan stood still waiting for Wei Qi's attack. Wei Qi naturally did not hold back. He clenched his fists, muscles coiling like writhing dragons, his eyes wide as copper bells. With a thunderous roar his fist shot forward like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, unyielding, sharp and lethal. It was evident that Wei Qi had poured all his strength into this punch. The onlookers witnessing this couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Jiang Fan. Some even silently offered a funeral prayer for him. At the same time everyone understood why Wei Qi held nothing back. Needless to say, it was all for Tong Shuyo. Just as the crowd expected Jiang Fan's face to be crushed, in the next second Jiang Fan leisurely raised his hand. With a loud slap, Wei Qi's fist slammed into the palm of Jiang Fan's hand. The scene everyone anticipated, Jiang Fan being sent flying, did not occur. Instead, Jiang Fan stood firmly in place, showing no trace of distress, exuding an air of serene composure. As for Wei Qi, he dug his toes into the ground, straining to push forward with all his might, his teeth bared and his lips emitting grunts of exertion. Yet no matter how hard he tried, his fist could not advance a single inch. The spectacle left the crowd utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Even Lan Xingxue and Wei Sanyue paused their sparring, both frozen in astonishment at the incredible sight. Why was this considered incredible? Because this was absurd. Jiang Fan was merely a martial disciple at the initial stage, while Wei Qi was a martial disciple at the advanced stage, a seasoned one who had been at this level for quite some time. The difference in their qi and blood was no trivial matter. Amid the stunned silence, Jiang Fan lifted his foot with the same casual grace as before. Yet this seemingly feather-light kick carried a fierce wind, striking Wei Qi squarely in the chest. Propelled by the kick, Wei Qi flew backward like an arrow released from the bowstring, cutting through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Dust billowed as he landed flat on his back, limbs flailing, a picture of utmost disarray. How is this possible? Jiang Yutian cried out in shock, his mouth agape wide enough to swallow an egg. Trembling with a mixture of astonishment and fear, he felt a chill of dread. Wei Qi clutched his chest, feeling his organs quiver within. Yet he had no mind to dwell on the pain. He simply stared blankly up at Jiang Fan, his eyes filled with confusion. Clearly Jiang Fan's kick had stunned him senseless. Silence. The entire gymnasium fell so quiet that the drop of a needle could be heard. After a long moment, the sound of sharp intakes of breath arose in succession, followed by hushed whispers and murmurs among the crowd. Am I dreaming? Jiang Fan actually defeated Wei Qi. I feel like I'm dreaming too. Jiang Fan is only at the initial stage of martial disciple. How did he do it? And the thing is, facing Wei Qi's full force strike, Jiang Fan just kicked him once and sent Wei Qi, an advanced stage martial disciple, flying. Bloody hell, I've got goosebumps. A few days ago Jiang Fan defeated Jiang Yutian, who was only one level above him. That already amazed me. And now he's beaten Wei Qi, who was 2 levels higher. The student trailed off, overwhelmed by the shock. In fact, even Wei Sanyue, a man who had weathered countless storms, was taken aback by Jiang Fan's feat. At that moment Wei Sanyue was studying Jiang Fan with keen interest, his half-closed eyes reflecting a flickering enigmatic light. Among them all, the least surprised was Lan Xingxue, for she had witnessed Jiang Fan barehandedly snap a road sign post and hurl it to kill a martial disciple advanced stage thug. Those ruthless criminals who risked their lives daily were nothing like Wei Qi, a mere student with not even a trace of stubble on his chin. Yet facing such hardened men, Jiang Fan showed no fear, no hesitation. Killing them was as easy as snapping roadside weeds. Lan Xingxue still vividly recalled the calm detachment in Jiang Fan's eyes after the killing, as if nothing had happened at all. How could Wei Qi, a student who only knew how to bully others at school, ever be a match for such a man? Jiang Fan strode over to Wei Qi and looked down at him. You lost. Ah. Wei Qi let out a furious roar and lunged upward. Jiang Fan's pupils constricted, ready to strike. But the next second Wei Qi, who had burst into action, suddenly dropped to his knees before him. Dad! The shout rang out loud and clear. So loud that everyone present was stunned. Even Jiang Fan, who rarely showed emotion, had a momentary flicker of bewilderment on his face. Not that he could be blamed, Wei Qi's bizarre move was utterly beyond anyone's expectations. In that inexplicably strange atmosphere, Wei Qi stood up, chest puffed out, and declared, "I said a real man keeps his word. If I lose, I won't be like Zhang Youtian going back on his promise. I said I'd kneel and call you dad, and he'll do it." No hesitation. Once again caught in the crossfire, Zhang Youtian felt a herd of a million llamas stampeding through his heart. He cursed Wei Qi fiercely in his mind and Jiang Fan along with him. Before the crowd could recover, Wei Qi began his next act. He stripped off his shirt and then started untying the string of his pants, pulling them down. Ah! How annoying. Some female students covered their eyes while others stared unabashedly, claiming under the pretext of studying anatomy, their sole purpose being martial arts training. After stripping down, Wei Qi sprinted around the No. 2 gymnasium, completing a full lap before returning to Jiang Fan. How about that? Jiang Fan gave a thumbs up. A man of character. Ahem. Wei Yue cleared his throat. Put your clothes on first. Wei Qi acted completely nonchalant, as if flaunting his physique. It's fine, I'm not cold. Wei Yue. If you don't put them on, it'll make you run around the entire school. Hearing this, Wei Qi wasted no time and quickly dressed himself properly. There were only a few people in the gymnasium, streaking among them was one thing, but running around the school would be too much for even his thick skin to bear. Wei Yue walked up to Jiang Fan and looked him over from head to toe once more. You continue to impress me more and more, not only with your combat prowess but also with your mental fortitude. Many of your peers can't hold a candle to you, and even many battle-hardened veterans might not match your strength. Unfortunately, your strength is still too low. It can't be helped, it's limited by your natural talent. Seeing Jiang Fan's silence, Wei Yue continued, don't be unconvinced. The gap in talent between individuals can be as vast as the heavens. Some people without any special effort are born to achieve what others can never reach, no matter how hard they try. Others, even if they give their all, can only watch from behind as the distance grows ever wider. Especially in the path of martial arts, there exists an insurmountable chasm between major realms. The fact that you can defeat a classmate 2 levels above you is due partly to his arrogance and negligence, and partly because the boundaries between martial apprentices are far less formidable than the vast gulf between martial artist ranks. When you have the opportunity to step into the ranks of martial artists in the future, you will experience it firsthand. By then, attempting to challenge those above your level would be as difficult as scaling the heavens. Of course, I say this not to disparage you. Your ability to fight above your level shows immense talent in combat. To be honest, if not for your limited blood energy and constrained potential for advancement, I would have truly wanted to recruit you into my Divine Wind Squad. These words left the entire crowd stunned. It was well known that among them Mu Feng, second only to Lan Xingxue, had been flatly rejected by Wei Yue when he sought to join the Divine Wind Camp. Yet Wei Yue had just said that if Jiang Fan's talent were slightly better, he might have joined the most formidable Divine Wind Camp of Daxia. At that moment, some envied Jiang Fan, others felt a pang of bitterness, and still others secretly rejoiced that Jiang Fan's martial talent was low, preventing him from joining the Divine Wind Camp. Just as everyone's thoughts diverged, Mu Feng with a stony expression stepped out from the crowd and approached Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, let us have a match. It's Mu Feng. Mu Feng is going to fight Jiang Fan. Who do you think will win? Needless to say, it'll be Mu Feng. He's the second strongest in our school after Lan Xingxue. But you can't say that. Look at Wei Qi, 2 levels above Jiang Fan, and he still lost. That's different. Wei Qi lost, as Instructor Wei said, partly because he underestimated his opponent and partly because Jiang Fan possesses remarkable combat talent. But Mu Feng is different. His great-grandfather started a martial arts hall, and his grandfather, father, and elder brother all practice martial arts. His family is a genuine martial arts lineage in our city of An. Raised in such an environment, do you think his practical combat skills would be lacking? You have a point, exactly. Besides, Mu Feng just witnessed Jiang Fan's one-move victory. He's no fool, how could he let his guard down? So Mu Feng will definitely win. I think you're all wrong. Consider this, if you all know it, how could Jiang Fan not? Wouldn't he know that Mu Feng comes from a martial arts family with rich combat experience? Moreover, while both Mu Feng and Wei Qi are high-level martial apprentices, Wei Qi has only won 19 N, he gained 1 N these past 2 days, so 120 N. But Mu Feng, coincidentally, when I went to test my blood energy yesterday, I saw him. At that time his punch registered 153 N on the blood energy meter. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but marvel. Good heavens, wasn't it only 151 N during the registration test last time? How much time has passed and he's already gained 2 N? That's too extraordinary. A genius is indeed a genius, forever beyond our reach. I think we can't just credit his talent. We've also seen his hard work. He trains double every day and he practices at his own martial arts hall as well. I often see him with fresh injuries early in the morning, likely from training at his family's hall. Ignoring the chatter, Mufong stared directly at Jiang Fan. Will you fight? Yes. Jiang Fan agreed, hoping to enhance his practical experience through the battle with Mufong. Yet Jiang Fan's calm response sent shockwaves through the crowd. They truly hadn't expected him to accept the challenge. How dared he, a low-level martial apprentice? Or had his victory over Wei Qi inflated his ego, making him believe that Mufong, also a high-level martial apprentice, was no match for him? Wei Sanyue stood between them, looking at Jiang Fan. Are you sure you want to fight him? Very well, I'll be the referee. You may begin. With that, Wei Sanyue stepped back a few paces. The other students stopped their sparring and withdrew, leaving ample space for Jiang Fan and Mufong, eager to watch the spectacle. How many moves do you bet Jiang Fan can withstand from Mufong? What nonsense! One has 81 N of blood energy, the other 153 and nearly double. I bet Jiang Fan lasts at most one move. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Jiang Fan and Mufong, standing opposite each other, locked gazes for a few seconds before striking almost simultaneously. The next moment their fists collided, producing a thunderous sound. Everyone felt their eardrums vibrate as if firecrackers had exploded beside them, their bodies trembling and hair standing on end. After the clash of fists, the immense force sent both staggering backward. Jiang Fan retreated 8 or 9 steps while Mufong fell back 6 or 7. Jiang Fan was slightly at a disadvantage. Yet despite this, the crowd was stunned into silence by the scene, unable to accept what had just transpired. What the hell? Jiang Fan, the blood energy Jiang Fan just unleashed, he's a mid-level martial apprentice. These words set the entire No.2 gymnasium ablaze. All eyes turned sharply to Jiang Fan. How is this possible? Wei Qi craned his neck, mouth agape, as if his jaw might drop at any moment. Beside him, Jiang Yutian wore an identical expression. Their movements and expressions were perfectly synchronized. On the platform, Wei Sanyue, acting as referee, now gazed at Jiang Fan with increasingly bright eyes. Earlier he had said Jiang Fan's strength was too low, but now it seemed increasingly impressive. Ignoring the uproar below, Jiang Fan calmly looked at Mufong. Fight for real. All right. Mufong was not one to dawdle. Knowing Jiang Fan was a mid-level martial apprentice, he held nothing back. With a swift step, he slid to Jiang Fan's side as fast as lightning and struck at Jiang Fan's ribs with a knife hand. Except for Wei Sanyue and Lan Xingxue, who could react in time, the other students claimed they hadn't blinked yet. Mufong had suddenly appeared beside Jiang Fan. But to Jiang Fan, a spiritual master, it was like slow motion. Facing Mufong's sudden attack, he stepped back and dodged with ease. Then, under Mufong's astonished gaze, he delivered a heavy punch. Mufong had no time to adjust his stance and could only raise his arm to block. A hasty defense naturally couldn't withstand Jiang Fan's powerful blow. Even at a disadvantage, Mufong remained unflustered. He stomped the ground, repeatedly retreating to create distance. As soon as he steadied himself, Jiang Fan attacked again. Mufong decided to turn defense into offense, mobilizing his blood energy and visualizing his usual combat scenes. The next second, a cold gleam flashed in his pupils as he assumed a starting stance. Jiang Fan sensed something amiss, so he stopped simply throwing punches and chose to observe his opponent's movements. Mufong charged forward, attacking with both hands in a flurry of strikes. While dealing with Mufong's relentless attacks like a downpour, Jiang Fan used his spiritual will to dissect his techniques and move. Having become a spiritualist, he now possessed the ability to never forget what he saw, so every technique and counter Mufong had used became his own. Not only that, but through careful analysis, Jiang Fan could now even reassemble these techniques, making them more flexible, and thus in the ensuing exchanges Jiang Fan handled Mufong's attacks with increasing ease. On the other hand, Mufong felt that something was off the more he fought. Jiang Fan was strong, but his initial attacks or defenses were more instinctual. In plain terms, he was a novice. But now Jiang Fan was responding methodically, countering every move and even turning his opponent's techniques against him. It was precisely this, turning the opponent's own techniques against him, that made Mufong feel so uneasy. It felt as if his own techniques had been stolen, yet Jiang Fan executed them even better than he did, as if he himself was the one who had failed to fully learn from the other. The onlookers watched the intense fight on the stage with rapt attention, blow for blow, every punch landing solidly. Jiang Fan is this strong? Wei Qi could barely speak. To be honest, he was still somewhat unconvinced of his earlier defeat to Jiang Fan, believing he had lost due to carelessness. But now he realized that Jiang Fan had not even used his full strength when fighting him. Just as Wei Qi was lamenting this, Mufong was kicked off the stage by Jiang Fan. Wei Sanyue stepped forward. Jiang Fan wins. The entire venue erupted once more. The students looked at Jiang Fan with eyes full of shock. Among the crowd, Jiang Yutian stood dumbfounded, his gaze at Jiang Fan not one of shock like the others, but rather of venom. Mu Feng clutching his chest cast a complex look at Jiang Fan before walking alone toward the infirmary. At that moment Lan Xingxue stepped onto the stage looking at Jiang Fan with an indifferent expression. Let's have a match. Silence. Shock. Gymnasium no. Two erupted again. Mu Feng, who had been about to leave the gymnasium, stopped immediately upon hearing this and turned to look back at the stage. Jiang Fan frowned. Although he had once killed a first-grade mid-stage martial artist while he himself was only at the martial apprentice initial stage, that was because the opponent had been overconfident and he had seized the opportunity to use his spiritual will to kill him by surprise. But in the current situation he could not use his spiritual will in front of so many eyes, and Lan Xingxue would not underestimate him. There was another crucial point. He had heard from the mad old man and Wei Sanyue that Lan Xingxue was not from Fortress 31 but a direct descendant of the super family Lan from Fortress 1. Such a massive family undoubtedly had profound foundations, and their martial arts techniques and secret manuals were certainly of the highest quality. Simply put, Lan Xingxue as a first-grade initial stage martial artist was not comparable to others of the same rank. Moreover, Lan Xingxue's reputation as a prodigy was not without reason. Seeing that Jiang Fan was silent, Lan Xingxue's patience began to wear thin. Fight or not? Or let me put it this way, dare you or not? Jiang Fan snapped back to reality. There's no need to provoke me deliberately. He paused, then assumed a fighting stance. Bring it on. He wanted to see just how big the gap was between him and Lan Xingxue, who possessed the inheritance of a super family. If he was lucky, he might even learn some top-tier secret techniques from her. Lan Xingxue showed considerable appreciation for Jiang Fan's courage. Don't worry, I won't go all out on you. He'll only spar with you until it's clear who is superior. Jiang Fan nodded. Do you need a rest? You've already fought 2 rounds, Lan Xingxue asked. No need. Alright, let's begin. Wei Sanyue once again acted as referee, standing between the two. Begin. As Wei Kangyu's voice fell, Jiang Fan and Lan Xingxue charged toward each other almost simultaneously. Lan Xingxue's jade-like leg shot out like a whip, flexible yet powerful, sweeping toward Jiang Fan's lower body. Jiang Fan raised his leg to block. The moment their legs collided, he felt as if his leg had been struck by a whip, a burning numbness spreading through it. The pain made him instinctively want to withdraw, but he gritted his teeth and held on. For he knew that if he evaded, he would be subjected to Lan Xingxue's relentless onslaught, leaving him no chance of turning the tables. He blocked it. Wei Qi shouted, eyes wide. The others were also stunned. Heavens! That's Lan Xingxue. She's a true martial artist. And Jiang Fan is only a martial apprentice midstage. There's an insurmountable gap between them. Exactly. This is different from Mu Feng and Wei Qi. Although they were strong, they hadn't officially crossed the threshold into martial artist. I was shocked that Jiang Fan could beat them, but it wasn't beyond acceptance. But now Jiang Fan is actually trading blows with Lan Xingxue. What do you know? It's obvious that Lan Xingxue isn't using her full power. If she went all out, how could Jiang Fan possibly block it? Wei Sanyue nodded in agreement with this remark. Indeed, Lan Xingxue had not fully exerted herself, otherwise given Jiang Fan's martial apprentice midstage strength, he would not have been able to block that kick. Even so, that kick from Lan Xingxue was still extremely powerful. Not just a martial apprentice midstage, but even a first-grade initial stage martial artist of the same rank might not be able to withstand it. This Jiang Fan truly made him look at him with increasing admiration. After withdrawing his leg, Jiang Fan looked at Lan Xingxue and said, use your full power. Seeing that Jiang Fan was serious, Lan Xingxue no longer held back. Her jade-like leg shot out again, but this time not as casually as before. It was highly structured, and its speed was so fast that it left after images. Wei Kangyu's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Phantom Gale Leg. Good heavens! This was one of the Lan family's exclusive secret arts. This girl, only a first-grade initial stage martial artist, had already mastered such a difficult martial technique. And it seemed she had reached the first level of the Phantom Gale Leg. As far as he knew, the Phantom Gale Leg was created by the Lan family's ancestor and had a total of 7 levels. Practicing this technique made the leg speed as swift as a gale and as elusive as a phantom, hence its name. This technique was extremely difficult to master. Since its creation, only the Lan ancestor had reached the 7th level and the current Lan family head had only reached the 5th level. That was already considered exceptionally formidable. Such incredible speed. Jiang Fan focused his attention intensely, constantly tracking Lan Xingxue's movements. Bang! 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 Jiang Fan was kicked several times in succession, stumbling backward. At this moment his mind was rapidly reviewing the leg techniques he had just witnessed. To his astonishment, although he had memorized each move, their sheer complexity, unpredictability and fluidity made it utterly impossible to execute them on the spot. He would need to find a secluded spot after returning practice a few more times, and only then could he hope to apply them flexibly. Slap! Jiang Fan's blocking stance was swept aside by Lan Sheng's long leg. Before he could mount another defense, her sharp jade-like fingers pressed against his forehead. Lan Xingxue wins. Wei San Yue announced. Lan Xingxue withdrew her hand and cast an appreciative glance at Jiang Fan. You haven't received systematic training in martial techniques or cultivation methods, and the gap in our strength is enormous, yet you held your own against me. That's already quite impressive. Jiang Fan said nothing. He had no time to speak, he was rapidly digesting everything he had just experienced. As for victory or defeat, he did not take it too much to heart. After all, he was merely a mid-stage martial apprentice, while Lan Xingxue was a genuine first-grade initial-stage martial artist and a genius among geniuses at that. Defeating Lan Xingxue without using his spiritual mental power would be nothing short of a fantasy. He was not so arrogant as to believe otherwise. Wei San Yue walked over to Jiang Fan and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be so discouraged. Lan Xingxue is a rare genius. You've actually done very well. It's just that your batch of students is a bit unlucky, having someone like Lan Xingxue emerge among you. The spotlight of this cohort will inevitably belong to her alone. Jiang Fan glanced up at him, then went to sit aside, closing his eyes to digest those complex and ever-changing techniques. Seeing this, Wei San Yue shook his head. Reality was harsh. Without talent, even if you gave your all to climb the peak, it would be difficult to ever glimpse the view from the summit. Speaking of which, I'm curious, how did you suddenly break through to mid-stage martial apprentice? This was exactly what everyone else wanted to know, so they pricked up their ears. Jiang Fan curled his lips into a smile. What if I said I'm gifted and that I advanced overnight? He was telling the truth, but judging by Wei Kangyu's expression, the man clearly didn't believe him. Even if you refuse to say, do you think I wouldn't know? You little rascal, you've been hiding it well. You probably reached mid-stage martial apprentice a long time ago and deliberately kept it a secret. Planning to ambush someone, weren't you? Hearing this, the crowd turned to look at Zhang Yutian and Wei Qi. And indeed, that was exactly what had happened. Both Zhang Yutian and Wei Qi had been caught off guard by Jiang Fan. This Jiang Fan, despite having a handsome righteous face, was a stealthy trickster. What a sly one. Half an hour later. Wei San Yue, everyone rested. Now follow me to a place for the second training session. Soon the special training class students followed Wei San Yue to a place called the Demon Beast Research Institute. Seeing this, the students couldn't help asking, Instructor Wei, why are you bringing us here? Wei San Yue sneered. You kids have no real skills beyond bickering and fighting with your classmates. Today I'm taking you to see genuine demon beasts. Not in textbooks, not on computers, face to face with real demon beasts, so you can feel the pressure they impose. Hearing this, most of the students' faces gradually turned pale. Wei San Yue swept his gaze around and said with a smile, this training is optional, you can choose to participate or not. Oh, but let me be clear beforehand. If you don't participate, then you don't need to come to my training sessions anymore. After all, as a member of the Divine Wind Guard, I have no desire to teach a bunch of cowards. The students breathed a sigh of relief at Wei Kangyu's first half of the sentence, but upon hearing the latter part they had no choice but to abandon any thoughts of backing out. If they really withdrew from the special training class, they could still take the martial arts exam, but if word got out, no martial arts school would likely accept them. Thinking this, the students gritted their teeth. We're not scared. Those demon beasts are locked up and there are special guards watching. We're just going to take a look. What's there to be afraid of? That's right. Those demon beasts are just a bit bigger than normal animals. We're not afraid. Instructor Wei, take us in. Wei San Yue, your decision pleases me. This is the quality a martial artist should possess. After all, most of you will eventually train in the wilderness. When you encounter demon beasts there, their wildness and oppressive aura will be 10 times more terrifying than what you see in this research institute. If one day we need to defend our homeland and fight to the death against demon beasts, will you be afraid and retreat? Will you let ordinary people, your families, stand in front of you? These words inflamed the students like a shot of adrenaline. Initially they had agreed to enter only to remain in the training class, but now their blood was truly fired up. Just as Wei San Yue had said, if that day ever came and they didn't stand on the front line against the demon beasts, the beasts would tear down the walls, invade their homes and devour their loved ones. But passion aside, when these students, who had never experienced brutal bloodshed, actually saw the demon beasts, every one of them turned pale, trembled violently and swallowed repeatedly. Before them stood massive cages, each holding various demon beasts. This is a golden horned lion. Heavens! It's this huge. And its eyes are so terrifying. I feel like just one glance from it fills me with an indescribable dread. And there's the mist-hiding flying crow. This kind of demon beast is extremely good at hiding, and it usually only appears in heavy fog. If you encounter one in the wilderness, you must escape the foggy area as quickly as possible. Look! That's a twin-tailed blood-eyed wolf. I saw its encyclopedia entry on my phone before. It says that although its body isn't particularly huge, it can swallow a 200 fat man in one gulp. That terrifying. Just then the twin-tailed blood-eyed wolf stood up, let out a howl toward the students surrounding it, and bared its fangs and claws. The golden horned lion and the other demon beasts also issued terrifying roars as if they were about to burst out of their cages at any moment. Mommy! It's so scary. Some students collapsed onto the ground in fear. A few girls huddled together trembling, and some even began to sob quietly. Wei Qi kept swallowing, forcing his trembling legs to step in front of Tong Shuyao. Shuyao, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Zhang Yutian looked at Lan Xingxue and said, I'll protect you too. Lan Xingxue turned her head, glanced calmly at Zhang Yutian, who was hiding behind her, and a trace of disgust flickered in her beautiful eyes. Stay away from me. Wei Sanyue had been secretly observing the students. He noticed that besides Lan Xingxue, only Mufeng and Jiang Fan appeared relatively calm. Lan Xingxue was no surprise, after all she was from the blue family of the No. One fortress. What sights hadn't she seen? As for Mufeng, his face was only slightly pale, but he showed no sign of cowardice, a good prospect. As for Jiang Fan, Wei Sanyue felt he couldn't quite figure him out. How could this kid remain so composed? His calmness was almost unnatural, and when Jiang Fan looked at those demonic beasts, his eyes were utterly cold. It shouldn't be like this logically. According to what old Wu had told him, Jiang Fan had grown up in the slums and was born frail. Although he didn't know how Jiang Fan had solved his congenital weakness given his background, he shouldn't have had any contact with demonic beasts before. Could it be that this kid was just naturally bold? It took Wei Qi a long time to stop trembling. Seeing his classmates' terrified expressions, he felt quite impressive compared to them. By the way, I wonder how Jiang Fan is doing. He's probably trembling in fear like the rest of them. Thinking this, Wei Qi grew even more smug. Turning around to see Jiang Fan making a fool of himself, he instead found Jiang Fan standing there as calm as ever with no extra expression on his face. This sight shocked Wei Qi deeply, and his previous smugness vanished. After the training ended, the news that Jiang Fan had become a mid-stage martial apprentice and defeated both Wei Qi and Mufeng quickly spread throughout the entire 9th high school of Ansheng. Not only that, but the news also reached the ears of the parents of the students. This included the Jiang family. During dinner, the Jiang family sat around the table looking as mournful as if they had lost a loved one, their faces grim. Zhang Yutian kept his head down, not daring to say a word. At that moment he hated Jiang Fan to the bone. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Qifeng finally spoke. Yotian, work hard and try to surpass Jiang Fan. Zhang Yutian nodded resolutely. Father, rest assured. I will redouble my efforts in the coming days and strive to surpass Jiang Fan. Zhang Qifeng picked up a chicken leg and placed it in Zhang Yushan's bowl. Let's eat. Only then did the family begin to eat. To be honest, everyone in the Jiang family, including Zhang Qifeng, had indeed considered bringing Jiang Fan back after hearing about his achievements. But considering that the Jiang family had already publicly severed ties with Jiang Fan, coupled with his current temperament, even if the whole family knelt before him, he probably wouldn't return. The Jiang family had completely cut ties with Jiang Fan. They could only regret that the bodyguards they had sent last time hadn't managed to break Jiang Fan's legs. Speaking of those two high-stage martial apprentice bodyguards, it was strange, how could two living masters simply disappear without a trace? Could it be that Jiang Fan had killed them? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Kaifeng's pupils suddenly constricted. Before, he would have thought this idea was utterly fantastical, but today Jiang Fan had defeated the genius Mufeng in the special training class. The two bodyguards he had hired were also high-stage martial apprentices like Mufeng, but the former were merely ordinary experts, while Mufeng was a genius under 18, born into a martial arts family, trained in various combat techniques and martial skills from a young age, with an experience far beyond that of ordinary people. If Jiang Fan could defeat Mufeng today, dealing with those two high-stage martial apprentices would naturally be no problem. The more Jiang Qifeng thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If that were the case, Jiang Fan must have known that those two experts were sent by him. Analyzing this, Jiang Qifeng felt he had hit the truth. It seemed that the Jiang family and Jiang Fan would never reconcile. So there was no need for them to swallow their pride and beg Jiang Fan. Zhang Kaifeng's gaze fell on Zhang Yotian, hoping he would succeed in his gamble. At night, after Jiang Fan had earned his points at the crazy old man's place, he began to practice in the yard. He closed his eyes, replaying Lan Shengsha's leg movements in his mind. Breaking them down and reassembling them, he soon memorized all the moves and slowly lifted his leg. What's this kid up to? The crazy old man came out of the office with a bottle of ergotu, watching with interest. At first Jiang Fan's leg movements were slow, but as time passed his speed gradually increased. The broken down moves became smoothly connected, forming a series of afterimages wrapped in swift gales. Ha! Jiang Fan turned and kicked out, striking a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. With a crack, the trunk fell, the cut clean and neat. The crazy old man suddenly jumped up. Phantom Gale leg. He walked over to Jiang Fan wide-eyed, looking him up and down. Hey. You're something, kid. You've gotten close to that lawn girl. Jiang Fan was baffled. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't deny it. The leg technique you just used is one of the Lan family's ultimate arts, the Phantom Gale leg. This technique can only be practiced by the Lan family and is never passed on to outsiders. If you weren't involved with Lan Xingxue, would she have taught you? The crazy old man stared at Jiang Fan's face as he spoke. Being handsome has its perks, but don't rely too much on your charm or you'll end up with an upset stomach. Jiang Fan was speechless. Who's relying on charm? Don't talk nonsense. Lan Xingxue and I are just classmates. In nearly 3 years we've barely spoken a few words. Ha! The old man clearly didn't believe him. If you weren't involved, would she have taught you the Phantom Gale leg? Jiang Fan replied, have you forgotten that I'm a spiritualist? I sparred with her today and memorized all her moves. That's why I can execute them. Hearing this, the crazy old man was stunned and the bottle of ergwota slipped from his hand. This reaction left Jiang Fan bewildered. What had suddenly come over him? Was there something wrong with what he said? Why would the crazy old man, who usually remained unflappable even if Mount Tai collapsed, react like this? Gulp! The crazy old man swallowed hard, then reached out with his calloused hands and grabbed Jiang Fan's shoulders, his old eyes flickering with light. Are you serious, kid? You just watched the Lan girl's moves and could memorize and perform them. Hearing the excitement and thrill in his voice, Jiang Fan grew even more confused. Isn't that normal for a spiritualist? Normal, my foot. The old man spoke so urgently that spittle flew out. By your logic, if you just watch someone's moves and memorize them, you can learn their essence and make it your own. Then why not just record a video, study it at home and turn it into your own? Would there even be techniques that aren't passed on? Jiang Fan had no retort. It did make sense. The excitement on the crazy old man's face grew even more intense. The fact that you can do this shows your extraordinary talent for comprehending martial techniques. Combined with your spiritual power, it's absolutely incredible. Ha ha ha. The mad old man laughed heartily while vigorously patting Jiang Fan on the shoulder. Yen Tianyang, that brat finally did something right, sending me such a treasure. Jiang Fan had lost count of how many times he had heard the name Yen Tianyang and had long since grown tired of explaining. Ha ha ha, I'm curious, can a spiritual master truly not learn others' techniques and martial skills at will? Nonsense. The mad old man rolled his eyes. You'd better get on with it and absorb everything you learned today. To be honest, I can't wait to see old man Lan's face when you unleash this Phantom Gale kick. The very thought makes me want to laugh. His face will surely be as dark as a black bear spirit's. Hearing this, Jiang Fan couldn't help but retort, are you sure that old man won't beat me to death? Don't worry, he won't kill you. At worst, he'll break both your legs so you can never use this technique again, said the mad old man. Jiang Fan was speechless. He decided to modify this leg technique so it wouldn't be recognized. Without further ado, Jiang Fan began dismantling the Phantom Gale kick in his mind, breaking it down piece by piece, then reassembling it. After repeatedly simulating it thousands of times, joy surged within him. Success! The next moment he lifted his foot and stepped forward, darting 5 or 6 meters in the blink of an eye. With continuous strides he reached the foot of Mount Li in mere seconds, then returned to the courtyard just as quickly. Ha! The mad old man's eyes widened like an ox's. Is that the Phantom Gale kick? No, it doesn't look like it. Jiang Fan replied with a smile, I dismantled and reassembled the Phantom Gale kick to deduce this new footwork for speed. With this footwork I can escape when facing enemies or beasts I can't defeat. The mad old man was stunned. What did you say? You dismantled and reassembled the Phantom Gale kick to deduce a new footwork. Just now. Yes, just now. Didn't you say that if the Lan family discovered this leg technique I'd be in grave trouble? So I thought I'd alter it so even if the Lan family sees it they can't be certain it's the Phantom Gale kick. Jiang Fan said. The mad old man's mouth hung wide open, he was utterly dumbfounded. He had seen many geniuses, including himself, who was once one of them. In his prime he was renowned and an unattainable peak for countless prodigies. They envied and resented him, but no amount of effort could bridge the gap. Now faced with Jiang Fan's talent, the mad old man admitted he was envious and jealous. It took him a long while to regain his composure. Since you have such ability, why not visit various martial arts halls, gather the strengths of each and integrate them into your own? The suggestion sparked a glimmer in Jiang Fan's eyes and he was deeply tempted. So the next day after school he went to the nearest martial arts hall. Heavenly Eagle Martial Arts Hall. The receptionist, seeing Jiang Fan was young and clearly there to sign up, greeted him warmly. Student, are you here to enroll? What class are you interested in? A regular fitness class, or do you want to learn real martial skills? Real martial skills. You're very ambitious. Let me tell you, our hall has been around for over 100 years with a rich history and our fees are quite reasonable. But the specific cost depends on the class you choose. If it's just a summer course, is there a trial lesson? Jiang Fan interrupted the receptionist. Though it was rude to cut her off, he felt if she kept talking it would be dark by the time she finished. Yes. As luck would have it, the hall master's son is giving a lecture on combat techniques today. Let me tell you, our eldest young master is incredibly skilled, a solid first-grade initial stage martial artist. And the second young master is also remarkable. He's currently, where is the lecture? Jiang Fan interrupted the receptionist's endless chatter again. The receptionist was a bit displeased. How rude could this youth be, not letting her finish her enthusiastic spiel? It's over there. I'll take you. No need, I can go myself. Jiang Fan turned and left quickly, arriving at a place called the Martial Practice Hall. The space inside was sizable, as large as 4 or 5 basketball courts. At the center stood a young man in a martial arts uniform, about 20-something, with a crew cut and an air of confidence. Unsurprisingly, this was the hall master's eldest son, a first-grade initial stage martial artist as mentioned by the reception. For some reason Jiang Fan found the man vaguely familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him. The young man scanned the room. I will now demonstrate our Heavenly Eagle Hall's martial techniques. With that he straightforwardly performed a set of moves before the crowd. Jiang Fan quickly memorized them. The more he watched, the more familiar they seemed. Suddenly it hit him. Mufong. During his fight with Mufong yesterday, he had secretly learned some moves, and some of them were exactly what this young man had demonstrated. As it turned out, Mufong's family ran a martial arts hall, so by sheer coincidence Jiang Fan had stumbled into Mufong's family establishment. Soon he had memorized all the techniques the young man demonstrated and closed his eyes to rapidly digest them. Hey kid. What's with the closed eyes? Who are you looking down on? If you don't want to watch, get the hell out, the young man scolded angrily. Jiang Fan opened his eyes to find himself the center of attention, with everyone's gaze fixed on him. He stood up and explained, I wasn't looking down on you. I just gained some insights from watching your techniques. The young man clearly didn't believe him. Gained insights from just one look? Do you think you're some unseen-a-century genius? Is that so? Come up here, let me see how good your insights are. Jiang Fan initially wanted to ignore him and leave, but he suddenly felt like testing how effective his deduced techniques actually were. When the crowd saw Jiang Fan actually step up, they showed expressions of surprise. No way. How old is this kid? He looks like just a student, barely out of his teens. And he actually dares to go up. Doesn't he know Mudong is a first-grade initial stage martial artist? I think he's just a fearless calf who hasn't faced the harsh realities of life. He's probably going to end up with a bruised and battered face. Mudong looked at Jiang Fan standing opposite him and said, I won't bully you with my strength, I'll only use martial techniques against you. Good. That was exactly what Jiang Fan wanted, technique against technique, ignoring the disparity in chi and blood. Such a duel would better test the effectiveness of his deduced techniques. Begin. With that command, Jiang Fan and Mudong charged at each other simultaneously. Then came a series of meaty impacts, punch after punch, a relentless flurry of attacks with neither combatant wasting a single motion. What struck observers as most peculiar was the striking similarity in their offensive and defensive maneuvers, yet any discerning eye could tell that Jiang Fan held the upper hand. Mudong grew increasingly unsettled as the fight progressed. How could this youth's techniques resemble his own so closely? Could it really be as the boy claimed, that after watching him perform his family's martial arts once he had gained insights and innovated upon them? Impossible. Mudong immediately dismissed the notion. How old was this kid? Probably the same age as his younger brother. How could he possibly possess such ability? To memorize an entire martial art after a single glance, then innovate and apply it with such fluidity, if he truly had such a gift, then this youth's talent could no longer be described as genius. It was monstrous, aberrant. In the future he was destined to become the most illustrious figure in all of Daxia. Their sprawling in city, a mere speck of a place situated on the outermost fringes of Daxia, bordering the untamed wilds with meager resources, how could such a place produce a peerless prodigy of this caliber, one seen only once in a century? Dismissing the thought was one thing, but given the current situation, every single move the youth made felt hauntingly familiar. What was going on? Before he could unravel the mystery, Jiang Fan had already taken him down. I concede defeat, Jiang Fan said, cupping his hands toward Mudong. To be honest, he rather admired Mudong, for the man had stayed true to his word, using only martial techniques without drawing upon his blood and chi power. With that he turned and departed. Everyone, including Mudong, watched the direction of Jiang Fan's retreat, remaining silent for a long time. After an indeterminate period, under their gaze a figure appeared in their line of sight. Mufong walked in, immediately baffled by the strange eerie atmosphere. His eyes eventually landed on Mudong, who was sprawled on the ground. Brother, what kind of move is that? I've never seen it before. Mu Dong shot his younger brother an irritated glare, picked himself up off the floor and knitted his brows into a knot. Did you see that person just now? Mu Feng was utterly perplexed. See who? Mu Dong, a young man. Mu Feng grew even more confused. What exactly happened? Just now. Mu Dong recounted the events. So that's how it was. The young man was about your age. That's not the point. The point is the techniques he used felt remarkably similar to our families, yet there were some differences. To be frank, and it pains me to say this, those different moves were clearly superior. Hearing this, Mu Feng suddenly recalled his earlier sparring session with Jiang Fan. Could it be him? Who? Do you know him? Mu Dong asked eagerly. Mu Feng thought for a moment, then ultimately dismissed the suspicion in his mind. It's nothing. It couldn't be Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was only at the intermediate martial apprentice level. Even if his elder brother hadn't mobilized his blood and chi power, he was still a solid first-grade initial stage martial artist. His physical resilience and rich combat experience made it impossible for Jiang Fan to defeat him. Moreover, from his brother's description, the opponent had defeated him with ease, which ruled out Jiang Fan entirely. Just then someone spoke up. I took a photo of that young man. Hearing this, Mu Feng immediately went over to the person. Let me see. Taking the phone and clearly seeing the person in the picture, Mu Feng's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with disbelief. The scene shifted. Jiang Fan, guided by his map, went from one martial arts hall to another. Like a parched sponge, he ceaselessly absorbed a vast ocean of knowledge, synthesizing it, retaining the essence while discarding the dross until it all became his own. The phone buzzed with a vibration. The call was from Yao Lingling. Hey Tang Fan. The studio got a new mission. The client is offering 50 million for us to protect his family tomorrow night. 50 million. That much? Jiang Fan frowned. Is the mission very dangerous? Yao Lingling, sharp as always. How dangerous? Jiang Fan pressed. Aren't you the one who's not afraid of death? You'd charge at a one-star beast without a second thought. Why are you worried about danger now? Yao Lingling teased. Who isn't afraid of death? Aren't you? I chased that one-star beast because I thought I wasn't in any real danger, not because I'm fearless. Alright, you always have a comeback. Let's stop bantering and get down to business. According to the client, when he was young and in business, he had a major falling out with a partner which turned into a life-or-death grudge. Just today, that partner, who had vanished for over 20 years, suddenly reappeared, vowing to settle old scores once and for all. Tomorrow night the client's partner will hire a group of desperados. If the client can survive until dawn, the old feud will be considered resolved. Jiang Fan, so the client is spending 50 million to hire us to buy his life. And to put our lives on the line. Yao Lingling, that's about the gist of it. The other party said the client should also hire a group of people with equal numbers and strength. Jiang Fan, what's the strength of those desperados? 1 first-grade high-stage martial artist, 1 first-grade mid-stage, 1 first-grade initial stage, and 2 high-stage martial apprentices, Yao Lingling replied. Their overall strength is inferior to ours. Exactly, so this mission is doable. But it still carries significant risks. Jiang Fan deliberated. Yao Lingling, in our line of work, which mission doesn't have risks? Compared to going into the wilderness, this is already pretty good. Alright, enough chatter. Remember to come early tomorrow evening to assemble. Okay. Jiang Fan stopped being difficult. The next morning, as soon as he reached the classroom, he lay his head on the desk and fell asleep. He slept soundly all morning undisturbed. This was mainly because Wei Qi hadn't shown up today. During class, a male student raised his hand. Teacher Lu, Jiang Fan has been sleeping the whole time. Aren't you going to do something? Louis said if you had his ability and could still rank first in exams while sleeping, you could sleep too. The male student muttered under his breath, last time was just luck. Besides, he used to at least read and study. But ever since he joined the special training class, I haven't seen him in a single class where he wasn't sleeping. Just wait. The monthly exam is coming soon. Let's see what rank he gets. He'll probably fall to the very bottom. Louis walked over to the male student and tapped him on the head with a book. You've been rambling on and on. Don't disturb his sleep. The male student felt like screaming in frustration. Arg. When night fell, Jiang Fan, along with the other members of Xiuqiang Studio, arrived at the client's location. The Royal View Villa District. Here again. Last time Tangguo was taken here by those Knights of Justice. Upon entering the villa, the employer's family immediately came forward to greet them. You finally arrived. Today the lives of our entire family rest in your hands. The speaker was the employer for this mission, named Wei Xianghong. Jiang Fan noticed Wei Qi standing behind Wei Shanghong, feeling a slight surprise that their employer turned out to be Wei Qi's family. Wei Qi hadn't come to school today, presumably to evade his enemies. As Jiang Fan analyzed the situation, Wei Qi's attention was also drawn to Jiang Fan. Strange. Why did this person look familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before? At that moment Wei Shanghong began to hesitate. I see your studio has a martial apprentice intermediate member. This, you know, the overall strength of our opponents: a first-grade high-level martial artist, a first-grade intermediate level, a first-grade beginner level, and 2 martial apprentice high levels. Although all of you are first-grade, his strength. As he spoke, Wei Xianghong's gaze fell upon Jiang Fan. Yang Xiaoqiang stepped forward and said, "Don't underestimate him because of his low strength. His archery skills are nothing short of miraculous, hitting the mark every single time. Moreover, given the current situation where the enemy is hidden and we are exposed, we must have a formidable archer to escort us. I believe you understand this logic, Boss Wei." I understand the logic, but his strength. Wei Shanghong stopped mid-sentence, his meaning clear. He had serious doubts about Jiang Fan's abilities. This is a matter of life and death for my entire family. We cannot afford any carelessness. I hope you can understand, Boss Yang. Yang Xiaoqiang nodded. I understand. He then turned to Jiang Fan. Give Boss Wei a demonstration so he can see your archery skills and put his mind at ease. Without wasting words, Jiang Fan drew his bow and released an arrow. With a sharp swish, the arrow pierced through the air, embedding itself deep into the wall. Such overwhelming power. Wei Qi marveled. Even as a martial apprentice high level, he knew he could never achieve such a feat. Before Wei Qi could finish his amazement, Jiang Fan drew the bow again, firing arrows one after another without hesitation, each striking a different spot. The Wei family watched in bewilderment. Why was every arrow hitting a different place? It was only when Jiang Fan stopped that they saw the character formed on the wall by the arrows. Fan. Jiang Fan lowered his bow and looked at Wei Shanghong. Tang Fan, my name. Astonishment filled the air. Wei Shanghong no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Fan. Being able to embed arrows into the wall and form his name with them demonstrated extraordinary mastery of archery. Though not a martial artist himself, after years of navigating the world he understood enough to know that such a person had limitless potential. With this thought, Wei Shanghong immediately shed his skepticism and put on a smiling face. Young man, you seem so young yet possess such skill. I was indeed narrow-minded. Please have a seat. Old Joe, bring tea. As he warmly invited Jiang Fan, he said to Yang Xiaoqiang, Boss Yang, congratulations on finding such a prodigious archer. It's nothing, just luck. You mustn't speak of this outside. I understand the rules. I trust your integrity, Boss Wei. Wei Shanghong smiled with great relief. With such a master archer on guard, the safety of his family was far more assured. At that moment, Jiang Fan suddenly turned his gaze toward the window. The next second, with a swish, an arrow shattered the window glass, its sharp tip hurtling straight toward Wei Qi. Wei Qi's eyes nearly bulged in terror, but the arrow came too fast, far too fast for anyone to react. In that critical instant, another arrow shot from the side, deflecting the one aimed at Wei Qi. Indeed, the one who fired that arrow was none other than Jiang Fan. Without hesitation, he drew and released another arrow toward the window. A scream echoed from outside, followed by the sound of a body falling from a tree. The entire sequence took less than 2 seconds. Jiang Fan's reaction was swift, his movements lightning fast. A still shaken Wei Qi stared at Jiang Fan, mouth agape, his mind echoing with only holy shit. So incredible. Damn. The enemy archer is taken care of just like that. Zhou Xiaoyan exclaimed, eyes wide. Yang Xiaoqiang's face tightened. Everyone prepare. With their archer gone, they'll likely opt for close quarters combat soon. That will severely limit our archer's effectiveness. As Yang Xiaoqiang predicted, no sooner had he spoken than the front door burst open, followed by the windows. 5 men charged in. The sight startled everyone. What the hell? Didn't we kill their archer? Weren't there supposed to be only 4? Why are there 5? Wei Shanghong pulled out his phone and dialed. Hey! Didn't you say you were only sending 5 men? Why are there 6? The voice on the other end chuckled. Wei Laosan, after all these years in business, haven't you learned that there's no such thing as an honest merchant? You believed me when I said how many I was sending. How naive. Wei Shanghong trembled with rage. You. Oh, and since we were once such good partners, I'll be kind and remind you I actually arranged 6 men. Besides the martial apprentice high-level archer, there's a first-grade high-level martial artist, 2 first-grade intermediate level, and 2 first-grade beginner level. Hearing this, Wei Shanghong screamed in shock. What? Still reeling, he shouted to Yang Xiaoqiang. They lied about their strength. The real lineup is 1 first-grade high-level martial artist, 2 first-grade intermediate level, and 2 first-grade beginner level. At these words Zhou Xiaoyan and the others burst into curses. Damn! They're trying to get us killed. By now Zhou Xiaoyan was already engaged with the enemy. Boss, we need to pull out. It's not a breach of contract, the employer gave us faulty intel. Wei Xianghong panicked. No, please don't. If you leave my family is doomed. Well, pay more. Well, add more money. Zhou Xiaoyan retorted, this isn't about money. If we stay our entire studio might be wiped out here. Just then someone from the enemy side shouted, take out the archer first. Leave it to me. A man wearing a Peking opera mask charged at Jiang Fan. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyan shouted a warning. Tang Fan, run. At the moment Yang Xiuqiang was entangled by a first-grade high-level martial artist Mia. She was engaged with a first-grade initial martial artist while he and Wang Jiangang were each holding off two first-grade middle martial artists. It was only because Gangzi was born with an exceptionally robust physique far beyond ordinary that he could manage to hold off an opponent a full rank higher than himself. Thus no one was free to rescue Tang Fan. As an archer and only at the martial apprentice middle stage, once a first-grade initial martial artist closed in, the consequences were predictable. Yang Xiuqiang also shouted loudly, forget the others, just run. These words heard by the Wei family members left a bitter taste in their hearts. Yet no one could blame Yang Xiuqiang's team, for they understood well the importance of an archer to a squad, especially one as formidable as Tang Fan. Once an archer was closed in upon, there was only one outcome. That was death. Just as they thought this, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Facing the first-grade initial martial artist, Tang Fan not only did not dodge or flee but instead flipped his wrist, revealing a sharp dagger in his palm, and charged toward the opponent. Was this an act of throwing an egg against a rock? Before the crowd could react, Tang Fan was already engaged in combat with the first-grade initial martial artist. They exchanged blows and he was by no means at a disadvantage. Especially with each kick he delivered, moving so swiftly that it left after images accompanied by a whistling wind, forcing the first-grade initial martial artist to retreat step by step. Although the first-grade initial martial artist retreated quickly, he was still kicked by Tang Fan's unpredictable leg techniques until his face was bruised and swollen and the muscles in his arms quivered. At this moment the first-grade initial martial artist could only curse inwardly. He had assumed that the opposing archer would be as fragile as his own archer, but he never expected such formidable close combat skills, so formidable that even he, a first-grade initial martial artist, found it nearly impossible to withstand. What the hell? Is this still an archer? If you're this good at fighting, why be an archer? Damn. Ha ha. So Tang Fan was this capable all alone. Boss, did you see that? Tang Fan, relying solely on his martial apprentice middle stage strength, actually held his own against a first-grade initial martial artist. That's incredible. At that moment, including Yang Xiuqiang, everyone's attention was captivated by Tang Fan and they were all profoundly shocked by his combat prowess. Under normal circumstances, archers are not particularly adept at close combat. This is not to say they are naturally fragile, but rather that they devote most of their energy to perfecting their archery skills, sparing little time to enhance their personal martial abilities. Of course, archers who are also capable fighters do exist. But one like Tang Fan, so capable that he could challenge opponents above his rank, even leapfrogging 2 whole levels, was extraordinary. Oh no, from martial apprentice to martial artist lay an insurmountable chasm far greater than the gap between martial apprentice middle and high stage. Yet Tang Fan ignored all that, trading blows with the first-grade initial martial artist and even forcing him to retreat repeatedly, which was truly astonishing. The leg techniques Tang Fan just used are extraordinary. Yang Xiuqiang mused to himself. Without such an exceptional martial art, it would be impossible for Tang Fan to gain the upper hand. So cool. Wei Qi exclaimed, his eyes full of admiration. He thought of that detestable Jiang Fan and wondered, no matter how strong Jiang Fan is, can he compare to this big brother here? You might have beaten me and Jiang Yotian and even Mufeng at martial apprentice high stage, but can you fight on equal terms with a first-grade initial martial artist? Wei Qi decided that tomorrow he would boast to Jiang Fan, letting him know that there are always greater heights beyond. Damn it. The first-grade initial martial artist fighting Tang Fan felt he had suffered unprecedented humiliation. Kid, I was just playing with you earlier. Now it'll get serious. Before he could finish, Tang Fan slit his throat with a single stroke. The movement was so swift and clean that not a single drop of blood stained the blade. Then, without a glance back at the fallen opponent, he ran toward Miaoshi. I'll help you. No need, I can handle it myself, Miaoshi refused coldly. Tang Fan said, this one is easier to deal with. Let's kill him first so we can help the captain and the others. The opponent inwardly cursed madly. This kid, only at martial apprentice middle stage, actually dared to say he was easier to deal with. He completely disregarded him. Miaoshi was persuaded by Tang Fan's words. After all, the captain and the others were under great pressure and this was not the time for a unknown duel. All right, together. With Tang Fan's assistance, the opponent was soon killed by Miaoshi. Zhou Xiaoyan immediately shouted, quick, come help. Tang Fan and Miao Shi exchanged glances and then dashed toward Zhou Xiaoyan and Wang Jiangang respectively. Bad news. Boss, should we retreat? One of the men fighting Zhou Xiaoyan said anxiously to the first-grade high-level martial artist. Retreat? Are you kidding? Don't forget we took this job for a life-or-death fee. If we just retreat like this, what about our families? Besides, it's not over yet, we might not lose. But the situation is against us now. As he spoke, Tang Fan had already rushed in front of him. Tang Fan's attack was extremely fierce, especially his leg techniques, which were sharp and relentless, completely disrupting the opponent's rhythm. This gave Zhou Xiaoyan a better opportunity to strike. Tang Fan, nice work. Let's see if I can't cut him down with this blow. The opponent, realizing he was outmatched, abandoned all caution, withdrew his moves and turned to flee. The first-grade high-level martial artist on the other side cursed idiot. The next second Tang Fan drew his bow and shot an arrow without even needing to aim. Whoosh! The arrow flew, piercing the heart of the first-grade middle martial artist with perfect accuracy. Seeing this, the first-grade high-level martial artist's face turned a livid purple with rage. What a fool! Knowing that the enemy had an archer with unparalleled marksmanship, he chose to run and expose his back, pure suicide. With another man lost, they had no chance of winning. They were utterly finished. Before long, the remaining two were killed by Yang Xiaochang and the others. Yang Xiaochang approached Tang Fan, his gaze full of appraisal and admiration. You keep surprising me more and more. With your strength, if we ever take on a mission to the inner wilderness area in the future, you'll be fully capable of handling it. Upon hearing this, Tang Fan felt a surge of anticipation within. From the previous encounter with the 8-legged spiny hedgehog, he was certain that killing demon beasts would grant him a large number of points. If he could go to the inner wilderness area before the college entrance exams and hunt a large number of demon beasts, he would accumulate points and boost his strength at a rocket-like pace. He had long made up his mind to remain silent until the moment of glory, to shine brilliantly during the martial arts exam and make the Tang family proud of him. Just as Tang Fan clenched his fist and made this silent resolve, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes sparkling with 10,000 volts staring at him. Wei Qi looked at Tang Fan with utter admiration. Brother Fan, you're truly amazing. Honestly, I admire you to the point of prostrating myself before you. Gazing at Wei Qi, whose fanboyish eyes seemed to emit a blinding light, Jiang Fan's mood was exceedingly complex. Brother Fan. Wei Qi grabbed Jiang Fan's hand, shaking it with fervent excitement. I feel I have a talent for archery too. Why don't you take me as your apprentice? Jiang Fan disdainfully withdrew his hand, ignoring Wei Qi, and turned to Yang Xiaochang. Chief, the mission is complete. It's late, I should head back now. Yang Xiaochang nodded. Alright, you go on ahead. Well, handle the rest. Seeing Jiang Fan about to leave, Wei Qi quickly gave chase. Don't go yet. At least leave me a way to contact you. Brother Fan, where do you live? Let me see you off. How old are you? You don't seem much older than me. How did you master such a divine archery skill? I'd shut up. Jiang Fan, thoroughly annoyed, shot him a frigid glare. Meeting Jiang Fan's eyes, Wei Qi felt as if he had suddenly plunged into an icy abyss. Recalling how Jiang Fan had just killed without blinking, not even turning around, he couldn't help but shiver. Raising his arm, he saw goosebumps all over every hair standing on end. Wow! Such a formidable aura. Such a spine-chilling pressure. He absolutely loved it. Achoo! Jiang Fan let out a loud sneeze. He sniffled, rubbed his arms, and surveyed his surroundings. As a psychokinetic, he was 100% certain there was no danger nearby, so why did he feel this eerie chill? Shaking it off, Jiang Fan retracted his psychic power and pulled out his phone to check the time. It was already 9 in the evening, quite late, and after the fierce battle he was honestly exhausted. Nevertheless, he felt he should still take care of business, so he strode swiftly toward the cemetery. Time to rack up points. Inside the villa, after Yang Xiaochang and his team had wrapped up the remaining matters and collected their pay from Wei Shanghong, Wei Qi summoned several servants and, pointing to the character fan shot into the wall with an arrow, instructed, you there, get this character framed. Be extremely careful not to damage my brother Fan's masterpiece, not a single bit. Got it. Wei Shanghong looked puzzled. What are you doing? Wei Qi exclaimed excitedly, I've decided. This wall, this character, our family will keep it forever. I'll contemplate it daily to inspire myself. Watching his son's obsessive behavior, Wei Shanghong couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The next morning, Jiang Fan felt far sleepier than usual. Yawning all the way to school, he planned to rest his head on the desk as soon as he entered the classroom. In the classroom, Wei Qi stood on a desk gesticulating wildly as he recounted the previous night's events, his tail vivid and his spittle flying. In the nick of time, a sharp arrow suddenly pierced through our window, and in the blink of an eye it was right before me. In that split second, whoosh, another arrow flashed in with lightning speed, deflecting the one about to hit my face. Not only that, my brother Fan immediately drew his bow and shot the arrow streak like lightning out the window, directly killing the enemy archer. At this the classmates exclaimed in awe. That amazing. Amazing, right? Let me tell you, there's even more. At the time our side had one high-level first-rank martial artist, one mid-level first-rank, two low-level first-rank, plus brother Fan who was only at mid-level martial apprentice. But the enemy lineup was formidable, one high-level first-rank, two mid-level first-rank and two low-level first-rank. They wanted to take out my brother Fan first, so they sent a low-level first-rank. Guess what happened? What happened? Spit it out. Why are you pausing here? Exactly. Even if we can't beat you, we can drown you in our spit. Easy, I'm getting to it. That low-level first rank closed in on brother Fan and my brother Fan crushed him. How is that possible? He was a low-level first rank and that Fan guy was just a mid-level martial apprentice. How could he be crushed? Don't fool me. Wei Qi proudly lifted his chin. My brother Fan's name is Jiang Fan and he's just that awesome. When the low-level first rank got close, he flipped his hand and a gleaming blade appeared. He charged forward, fearlessly exchanging blows with the opponent in a flurry of unpredictable moves, especially his leg techniques, dazzling to behold. With my level I couldn't even see how he kicked, all I saw were countless after images. Then before my eyes bruises and wounds rapidly appeared on the enemy's face and body. Finally he slit the man's throat cleanly, didn't spare him a second glance and walked away in sheer coolness. As he spoke, Wei Qi's eyes once again sparkled with 10,000 volts of admiration, shining like a blazing little sun that illuminated the entire classroom. Jiang Fan walked in and saw this peculiar atmosphere, but he was only briefly stunned for 2 seconds. Too tired, he quickly made his way to his seat, laid his head on the desk and fell asleep. Wei Qi turned to Jiang Fan, feeling quite displeased. Jiang Fan, you sleep all day, dozing off as soon as you enter class. Are you up to no good at night? Or do you think that because you beat Mu Feng and me at mid-level martial apprentice you're something special? Let me tell you, you're good, but compared to my brother Fan, who at mid-level martial apprentice single-handedly killed a low-level first rank without a scratch and is also a master archer. Someone like him never slacks off, but you, shut up. Jiang Fan impatiently lifted his eyes and swept a glance at Wei Qi, his icy gaze devoid of any human warmth. That single look startled Wei Qi so much that he suddenly felt as if someone had gripped his throat, cutting him off mid-sentence. His reaction was not only due to the chill emanating from Jiang Fan, but even more so because of that shut up and the aura Jiang Fan exuded, which felt eerily familiar. It seemed just like the way Jiang Fan had spoken to him last night. Bah! Wei Qi spat inwardly. What was he thinking, comparing Jiang Fan to his brother Fan? It was the greatest insult to his idol. Just as he thought this, the principal's voice suddenly came over the school intercom. Tomorrow Yi Qijin from Qingcheng Martial Arts Academy will arrive at the 31st stronghold and come to our city of An. The higher-ups have specially arranged for the entire faculty and student body of Anqing No. 9 High School to welcome her. As an exceptionally rare psychokinetic, everyone must show their utmost enthusiasm, a warmest welcome. Spiritual mentalist. Yi Qijin. With these 2 keywords the classroom fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. 2 seconds later it erupted into thunderous uproar. Hey, did I hear that right? It's Yi Qijin. You heard right. It was indeed Yi Qijin. Last year, after awakening his spiritual mental power just before the college entrance exams, he didn't even need to take the martial arts test. He was fiercely fought over by the 5 elite martial arts schools. It was said that the admissions officers from those schools nearly came to blows over him, the atmosphere so tense it could be cut with a knife. Need said. It's all over the internet, right? Wow, truly worthy of a spiritual mentalist. He's even more dazzling than the top scorer of the college entrance exam. Everyone agreed. To be honest, few remembered who the top scorers of the Fortress College entrance exams were last year. All they knew was the name Yi Qijin, the spiritual mentalist. Thinking this, they couldn't help but silently mourn for the top scorers of last year. They had worked so hard to become champions, only to have a spiritual mentalist emerge in that same year. If we could have a spiritual mentalist in our year, the top scorer would probably cry too. If it were one from our fortress, even Lan Shengshu's fame would be overshadowed. Hearing this, the other students rolled their eyes. Do you think spiritual mentalists are as common as cabbages popping up every year? Exactly. And from our fortress. A barren place like Fortress No. 31 could never produce a spiritual mentalist. Even Yi Qijin from the second ring is already a rare find, isn't he? While the students were engaged in heated discussion, Jiang Fan pondered to himself. He had certainly heard of the great name Yi Qijin. But he couldn't figure out why someone of such high status would come to a barren place like Fortress No. 31. Puzzling as it was, it had little to do with him. Catching up on sleep was the priority. With that thought, he wasted no time, laid his head on the desk and fell asleep instantly. The students were still chattering away, too distracted to study. Why do you think it's our Ansheng No? 9 high school that's hosting Yi Qizhen? Out of all the high schools in Ansheng No, one high school has the strongest faculty and sends the most students to martial arts schools every year. Duh! Have you got your head on backwards? It's because of Lan Xingxue, she's a martial artist. Even if no. One high school sends 10 times as many students to martial arts schools as we do, none of them can match Lan Xingxue. Oh right. The next day Jiang Fan along with all the teachers and students of Ansheng No 9 high school arrived at Ansheng railway station. Not only the school staff and students were present but also some wealthy families from within the city. Among the crowd Jiang Fan spotted several familiar figures, none other than the Jiang family. He cast a single glance and then looked away as if their existence had nothing to do with him. Jiang Qifeng and the others naturally saw Jiang Fan as well. With a heavy snort they turned their heads away. Zhang Hongyuan's anger flared at the sight of him. Dad, it's that little bastard Jiang Fan. Enough, Jiang Qifeng said calmly. He has nothing to do with our family anymore. From now on when you see him treat him as a stranger. And you, he addressed the other 3 daughters seriously. In the future don't waste your anger on such an irrelevant person. It's not worth losing your temper over someone like him. After a moment of reflection the 4 Jiang sisters felt their father's words held great wisdom. Dad is right. Jiang Fan has been cast out of our family. From now on we go our separate ways. Let's just pretend we don't know him. There's no need to waste our energy on such a person. Jiang Chengyuan said. The other sisters nodded in agreement. I'm glad you understand, Jiang Qifeng said with relief. The most important thing now is to welcome Yi Qizhen. As a rare and extraordinary genius he will surely rise to the very top one day. I brought you 4 sisters here today dressed in your finest with the hope that one of you might catch his eye. If you can truly start a relationship with Yi Qizhen it would be the greatest fortune our Jiang family could ever have. If we can truly be involved with Yi Qizhen it would be like smoke rising from our ancestors' graves, a blessing beyond measure. Many of the wealthy nobles who came today harbored the same thoughts as Jiang Qifeng. Quite a few brought their daughters dressed in their most flattering attire hoping to catch Yi Qizhen's attention. Even if they couldn't win his romantic interest, making a friend who was a spiritual mentalist would ensure their family's rise in Ansheng's future like the sun at its zenith. At 9:10 the train slowly pulled into Ansheng. The moment it stopped almost everyone craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Finally the door opened. At last they saw Yi Qizhen. He was dressed in a clean white tracksuit looking sharp and radiant under the sunlight, exuding an air of youthful vitality. Such an image captivated countless young hearts. Of course even more were entranced by his identity as a spiritual mentalist. Wei Qi stood right beside Jiang Fan, deliberately speaking for him to hear. See that? That's the demeanor of a spiritual mentalist. Unlike some people who think they're something special just because they defeated someone of a higher realm, compared to a spiritual mentalist they're nothing. Jiang Fan slowly turned his head toward him. At least that's better than someone who lost to someone of a lower realm. At these words Wei Qi's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Who are you talking about? Say that again if you dare. Jiang Fan smirked. If it were me I'd be too ashamed to speak after losing to someone weaker. I'd rather go smash my head into a wall than embarrass myself in this world. You Wei Qi was so furious he could kill. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. What? Want to fight me right now? I'm always game. To be honest Wei Qi did want to fight him to the death, but in the end he chickened out. Just you wait, he finally spat out a weak threat. Don't wait. Look at your goddess, she's off confessing to another guy, Jiang Fan said with interest, gesturing toward a certain direction. Wei Qi whipped his head around and saw Tong Shuya walking towards Yi Qizhen with a bouquet of flowers, a look of deep affection on her face. Senior Yi, please accept this. At this scene the girls present wished they could kill Tong Shuya with their eyes. How shameless. She's making her move the moment Senior Yi steps off the train. Exactly. She's supposed to be the school beauty, but I'd call her a social butterfly instead. Wei Qi shouted at the female student, who are you calling a social butterfly? Say one more bad word about her and he'll hit you, I don't care if you're a woman. The female student was completely unafraid. She's the one stirring up trouble and you won't let us talk about. Other female students chimed in. That's right. Look at Tong Shuya's affected mannerisms. Only blind boys like you would see her as a goddess. Her. A goddess. Put. Exactly. Everyone knows she cheated in the school beauty election. Disgusting. Trash. Wei Qi was about to retort when he saw Tong Shuya blush and lower her head, accepting the flowers. Yi Qizhen smiled politely and took them. Jiang Fan, you're dead, Wei Qi hissed through gritted teeth. Jiang Fan just shrugged and walked away, not bothering to respond. She can't even compare to a single strand of Lan Shengshu's hair. The female classmates chattered endlessly, their spittle nearly drowning Wei Qi. Wei Qi's mouth twitched as he turned to Jiang Fan. At least Xu Yao was your former fiancé. Aren't you going to say something when they speak of her like that? Jiang Fan turned to face the female classmates. Assuming he would defend Tong Shuyao, they bared fierce expressions ready to unleash their venomous tongues, but Jiang Fan spoke unhurriedly. You're right. The female classmates were speechless, as was Wei Qi. Yi Qizhen frowned involuntarily at the affected Tong Shuyao before him. Then, catching a glimpse of a graceful figure out of the corner of his eye, he felt as though his vision had been cleansed. Xingxue, long time no see. Yi Qizhen smiled warmly. Lan Xingxue nodded in greeting. Yi Qizhen bypassed Tong Shuyao and quickly approached Lan Xingxue. Why are you here in Ancheng? Lan Xingxue asked curiously. Yi Qizhen's expression turned troubled. This is hard to explain. Lan Xingxue raised a delicate eyebrow. Are you here looking for that person? Though no name was mentioned, both knew exactly who that person referred to. Sure, that's not something to discuss openly, Yi Qizhen whispered, promptly changing the subject. By the way, before I came, your grandfather instructed me to tell you that he's old and unwell, confined to his sickbed. He wants you to return and visit. Lan Xingxue snorted. Do you really think a 9th-rank grandmaster would fall ill? I'd believe it more if you said he picked a fight with another grandmaster of the same rank and got injured. Yi Qizhen didn't respond to that. Their familiar exchange caught everyone's attention, a perfect match of talent and beauty. The female classmates who had earlier disparaged Tong Shuyao uttered not a single insult toward Lan Xingxue. For Lan Shengshu's extraordinary talent and ethereal grace made her worthy of the spiritual scientist Yi Qizhen in every way. Crack crack crack, Tong Shuyao's fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her palms without her noticing. Her eyes burned with insane jealousy toward Lan Xingxue, yet she was utterly powerless against the martial artist. In the crowd, Jiang Qifeng shook his head and said to his 4 daughters, let's go back. There's no hope left. Jiang Qifeng considered his 4 daughters exceptionally outstanding, but compared to Lan Xingxue, who had already become a martial artist before even taking the martial exams, they were like fireflies against the sun and moon, unable to compete. The 4 protective sisters were not disheartened by their father's words, as they were well aware of their own limitations. As the group turned to leave, they found Zhang Yutian standing rooted to the spot like a pillar. Zhang Yutian glared bitterly at Yi Qizhen. His goddess wouldn't spare him a single word, yet now she was laughing and chatting with another man. This was unbearable for him. Jiang Qifeng noticed this and immediately scolded him sternly. Yutian, suppress your hatred. He is Yi Qizhen, a spiritual scientist courted by all major families, forces and martial schools. He is not someone you or our Jiang family can afford to offend. If you seek death, don't drag our family down with you. It was rare for Jiang Qifeng to lose his temper so fiercely with Jiang Yutian. Truly, Jiang Yushan's behavior today had frightened him. Fortunately, no one nearby noticed, or if word got out and reached Yi Qizhen's ears. Yi Qizhen might for the sake of face overlook such trivial matters from those beneath him, but other forces might curry favor with him by ganging up to humiliate the Jiang family. If that happened, the Jiang family would be utterly doomed. Thus, a rare spiritual scientist like Yi Qizhen was someone the Jiang family absolutely could not afford to offend. Sensing his father's fury and fear, Jiang Yutian felt a surge of terror and regret. He wished he could slap himself. He had actually hated Yi Qizhen out of jealousy. Wasn't that courting death? Jiang Fan had been observing Yi Qizhen, knowing he was a junior spiritual scientist but curious about the extent of his spiritual power. After school, Jiang Fan didn't return to the Tang residence for dinner. Instead, he bought some groceries on the way and headed to the cemetery. Just as he arrived at the gate with his groceries, he ran into an unexpected person. Yi Qizhen. Yi Qizhen was also startled to see Jiang Fan. You are. Yi Qizhen noticed the vegetables in Jiang Fan's hand. Are you cooking for Master Li? Strange. Before coming, he had been told that Master Li, the old man, had an eccentric temper and disliked being disturbed, living alone for years. No matter who came, they would be driven away almost without exception. This young man seemed quite young, likely still in school. Why would Master Li hire him to cook? Even if he wanted someone, shouldn't it be a master chef or a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s? Then again, Master Li's temper was peculiar and unfathomable. Perhaps he simply liked this arrangement. Jiang Fan nodded and walked inside. Yi Qizhen followed closely. As he entered, he saw the crazy old man lounging with his legs crossed, drinking wine with peanuts. Master Li. Yi Qizhen bowed with cupped fists. Hearing this title, Jiang Fan slowed his steps and looked over curiously. What was this crazy old man's true identity? Wei Xinyua, a 5th-rank martial artist, called him teacher. Now the renowned Yi Qizhen addressed him as Master Li. Shoo shoo. Go play somewhere else, kid. What Master Li? Master Wang. Who are you calling? Get lost now, don't disturb my drinking. The crazy old man didn't even spare Yi Qizhen a glance, rudely showing him the door. Despite the old man's hostility, Yi Qizhen remained respectful. This junior Yi Qizhen is a spiritual scientist. General Yan sent me to attend to you. It doesn't matter who sent you, wait. The crazy old man froze, stopping his drinking to stare wide-eyed at Yi Qizhen. Who did you say? Yi Qizhen handed over a letter of introduction. General Yan Tianyang personally instructed me to come. At these words, Jiang Fan's steps suddenly halted. The next second, almost in unison with the crazy old man, he spun around to stare at him. Their eyes met, and for a long moment neither spoke. Yi Qizhen was baffled by the scene. He had said he was sent by General Yan Tianyang, so why did Master Li suddenly look at this young man? Moreover, the scene before him grew increasingly strange, as if there was an unspeakable secret between the old man and the youth. After the scene froze for several seconds, the mad old man snatched the letter of introduction from Yi Qizhen's hand, opened it, and saw that it was indeed Yan Tianyang's handwriting. He swiftly rose and moved to Jiang Fan's side, pulling him into the kitchen without a word. You've been deceiving me all this time. Jiang Fan found this disagreeable. What do you mean by deceiving? I've said it long ago, I don't know any Yan Tianyang, and I've explained it more than once or twice. Don't tell me your senility is acting up. The mad old man opened his mouth to retort. Indeed, Jiang Fan had told him many times, but he had always believed Jiang Fan was afraid that revealing his connection to Yan Tianyang would cause resentment, so he kept denying it. Who are you really? And what is your purpose in approaching me? Jiang Fan was somewhat speechless. My name is Jiang Fan, born in the local slums of Anqing, 17 years old this year, male, attending Anqing No. 9 high school, class 8 of senior 3. Emma Leo and I like, stop. Enough. The mad old man rolled his eyes dramatically. He could clearly tell that Jiang Fan's introduction was purely meant to annoy him. In truth, he had investigated Jiang Fan's background to some extent before, and combined with their time together based on his years of experience reading people, this kid, though cunning, would not harm the innocent, adhering to the principle of not provoking unless provoked. But if someone provoked him, this kid would scheme without remorse. At that moment, Yi Qizhen was craning his neck to look into the kitchen, intensely curious about what was happening inside, but he dared not barge in due to the mad old man's status. What exactly was the relationship between that youth and the mad old man? If he still thought Jiang Fan was just cooking for the mad old man, at this point his brain would be wasted. Just as Yi Qizhen was silently wondering, a deep voice came from outside. Teacher, I've brought you some good wine again, a gift from the local gentry of Anqing. I'm just passing it on to you. As soon as he stepped through the threshold, Wei Sanyue saw Yi Qizhen standing inside. Xiao Yi, what are you doing here? Captain Wei, I'm here to see Master Li. Yi Qizhen replied. The two had known each other before and had dealt with each other several times over various matters. Wei Sanyue guessed, you're not here to become the mad old man's disciple, are you? Yi Qizhen admitted frankly, Commander Yan ordered me to come. Wei Sanyue was not very surprised by this answer. Teacher rarely takes disciples. To date he has only 2, both of whom are psychics. He only accepts psychics as disciples. As a psychic and a prodigy of this era, you are most suitable to become his apprentice. Honestly, I hope teacher will take you as his disciple. With a disciple there would be hope, and at least he wouldn't continue living in such a daze. Although Wei Sanyue addressed the mad old man as teacher, he was not his disciple. He had merely received guidance from him and attended his classes, hence the title. Where is teacher? Yi Qizhen glanced toward the kitchen. He's inside. Wei Sanyue peered into the kitchen and was surprised to find Jiang Fan also there, the two of them huddled together, whispering mysteriously. What are Jiang Fan and teacher talking about? His name is Jiang Fan. Captain Wei, do you know him? Yi Qizhen asked curiously. Yes, I know him. He's a student in my special training class named Jiang Fan. Yi Qizhen had only arrived in Anqing today and learned after meeting Wei Sanyue that Wei was teaching special training class students at Anqing No. 9 high school. He had been quite astonished when he found out. After all, Wei Sanyue was a solid 5th-rank high-stage martial artist and moreover a member of the once-renowned Edge Squad. Though the Edge Squad had since fallen, he had become its captain. For such a figure to come to a high school in a small place like Anqing to serve as an instructor for the special training class was utterly baffling. His thoughts turning, Yi Qizhen asked again, what is Jiang Fan's strength? A few days ago he was a novice martial apprentice, now he's an intermediate martial apprentice. Wei Sanyue replied. Just an intermediate martial apprentice. Yi Qizhen frowned. An intermediate martial apprentice wasn't that weak, but with just that, how could the mad old man be so close to him? Wei Sanyue added, speaking of which, this Jiang Fan is quite an interesting person. Oh. How so? I heard from others that when Jiang Fan's mother was pregnant with him, an accident occurred, leaving him congenitally deficient. Additionally, due to a mix-up at the hospital, he grew up in the slums, poorly fed and clothed, resulting in his blood energy being pitifully low, only 19N. That low. Yi Qizhen looked very surprised. Indeed, and even in the test at the start of this semester he was still at 19N. This shocked Yi Qizhen so much he could barely speak. Are you saying, do you mean he went from 19N blood energy to an intermediate martial apprentice in less than a month? How is this possible? Is this something a human can achieve? Or did he obtain some incredible fortune? Young people have vivid imaginations. No matter how talented a person is, it's impossible to jump from 19N blood energy to an intermediate martial apprentice in a month. He must have been hiding his strength all along, then made a stunning debut. Yi Qizhen found Wei Kangyu's explanation reasonable. Still, he was very amazed. A young man with hot blood yet able to bide his time, could he have done the same? The answer seemed to be no. With this thought, Yi Qizhen's gaze involuntarily fell on Jiang Fan in the kitchen. He can endure, he's no ordinary person. Wei Sanyue made no comment, remaining silent. Soon Jiang Fan and the mad old man came out of the kitchen together. Jiang Fan then noticed Yi Qizhen staring at him, his gaze like an X-ray, making him extremely uncomfortable. After composing himself, the mad old man took the wine Wei Sanyue had brought and poured himself a glass. He said to Yi Qizhen, "Go back to where you came from. Tell Yan Tianyang that I've already taken a disciple." Upon hearing this, Yi Qizhen and Wei Sanyue both froze, then shock surged within them like towering waves. "Teacher, you've taken a disciple." Wei Sanyue stepped forward and continued, "Is this disciple a psychic? Where else in Anqing is there another psychic?" Yi Qizhen also pricked up his ears to listen. As for Jiang Fan, who was tidying up the trash in the room, he was quite curious why Wei Kangyu's first reaction upon hearing about the mad old man taking a disciple was to assume he had taken a psychic. Could it be? A bold guess formed in Jiang Fan's mind, and he felt his speculation was close to the truth. "This has nothing to do with you." The mad old man looked too lazy to explain. Just then Yi Qizhen suddenly spoke. "Could your disciple be Jiang Fan?" After saying that, Yi Qizhen turned her gaze towards Jiang Fan. Wei Sanyue also looked at Jiang Fan. Their gazes were too fervent, and Jiang Fan helplessly turned his head, looking at the two with a calm expression. "I am not his disciple." "Are you really not Master Li's disciple?" Yi Qizhen stared at Jiang Fan, trying to discern any hint from his expression. Jiang Fan's expression remained unchanged, his eyes devoid of any ripples. "I really am not." Did he guess wrong? After pondering for a moment, Yi Qizhen's gaze returned to the mad old man. "Master Li, is he really not your disciple? Did he not return? Are your ears not working?" The mad old man finished speaking and tilted his head to drink all the wine in his cup, smacking his lips to savor the taste. "What a fine wine." He then looked at Yi Qizhen. "Aren't you leaving? Did you not hear me say that I have already accepted a disciple?" Yi Qizhen still wanted to negotiate for herself. "Master Li, even if you have accepted a disciple, it does not prevent you from taking a second one. Before coming here I promised Yan Shui that I would do my utmost to become your disciple. I cannot be dismissed with just one sentence from you, otherwise wouldn't it seem that I lack determination and perseverance? I've thought it over, and even if you don't agree today, I will come back tomorrow and the day after until you are moved by my determination and accept me as your disciple." "Hey! You little brat, are you playing the 3 visits to the thatched cottage with me? Let me tell you, the last thing this old man likes is being pestered. If I take a liking to someone, even if they don't want to be my disciple, they still must. If I don't want to accept a disciple, even if you kneel outside my door, I won't spare you a glance." The mad old man snorted. Yi Qizhen did not back down in light of his words, but continued, "You have your principles and I have my persistence. I believe that some things are worth trying even if they seem hopeless. What if? Even a 1 in 10,000 chance is worth trying, as it holds the hope of success. But if one avoids difficulties, wouldn't they become a coward escaping challenges? As martial practitioners we should dare to be brave and take the lead, shouldn't we?" Originally the mad old man was somewhat displeased by Yi Qizhen's words, but upon hearing this he felt a bit more appreciation in his heart. "You really are a fearless rookie. I somewhat admire you. As a junior spiritual master, how much spiritual power have you reached?" 2163p. I just tested it a few days ago. Only just over 2000. It seemed the mad old man was talking to himself, secretly glancing at Jiang Fan, who was still tidying up the garbage. Although he did not know how much spiritual power this kid had, he was certain that Jiang Fan's spiritual power far surpassed Yi Qizhen. Yi Qizhen continued, "I only discovered I had spiritual power before last year's college entrance exam. In less than a year since starting college I have increased from 200p to 2163p. To become a junior spiritual master one needs to reach 1000p, so not everyone can reach this standard through a system like Jiang Fan's. Rather, they cultivate their spiritual power step by step until they reach 1000p and become a true junior spiritual master. In just 1 year's time you have become a junior spiritual master. Not bad, you have some talent. Hearing this, Yi Qizhen felt a surge of joy. So are you planning to accept me as your disciple? The mad old man waved his hand, changing the subject. However, if you want to become my disciple, you still have a ways to go. That's enough talk, don't waste any more of my time. I already have one disciple to worry about, do I really need another? Ha ha. You can leave now. Upon hearing this, both Yi Qizhen and Wei Sanyue were utterly astonished. A careful analysis of the mad old man's words leads to a conclusion: the disciples he accepts must have talents that far surpass Yi Qizhen's. It must be noted that Yi Qizhen is undoubtedly among the top elites of this generation. Although he is currently just a student, given enough time to grow, his future achievements will be absolutely terrifying. And even such a talented individual is rejected by the mad old man. One can only imagine how monstrous the disciple he accepted must be. Master, your disciple is the one who climbs the mountain and listen every night, right? The mad old man lifted his gray eyebrows but said nothing. This behavior seems to be a tacit acknowledgement by anyone who sees it. Wei Sanyue slammed his thigh in frustration. If I had known that person was so monstrous, I would have camped there every night to catch him. Hearing this, Jiang Fan frowned. This mad old man. He actually tacitly acknowledged who his disciple was. You are just an NPC for him to farm points, okay? Climbing the mountain. Yi Qizhen was taken aback again. Are you saying Master Li's disciple climbs the mountain every night? What does a spiritual master gain from climbing mountains? Exercising the body. What a joke. Although spiritual masters are also martial practitioners, since they have been bestowed with such extraordinary abilities, they are destined to become favorites of heaven and should focus solely on cultivating their spiritual power. Of course, physical strength must also be trained, but human energy is limited. As a spiritual master, one must naturally devote the majority of their time to cultivating spiritual power rather than climbing mountains at night. Moreover, climbing mountains is a trivial form of exercise that contributes little to increasing one's vitality. Even martial practitioners who specialize in vitality would not use such a nearly futile method, let alone spiritual masters. So although he is a spiritual master, he is still a step away from being a martial practitioner. Of course, no one would underestimate him for this, as the terror of a spiritual master enables them to challenge opponents of higher levels and allows them to achieve victory against greater numbers. This is the peculiarity of spiritual masters. At the same time, it is also their shortcoming: they cannot be approached. Once they are approached, it becomes dangerous. Regarding this shortcoming, spiritual masters need not worry too much, as they usually have protectors during their growth stage. Later, when hunting monsters in the wilderness, there are also powerful martial practitioners to escort them. Surprised, huh? Wei Sanyue grinned. To be honest, I am also quite surprised. Master, why don't you let us meet your disciple? I want to see if your disciple really has 3 heads and 6 arms and what kind of monster they are. Yi Qizhen was also eager to witness. Go, go, go. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, this old man will make a move. The mad old man impatiently issued the order for them to leave. As a student of the mad old man, Wei Sanyue understood his temperament and did not dare to continue entangling. Then I shall take my leave. Although he was leaving, he thought in his heart that tonight he would guard Lishan, and he didn't believe he couldn't catch the mad old man's disciple. Yi Qizhen had the same thoughts and planned to go to Lishan tonight. After the two left, the mad old man's gaze immediately fell upon Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, holding a garbage bag, said calmly, "In leaving too? Like hell you are." With a curse, the mad old man waved his hand, and with a bang the door slammed shut. Jiang Fan's spirit jolted, his pupils trembling slightly. He thought to himself, just as he suspected, the mad old man was an undeniable psychokinetic. In truth, he had gradually sensed this long ago. "Kid, what's your psychic power level?" the mad old man asked. Jiang Fan replied without a hint of hesitation, "I don't know, never measured it. True, a backwater place like in city doesn't have the equipment to measure psychic power. How about this, release your full psychic power and it'll give you a rough estimate." "No need, it's late. I have to go home or my mom will worry about my safety." As Jiang Fan spoke, he placed his hand on the doorknob. The next second he sensed danger behind him and swiftly dodged. The mad old man chuckled, "You sensed it? Looks like your psychic power far exceeds that kid Yen Tianyang brought. Come on, hurry up and release it. Let me gauge it." The mad old man persisted, then added, "If you don't let me measure it tonight, I don't mind keeping you here to sleep with me." Jiang Fan was speechless. Having spent so much time with the mad old man, he knew all too well his stubborn bull-headed temper. Fine. Jiang Fan didn't intend to release all his psychic power. Just then the mad old man's voice echoed in his ear. "Don't hold back or I won't give you the remaining alloy weights." Jiang Fan's mouth twitched violently. The mad old man looked at him with an expression that said, "I see right through you," and smiled. "After all this time with you, I know you inside out. You're like a bean paste bun, soft and fair on the outside, prettier than a girl, but your heart is so dark it could ooze oil." Jiang Fan had no choice but to surrender and release his full psychic power. Instantly the air in the room seemed to compress, making the mad old man's nerves twitch repeatedly. The mad old man grinned a somewhat twisted smile. What a lad! He was leagues beyond that Yi Qizhen. Not far from the cemetery, Yi Qizhen, who had been chatting idly with Wei Sunyue, suddenly stopped and turned sharply to look at the brightly lit management office. What's wrong? Wei Sunyue asked, puzzled. Yi Qizhen's pupils quivered and his hair stood on end. The next second he released his psychic power. His current psychic power was 2163p with a spatial range of just over 200 meters. They were less than 200 meters from the office, so his power could easily cover it. However, the moment his psychic power tried to extend, an overwhelmingly powerful force shattered it into dust with devastating ease. It was Master Li's doing. Wei Sunyue also sensed it. Though he didn't know what was happening, he felt a terrifying immense power. Suddenly the mad old man's voice rang out as if from a distant horizon, yet whispering right in their ears. If you don't leave now, I'll send you flying myself. Both Yi Qizhen and Wei Sunyue, feeling immense pressure, dared not linger a moment longer and fled swiftly. After putting some distance between them, Wei Sunyue couldn't contain his curiosity and asked Yi Qizhen what just happened. Yi Qizhen wiped the sweat from his brow before speaking. I suddenly sensed a powerful psychic force being released. So you extended your own to cover it? Wei Sunyue rolled his eyes. You're truly fearless, not knowing the teacher's temper. He loves prying into others' privacy with his psychic power, but hates it when others do the same to him. Hearing this, Yi Qizhen felt a sense of moral confusion. That's so hypocritical. Shh, careful, he might hear you. Actually, my intention wasn't to pry into Master Li's privacy. It's just that psychic power felt. Yi Qizhen trailed off, unsure how to phrase it. What about it? Wei Sunyue asked, utterly baffled. Yi Qizhen frowned deeply, searching for the right words. That psychic power was strong, but not strong enough to belong to someone of Master Li's caliber. Maybe the teacher only released a fraction of his power. Wei Sunyue speculated. Perhaps. The scene shifted back to the room. The mad old man grinned, his expression so eerie it made Jiang Fan's skin crawl. Though I can't get an exact number, your psychic power is at least around 6,000 or 7,000. You were born deficient and grew up in the slums. How on earth did you cultivate your psychic power to this level? You're only 17. Your future will be infinitely more brilliant than Yi Qizhen's. Hearing this, Jiang Fan felt the urge to say something. All of this, of course, was thanks to you, the point farming NPC. Without you, where would he have gotten so many points? I've released all my psychic power as you asked. Can I go now? Not so fast. The mad old man returned to the table and poured a glass of wine. Here, take this. I'm still young. My mom says students can't drink. Seeing Jiang Fan play the model student, the mad old man felt like throwing the glass at him. Sensing the mad old man's impending outburst, Jiang Fan reluctantly approached. Fine, head, do it for the alloy weights. He walked over and took the glass. I really won't drink. I still need to. Who said you're drinking? I want you to kneel and offer me this wine. The mad old man grumbled. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. You want me to become your disciple? The mad old man snorted. Consider yourself lucky. I tell you, countless people would kill to be my disciple, and I wouldn't give them a second glance. You've stumbled onto a golden opportunity. As soon as he finished, Jiang Fan placed the glass back on the table. I'm not interested. The mad old man's eyes bulged, his beard twitching with rage. The next second his psychic power erupted, forcing Jiang Fan to his knees. Before Jiang Fan could react, the glass returned to his hands. You're forcing me. The mad old man crossed his legs and smiled. I enjoy forcing people. Kneel. The single word was accompanied by an overwhelming psychic force. Jiang Fan wanted to resist unto death, but his power was a mere drop in the ocean compared to the mad old man's. Good, that's more like it. The crazy old man chuckled as he took the cup from Jiang Fan's hand. Jiang Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Suddenly the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for helping the elderly feel joyful and doing a good deed. Points 1,000. Ha! Jiang Fan was taken aback. He looked at the crazy old man, whose grin was nearly reaching his ears. Not only that, but he noticed the light in the old man's eyes was much brighter than before. As if struck by a thought, his gaze drifted toward the tombstone not far outside the window. The crazy old man had no family around him all these years. Taking him as a disciple was probably sincere, so his joy was genuine. Forget it, I won't argue with him. Just as Jiang Fan thought this, the crazy old man handed him a ring. Take it. Jiang Fan took the ring, utterly confused. What are you doing? I've only heard of giving rings for engagements and weddings, not for taking on disciples. Are you giving me a ring because you have ulterior motives toward me? What are you thinking? You're asking for a beating. The crazy old man slapped Jiang Fan on the head. You really have short hair and short sight. This is no ordinary ring, it's a spatial ring. Got it. Jiang Fan winced from the slap, about to lose his temper, but when he heard the word spatial ring his eyes lit up and he forgot his anger. You mean, this is the extremely rare spatial ring? Since the 28th century, spiritual energy had revived and many unscientific products had been researched and developed by scientists. This spatial ring was one of them. However, due to the complexity of its forging process and the scarcity of materials, spatial rings used for storage were incredibly rare, owned only by a select few among the elite. Is this really a spatial ring? You're not fooling me. If you don't want it, forget it. The crazy old man reached out to take it back. Jiang Fan quickly stepped back several paces. Once something was in his hands, there was no way he was giving it back. How do I use it? The crazy old man rolled his eyes. Just activate your blood energy and touch it with your hand. Jiang Fan immediately did so, storing the table in the spatial ring. It worked. It really was a spatial ring. Jiang Fan's heart surged with excitement while the crazy old man said irritably, hurry up and spit that table back out. Don't you dare swallow my wine. Despite the crazy old man's bad temper, Jiang Fan wasn't the least bit angry. Now that he had such a treasure in hand, he was too overjoyed to care. How much space does it have? 10 cubic meters. That's small. The crazy old man glared at him. Small. Your ignorance is truly terrifying. Do you know that ordinary spatial rings on the market are about 1 cubic meter? Even those cost over $1 billion. $1 billion. Jiang Fan was stunned by the old man's words. In both this life and his past life, he had never seen that much money. He felt that even if he robbed the bank in city, he probably wouldn't get that much cash. That's right, 1 cubic meter costs $1 billion. But don't think 2 or 3 cubic meters is just a multiple of that. If you think that, you're sorely mistaken. The larger the space, the more difficult the technology and the lower the success rate. A lower success rate means more materials are wasted and greater effort is expended. Jiang Fan understood what the crazy old man was saying. He also realized that the spatial ring in his hand was priceless, likely beyond any monetary measure. If I'd known earlier, you could have just given me the spatial ring and I would have willingly become your disciple. The crazy old man grinned. I just don't like things coming too easily. It feels too bland. Like Yi Qizhen, he wanted to be my disciple but I refused. You didn't want to be my disciple, so I insisted. Jiang Fan's mouth twitched violently. Was this guy seriously deranged? After a moment, Jiang Fan opened the system panel. Points 3026, blood energy 126 and psychic power 6299p, lottery 100 points per draw. System, add points to blood energy and psychic power to optimize. Yes, master. The next second the numbers on the system panel began to jump. Soon they stopped. Points 2976, blood energy 128 and psychic power 6302p, lottery 100 points per draw. His blood energy had reached 128 and just 2 N short of becoming a high-level martial apprentice. Looking at the remaining points, Jiang Fan decided to go all in and use them all for the lottery. He hoped to get a blood energy fruit and break through to high-level martial apprentice in one go. He had to admit his luck was really good today. After just 3 draws he obtained a blood energy fruit, increasing his blood energy by 5 N. Now his blood energy was 132 N and he had successfully broken through to high-level martial apprentice. As a high-level martial apprentice, Jiang Fan immediately felt a qualitative leap in his physical strength. Just breaking through such a small threshold gave him such an extraordinary feeling. He was curious about what it would be like when he became a true martial artist. Amidst his joy, Jiang Fan reminded himself to stay grounded. With the system, he couldn't rely on it too much, he still needed to train diligently. With that thought, he looked up toward Mount Li in the distance. On Mount Li, Wei Sanyue had just crouched down in the weeds when he heard a familiar voice beside him. Captain Wei, you're here too. Wei Sanyue was startled. Turning his head, he saw Yi Qizhen also hiding in the weeds like a thief. You're a renowned psychic, a prodigy of great xia, yet here you are crouching like a thief. Aren't you afraid this will ruin your image in everyone's eyes? Yi Qizhen said nonchalantly, I'm a martial artist and a psychic, not a celebrity. Why do I need an image? That's not quite right. Your juniors see you as a gentleman and an idol to admire. You should still maintain some image. Besides, General Yan thinks highly of you, maybe one day you'll inherit his position. Me? Yi Qizhen pointed at himself with a bitter expression. I'm only 18, still a kid. Can you not put so much pressure on me? Setting that aside, do you think Master Li's disciple will show up here tonight? Yi Qizhen asked as he extended his psychic sense toward the foot of the mountain. Probably. From what the crazy old man said, his precious disciple comes to climb Mount Li every night. Why would a psychic climb a mountain? Even if physical strength and endurance are always a psychic's weak point, is climbing a mountain really the way to make up for it? Yi Qizhen said he couldn't understand it no matter how he thought about it. Wei Sanyue thought for a moment and replied, maybe he thinks that if he can't win a fight at least he can run away. Yi Qizhen mused, that's pretty sneaky. Just then a sound came from the foot of the mountain. Here he comes. Quickly retract your mental energy to avoid being discovered. Wei Sanyue reminded. In truth, Yi Qizhen had already retracted her mental energy the moment she heard the commotion. The two held their breath, quietly waiting for the approaching figures at the foot of the mountain. Tap tap tap. The footsteps grew closer. Moments later a figure finally appeared. In the next second Wei Sanyue suddenly sprang out from the weeds, grabbing the person by the waist. Ha ha! I finally caught you. Yi Qizhen also excitedly emerged from the weeds, but her expression turned blank as she recognized the face. Li Master. Ha! Wei Sanyue was taken aback, looking up at the other person. Before he could clearly see their face, an invisible force lifted him into the air. Master! Why is it you? No, please put me down first, I'm afraid of heights. The crazy old man glared at Wei Sanyue. Afraid of heights? As a martial artist, how can you be afraid of heights? When you reach the 8th rank, won't you be afraid to fly? That's different, I pilot myself, which is not the same as someone else carrying me. The crazy old man ignored Wei Sanyue and continued to keep him suspended in the air. You two actually had the audacity to plot against my disciple. Yi Qizhen wiped the sweat from her forehead and steeled herself to say, Li Master, please don't misunderstand. I have no ulterior motives, I just genuinely wanted to see how excellent your disciple is. Otherwise it would be hard to explain to General Yen when I return. Alright, for Yen Tianyang's sake, I won't hold it against you. However, if there's a next time, even if Yen Tianyang comes, I can still suspend him in midair for a good rub. The crazy old man snorted. Hearing this, Yi Qizhen imagined the tall and imposing Commander Shinfeng being treated like a kite, and the image was too terrifying to contemplate. Aren't you leaving? What? Do you want to keep him company in the air? The crazy old man began to issue an eviction order. Yi Qizhen glanced at Wei Sanyue in the sky, her eyes filled with a hint of sympathy, and hurriedly left. No, Master, you are being too biased. Why am I the only one suspended in midair? Wei Sanyue said, feeling wronged. Yes, I am indeed quite biased. Who told you to be my student? Tonight the night is so beautiful that the scenery is meant for you alone to admire. Don't. If you don't put me down, at least let Yi Qizhen be suspended as well. I'll be lonely all alone up here. Yi Qizhen not far away heard this and spat, then like oil on the soles of her feet she vanished without a trace. Master, please let me down. You may not care about me, but you need to consider your own health. You've had a hidden illness for many years. Using mental energy so recklessly might cause your old ailment to relapse, and I would be the eternal sinner. The crazy old man took out a bottle of alcohol and sat down on a green stone. This little bit of mental energy could cause my illness to relapse. Who do you look down on? Do you believe I can hang you up for 3 days and nights? I believe, please let me down. I really am afraid of heights. I need to go to the bathroom. Wei Sanyue yelled loudly in midair. The crazy old man continued drinking his alcohol. If you need to pee, then pee. If you need to poop, then go ahead. I won't stop you. Wei Sanyue was on the verge of tears. Master, is it too much to say I was wrong? I won't come back to this place again, and I won't casually investigate your disciple's identity again, I promise. I swear. Not far from the foot of the mountain, Jiang Fan witnessed this scene and took out his phone to snap a picture. He thought it might be useful in the future. The next day. In the afternoon during training class. Wei Sanyue, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was internally complaining. His teacher was indeed ruthless, having kept him as a kite for an entire night. Instructor Wei, what is our training content for today? Wei Qi asked. Wei Sanyue, lacking interest, casually replied, let's do paired sparring. It's Yi Qizhen. How did she get here? Suddenly someone shouted excitedly towards the door. It really is Yi Qizhen. Could it be that she is here for Lan Xingxue? I think it's highly likely. In an instant almost everyone in gymnasium know. Two turned to look at Yi Qizhen. When Tang Shuang saw Yi Qizhen, she was initially overjoyed, thinking she would have more opportunities to interact with her, but upon hearing everyone say Yi Qizhen was here for Lan Xingxue, her expression darkened, jealousy flooding her features. Wei Sanyue walked over. What are you doing here? Yi Qizhen smiled gently. Just bored, thought I'd come and take. You all are going to spar. Bored. Wei Sangyue found her statement a bit strange. Before he could figure out what Yi Qizhen intended to do, he saw her walking towards a certain direction, then calling out, "Jiang Fan, shall we spar?" At these words the entire place fell silent. What? Did they just hear that Yi Qizhen wanted to spar with Jiang Fan? What a joke. Yi Qizhen was a genuine junior mental energy master. She was truly a prodigy of Daxia. While Jiang Fan was merely a mid-level martial artist. Although Jiang Fan had defeated the higher-level martial artists Wei Qi and Mu Feng, both of them came from the small place of Anqing, so their actual combat abilities, martial techniques and experience were far inferior to those of their peers from major families in large cities. Ultimately it boiled down to the issue of foundation. Therefore, even though Yi Qizhen was also a high-level martial artist, her strength was not something Wei Qi and Mu Feng could compare to. For such an exceptional prodigy to seek out Jiang Fan for a spar was truly incomprehensible. Even Jiang Fan himself was momentarily stunned. But he quickly guessed Yi Qizhen's true intentions. It was likely that she had begun to suspect him, and the purpose of sparring was to test whether he was indeed the crazy old man's disciple. "I refuse to fight," Jiang Fan stated. "Why? Are you afraid?" Yi Qizhen asked. Jiang Fan was unfazed. "I'm not a fool. You are a high-level martial artist and a rare mental energy master, while I am just a mid-level martial artist. Sparring with you is not training, it is seeking punishment. If that's your concern, then I can do without using mental energy, how about that? But your level is still higher than mine, and I don't know any martial techniques or skills." "No worries, I can also do without martial techniques and skills." Just as Jiang Fan began to speak, he was interrupted by Yi Qizhen. "If you still have concerns, then how about this? I'll tie one hand behind my back. That should be acceptable, right?" Watching Yi Qizhen insist on sparring with Jiang Fan, everyone's mouths hung open in shock. This peculiar and strange scene was truly difficult to comprehend. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes. This guy was determined to spar with him, wasn't he? Besides, didn't you just say you wouldn't use your psychic power? And yet he immediately went all out. His intention to probe was far too obvious. Just as Jiang Fan thought this, Yi Qizhen stretched out his arm and 7 flying daggers suddenly materialized, hovering around him. Seeing this, Jiang Fan's eyes brightened slightly, his gaze landing on the ring on Yi Qizhen's finger. It was a spatial ring. Yi Qizhen had one too. While Yi Qizhen was an extremely rare psychic, so it wasn't surprising he owned a spatial ring. He just wondered how large Yi Qizhen's spatial ring was. Was it bigger than his? This scene caused a stir, and the students all looked at Yi Qizhen with envy and admiration. Wow! Psychics are so cool. They can control weapons with just their thoughts. I wish I could be a psychic too. Me too. Oh, and those flying daggers appeared out of thin air. He actually has a spatial ring. I'm so jealous. From start to finish, the instructor Wei Sangyue didn't voice any opinion, merely watching with arms crossed, observing the scene. Wei Sangyue had already guessed what Yi Qizhen was up to. He must be suspicious of the relationship between Jiang Fan and the mad old man, hence using this method to probe. "Jiang Fan, make your move. If you don't, I will." After saying this, Yi Qizhen controlled the flying daggers and shot them toward Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's fingers hanging by his side twitched almost imperceptibly. With a clang, the flying dagger was sent flying by a single slash. Looking at the graceful figure standing before him, Jiang Fan's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Not only him, but everyone present hadn't expected Lan Xingxue to intervene. Lan Xingxue lightly raised her delicate brows, her expression indifferent as she gazed at Yi Qizhen across from her. "You a mere primary psychic, what's the point of challenging a mid-stage martial apprentice? How about we fight?" Xingxue, step aside. "Fighting with you is no fun. Less talk. Come." Lan Xingxue charged forward, swiftly wielding twin blades with fierce angular techniques. It was fortunate that Yi Qizhen was a psychic. If he were an ordinary fighter of the same level, he would have been forced back and left with countless cuts. For a time the two exchanged blows, each holding their ground. The crowd buzzed with whispers. "Who do you think will win? Isn't that obvious? Definitely Yi Qizhen, he's a psychic." "I don't think so. Although Yi Qizhen is a psychic, he's only a high-stage martial apprentice, while Lan Xingxue is a first-rank initial-stage martial artist." "So what? Do you know why psychics are so rare and precious?" "Because they have the ability to challenge those above their own level." Jiang Fan was listening to the discussion when suddenly Wei Kangyu's voice came to his ear. "Who do you think will win?" Jiang Fan was startled and instinctively stepped to the side. When had he appeared beside him? Wei Sangyue seemed unfazed by Jiang Fan's reaction and moved closer again. "I think if Yi Qizhen were up against an ordinary first-rank initial-stage martial artist, his winning chance would be 100. But against Lan Xingxue, are you saying Lan Xingxue will win?" Jiang Fan asked. "Lan Xingxue is no ordinary first-rank initial-stage martial artist. Do you want to know who she is and which family she comes from? If you want to know, I can tell you everything. But on one condition: you tell me who my teacher's disciple really is. You often cook for the teacher and tidy up the house. I don't believe you don't know. I really don't know, Jiang Fan replied without a hint of guilt. Don't be so quick to refuse. Last time during the kidnapping incident, the mysterious person who took down the first-rank mid-stage martial artist was actually the teacher's disciple, wasn't he? I know nothing, Jiang Fan answered. Even if you don't tell me, I've already figured it out. Based on the fight scene, the mysterious person who fought that first-rank mid-stage martial artist clearly had very low chi and blood, yet he won. That means he used an unexpected tactic to kill the opponent. And that unexpected tactic obviously means he is a psychic. Wei Yue continued. Now it seems that psychic is undoubtedly the teacher's closed-door disciple. The bloodstain left at the scene was also swapped by the teacher. Am I right in my analysis? No matter what Wei Yue said, Jiang Fan remained silent. During their conversation, Lan Xingxue and Yi Qizhen had already concluded their match. As expected, Lan Xingxue won. Yi Qizhen looked at her dejectedly. Were you really going to kill me with that last strike? Lan Xingxue sheathed her blade and said expressionlessly, your chi and blood are too low, your defense is too weak. Once you're caught in close combat, your weakness is immediately exposed. It's not my fault. After all, one's energy is limited. As a psychic, I have to spend most of my time cultivating my psychic power. Yi Qizhen shrugged. Besides, have you ever seen a psychic charging forward like a tank? In games were the mages. Lan Xingxue made no comment on Yi Qizhen's reasoning. You brought a guardian this time. Of course, Yi Qizhen replied. Psychics are very fragile in their early stages. Without a guardian to protect them, they would likely be snuffed out before they can grow. The students were still discussing. They hadn't expected Yi Qizhen, a psychic, to lose, but that didn't make them think he was weak. On the contrary, they only believed Lan Xingxue was far beyond their imagination. In the crowd, Jiang Yutian stared fixedly at Lan Xingxue, his fists clenched by his side as if he had made some decision. He had to work harder and harder, striving not to fall too far behind his goddess. As for catching up and fighting alongside her, he dared not even think of such a thing. As Lan Xingxue passed by Jiang Fan, she whispered in a voice only they could hear, don't thank me. You saved my sister once, and this favor can't be repaid in 1 or 2 times. Jiang Fan nodded and said nothing. After the special training class ended, Jiang Fan as usual left school and started collecting bottles on his way home. Hey Jiang Fan, what a coincidence running into you here. Seeing Yi Qizhen again, Jiang Fan was utterly speechless. What are you doing? Yi Qizhen walked over and asked. Jiang Fan fished a Gatorade bottle out of the trash bin. Isn't it obvious? Yi Qizhen was stunned, then stammered, you're collecting bottles. After all, Jiang Fan was a mid-stage martial apprentice and a student in the special training class. Yet here he was collecting bottles, hard to believe no matter how one thought about it. Jiang Fan glanced at the half-drunk water bottle in Yi Qizhen's hand and said, just one last sip left. Give it to me when you're done. Yi Qizhen's mouth gaped wide enough to hold an egg. Suddenly, Jiang Fan's gaze snapped toward a certain direction, his narrowed eyes filled with intense caution. In a hidden spot there were 4 people, all dressed in identical assault suits, their faces tightly wrapped, holding weapons in their hands, and those weapons were all great alloy. Clearly these people harbored ill intentions. Yi Qizhen noticed Jiang Fan's unusual expression and asked puzzledly, what's wrong? Is there something behind me? As she spoke, Yi Qizhen turned to look but found nothing unusual. That was because those people were more than 200 meters away from her, beyond the range of her psychic perception. From this, Jiang Fan confirmed one thing: these people were definitely targeting Yi Qizhen. Are you alone? Jiang Fan asked. Yi Qizhen was baffled by the question. Am I not alone? Am I half a person? I'm not in the mood to joke with you. Jiang Fan said indifferently, I mean, isn't your guardian with you? Yi Qizhen frowned, staring fixedly at Jiang Fan. Why are you asking me that? Jiang Fan didn't answer the question but looked at the unfinished bottle in his hand. Do you still want it? Yi Qizhen, though confused, handed the bottle to Jiang Fan. Thank you. Jiang Fan put the bottle into his burlap sack and turned to leave. He had already given the warning, the rest was none of his business. He wasn't some saint who had to meddle in every— Jiang Fan, wait for me. I still have things to ask you. Yi Qizhen chased after him. Jiang Fan frowned and glanced sideways at him. Stay away from me. The strength of those few was unknown, but it was certain they were formidable, given they were sent to deal with Yi Qizhen, a psychic. Why have you suddenly become so unfriendly? I feel like some venomous beast you want to stay far away from. Have I done anything to offend you? Yi Qizhen grew more confused. Jiang Fan ignored him this time, quickening his pace. Jiang, as Yi Qizhen called out, the 4 hidden figures burst forth. The moment they moved, Yi Qizhen sensed them. Soon he was surrounded. Yi Qizhen, today is your death day. With that the four unleashed their formidable blood energy to the maximum. From this energy Jiang Fan discerned that among them were 3 at the first grade mid-stage and 1 at the first grade high stage. Such a lineup likely meant Yi Qizhen was outmatched. Strange, why hadn't his guardian shown up in such a critical situation? Yi Qizhen was frantic, also wondering why his guardian hadn't appeared. At that moment the masked man kindly reminded him. Stop waiting for someone to save you. Your guardian has been lured away by our people. Hearing this, Yi Qizhen's heart sank and his expression turned grim. He turned and shouted to Jiang Fan, run, but the last word got stuck in his throat. Jiang Fan had already bolted like a rabbit, almost out of sight. Chase that kid, prevent him from tipping anyone off, the leading masked man ordered. Yes. The designated man immediately dashed after Jiang Fan. Brat! Stop right there. From the blood energy Jiang Fan emitted while fleeing, the masked man judged he was no martial artist. And since he was a first-grade mid-stage martial artist, he believed he would catch Jiang Fan quickly. Yet to his exasperation the kid was faster than a rabbit. Stop. You huff, stop. The masked man chased until he was out of breath, panting heavily. After Jiang Fan unleashed the modified Phantom Gale leg, his speed was far beyond what a mere first-grade mid-stage martial artist could catch. So he soon shook off the pursuer. He was safe, but Yi Qizhen wouldn't escape so easily. After hesitating for no more than 3 seconds, Jiang Fan called, "Wait, Sun Yue." Hello. Jiang Fan, why are you calling me? Are you going to tell me who the teacher's disciple is? Yi Qizhen is in trouble. One sentence made Wei Kangyu's face turn extremely serious. Where are you? I sent you my location. Get here quickly. 3 first-grade mid-stage martial artists and 1 first-grade high-stage. His guardian was lured away. If you don't come soon, Yi Qizhen will be in grave danger. After hanging up, Jiang Fan went back not to rescue but simply to observe the situation. After all, there was a first-grade high-stage martial artist. If he rashly intervened, he'd be in trouble too. The scene shifted. Yi Qizhen had flying knives hovering beside him, his face grim and his body bore several cuts. In the face of the three's assault, he had used almost all his life-saving trump cards just to hold on. Being 32, he's probably spent. Let's not waste time, said one masked man. Yeah, you're right. Let's attack together. Just then the masked man who had chased Jiang Fan returned. Did you deal with him? Bing 32 asked. Yi Qizhen's heart lurched. Could Jiang Fan really be dead? If he died because of him, then he got away. What a pain. That kid seemed to have a dozen legs, the masked man cursed. Yi Qizhen breathed a sigh of relief. At least he was safe. Otherwise he would be a sinner for eternity. Jiang Fan had returned, hiding behind a large tree, observing quietly. Alright, forget about the kid who ran. Don't waste any more time. While our people are still holding off Yi Qizhen's guardian, kill him now. Bing 32's voice was icy, his gaze at Yi Qizhen like looking at a corpse. Then the four surrounded him, brandishing their weapons and striking without mercy. Within seconds Yi Qizhen's body bore more wounds. Suddenly one masked man closed and kicked Yi Qizhen flying, then leaped forward, raising a broadsword to cleave at his face. Yi Qizhen's face turned ashen, his pupils trembling. At that moment he had resigned himself to his fate. Just as the blade was about to fall, a sharp pierce sound rang out. A razor-sharp needle shot through the masked man's left chest, spraying a trail of blood that splattered onto Yi Qizhen. Clang! The needle landed beside Yi Qizhen. This looked like a spine from an 8-legged hedgehog boar. But what mattered most was who had saved him. The masked man, pierced through the heart by the needle, had lost all life, collapsing like a toppling tower and crashing heavily to the ground. This widened Yi Qizhen's view and he saw his savior. The figure before them wore a black hoodie, its hood pulled low to obscure the eyes, and a black mask covered the face. But that wasn't the point, the long needles floating beside him were. He was a psychic needle master. A psychic needle master. The masked men were stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, shock evident on their faces. While the crowd was frozen in astonishment, Jiang Fan dashed to Yi Qizhen's side and extended a hand. Thanks. Yi Qizhen took Jiang Fan's hand and was pulled up, then scrutinized Jiang Fan's face. Don't stare, let's go. Jiang Fan said in a low voice. Yi Qizhen nodded. Leave. Think again. To be fair, the masked men moved with remarkable speed, encircling Jiang Fan and Yi Qizhen in the blink of an eye. But Jiang Fan was no slower. His pupils narrowed, a cold gleam radiating from the corners of his eyes. The next moment a long needle shot forth with a whoosh toward one of them. Bing 81, watch out. Bing 32 bellowed. Hearing the code name, Jiang Fan's eyes flickered with surprise. The last time he'd heard such titles was during Tang Gui's kidnapping. According to Old Man Crazy, those people were the righteous apostles of the righteous sect. So were these men also so-called righteous apostles? Even as he pondered, Jiang Fan kept fighting. 3 long spines from the 8-legged hedgehog swiftly shifted angles, weaving around his opponents with a speed, power and cunning that surpassed Yi Qizen's earlier flying daggers. Thus any observer could tell that Jiang Fan's psychic power far exceeded Yi Qizen's. Where in the world did this psychic needle master come from? And he's so formidable. Bing 81 looked as if had seen a ghost. Indeed, this tiny town of Anqing has produced 2 psychic needle masters. Bing 32's icy eyes hardened. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Understood. With that, 2 first-ranked mid-stage martial artists closed in on Jiang Fan. Yi Qizen quickly warned, "Don't let them get close." But the warning was futile. Facing 2 first-rank mid-stage martial artists with a first-rank high-stage one backing them up, Jiang Fan, armed with only 3 needles, was utterly overwhelmed. Jiang Fan regretted not plucking more spines from the 8-legged hedgehog during their recent hunt. Still, considering the circumstances, swiping 3 long spines unnoticed under Yang Xiaoqiang's watch was no small feat. Besides, that hedgehog had escaped from the Beast Research Institute, not a wild one in the wasteland. Taking too many would have drawn suspicion. As the 2 masked men closed in, Jiang Fan, with no time to think, pulled in great alloy blade from his spatial ring, the same one had taken from the slain Bing 78. That's Bing 78's blade. Bing 81 recognized it instantly. Damn it. So you were the one who ruined our plan and killed Bing 78. This man called Bing 81 roared with fury, clearly close to Bing 78. He raised his blade and slashed at Jiang Fan. Die. In their eyes, Jiang Fan, though a psychic needle master, was like most of his kind, frail in body, a glass cannon. But then, clang. The clash of metal rang out. With a surge of strength, Jiang Fan sent the opponent's blade flying. In that instant, Bing 81's eyes bulged in disbelief. Not just him, but everyone, including Yi Qizen, found it hard to believe their eyes, as if in a dream. They all saw that Jiang Fan's blood energy was far from a martial artist's standard, yet a mere block had disarmed a first-rank mid-stage fighter. It was utterly baffling. As they gaped, Jiang Fan mercilessly swung his blade again, striking Bing 81 in the waist. With a blood sprayed. The first-rank mid-stage martial artist clutched his chest, stumbling back several steps before collapsing from his grave wound. Damn it. I'll kill you. Kill you. Another first-rank mid-stage martial artist lunged forward. Learning from his comrade's fate, he held nothing back, unleashing his full power and even martial techniques. Yet no matter how he attacked, Jiang Fan parried with ease, occasionally launching surprise moves to suppress him even while defending. Watching the flashing blades in Jiang Fan's increasingly ferocious, almost humanoid fighter-like form, Yi Qizen stood agape, his face a mask of disbelief. Was this a fragile psychic needle master? Was he sure it wasn't a tank? With mere physical blood energy and martial skills, he was going toe-to-toe with a first-rank mid-stage martial artist and gradually gaining the upper hand. Good heavens! Was he dreaming? Ha! Yi Qizen suddenly realized something crucial. That martial technique, the leg speed like a phantom gale, looked suspiciously like the Lan family's phantom gale leg. But the Lan family's technique was never taught to outsiders. How did he know it? Was he a Lan? No, that couldn't be right. Yi Qizen watched longer and noticed subtle differences between the technique and the Lan family's phantom gale leg. Yet overall it was strikingly similar. So what was going on? Was it the phantom gale leg or not? While Yi Qizen was lost in doubt, 3 long needles suddenly shot toward the first-rank mid-stage martial artist from 3 cunning angles. Watch out! Bing 32 shouted as he charged at Jiang Fan, trying to rescue his comrade. But the moment Bing 32 rushed in, the 3 needles abruptly changed course and flew toward him. Jiang Fan yelled to Yi Qizen, "Go! I'll hold them off." Yi Qizen felt it was dishonorable to flee after being rescued, but given the situation, he couldn't waste the chance Jiang Fan had fought to give him. Clearly, with his injuries, he was nothing but a burden. "Brother, hold on. I'll get help." With that, Yi Qizen didn't hesitate and bolted. Damn! Bing 32 saw Yi Qizen vanishing and snapped, "You go after him. I'll handle this kid." Fine. The first-rank mid-stage martial artist disengaged from Jiang Fan and chased Yi Qizen while Bing 32 took on Jiang Fan. After just a dozen exchanges of clashing metal, Jiang Fan was already struggling to hold his ground. At this moment his chi and blood seethed uncontrollably, every organ crying out for relief. Each successive clash with Bing 32 left a cloying metallic taste of blood in his mouth. He shouldn't have acted on impulse. He'd only turned back to observe, but watching had led to action. Still too green, too inexperienced. As Jiang Fan berated himself, turmoil raged within Bing 32. Was this truly a spiritual psionicist? He had encountered psionicists with decent physical defenses and close combat skills before, but never one who wielded martial techniques and combat arts with such raw, seamless perfection. Any seasoned observer could tell at a glance that this opponent was no stranger to real combat. Bing 32's guess was accurate. Since joining Xiaoqiang Studio, Jiang Fan had regularly sparred with Zhou Xiaoyan and Wang Jiangang. Paired with his recent missions, he had amassed a wealth of battle experience. "Kid, who the hell are you?" Jiang Fan parried while retorting, "Kneel and call me Grandpa and I might tell you. You're asking for death." Bing 32 erupted, his chi and blood surging as his assault intensified. Jiang Fan was driven back step by step, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "You want me dead that badly? Fine. I'll burn my last card and fight you to the end." With that, Jiang Fan retreated a step, his expression turning deathly solemn. Though Jiang Fan was merely a high-level martial apprentice, Bing 32 dared not underestimate him. After all, this opponent had grievously wounded a first-grade mid-level martial artist with a single blow, though the enemy's overconfidence had played a part. As Bing 32 braced himself, Jiang Fan removed the weighted rings from his ankles. Great alloy. This brat had been wearing great alloy weights the entire time, maneuvering and fighting against them all along. How had he managed it? Could this kid be an even greater prodigy than Yi Qizhen? At this thought, Bing 32's killing intent surged. For the Justice Sect to expand its influence and rule over Great Xia and eventually the entire Blue Star, they had to crush the rising talents of these stubborn factions in their infancy. That was why they had targeted Yi Qizhen. And this one before him, he must never be allowed to grow. Ah! Jiang Fan let out a roar like a man at death's door, unleashing his final cry, then hurled his greatsword at Bing 32. Yes, hurled it. The blade, infused with spiritual psionic force, whistled through the air as it flew straight toward Bing 32. The moment the sword left his hand, Jiang Fan's phantom gale legs kicked into full gear. His feet churned the ground in rapid succession, kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn it! You little bastard, you tricked me! After dodging the flying blade, Bing 32 gave furious chase. Meanwhile, the injured Yi Qizhen was quickly overtaken. Yi Qizhen, I advise you to stop running. Accept your death and I'll leave you with a whole corpse. At this, Yi Qizhen, suppressing the turmoil in his chi and blood, retorted, "Can't you come up with a new line? Don't you think that's cliché? Besides, when you're dead, who cares about the body? I know this much: every second I run is another second I live. I'm not stupid enough to stop and let you chop me down." Well said. A deep resonant voice cut in abruptly. Captain Wei. Yi Qizhen's face lit up with joy as he shouted toward the source of the voice. Wei Sangyue charged forward, blade in hand, sweeping past Yi Qizhen like a gale. Before the first-grade mid-level martial artist could react, Wei's sword fell, struck, and returned to its sheath. The entire motion was swift and clean, without a hint of hesitation. Enough posing. Come with me to save someone. Yi Qizhen scrambled to his feet. Save who? Jiang Fan. Master Li's disciple. Who? Waits on you. A paused, stunned. Yi Qizhen started running, explaining as he went, "When I was about to be cut down, Master Li's disciple arrived just in time to save me. Otherwise I'd be headless by now." Master Li's disciple. You've never met him, how can you be sure? Wei Sangyue asked, puzzled. He's a spiritual psionicist and a primary level one at that. In Ansheng I can't think of anyone else who fits. Wei Sangyue nodded thoughtfully at Yi Qizhen's reasoning, then a sudden realization struck him and he turned sharply to face Yi Qizhen. Then you're a real bastard, aren't you? He came to save you and you ran off and left him. He's just a primary psionicist going up against 3 first-grade mid-level martial artists and 1 first-grade high-level. You're not worried he'll be minced into meat paste? He may be a primary psionicist like me, but his spiritual psionic power far surpasses mine. I knew it. That's why Master gave up on you, a promising seedling, to take on someone else. But even so, he's still just a psionicist. And if I'm not mistaken, Master's disciple is young, so his martial rank can't be high. Actually, he's not even a martial artist. He's a high-level martial apprentice. What? Wei Sangyue's shout nearly ruptured Yi Qizhen's eardrums. Not even a martial artist. Just a high-level apprentice. And you had the nerve to leave him alone there, facing 3 first-grade mid-level and 1 first-grade high-level martial artists. What are you hoping he gets chopped into paste so you can inherit his master? Yi Qizhen couldn't help but twitch his lips in exasperation. Do I look like that kind of person? Yes. Yi Qizhen felt a profound weariness as he continued to explain, "Don't let his being a psionicist fool you, he's no glass cannon. He took down a first-grade mid-level martial artist with ease, then grievously wounded another with a single blow. He even went toe-to-toe with a third, growing fiercer and gradually gaining the upper hand." Wei Sangyue stared at him. Are you telling me a story? Yi Qizhen was speechless. A dozen seconds later they reached the scene of the battle. Jiang Fan and the others were long gone. Wei Xianyue spotted two figures lying in pools of blood, one gravely wounded but still breathing, the other dead with a pierced chest. It matched Yi Qizhen's account exactly. Hey Xiao Yi. Everything you said, was it true? Yi Qizhen managed a wry smile. At a time like this, do you think I'd be messing with you? Wei Xianyue stared at Yi Qizhen for several long seconds, then drew a sharp breath. That kid is a goddamn genius. No, a prodigy. No wonder Master refused to take you on and chose him instead. If it were me, I'd pick him over you any day. Yi Qizhen paused. That hit hard. Let's go. Wei Xianyue stood up. Yi Qizhen was momentarily stunned. Where to? Wei Xianyue analyzed. According to what you just said, the teacher's disciple is formidable in both close combat and ranged attacks and possesses extensive battle experience. Therefore he cannot have been defeated already, but is likely being pursued by that first-grade high-level martial artist. Who do you think he would seek help from when facing danger? It's Li Shi. Yi Qizhen suddenly realized. Exactly, so we just need to chase in the direction of the cemetery. The scene shifted. The first-grade high-level martial artist was running breathlessly, having chased for 5 minutes, yet he had failed to catch up with a mere martial apprentice, which infuriated him greatly. Stop right there. Jiang Fan ignored him and continued to run. Another 5 minutes passed. Facing such intense exercise, Bing 32 felt as if his legs were no longer his own. How could this kid run so fast? Did he die from being chased in his past life, so in this life he can run like this? Huff. Huff. Bing 32 gasped for air, the intense breathing causing pain in his lungs. However, no matter how fast he tried to go, he couldn't close the distance to Jiang Fan, who only seemed to get further away. He thought that if this got out, he could forget about mixing in the teaching world. Jiang Fan sensed the footsteps behind him fading away, glanced back, and indeed saw the distance increasing. Is he really that useless? These words seemed to be self-talk, but they were loud enough for Bing 32 to hear clearly. How infuriating. How dare he insult him? Ah. Bing 32 erupted with unprecedented anger, the blood energy around him reaching a critical point. In an instant his speed exploded to its peak. In less than 10 seconds he had closed the distance significantly to Jiang Fan. At this moment they were only 7 or 8 steps apart. Ha ha. Kid, wait until I catch up with you, you're done for. Just as Bing 32 finished speaking, he saw Jiang Fan suddenly accelerate, his legs moving as if he were on wheels. Whoosh, and in a flash he opened the distance again, leaving a swirling cloud of dust. Cough cough cough. Bing 32 was choked, his mouth and nose filled with dust. By the time he recovered, he found that Jiang Fan had pulled ahead significantly. Ah. Bing 32 was about to go mad, burning his essence blood and chasing with all his might. Soon Bing 32 was right behind Jiang Fan. Now I see where you think you can run. Today I will turn you into dust. With that he bared his teeth and reached out to grab Jiang Fan's clothing. Just as his fingers were about to touch Jiang Fan's clothing, he suddenly grabbed nothing. Looking up, he saw Jiang Fan accelerating again, his legs moving in a way that seemed to have 18 limbs. This kid had clearly not used his full speed from the beginning, deliberately toying with him. You've completely enraged me. Today I won't let you go. He stubbornly believed that this kid must have used some secret method similar to burning essence blood, forcibly increasing his speed several times. Under normal circumstances, using such a method that harms oneself as much as the enemy, the stronger the effect, the more apparent the negative drawbacks. Thus he believed that the kid ahead would only enjoy this moment of pride. After this effect wore off, he would be like a puddle of mud, unable to move, and then he could do whatever he wanted. However, 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. The speed of the person ahead remained unchanged, and Bing 32 even noticed that the other party seemed hardly out of breath. As for him, he was panting like a dog under the scorching sun, gasping heavily. Is this kid even human? By the way, aren't you a mental cultivator? With such running ability, how can you be a mental cultivator? Bing 32 cursed furiously as he ran behind, while Jiang Fan finally saw the gate of the cemetery. Not wanting to waste any more time, he hurriedly shouted. Crazy old man. Someone is trying to kill your disciple. Hearing this sudden shout, Bing 32's heart raced with alarm. Crazy old man. Who? Before he could think it through, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure sweep over him like a mighty force. In the next second he was crushed to the ground by this invisible, terrifying force, completely unable to move. What a horrifying level of oppression. It sent chills down one's spine and made one feel the arrival of death. This power felt even more terrifying than facing the Guardian. When did such a formidable character appear in Ansheng? When Wei Xianyue and Yi Qizhen arrived, they happened to witness this scene. The crazy old man stepped out of the management office and shot a disdainful glance at Jiang Fan. You call me crazy old man? No respect, you should call me master. You forced me to become your disciple from the start. It wasn't my choice. Jiang Fan replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Qizhen and Wei Sangyue looked at each other in disbelief as if they had heard some incredible news. Oh my, what did they just hear? It was not the other party begging the crazy old man to take him as a disciple, but rather the old man had forcibly taken him in. If this were to reach the ears of the big shots at Fortress No. 1, they would probably be utterly astonished. Jiang Fan had said it, and yet the crazy old man showed no sign of anger. Very well, I have my temper from back then. When my master took me as a disciple, I was also unwilling and always called him an old fool until... At this point the crazy old man frowned slightly, taking a swig of alcohol, and changed the subject, saying, I hope I never have to hear you call me master again in this lifetime. From the crazy old man's somewhat unusual words, Jiang Fan vaguely sensed a feeling of, I have wine, do you have a story? Yi Qizhen approached Jiang Fan. Thank you for saving me, otherwise I would definitely have perished. By the way, what's your name? Let's exchange contact information. I don't have a name, nor do I have a phone, Jiang Fan replied. Then, Yi Qizhen hadn't finished speaking when Jiang Fan's voice interrupted. I also don't have a home address. Yi Qizhen. This was the most ruthless way of rejection she had ever seen. Wei Sangyue also came to Jiang Fan's side, his eyes staring at Jiang Fan as if they were x-rays. You are the teacher's disciple and I am the teacher's student. We're all on the same side, so there's no need to hide so tightly. Come on, let me see what you look like. Before his words had even finished, Wei Kangyu's hand had already reached out toward Jiang Fan. No matter how quickly Jiang Fan noticed facing a 5th grade expert, his reaction was as if he were playing house. Just as Wei Kangyu's hand was about to touch his hat, Wei Sangyue suddenly soared into the air. Teacher! Hey! Please put me down. I'm afraid of heights. I was wrong, please put me down. The mad old man ignored Wei Kangyu's cries and instead turned his gaze to Yi Qizhen. Do you also want to see what my disciple looks like? Yi Qizhen took a cautious step back. I have no such intention and never have. Hadn't he just witnessed a dignified 5th-rank martial artist being suspended in midair? He had no desire to share the same fate. Poof. The mad old man snorted through his nose, then strode over to Bing 32 and looked down at him from a height. Jiang Fan also walked over. He is from the Justice Sect. The Justice Sect. Wei Sangyue, suspended in midair, abruptly stopped flailing his limbs and stared down at the ground. Yi Qizhen was equally astonished. He had heard Yen Shui mention it occasionally before, but the specifics had never been elaborated upon. Bing 32 lay prostrate on the ground, grinding his teeth as he roared, release me at once. Otherwise, when the protector arrives, he will surely avenge me. The mad old man lifted his foot and stomped on Bing 32's back, shattering all his ribs in an instant. A protector is nothing. Even if your elder came, no, even if your very pope came in person, I would still trample him underfoot. Bing 32's mouth was filled with blood. His eyes bulged with rage as he glared at the mad old man. You dare to insult our sacred and great pope? You will surely descend into hell after death. Eternal damnation. Eternal damnation for me. Don't you have that backwards? It seems the one destined for eternal damnation is your so-called pope, isn't it? You, what did you say? Is it not true? Just look at the filthy deeds the Justice Sect has committed over the years. How many young children have you abducted? Using the guise of running orphanages, you take these children away, brainwash them, turn them into your followers, and make them fight for you. People like you are an affront to heaven itself. Everything we do is good. Those children were born with sin. We take them away, purify their karma, and grant them a new life. So everything we do is good. It is a tremendous good. Hearing this, Jiang Fan finally understood why the Justice Sect had recently abducted children the same age as Tangwei. It was all for easier brainwashing. Pa! The mad old man couldn't help but spit. Damned good deeds. You tear them from their parents, destroy countless families, separate husbands from wives and children from parents. Some mothers, unable to bear the loss of their child, have lost their sanity. And you still have the audacity to call this a good deed. Bing 32 let out a hollow laugh. Those parents are short-sighted. When they learn of the magnificent work their children are doing, they will feel immense pride. Looking at Bing 32's devout expression, everyone felt he was beyond salvation. The mad old man sighed and shook his head. If the deceased Saint Lord knew that the Justice Sect he founded with his own hands had turned into the hell it is today, I wonder if he would be furious enough to burst out of his coffin and fight you all. What a pity. A figure like that, how dazzling he was back in the day. Just by standing there he commanded countless followers, all willing to gaze upon his back in admiration. Jiang Fan sensed an unusual undertone in his words and probed tentatively, do you know the Saint Lord of the Justice Sect? Ah. The mad old man let out a sigh as if reminiscing. Once when I was about this tall, maybe 8 or 9 years old, I was traveling with that old ahem with my master when we happened to meet the Saint Lord of the Justice Sect. They hit it off, immediately regretting they hadn't met sooner. Night after night they shared wine and joy. As he spoke, the mad old man's expression suddenly turned mischievous and he grinned at Jiang Fan with a roguish look. Let me tell you that Saint Lord was as fair as a woman, with rosy lips, white teeth and features like a painting, stunningly beautiful. He attracted all sorts of admirers along the way. My master was like a bodyguard, always handling the men and women who came to flirt. Jiang Fan's mouth twitched. Could you not look at my face when you say that? Don't think I don't know you're implying something about me. The mad old man, hey. He was far more enchanting than you. He loved to keep long hair and the quality of it was superb. When the wind blew it would cascade in the sunlight, what a mesmerizing sight. So were you dazzled? Jiang Fan asked with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Ahem ahem. The mad old man cleared his throat and shot Jiang Fan a displeased glare. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm straight as an arrow. How could I possibly be captivated by a man, especially one old enough to be an uncle? Is that so? Stare, do you want to keep your eyeballs? The mad old man reached out to poke Jiang Fan's eyes. Jiang Fan quickly stepped back, retreating to Yi Qizen's side. Yi Qizen glanced at Jiang Fan and gave him a thumbs up. In the entire fortress, no one few dared to confront Master Li so directly. The mad old man continued, I must say that fellow did a lot of good deeds. It's just that sometimes when he did good it made people think he had a screw loose. The Saint Lord's status was above the Pope. As a follower, Bing 32 would normally have killed anyone who insulted his Saint Lord. But the old man before him had known the Saint Lord and spent time with him, clearly he was no ordinary person. How so? Jiang Fan was intrigued. The mad old man said, take me for example. I had a cavity back then and couldn't eat sweets. So he confiscated all my candy. Not only did he take them, but he deliberately ate them right in front of me. Tell me, isn't that infuriating? Jiang Fan. It does seem like he had a screw loose. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. And there's more. When faced with someone trying to kill him, he kindly let the person go. That was rather kind of him. The problem is he let him go, but before the man could run 10 seconds he killed him. Also, when he was short on money he would rob the safes of unscrupulous rich merchants, calling it robbing the rich to help the poor. Hearing this, Jiang Fan was slightly taken aback. He had to admit the Saint Lord's style of conduct was quite similar to his own. Wait a minute. Could it be that this Saint Lord also possessed a good deed system? The system responded obligingly. Master, you worry too much. This system is the only one of its kind in the entire universe. Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. So as I said, this Saint Lord was like a bean paste bun, fair on the outside but rotten to the core. Just like you, crafty and ruthless. The mad old man steered the conversation back to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. I think you simply can't stand good-looking people. Hey, why would I be jealous? I was incredibly handsome when I was young. Ask Wei if you don't believe me. The crazy old man looked up at Wei Sanyue. Wei Sanyue, still hanging in midair, dared not utter a single truthful word. Yes. Teacher was handsome and charming in his youth, adored by all so much so that any female creature would be conquered beneath his majestic presence. The crazy old man waved his hand with a smile. Not too bad, not too bad. He exaggerated just a tiny bit. I'm only moderately handsome. Jiang Fan was no fool, he could see how insincere Wei Kangyu's words were. Suddenly. Put. The crazy old man spat out a mouthful of blood. Wei Sanyue abruptly fell from midair and crashed to the ground. Ouch. My old back, it's going to break. The spiritual pressure suppressing Bing 32 was instantly lifted. Regaining his freedom, Bing 32 immediately sprang up from the ground and bolted away as fast as his legs could carry him. Trying to run. Ignoring his aching back, Wei Sanyue caught up with Bing 32 with lightning speed, striking him down with a blade and severely wounding him. Crazy old man, what's wrong? Jiang Fan asked urgently. The crazy old man released the hand clutching his chest and waved it dismissively with great nonchalance. What could be wrong? Probably just some blood stasis from your anger earlier. Now it's coughed out and I'm perfectly fine. With that he pulled a bottle of erguotu from his pocket and raised it to drink. Jiang Fan reacted swiftly, grabbing the old man's wrist. In this condition you still want to drink? I told you I'm fine. Just need some alcohol to sterilize. The crazy old man shook off Jiang Fan's hand and took 2 gulps. Ah, refreshing. All right, everything's settled. Take the man back. I'll go back to my drinking. These words were directed at Wei Sanyue. Watching the old man's retreating figure, Jiang Fan turned his gaze to Wei Sanyue after a few seconds. What exactly happened to him? What else could it be? Just showing off. Knowing he has a hidden ailment, he still used his spiritual power recklessly to show off in front of his disciple. The result? He overdid it and his old injury flared up. He's so powerful, who could have hurt him? Although Jiang Fan didn't know the old man's exact strength, he was certain it was unfathomably profound. Wei San Yue sighed before speaking slowly. 20 years ago, in a scheme to protect the people of Daxia, teacher charged ahead into a massive beast tide and was severely wounded. He paused, his face heavy, and looked toward 3 tombstones standing side by side in the distance. It was because of that conspiracy that his son, daughter-in-law and most beloved grandson all died heroically protecting Daxia. Jiang Fan remained silent, his expression equally somber. He had never imagined that the crazy old man who usually just drank and acted foolish had done such admirable deeds. Nor did he expect that the old man's family had perished protecting Daxia. Jiang Fan looked toward the 3 tombstones, overwhelmed with emotion. However, admiration aside, he would never do the same. His heart was small, only big enough for his family. If forced to choose between protecting his city and his family, he would unhesitatingly choose to protect his family. So he admitted he was selfish. With his strength, his status must be extraordinary. Who would scheme against him? This. Wei San Yue frowned. How should I put it? There's a saying, the tree that stands out in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. You've heard it right. Jiang Fan nodded. Something like that. Perhaps someone thought he was too prominent and couldn't stand it, or his existence blocked others' paths to advancement, or his actions affected someone's interests. You know, cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents. The enmity is immense. Wei San Yue explained. Jiang Fan pressed on, so who was behind the scheme? This. Wei San Yue hesitated again, then answered vaguely, some were found and got there, just deserts. Some remain suspects, but we lack solid evidence. Oh. As Jiang Fan sank into thought, Wei Kangyu's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Hey kid, let me see what you look like. Jiang Fan's eyes twinkled with amusement. He didn't dodge. Why don't you lift the mask yourself? Then I won't be polite. Just as Wei San Yue was about to act, Yi Qizhen warned him. Captain Wei, aren't you afraid of being hung up by Teacher Li for another whole day? Those words instantly froze Wei Kangyu's movement. He looked at the smiling Jiang Fan and couldn't help but grumble. Teacher was absolutely right. You're a sly one, dripping with mischief. You almost tricked me into committing a crime. I nearly fell for it. Forget it. Wei San Yue lost his urge to see Jiang Fan's true face. The tree that stands out is the first to be destroyed. Teacher's decision to keep your identity hidden for now might not be a bad thing. Grow well, I have high expectations for you. With that, Wei San Yue left. Yi Qizhen approached Jiang Fan, a look of mutual respect in his eyes. I hope next time we meet we can be completely open with each other. Completely open. Those words sounded increasingly odd. Yi Qizhen didn't hide the amusement in his eyes. Jiang Fan, I initially guessed it was you. Hearing the name Jiang Fan's expression slightly changed, thinking Yi Qizhen had seen through his identity. But upon hearing the rest, he relaxed. Jiang Fan is a mid-stage martial apprentice while you are a high-stage martial apprentice. You two are not the same person. Yi Qizhen analyzed. Jiang Fan didn't respond. I have things to do. I'll be going. Yi Qizhen watched Jiang Fan's retreating figure and murmured to himself, perhaps Jiang Fan was never a mid-stage martial apprentice but a high-stage one from the start. A few days later, Jiang Fan received a call from Yang Xiuqiang. Tang Fan, come to the studio. We've taken on a very special mission. We need you here to explain the details. At that moment, Jiang Fan was still in class. Can it wait? Are you tied up right now? I really can't get away. But it'll be done by 5:40, then I'll take a taxi there. Alright, I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Yao Lingling looked at Yang Xiuqiang. Boss, isn't Tang Fan coming now? He said he has something to do and will be free by 5:40. Hearing the time, Yao Lingling paused. That's around the same time my younger sister gets out of school. At first Yang Xiuqiang hadn't paid much attention to the time, but Yao Lingling's remark sparked a thought. A flash of insight crossed his mind. Could he be teaching at a school? Yao Lingling said he's 22 this year. He hasn't even graduated from college, right? Teaching seems unlikely. Then he can't be a student, can he? Yao Lingling's voice was filled with shock as she voiced this conclusion. The moment Yao Lingling said this, Zhou Xiaoyan immediately stepped forward to refute it. You really have a wild imagination. Although members of elite high school training classes aren't lacking in intermediate martial apprentices, how could a student without life experience and never tempered by society possess the same mental fortitude as Tang Fan? That makes sense. What do you mean makes sense? It's obviously true, all right. Besides, have you ever seen a high school student with such extraordinary archery skills? Zhou Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. Wei Qi entered and caught snippets of their conversation. What were you guys discussing just now? A high school student with extraordinary archery skills. Nothing, none of your business. Yao Lingling couldn't be bothered to explain, instead turning to ask, hey, do you treat our studio like it's your own home? You're here almost every day. Aren't you a student at Anqing No? 9 High School? Don't you have class today? Wei Qi scratched his head sheepishly. I come every day just to see my bro Fan. Every time I come I miss him. I figure he must be working during school hours, so I sneak out of class early to get here. I refuse to believe I can't catch him at least once. Yao Lingling chuckled. Well, what a coincidence. Tang Fan won't be here until after 5:40 today. Hearing the time, Wei Qi was taken aback. Why 5:40? The curve of Yao Lingling's smile lifted noticeably as she teased, take a guess. Around 6:10, Jiang Fan finally arrived at the studio. To his surprise, he found Wei Qi there staring at him with gleaming eyes as if he were a piece of succulent immortal flesh. Bro Fan. I've been waiting for you like I'd wait for the stars and moon, and finally you're here. Wei Qi's eyes glistened with tears as he spread his arms wide, charging in for a bear hug. This sight made Jiang Fan's hair stand on end. Instinctively he lifted his leg and kicked the charging Wei Qi flying. With a loud thud, Wei Qi crashed to the ground. Wincing in pain, he ignored the ache, sprang up with a carp-like flip and lunged at Jiang Fan again. Bro Fan, it's me, don't. Before he could finish, seeing Jiang Fan raise his leg again, Wei Qi slammed on the brakes and froze in place. Why are you here? Jiang Fan silently lowered his foot. I want to learn archery from you. I've thought it over. If you want take me as your lackey, then take me as your disciple. I want to master the art of hitting the mark every time too. Wei Qi fantasized about becoming a legendary archer, showing off in front of Tong Shuyo and then having the beauty throw herself into his arms, declaring him amazing. The mere thought sent a thrill through him. Jiang Fan was speechless. I don't take lackeys, and I certainly don't take disciples. Don't say no so fast. There are plenty of perks to taking me on. Let me tell you, I can fetch your tea, do your laundry, be your beast of burden, even warm your bed, get lost. The corner of Jiang Fan's mouth twitched and he nearly kicked Wei Qi straight out of the studio. Wei Qi retreated pitifully to the corner, occasionally casting resentful sidelong glances like a wronged wife. Ignoring him, Jiang Fan approached Yang Xiaoqiang. Chief, what's this special mission you mentioned on the phone? Yang Xiaoqiang got straight to the point. This morning a client came to us with a hefty commission, asking us to guide them into the inner wilderness. The inner wilderness. Jiang Fan's tone sharpened. You mean this time we're heading beyond the fortress? Exactly. Not only beyond the fortress, but we might need to venture deeper into the death swamp to pick a rare medicinal herb. Pausing, Yang Xiaoqiang fixed Jiang Fan with a serious, solemn expression. The mission is highly dangerous. You're only an intermediate martial apprentice, so I called you here to discuss it face to face to keep you from acting impulsively. Jiang Fan smiled. Chief, since you say it's dangerous, how can a team afford to be without an archer to watch their backs? So you've decided to go. Yang Xiaoqiang had long seen Jiang Fan's courage and guessed he'd agree. But as a veteran he felt obliged to caution the newcomer. The inner wilderness isn't as perilous as the outer, but demonic beasts are everywhere. You need to think this through carefully. A misstep could mean severe injury or even death. Jiang Fan's voice was resolute. You don't need to convince me. I'm not a reckless novice who fears nothing, I just believe I'm capable. With that, Jiang Fan suddenly unleashed his blood energy. The surging vitality invigorated everyone. Senior martial apprentice. Tang Fan, you've broken through. When did this happen? Everyone crowded around Jiang Fan. Even Wei Qi, who had been sulking in the corner, rushed over. Bro Fan, you're amazing. You could easily kill a first-rank initial stage martial artist as an intermediate apprentice. Now that you've advanced, you're probably unmatched below the second rank. This flattery, though well-intentioned, inadvertently offended everyone present. What did he mean by unmatched below the second rank? The strongest among them was Yang Xiaoqiang, a first-rank high-stage martial artist. So in Wei Qi's eyes they were all beneath Jiang Fan. Feeling the weight of several deathly glares, Wei Qi belatedly realized what he had just said. Hey, I didn't mean it like that. I'm just clumsy with words. I deserve to be slapped. As he spoke he made a show of slapping himself lightly. Yang Xiaoqiang and the others ignored this sycophant and returned to the main topic. Since you've made up your mind, you'll join us on the mission. Jiang Fan asked when. The client's family member needs the medicinal herb for treatment, so time is tight. We leave at dawn tomorrow. Any problem with that? So soon? Alright, I understand. Jiang Fan knew the urgency and figured he'd have to ask for leave from school. Meet at the fortress exit before 6 tomorrow morning. Got it, Chief. Night fell. At the cemetery administration office. Masterly, since you've already taken a disciple, I won't linger any longer. I came today to bid you farewell. Yi Qizhen said respectfully. The crazy old man waved his hand dismissively. Fine. You've said your goodbyes, so you can leave now. Yi Qizhen pulled out her phone. Yan Shui would like to video call you. Is that convenient? Whatever. Alright, I'll dial now. Soon the video connected, revealing an ordinary face exuding an air of authority. His eyes sharp as an eagle's made one feel an urge to prostrate on the ground. Masterly, long time no see. The mad old man picked his nose and flicked the booger away. Out with it, don't waste my drinking time. Yan Tianyang paid no heed to the old man's attitude. I heard you took on a disciple. The mad old man's eyes sharpened at that. What? You eyeing my apprentice? Yan Tianyang chuckled. What do you think about training your disciple to be my successor? Upon hearing this, Yi Qizhen immediately turned his gaze to the screen, his mind churning with shock. I'd advise you to drop that idea, the mad old man said. Why? That kid. He has no such grand ambitions. He just wants to guard his own little patch of land, his heart can't hold the vast world. Yan Tianyang raised his hands, interlocking his fingers and resting his elbows on the table, his piercing eyes fixed on the mad old man on the screen. Isn't that just like you? The mad old man paused mid-drink, fell silent for 2 seconds, then tilted his head back to gulp down 2 mouthfuls. That kid and I are nothing alike. Yan Tianyang, I heard he refuses to call you master. I also recall that back then you refused to call your own master. Isn't that similar? The mad old man's gaze abruptly fell on Yi Qizhen. Was it you who snitched? Yi Qizhen was so frightened he stumbled backward. Don't make it hard for Yi Qizhen. I ordered him to speak. He holds a post in the Divine Wind Guard and must obey the commander's orders, doesn't he? Said Yan Tianyang. The mad old man couldn't be bothered with Yi Qizhen. Returning to the previous topic, he said, aren't you quite fond of Yi Qizhen? Why not let him inherit your position? He seems suitable to me. Hearing the topic turn to him, Yi Qizhen couldn't help but shiver. He. Yan Tianyang narrowed his sharp eyes, pondered for 2 seconds, then said, he's fit to be a general, not a marshal. Poof. Back then people said you were fit to be a general, not a marshal, yet you still took the seat, didn't you? The mad old man's words left Yi Qizhen astounded once more. He never imagined that the illustrious commander of the Divine Wind Guard, renowned for his military achievements, was once told he wasn't fit for that position. True, no one can predict the future. But the disciple you've taken will surely not be confined to the small fortress 31 forever. Nor will he always look out only for himself, just like you back then, who only thought of protecting your own family and loved ones. Yet in the end you led your entire household into battle, ultimately causing. Enough. The mad old man cut him off sharply, his face flushed red and purple. Yi Qizhen was so terrified he dared not utter a word. Yan Tianyang on the other end of the screen also fell silent. For a moment the management office fell into a deathly stillness. After a long while the mad old man tilted his head back and took 2 swigs of erguotu from the bottle, then turned to look at Yi Qizhen. You're still here. Yi Qizhen cupped his hands in a bow to the mad old man and turned to leave. Once outside the management office he let out a long relieved sigh. That was terrifying. He had never seen anyone shout at Commander Yan like that, and what's more, Yan hadn't uttered a single word in response from start to finish. The news he had heard today was more explosive than the last. He needed to find a place to have a good meal and digest it all. The next day. At 6 in the morning. Jiang Fan, Yang Xiaoqiang and the others were fully equipped and waiting at the fortress gate. Soon an armored vehicle drove up. Here they come, the client is here, Yang Xiaoqiang said. To Jiang Fan's surprise, among those descending from the armored vehicle was Lan Xingxue. Yang Xiaoqiang explained to Jiang Fan, see that young lady? She's the client this time. Hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Jiang Fan's face. Lan Xingxue walked ahead accompanied by 3 burly men who looked like bodyguards. Are you from Xiaoqiang's studio? Lan Xingxue asked. Yang Xiaoqiang, am the owner and captain of Xiaoqiang Studio, a first-rank high-stage martial artist. These are my teammates Zhou Xiaoyan, first-rank mid-stage, Wang Jiangang and Miao Shi, both first-rank early stage, and our archer Tang Fan, currently a martial apprentice high-stage. Martial apprentice high-stage. Not a martial artist. Lan Xingxue frowned. A bodyguard beside her chimed in, aren't you one of the top studios in city? I recall all your members were martial artists. How come there's a martial apprentice high-stage? The info you saw is probably from a month ago. Back then our studio was indeed all martial artists. But one member got himself killed in the inner wilderness, so we just recruited Tang Fan. Yang Xiaoqian replied. If you were going to hire someone, why not a strong one? Just this. Lan Xingxue raised her hand signaling the bodyguard to step back, then said, Su Dai didn't mean to belittle your member. But since we're heading into the inner wilderness, which is extremely dangerous, if one's strength is lacking, the slightest misstep could cost their life. Jiang Fan stepped forward and said in a low voice, rest assured. Since I've decided to go, I naturally have ways to protect myself. I value my life too. Hearing this, Lan Xingxue raised an eyebrow slightly. In that case, I won't stop you. But let me be clear, this trip into the inner wilderness is to find a special herb for my grandfather. This mission must succeed, no room for failure. So if you feel your strength is insufficient, I hope you'll withdraw. As I said, this isn't about looking down on you, it's about ensuring success. Don't worry, Yang Xiaoqian interjected. This kid may only be a martial apprentice hostage, but his archery skills are nothing short of a divine marksman. In fact, when we recruited him, he was only a martial apprentice midstage. You see, our studio has very high recruitment standards. Knowing his strength was so low, we still took him in. That should tell you how exceptional his archery is. Lan Xingxue and the others were slightly taken aback. For a mere martial apprentice midstage to be accepted by one of an city's top studios, anyone with sound reasoning could guess that this Tang Fan must indeed have some remarkable skill. Alright, no more delays. Let's set off now and try to return before dark. The wilderness at night is extremely dangerous. Demonic beasts are fond of hunting in the dark. So unless necessary, it's best to return before nightfall. Jiang Fan sat in the back of the armored vehicle watching Fortress 31 grow smaller in the distance, his emotions indescribably complex. Like most people in an city, he had never left the fortress. In the eyes of these ordinary folks, the towering walls enclosed their entire lives. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan couldn't help but curl his lips, a glint of anticipation or excitement shining in his eyes.